Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction, the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy were forced to heal together after the war. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After surviving unimaginable torture, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy are sent to a recovery camp in America. Stripped of rivalry and haunted by pain, the two must face their pasts and find healing in the unlikeliest of friendships. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry looked at Severus, who was staring at the back of the seat in front of him as if he wanted to set it on fire. Surely he was still angry with Dumbledore for forcing them to travel by plane. It would be a great experience for the boys, the old man had said. That would be a good start to your adventure. Phew, adventure. The man had nerves, Harry thought, angry, forcing us to go to this ridiculous camp. Harry's eyes wandered to the seat on the other side of Severus, and he saw that Draco was fast asleep, drooling on Severus' shoulder. He looks more peaceful than I have ever seen him. Maybe this camp will help Draco, but surely it won't help me. It's just stupid. Damn the fact I'm still underaged. Dumbledore can still force me to do this. At least it's Severus and Draco, who are coming with me. I would have died of embarrassment if it was Minerva, or Dumbledore himself. Harry wondered what the newspaper would write about this. Harry Potter, insane after torture in the Malfoy's dungeons, killing Voldemort and now insane, or, off to a camp for insane teenagers after losing two of his friends who helped him defeat Voldemort. Harry's throat felt tight when he thought about Ron and Neville. We should have been free and happy after Voldemort's death, but they destroyed it all. Harry could still hear their cries when he tried to fall asleep at night. Each night he was throwing himself from one side to the other, trying to pry their cries for help, or the image of Draco being taken by one of the Death Eater out of his head until he passed out. Even his damn father had had a try on his own son. Draco had pleaded them to kill him, but they enjoyed his agony. They had found the perfect torture for each of them. Draco was mostly BPD or beaten, and they had enjoyed cutting him. He was covered in scars now. The formerly beautiful boy was now a monster in the eyes of most girls. For Harry, he was now his best friend, besides Hermione. He was the only one who understood him because he had seen the same horrible things. Harry was very grateful that he was with him on this awful trip. Ron and Neville had been tortured and killed in front of Harry, to terrorize him. He had offered himself to be tortured, he even pleaded for them to let go of them and take him. They had played their sick games with him, torturing him until he couldn't move anymore. One of the Death Eaters held his head up so that he had to watch them beep and torture his friends. They had forced him to call them masters, promising that they would let go of his friends then, but nothing helped. They tortured them nevertheless. Their evil laughter would follow Harry to his grave. In the end, they went too far and Neville and Ron had died. Harry would never forget their faces screwed up in pain and their pleading eyes. He couldn't help them. Never would he forget, lying in his own blood and piss and seeing the life go out of Ron's eyes. At least Neville died with his back to Harry. The guilt for not being able to help them and the horror about what the Death Eaters had done to them woke him from nightmares each night. Hate was almost all he could feel lately. Hate for the Death Eaters and hate for himself. He couldn't say which one was more prominent. Harry shook his head. He didn't want to think about that right now. I will just have to survive this damn camp, and then I will wait until I'm of age. Then I'll storm Azkaban, and they will pay for what they did. He didn't care that this would land him in prison as well. Life had lost all meaning for him. All he wanted was revenge. Damn, I have to stop thinking like this so openly. That's what brought me to this plane in the first place. Dumbledore and the rest of the adults think I'm insane. They think sending me in a camp where I'm not allowed to use magic will help me. They are just stupid. Stop brooding, Harry, Severus scolded him. I'm not, Harry said sullenly. Of course you are. There is almost smoke coming out of your ears. I'm not. And who are you to tell me to stop brooding? You have been looking daggers at the seat in front of you for the last 2 hours. I hate planes. 9 hours in here is pure horror. I'm really looking forward to arriving at the camp. Severus' open character was something Harry had learned to become comfortable with. He was still surprised how calm Severus could stay even when he yelled at him. Things had changed a lot after that damn day at the ministry. Draco had changed the sides and informed Dumbledore about the plans of his father and Voldemort, and he had fought side by side with Harry and the others. Nobody would have thought that Harry was able to kill Voldemort by the age of 15. When Voldemort's ghost was within Harry confronting Dumbledore, Harry had even surprised the headmaster by pointing his wand at himself and killing them both. At least that was what Harry thought at that moment, but minutes later he awoke in the arms of Dumbledore. By freely giving his life for all the others, he had automatically activated the protection of his mother around his soul, and only Voldemort's 2 soul parts had been destroyed. Harry hadn't even believed it until he saw that the dark mark on Severus' arm had vanished. They had enjoyed 2 wonderful months since then, which they spent at headquarters. Harry had mourned for the loss of Sirius, but soon the happiness of all the others around him had infected him and he enjoyed his freedom. That was, until the day where they get caught by the still free Death Eaters. Draco, Neville, Ron and Harry were on their way back to the headquarters after meeting Hermione and Luna in Diagon Alley when they had been stunned by Death Eaters in the middle of the day who disapparated with them to the Malfoys' mansion. There they had to live through almost 2 weeks of torture. Ron and Neville had died, and Draco and Harry often wished they would have died as well. Back at the headquarters, the adults did their best to help them cope with the death of their friends and with what they had gone through. Draco and Harry had stuck together since then, as if they had been friends for years. Only they could understand each other, only they knew the horror of the 2 weeks in the Malfoys' mansion. They hardly spoke about what happened. Even some therapists had been called for them, but Harry never spoke with any of them. At least Draco opened up to one of the female therapists. Just feeling the closeness of each other gave them comfort. They had shared a room from then on, and when one woke up with a nightmare, the other was there to comfort him. Severus was the only person they opened up to, a bit. Harry told him some parts of what had happened. Harry still had Hermione as a good friend, but it was hard to speak with her. Hermione wouldn't be Hermione if she didn't come up with an idea to help in a situation. She gave Harry a notebook which worked like a messenger. When he wrote something in it, Hermione could read it in her own notebook. Writing to her was much easier for Harry than speaking face to face with her. He still didn't tell her everything, but at least it was something. Harry rummaged in his backpack for the messenger and finally found it. "I'm going to write to Hermione," Harry explained to Severus, who still was eyeing him. "Good idea," was the short reply of the only adult person he had spoken about his memories of the dungeons. "Hi Hermione. You remember Dumbledore's great plan to get me sane again? I'm in the plane now. Severus is brooding beside me, and Draco is asleep, drooling on his shoulder. He must have noticed it already, but instead of waking him he looks like he is trying to set the seat in front of him on fire with his eyes. He still has his wand. That's so unfair. Dumbledore has taken mine and Draco's when he waved us goodbye at the airport. I had hoped that Severus would convince Dumbledore that this was a stupid idea by the look he had on his face, but shall I tell you something? It was just because of the plane. He hates planes. The camp he likes. Great. He even has friends there. Maybe it was even his idea to go there. Now I've run out of things to say. Write if you have the book in your hand. I need some distraction. Harry. Harry stared at the now empty page. That meant Hermione was reading it, so the chances were good that she would answer soon. She would be returning to school for their 6th year in 2 weeks. Harry and Draco wouldn't be back by then, but they didn't care about that. What did Harry need school for any longer if he just lived to kill the rest of the Death Eaters and then spent the remainder of his life in Azkaban? Draco wasn't able to concentrate on anything lately. School would be senseless for him, so Dumbledore had let Charlie Weasley take over Severus' job as the potions teacher. Therefore, Severus could take Harry and Draco to Oklahoma to his friends at the therapy camp. Hi Harry. I would love to see Draco drooling on Severus' robes. He surely looks cute. I'm glad Severus still has his wand. At least he can rescue you two from any stupid things you are trying while in America. I want you two back in one piece. Tell Draco he should write me when he wakes up. Please behave, Harry. Severus is just trying to help you too. I know you don't think you need help, but you do. I have to go for lunch now. Write when you know something new. Love, Hermione. Harry shut the book with a loud thud, waking Draco with a jolt. Thanks for rescuing me from drowning, Potter, Severus said sarcastically. Sorry, Severus, Draco said. He blushed, but then looked, grinning, over to Harry. Have you already written to your girlfriend? Very funny, Draco. Hermione said you should write her, or she will break into our room and destroy your poster collection of the Falmouth Falcons, Harry said dryly. She wouldn't, Draco said, but after a few seconds he rummaged in his backpack for his own messenger. Harry just grinned. Harry shut the book with a loud thud, waking Draco with a jolt. Thanks for rescuing me from drowning, Potter. Severus said sarcastically. Sorry, Severus, Draco said blushing, but then looked, grinning, over to Harry. Have you already written to your girlfriend? Very funny, Draco. Hermione said you should write her, or she will break into our room and destroy your poster collection of the Falmouth Falcons, Harry said dryly. She wouldn't, Draco said, but after a few seconds he rummaged in his backpack for his own messenger. Harry just grinned. Black Hawk, Severus greeted the man who was waiting for them on the Will Rogers World Airport. After their 9-hour flight from London to Chicago, going through customs, and catching another flight to Oklahoma, they were all tired and irritable. He was a Native American around the age of 40, at least that's what Harry would have guessed. Black Hawk wasn't in traditional Native clothing, but nevertheless there was no question of his heritage. Night Rain, Black Hawk hugged Severus tightly. They seemed to be very good friends, Harry mused. Severus wasn't a person who let others hug him, and he especially wouldn't look happy about it. And, Merlin, he has a Native American name. I'm in hell. Black Hawk stepped back a little to have a better look at the rest of the small group. And you must be Draco, right? Draco was almost hiding behind Severus. He was unsure around men since they had escaped his father's dungeons. Black Hawk seemed to sense this and tried to keep distance between them, but still offered Draco his hand in greeting. Very hesitantly Draco accepted Black Hawk's hand. When Black Hawk looked at Harry, Harry looked challenging back into his brown eyes. They can know from the beginning that I'm not here of free will, Harry thought angrily. So you are Harry, nice to meet you. Spare your energy to fight me until we get to the camp. We have a long drive in front of us, so we should get started, Black Hawk said and led them to a dirty, red pickup truck in the parking lot. On its side, the words Awidvidi TSVSA were printed. Whatever it meant, Harry was sure he wouldn't like it. Couldn't behave yourself even for the first few minutes, could you, Harry? Severus asked him without his typical venom. The times when he spat angry insults at Harry were long gone. At the moment, Harry wished the old times were back, so he wouldn't have to feel guilty about insulting Severus' friend with his behavior. After Severus had thrown his luggage in the bed of the truck, he climbed into the passenger seat. That left only the back for the two teenagers. Harry eyed the small rear-facing bench, which was backed against the rear of the cab, critically. It didn't look very comfortable, even if it did have seatbelts. Fantastic, our asses will be sore before we even arrived at that damn camp, Harry mumbled sullenly to Draco. Maybe you should try not to piss them off so soon, Harry. Who knows what crazy rituals they will do to you. Just play the nice guy until we get out of here, Draco said while climbing into the truck bed. After they were both in and had buckled up, Black Hawk lifted the tailgate and shut the door on the pickup's cap. That's easy for you to say. You even looking forward to going to this camp, right? Harry asked when the truck started to drive. Draco looked past Harry and into the distance. Yes, maybe. Anything away from England is the right thing for me. I wish I could see it like that, Harry said thoughtfully. He didn't want to spoil this trip for Draco, but he hated that the adults had again decided what was best for him. First they had sent him to live with relatives who had hated him, and now they had decided that he needed help. I don't need help, just my wand and the opportunity to kill those damn beasts in Azkaban. A life sentence isn't enough punishment for what they did. When they arrived in the camp after an 1-hour drive, Harry was really sore, which didn't help his mood. All the good resolutions he had made up at the beginning of the car ride were gone. He had planned to behave and give those people a chance. If they were Severus' friends, they couldn't be so bad. But now his mood was very down, and all he wished for was a plane ticket back to London to tell Albus Dumbledore what he thought about his stupid plan. Harry looked around. There was a moderate farmhouse, 2 big stables, or whatever the big wooden buildings were, and paddocks. Others than that he could just see open land, just like he had seen on the whole drive there. Running away was not an option here. A gentle but steady hand on his neck guided him in the direction of the house. It was Severus, who now whispered in his ear, "These people are who I call my family, and I want you to behave. They haven't done anything wrong to you, so there is no need for you to hate them already. If you want to be angry at someone, then be angry at me or the headmaster." Family. What is he talking about? Harry was confused. "Severus, it's so good to see you again. It's been over a year we last saw you." An old woman came over to them, and Severus let go of Harry's neck. White Cloud. Severus hugged the weathered-looking woman. She was 60, if not older. It seems that they are all American natives. Maybe a family, Harry thought. Severus grabbed both of the boys behind their backs and shoved them in the direction of the old woman. "These are my boys. My boys." A year ago Harry would have been shocked by this statement, but now it just made him lose even more of the anger he had felt after the long journey. Severus was the only person who could look without pity at them and who would let them decide what they wanted to tell or not. Having him call them his boys had caused a warm feeling spread in both of them. It also meant that they had someone at their side who belonged to them. They weren't alone like they had been in the dungeons. "Oh, I was so curious to meet you too. Severus had told us so much about you." Her smile was intoxicating, and Harry's anger left him completely. There was no pity in her eyes, just happiness. Maybe it isn't such a bad idea to stay here. At least it's a break from all the pitying looks at home, Harry wondered. "I'm Draco," the blonde-haired boy said, and politely offered her his hand, still the polite aristocrat. They hadn't ripped that out of his soul in the dungeons. With women, Draco was much more on ease, at least, if they didn't avert their eyes at seeing his scars. And, to his relief, this women didn't even seem to notice them. "Nice to meet you, Draco," White Cloud said and shook the hand he had offered to her. "Severus has told me so much about you. And he was right, you are a very polite young man." Harry shifted backwards a little. What would Severus have told her about him? That he was angry all the time and wanted to kill people. She wouldn't like that much. A hand on his back prevented him from stepping further away. The rest of the adults had closed the gap, and Severus was standing almost behind Harry. "You must be Harry," White Cloud said friendly. "I'm glad you decided to visit us." Visit. Decided. He wished to tell her that it was the opposite, but her warm smile prevented him from speaking his thoughts out loud. It just would hurt her. Severus was right. They hadn't done anything wrong to him, so why should he hurt them? "We know that it was a hard decision for you to leave England, but we hope you will like it here as well. Severus has always liked to spend some time here," White Cloud said when Harry didn't speak. "I don't think I belong here," Harry finally said, averting his eyes. It was the truth, and Severus couldn't be angry with him for telling the truth. He hadn't hurt her feelings with this, had he? "We will see, my boy," the old man that now stood beside his wife said and eyed him friend Lily. "I'm Light Arrow, and over there is Red Horse and Rose." The old man pointed at a very big Native American in a dirty apron and a very beautiful young Native woman, both about Severus' age. "You must be hungry after the long journey. There is some stew ready inside." "Where are the kids?" Severus asked while hugging the old man in greeting. "They are looking for firewood for the welcome feast tonight with Crying Horse," Light Arrow explained. After Severus had shook hands with Red Horse and had Ed Rose on her cheek, they all went inside to eat. "You must be Harry," White Cloud said, friendly. "I'm glad you decided to visit us." Visit. Decided. He wished to tell her that it was the opposite, but her warm smile prevented him from speaking his thoughts out loud. It just would hurt her. Severus was right. They hadn't done anything wrong to him, so why should he hurt them? We know that it was a hard decision for you to leave England, but we hope you will like it here as well. Severus has always liked to spend some time here, White Cloud said when Harry didn't speak. I don't think I belong here, Harry finally said, averting his eyes. It was the truth, and Severus couldn't be angry with him for telling the truth. He hadn't hurt her feelings with this, had he? We will see, my boy, the old man that now stood beside his wife said and eyed him friend Lily. I'm Light Arrow, and over there is Red Horse and Rose. The old man pointed at a very big Native American in a dirty apron and a very beautiful young Native woman, both about Severus' age. You must be hungry after the long journey. There is some stew ready inside. Where are the kids? Severus asked while hugging the old man in greeting. They are looking for firewood for the welcome feast tonight with Crying Horse, Light Arrow explained. After Severus had shook hands with Red Horse and had Ed Rose on her cheek, they all went inside to eat. The question of whether or not these people were wizards or muggles was answered when they entered the house. On the stove stood a pot as big as a cauldron, and a wooden spoon was stirring it magically. Severus guided the still reluctant Harry in a chair at the large table. White Cloud waved her hand and the stew pot came over to the table. Another wave and the spoon vanished and was replaced by a ladle. Harry watched fascinated. If they all can do wandless magic, Harry thought with interest, maybe I can learn it as well. I'll have to ask Severus about it during the next few days. White Cloud filled each of their plates and then sat down. Harry spiritless pushed the stew around his plate. He hadn't eaten on the plane, and he still wasn't hungry. As his thoughts began to wander, he was back to the dungeons. Ron's pleading eyes were directed at him, while Draco lay BPD, covered in blood and semen, beside him. Harry wished he could have passed out like Draco, but a hard jerk of the hair on his scalp forced him to look back up at his dying friend. A loud snap pulled him back to the present. Another snap and he looked up at Light Arrow, who was snapping his fingers near Harry's ear. The old man was watching him with a worried look on his face as he calmly said, "Calm down, lad. Falling back into the past doesn't help. Try to stay in the here and now." Harry was breathing rapidly and sweated. Severus' hand, which massaged calming circles on the back of his neck, was calming him down. Embarrassed to have shown his weakness, he grabbed for his spoon and started eating. With relief he realized that the others didn't push the situation, and after a short moment Severus' hand vanished from his neck too. These flashbacks were horrible, and Harry was glad that Light Arrow had been able to get him out of it before he had seen Ron dying, again. The meal was calm with everyone eating in silence. Only when the most of them were finished did White Cloud speak again. After lunch you can move into your rooms and rest for a while. The others will be back in an hour. Harry had finished his stew because he didn't want it to draw more attention than he already had done. Adults always seemed concerned about him not eating enough. He was looking forward to spending some time with Draco alone and out of the sight of the adults. When they were all finished, Light Arrow and Rose led Harry, Draco and Severus up the stairs to the bedrooms. I'm sure you would prefer your old room, Severus, Light Arrow said and opened a door on the left side of the long hall. Yes, thank you, Severus said and quickly placed his bag inside the room before rejoining the others. Light Arrow pointed at the door beside Severus' room. That's my and White Cloud's bedroom. Whenever one of you has a problem, you can come to us, no matter what time it is. Still standing on the same spot, Light Arrow turned and opened the door opposite to Severus. This is your room, Harry. My room. Harry looked at Draco with panic in his eyes, who also looked scared. But I always share a room with Draco. Not here, Harry. Light Arrow gently pushed Harry into the room while Rose guided Draco down the hall to a room at the other end. Harry struggled against Light Arrow. No, I won't stay alone. Let me go. Light Arrow encircled Harry quickly with his arms, pressing Harry's back against his chest. Calm down, Harry, and I will explain the reasons for it. His voice was calm and gentle, even when he had to struggle with a panicking teenager. No, please, Harry pleaded desperately. He felt liquid run down his cheeks and hated himself for showing weakness again. He hated it here. Why do they all have to hurt me? I can't sleep alone. Severus watched Light Arrow as the old man sat down on the bed and cradled Harry in his lap. He was reminded of the times when he was the one Light Arrow had to calm like this. He knew how frightened Harry was, and that he thought he couldn't sleep alone. He knew about his nightmares and flashbacks, but he also knew that Harry couldn't hide behind Draco for his whole life. Light Arrow would calm him down, so he observed the scene passively. Harry was in panic. On the one hand, he hated to be held like this, all choice of movement was taken away from him. On the other hand, it felt good to have the burden of choosing for himself taken away. Wanting nothing more than to be a child and feel safe, he hadn't felt safe for a long time. Harry could feel Light Arrow's heartbeat and hear the calming words he whispered in his ear. Slowly Harry stopped struggling, but he continued to sob. "That's it, Harry, relax. I won't hurt you." He spoke very calmly and gently to the frightened child in his lap, his arms never loosening his grip on Harry. Shish. When Harry finally stopped struggling, Light Arrow loosened his grip and Harry shifted sidewards in a fetal position on the old man's lap, hiding his face in Light Arrow's chest. "Please, I can't sleep alone. I have to be with Draco," Harry whispered. "You can sleep alone, Harry, and you will. Severus' door is directly opposite to yours and mine isn't far either. As soon as you have a nightmare, or any other problem, we will be there for you. Draco has to learn to live on his own, just as you do. You cannot be there for each other your whole life. We won't separate you completely, Harry, just at night. During the day you can both spend as much time together as you want, and you can visit each other in your rooms as well. This way you both have the possibility to have a place on your own, where you can retreat when you need downtime. You need this to find back to yourself and get the power to live on your own." "You don't understand," Harry mumbled into Light Arrow's chest. "If I had $1 for every time a child had said that to me, I would be a rich man, Harry. Maybe I don't understand your problem completely right now, but I know that it is unhealthy to depend on another person, who needs help themselves, so deeply. You are strong, Harry. You need your friendship with Draco and nobody is trying to take that away from you, but you are also your own person. I know you have nightmares, and that it made you feel safer when Draco is around at night, but Draco needs time to heal as well. I'm sure he has been happy to help you out of your nightmares, but he has his own problems and needs to concentrate on them, not on you. Now, we will be here to help you. There is a spell on each room to inform me and White Cloud if someone has a nightmare, or has problems sleeping. We will be here to help you the minute you have trouble. You don't have to worry. If you want, I can let Severus be informed by the spell on your room as well when you need help, Light Arrow said in his monotone calming voice. He started to gently move his body forward and backward, rocking Harry. Do you want me to adjust the spell so that Severus will be informed as well? Harry was almost drifting off from the monotone voice and the gentle swinging. Yes, he whispered. He knew it must have looked pathetic how he cradled the old man's lap, but he had never felt so safe and warm in his life as he did right now. Wanting to enjoy it as long as possible, he pushed his embarrassment away. Severus slipped out of the room when he realized Harry would fall asleep in Light Arrow's lap, physically and emotionally exhausted. He needed to check on Draco and Rose now. I'm scared, Harry whispered. All the stress from the last few weeks at headquarters, during the journey, and the events here on the ranch were overwhelming him. He just wanted to hide in the strong arms of the man and sleep. He was sure he wouldn't have a nightmare while Light Arrow was with him. I know, my boy, I know, Light Arrow said, not stopping the gentle swinging. But you are not alone. We will watch over you until you are ready to watch over yourself, no matter how long it takes you, Harry. Harry clawed tighter at Light Arrow's flannel shirt. He didn't want it to be alone. He didn't want the memories of the dungeons to hunt him down. Look, it seems you won't be alone at all, Harry. Kareem seems to have taken it as his task to watch over you, Light Arrow said. A small chuckle in his voice led Harry look up. A black cat jumped on the bed and then crawled in Harry's lap. Harry loosened his death grip on Light Arrow's shirt and pet the cat. Kareem curled up in Harry's lap and purred. Harry's eyes drifted close, and Light Arrow didn't let go of him, keeping up the gentle swinging. The purr of Kareem guided him into a restful sleep. Draco watched fearfully as Light Arrow and Severus guided the reluctant Harry into his room. Only Rose's calming hand on his shoulder stopped him from panicking completely like Harry. It's okay, Draco. Come on, I will show you your own room. But I have to sleep in Harry's room. Please, you don't understand, Draco pleaded. Rose smiled calmly at him. I understand perfectly, Draco, but you need to take care of yourself here, not of Harry. My father and Severus will take good care of him, I promise. Gently she guided the blonde boy down the hall to his room. Draco still tried to look back over his shoulder at Harry's room in hopes that the door would open and Harry would come out. He is okay. And you will be okay as well, Draco, Rose said gently and stroked his hair before she guided him in his room. Come on, I'll help you unpack and then you can rest for a while. Harry cannot sleep alone, Rose, Draco tried to explain. You will not be there for him his whole life, Draco. One day you will have your own family. You will still stay good friends, but you both must learn to live your own life. A family. Draco spat angrily. As if any girl would even look at me. He threw his bag on the bed and went to open it when a warm hand on his wrist stopped him. Don't speak like that, Draco, Rose said warmly. Come, sit down with me for a while. She gently guided him to sit beside her on the bed. Never letting go of his hand, she started to trace one of his scars that led from the back of his hand to the underside of his arm. A girl that can't look past your scars isn't worth your love. She looked up to his stunned face. And there is a lot of love. I can feel it, she said while laying the hand with which she had traced his scar on his heart. Draco was too shocked to react. Nobody had touched him since he was in the dungeons, and he was surprised that it felt good. He felt the urge to cry out all the pain from his experiences, but managed to hold up his mask. You don't have to hide behind your mask here, Draco. We want to help you. You are still a wonderful young man, and you will find your way in life. The scars on your skin will become a part of you, and anyone who judges you by them is not worth your time. The scars here, she again laid her hand on his chest, will be harder to heal, but we will try. Her words stuck deep in his soul. How could a woman he had known for just an hour touch him like this, and even touch his soul like this? He grabbed for the hand that was hovering over his heart. They will never heal. He was silent for a moment, and when he looked down, he realized that he still was holding Rose's hand in his lap. Draco snapped his hand open to release it, but Rose didn't draw it away. She encircled his hand with both of hers. We will see, Draco. Just give us a chance and time. A knock at the door caused Draco to jump. Shish, it's surely just Severus wanting to check on you. Shall I let him in? Rose asked. Draco nodded and looked fascinated while Rose waved her hand and the door opened to reveal Severus. Can I come in? Sure. You can help us unpack, Severus, Rose said cheerfully. Severus eyed Draco critically. Everything okay? Sure, Draco said and looked at his hand in his lap, which a moment before had been held by Rose. When he remembered why he was upset at first, he asked, How is Harry? He is okay, Draco. You two must stop worrying about the other so much. Light Arrow is still with him. He looked at Rose, who knowingly smiled at him. You look tired, Severus. You should rest a while, she gently laid a hand against his cheek. Severus grabbed for her hand and looked deep into her eyes. I'm not the one needing to heal, Rose. He gently reminded her. You always will be the one needing to heal, big brother, Rose said and encircled his hand with her own. Severus could feel her magic flow into him, scanning him and calming him. He was tired from the weeks he spent trying to help the boy without success and from the long journey. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to lay down for a bit. Manipulative witch, he growled playfully at her. She just smiled and then turned to Draco again. Let's unpack while Severus goes to have a nap. Sure. You can help us unpack, Severus, Rose said cheerfully. Severus eyed Draco critically. Everything okay? Sure, Draco said and looked at his hand in his lap, which a moment before was held by Rose. When he remembered why he was upset at first, he asked, How is Harry? He is okay, Draco. You two must stop worrying about the other so much. Light Arrow is still with him. He looked at Rose, who knowingly smiled at him. You look tired, Severus. You should rest a while, she gently laid a hand against his cheek. Severus grabbed for her hand and looked deep into her eyes. I'm not the one needing to heal, Rose. He gently reminded her. You always will be the one needing to heal, big brother, Rose said and encircled his hand with her own. Severus could feel her magic flow into him, scanning him and calming him. He was tired from the weeks he spent trying to help the boy without success and from the long journey. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to lay down for a bit. Manipulative witch, he growled playfully at her. She just smiled and then turned to Draco again. Let's unpack while Severus goes to have a nap. It's nice to have you back here, Severus, White Cloud said while putting a cup of coffee down in front of Severus. Light Arrow joined them in the kitchen and sat down at the table with the others. Yes, it was a good decision for you to come here along with the boys. They both really need help, but Harry is really on the edge emotionally. Is he opening up to you? Light Arrow asked. Not much. Sometimes he speaks openly, but then he seems to realize what he is talking about and he will stop. It's frustrating. He has convinced himself that he has to revenge the death of his friends. The hate is eating him up from inside. Seeing him lose control and let you comfort him was quite a change to his usual behavior lately. Severus shook his head deep in thought. Draco is much more open. He doesn't feel guilty about what happened to the other two boys, having not been as close to them as Harry was. He tries to get a grip on his life, but I fear he distracts himself from his own problems by helping Harry with his. Around men he is very shy and anxious, as you have already seen. Women aren't a big problem for him. He just tries to hide his scars, which is impossible. Thinking about the fact that his own father disfigured Draco's face makes me even more sick. That and Merlin, it's just horrible. Severus hid his face in his hands. Light Arrow leaned closer to him and laid a calming hand on the underside of Severus' arm. You shouldn't think about what has happened in the past, but about how to move on. You look exhausted. Severus batted Light Arrow's hand away. You're like Rose. I'm no longer one of your kids, Light Arrow. I'm not the one you need to worry about. He glared at the older man sitting beside him. You will always be one of our kids, Severus, and when you look like you do right now, we will continue to worry about you, Light Arrow said and felt Severus' forehead. Severus tried to jerk his head away, but Light Arrow had predicted the move and countered it. Hold still, the old man said strictly, and when Severus obeyed, he asked more calmly, what did Rose say? Severus glared at Light Arrow, still trying to get away from his hand. Light Arrow didn't have abilities like Rose, but he still could work some calming magic in his patients that would let them speak more freely, less encumbered by their emotions. Please remove your hand from my. Severus didn't get to say more, for at that moment Rose came down the stairs. I said he should rest. He is very exhausted and in bad shape, Dad. I'm fine. Stop speaking about me as if I'm not in the room. Light Arrow had lifted his hand from his head, and now Severus could freely glare at Rose, who had almost reached the table. I'm not sure if you really are in the room, Severus. Your body may be here, but your mind is not. It's still with the boys, and you forgot to care for yourself, Rose said, sounding as stern as her father. Seeing that Rose had almost reached him, Severus made to stand up. That's enough. I will be going for a walk. You will not, Light Arrow ordered. His heavy hand on Severus' shoulder hindered the dark-haired man from standing up. We will discuss this, now. I'm no longer a child, Severus shouted. He was on edge. The last few weeks had been so frustrating and exhaustive. He struggled to stand up, and he would have batted Light Arrow's hand forcefully away if not for a warm and soft hand that wrapped itself around his left hand. Severus whirled around and faced a worried-looking White Cloud. Please stay, Severus, White Cloud said calmly. Let Rose check you over. She can soothe your nerves. I don't need to be soothed. It wasn't your fault, Severus. You couldn't have rescued them earlier, White Cloud said knowingly. Severus looked shocked at her. This woman didn't need Rose's abilities to know what was worrying him. She just had to sit there calmly, observing the scene in front of her, to know exactly what was wrong. Severus was too stunned that White Cloud still could read him like an open book, that he didn't realize Rose's hands on his shoulder. When he finally noticed them, She had already let enough calming magic flow into him that he was melting under her touch. No, please, he mumbled half-heartedly. Hush, Severus, Rose whispered while letting her magic flow through his worn-out body. She took one of her hands from his shoulder and placed it on his forehead. Gently, she drew it backwards against her chest. Let me deeper in, Severus, you know you can trust me. She tried to reach the nerve bundles that were knotted and overstimulated. She needed to soothe them to make it easier for Severus to think and feel. White Cloud hummed a soft melody, which Severus remembered from his first stay with them as a teenager. She gently let the thumb of the hand that still held Severus draw small circles. That calmed him down enough for Rose to reach the deeper areas of Severus' nerve system. Loud noises from downstairs woke Harry. He hadn't slept as peacefully as he just had since the events in the dungeons. It was amazing how rested he felt after only an hour of sleep. A soft knock at the door made him jump and stare at the door. Slowly the doorknob turned, and Harry instinctively grabbed for his wand. Damn, Harry cursed when he remembered that Dumbledore had confiscated it. Harry, someone whispered through the gap in the slightly opened door. Draco, Harry asked, feeling relieved when he recognized the voice. Draco slipped into the room. Did you hear the noises? It seems the other kids are down there now. Draco jumped when a black cat passed him on its way out through the still open door. What's that? A cat, Harry said sarcastically and rolled his eyes. Close the door, or are you so eager to see the others? What was the cat doing in here? Draco asked confused while closing the door. It kept me company. His name is Kareem. At least I'm not totally alone here. I hope he will be back tonight, Harry said while looking worriedly at the door. I could try to sneak in when they all sleep, Harry, Draco offered. No, they have a spell on the bedrooms, Harry said and then paused before he went on. And they are right. You have to concentrate on yourself, Draco. Maybe this is really a chance for you to start a new life. And what is it for you? Draco asked while sitting down on Harry's bed. Harry pulled his knees to his chest and hugged them. I will never change my mind, Draco. I will kill them all. That's all I want to do. They have to pay for what they did to Neville, Ron and you. An angry grimace overcame Harry's face. They hurt you, too, Draco said carefully. He knew that this was something Harry didn't like talking about. Let's just change the subject, Harry said and then looked anxiously at the door because there were now noises as if someone was coming upstairs. A knock at the door confirmed his worry. The boys stared at the door and said nothing. You were supposed to say, come in, or something similar, Harry. Black Hawk's voice echoed through the door. But I don't want someone to come in, Harry gave back rebelliously. The man behind the door sighed. I have to speak with you, Harry, and I hate to speak through a door. Can I please come in? Harry looked worryingly at Draco, who just shrugged. Okay. Black Hawk stopped when he saw Draco on Harry's bed. You two were supposed to rest. We did, Harry said quickly. Light Arrow said that we could visit each other in our rooms. Black Hawk was an impressive man. He radiated strength and power. That made Harry cautious with what he said and how rebellious he acted. Draco was visibly scared, but at least Black Hawk stayed near the door. It seems as if he was sensing Draco's fear, like a dog who could tell by scent if someone was scared of him. Black Hawk turned and opened the door again. Harry believed Black Hawk thought he had lied and now was angry with him. It's the truth. He told us we can meet as often as we want. I swear. He didn't wanted to get in trouble so early, but maybe he had just misunderstood Light Arrow. Black Hawk just lifted his hand to show Harry he should stop speaking. Then, he leaned out of the door and yelled, Rosé. Your boy is here. Seconds later, Rose pushed past Black Hawk into the room. Oh, you look much better, Harry. So did you sleep well? Harry nodded and looked confusedly at Draco, who had relaxed visibly when Rose had entered the room. Black Hawk still remained near the door. That's good, she said and reached to stroke his cheek. When Harry flinched away, she didn't push it and just smiled at him. I'm very glad you could manage to rest a bit. She turned to Draco. We need to speak about a few things, Draco, and then I want you to meet the others. She offered him her hand, and he took it. Black Hawk moved further into the room to make space for the couple that was leaving. When he finally was alone with Harry, he sat down on Harry's bed. Light Arrow has taken you under his wing, but he doesn't work outside with the kids. So whether you like it or not, you are stuck with me for those times. I'm not a great talker and you don't seem to want to talk at all, so we should both get along quite well. I want to help you, Harry, but that is hard if you fight each of my steps. I don't care how long we will need to help you, that is up to you. You can try to work together with me and leave this camp in a few months, or you can fight my attempts to help you and I will just wait until you are finally ready. Months, years, I don't care how long it will take. Black Hawk eyed Harry closely. Harry looked a little scared of the dark man in front of him, but he didn't know why he was afraid. There is no reason to look at me like that. I'm here to help you. I have no healing magic like Rose or Light Arrow, but I want to help you nevertheless. I will show you how to take care of your horse, and how to ride him. I will help you through some of our ceremonies here, too. There is no need to be afraid of me. If you don't want to, you don't have to speak with me about anything that concerns your past, just the present. Light Arrow will take care of the rest. My horse? Harry asked, dumbfounded. Yes, your horse. Everyone on this ranch has their own horse. Even Severus. You should see his horse. It is almost completely black, only one ear and its chest is white. It's named Thunderstorm because it has quite a temper. Only around Severus and Rose is he a lamb. Your horse is Tohiadity. It's Cherokee for freedom. He's a red roan Appaloosa. You will get to meet him soon. Black Hawk was satisfied that Harry at least seemed interested. Now it's time to meet the others. Harry desperately hoped that riding Tohiadity would be better than his previous experiences riding a horse-like animal. Buckbeak's wings and feathers had made it difficult to maintain his balance and grip. Riding the Thestrals hadn't been much better, for their skeletal bodies had made for a very uncomfortable ride. I may not have fallen off those times, but the rides were in no way graceful. He thought. I hope I don't make a fool of myself, again. He decided to reserve judgment about whether or not having his own horse would be a good thing until he got to meet the creature. There is no reason to look at me like that. I'm here to help you. I have no healing magic like Rose or Black Arrow, but I want to help you nevertheless. I will show you how to take care of your horse, and how to ride him. I will help you through some of our ceremonies here, too. There is no need to be afraid of me. If you don't want to, you don't have to speak with me about anything that concerns your past, just the present. Light Arrow will take care of the rest. My horse? Harry asked dumbfounded. Yes, your horse. Everyone on this ranch has their own horse. Even Severus. You should see his horse. It is almost completely black, only one ear and its chest is white. It's named Thunderstorm because it has quite a temper. Only around Severus and Rose is he a lamb. Your horse is Tohiadity. It's Cherokee for freedom. He's a red roan Appaloosa. You will get to meet him soon. Black Hawk was satisfied that Harry at least seemed interested. Now it's time to meet the others. Harry desperately hoped that riding Tohiadity would be better than his previous experiences riding a horse-like animal. Buckbeak's wings and feathers had made it difficult to maintain his balance and grip. Riding the Thestrals hadn't been much better, for their skeletal bodies had made for a very uncomfortable ride. I may not have fallen off those times, but the rides were in no way graceful. He thought. I hope I don't make a fool of myself, again. He decided to reserve judgment about whether or not having his own horse would be a good thing until he got to meet the creature. Harry wasn't scared to meet the others like Draco, he just didn't care, and he would just ignore them. In the hall, they met Rose and Draco, who immediately moved closer to Harry. Stay calm, Draco. Harry tried to calm him. Where is Severus? Draco asked insecurely. Before Harry could say that he didn't know where Severus was, Black Hawk said, he is resting. That made Draco stop completely halfway down the stairs. I won't go down there if Severus isn't there. Draco, Rose said calmly as she laid a hand on his shoulder. She let her soothing magic flow into Draco, but he remained stiff like a board. Harry also had stopped and was now struggling against Black Hawk, who was trying to convince him to move away from Draco. No, I won't leave him alone. Harry said with determination. He didn't care that the voices from downstairs had become silent, nor that the people were probably listening to what was happening on the stairs. When he heard heavy footsteps, he looked down the stairs. Light Arrow was coming up. When Light Arrow arrived at the small group, he gestured for Black Hawk to go down and took his place at Harry's side. No, I won't go. You can't make me leave Draco. You promised. Harry backed away, but Light Arrow grabbed his arm. Nobody wants you to leave him, but you have to calm down or Draco won't calm down, Light Arrow said calmly. Harry looked at Draco. The normally pale boy was now as white as a sheet. Come on, Draco. Let's just get it over with. We can go back to my room after it, Harry said gently to calm Draco down. Why is Severus not there? I want him to be here, Draco said, in panic. Severus is resting, Draco. He was very exhausted. At supper he will join us again, Light Arrow explained. Oh, no, Harry, he has left us here, alone. He is already back at Hogwarts, and left us alone. Draco was panicking more and more. Draco, look at me, Harry said strictly. When he had Draco's full attention, he said, Severus is still here. He wouldn't leave us alone. Of course he wouldn't. A deep baritone came from the top of the stairs. What's all this about? Severus, you should still be resting. Why can't you for once do something good for yourself? Rose asked, disappointed that Severus had left his bed. I will do something good for me and go riding. He looked at Draco. After we have met the other kids. Draco's face got some color back, and he let out the breath he had been holding. Yes, riding will do you some good. Thunderstorm is eagerly waiting for you, Light Arrow said to Severus. Let's go downstairs. The others are waiting for you. With that he let his hand change its place from Harry's arm to Harry's neck. It was laying there lightly, but the hand gave Harry a lot of comfort. When they arrived in the kitchen, the other kids were sitting around the table together with White Cloud and a man whom Harry hadn't seen before. The man stood up. He had long black hair and sunglasses on his face. I'm Crying Horse. I'm glad you are here. We need help to make the campfire ready for your welcome feast. He gave Harry's hand a shake, hugged Severus, and nodded to Draco, who was trying to melt into Severus' side. I fear you have to do this with the other kids. I want Black Hawk to show Draco and Harry the horses, Light Arrow said. Always the luck of the newbies. We have to work our asses off, a boy with short owned hair said. I'm Brian and that's my buddy Ken. He gestured to the sandy-haired boy with a lot of freckles. Over there is Aiden. He pointed at a bored-looking guy with long black hair and a goatee. He looked as if he had Latin heritage. It was hard to tell how old they all were. Brian and Ken seemed to be around Harry's age. They reminded him of Dean and Seamus. Aiden looked older, maybe 17 or 18. The owned girl is Melissa, and the dark red one is Maya. Melissa came from England and Maya from Chile. We boys are all from the States. This is Harry, and over there is Draco. Some of you already know Severus, but for those who don't know him, he is one of my sons, Light Arrow stated. Wow. Then Thunderstorm is your horse. He is magnificent. Which horses will Draco and Harry get? Brian asked Black Hawk. Tohiadity and Unaga, Black Hawk answered while casually standing in the doorway. So do you want to go? He asked in Harry's and Draco's direction. Harry looked hesitantly at Draco. Come on, I will join you and then I will go for a ride, Severus said and guided Draco out of the house. The sunlight was blinding them, and before Harry's eyes could adjust to it, Black Hawk had sneaked a hand onto his neck. What is this with them always touching us? And why the hell do I like it? It was crazy, but Harry felt much safer with this hand in his neck, even when it belonged to Black Hawk. Has one of you ridden before? Black Hawk asked. No, Harry lied. What if he had forgotten all and made a total fool of himself? Draco shook his head. He had left Severus' side a bit. Outside he felt safer because he had the feeling he could run if necessary. All the men held their distance from him. In one way he was happy about it, but in another way he hated it because it meant they all knew what had happened and what was wrong with him. They passed a paddock where 7 horses were standing. That is one of the herds of our horses, Black Hawk said and watched Severus approach the gate and whistle. The black horse threw his head up, pivoted his ears, and looked over. The horse neighed and then started to race over to them. Harry took a step back when it looked as if the horse wouldn't stop. Dust whirled into the air when the horse suddenly stopped and slid for a few feet. He threw his head in excitement until Severus held out his hand for Thunderstorm rubbed his head against it. "Hello, my boy, it's so good to see you," Severus said affectionately. The horse made small grunting and snorting noises. When he had calmed down, Severus laid his forehead against Thunderstorm's. The scene was magnificent. The black hair of Severus that was entangling with Thunderstorm's mane blew in the wind, and, for a short moment, it looked as if they were one. "Soon, my boy, soon we will go for a ride," Severus whispered to the horse. The other horses had become curious and came over as well. A red one with 3 white feet, a white stomach, and almost completely white head went over to Black Hawk. A feather was braided into his mane. She was calmer than the black horse. "This is Shallow Water, my horse. She is Mare, and Thunderstorm over there is a gelding," Black Hawk explained. Severus pet Thunderstorm one last time and signaled Black Hawk that he was ready to move on. Finally they arrived at another paddock which contained a few trees. "Most of our horses have come from an organization that rescues abused and neglected horses. Here they can live in peace for the rest of their life. Some we manage to nurse back to health, and we help them to learn to trust humans again. Others will always stay wild and fearful. We have a wild herd on the plains. Here we only have those who still need medical care, or those we manage to rehabilitate to riding status. That is the paddock for some of the geldings and calm mares. The Flabidden Gray Quarter Horse mare over there is Maud. She's Melissa's horse." Black Hawk pointed at a horse that stood calmly dozing under a tree near them. He clicked his tongue and all the horses made their way lazily over to them. Black Hawk dived under the gate and pet an almost white horse. Only around his eyes it had an almost round black spot. "This is Unaga, and he will be your horse Draco. Would you like to greet him?" Draco looked uncertainly at the horse. For one moment he wanted to go over and pet the horse, but the next moment the horse looked very big and intimidating. Draco had never been that close to a horse. "Give it a try, Draco." Severus encouraged Draco. That was all Draco needed, and he climbed under the gate. Hesitantly, he approached the horse. The ears of the horse circled in all directions, and he abruptly jerked his head up when Draco was close to him. The horse made a nervous grunt and eyed Draco, who had stopped. "Come on, Draco, don't be scared. He is a very gentle horse, just a little skittish." Black Hawk rubbed the neck of the horse to calm it. Finally Draco was close enough to reach for the head of the horse. It again jerked back but finally lowered his head and sniffed Draco's hand before rubbing against it. "Hey, Unaga," Draco said shyly. It felt good to pet the horse. Draco had the feeling he could look into the soul of the horse through his beautiful big, blue eyes. He wished he could lay his forehead on the horse like Severus had done, but he didn't dare. It must be a great feeling, Draco thought. Everything else around me wouldn't matter so much then. Black Hawk went over to a red roan horse with a flaxen gold mane and white spots on his flank. "This is Tohiadity, or Freedom, whichever you prefer. He is an Appaloosa gelding. Come over, Harry," Black Hawk instructed. The closer Harry came, the more he wondered if it had been ponies he had seen on a paddock near his aunt's house. This horse was big, and his strong muscles were clearly visible. He didn't jerk his head like Unaga did, but he was eyeing Harry the whole time with a critical look. At least that was how Harry interpreted it. The snorting the horse made when Harry approached wasn't as friendly as Thunderstorm's had been. Harry paused, unsure if he should really move closer. "No reason to stop, Harry. He has to get to know you. Just try to pet him," Black Hawk said encouragingly and calmly stroked the neck of the horse. Very cautiously Harry reached for the horse. Freedom bumped his head against his hand. "I don't think he likes me," Harry said, scared. "He doesn't even know you," Severus said, right behind him. He laid one hand on Harry's shoulder and reached with the other hand to the horse. "If you are nervous, the horse is nervous. If you are uncertain or angry, he will eye you skeptically and will not trust you." Freedom snuggled his head against Severus' hand, but never stopped watching Harry with his big brown eyes. Harry let his hand sink to his side. I don't think I'm a horse person. Just give you two a bit of time to know each other better, Harry, Severus said and guided him out of the paddock again. You will love the feeling of freedom you attain when the wind is blowing in your face while you ride over the open land. I can't ride, Harry said dryly. You will learn as soon as Tohiadity trusts you. From now on, he is your responsibility. You have to feed him, clean his hooves, coat, and mane, and when you are able to get a halter on him you will move him around. Only when you manage this all, we will start riding lessons, Black Hawk explained. So never, Harry said sullenly and put his cold and emotionless mask up again. Very cautiously Harry reached for the horse. Freedom bumped his head against his hand. I don't think he likes me, Harry said, scared. He doesn't even know you, Severus said, right behind him. He laid one hand on Harry's shoulder and reached with the other hand to the horse. If you are nervous, the horse is nervous. If you are uncertain or angry, he will eye you skeptically and will not trust you. Freedom snuggled his head against Severus' hand, but never stopped watching Harry with his big brown eyes. Harry let his hand sink to his side. I don't think I'm a horse person. Just give you two a bit of time to know each other better, Harry, Severus said and guided him out of the paddock again. You will love the feeling of freedom you attain when the wind is blowing in your face while you ride over the open land. I can't ride, Harry said dryly. You will learn as soon as Tohiadity trusts you. From now on, he is your responsibility. You have to feed him, clean his hooves, coat, and mane, and when you are able to get a halter on him you will move him around. Only when you manage this all, we will start riding lessons. Black Hawk explained. So never, Harry said sullenly and put his cold and emotionless mask up again. Look, the others are over there. Why don't you help them build the campfire for this evening? Severus asked while leading Harry away from the paddock where Draco still was engrossed with his horse. Can't I just go back to the house? Harry asked. Severus raised an eyebrow. Didn't we agree to give all this a chance, Harry? Harry sighed, defeated. Yes. Then go over to Crying Horse and the others, and help them while I go for a ride with Thunderstorm. Okay, Harry said and sullenly walked over to the busy group of people. He had no interest in helping them and definitely didn't want to know any of them better, but what choice did he have? He had to play the good little boy to be able to leave the camp as fast as possible. Draco was so engrossed with Unaga that he didn't realize Severus and Harry had left. The moment he did, however, he stiffened, causing Unaga jerking his head and snorting nervously. Is it okay with you that we are alone, or do you want me to call for Rose to join us? Black Hawk asked from his position several feet away from Draco. He was sitting on the gate as he watched Draco cautiously. At first, Draco didn't say anything, and he just backed even further away from Black Hawk while moving closer to Unaga. The horse stomped his hoof nervously. He was sensing Draco's uneasiness. Draco was almost leaning against Unaga's chest and neck and the horse looked around to find what made the boy so nervous. Unable to find the source of the threat, Unaga gently nuzzled his nose against Draco's shoulder. When Draco still didn't say anything, Black Hawk added. It's no problem for me to call Rose. I'm very glad that you are already feeling comfortable around Unaga. I would like to show you how to care for him, but I have to come closer for that. Black Hawk didn't move an inch and waited for Draco's answer. The big horse beside Draco gave him a lot of comfort. He felt safer than he had thought he would have when being alone with another man, so he decided to give it a try. Stop being a ninny, Malfoy. You can't hide for your whole life, he ordered himself. It's okay. I would like to learn how to take care of him, Draco said while holding his head high. Please, just don't touch me. Of course not. If I'm too close, just tell me and I will back away, Draco. It's no problem. Black Hawk came over and petted Unaga's forehead. The halter Black Hawk had carried over his shoulder the whole time was placed on Unaga's head with experienced hands. The whole time, Black Hawk explained to Draco what he was doing, and how to do it. It would be best if you asked someone to help you the first few times. Unaga is a bit skittish, so at first it might be a problem for you to do it by yourself. Just ask one of the other kids when I'm not around. When he was finished, he tied the lead line to the gate, showing Draco the proper way to tie the slipknot. Draco nodded and fought against the impulse to step back. Black Hawk was uncomfortable close to him now because Draco wanted to stand near Unaga for the feeling of safety, but of course Black Hawk had to be standing close to Unaga as well while he was showing Draco how to brush him. Black Hawk grabbed at his belt where he had a brush attached and showed it to Draco. Brushes like this one are in the supply shed to the right of the house. Today, I will show you how to brush his coat and mane. Next time, I can show you how to clean his hooves. You can brush him as often as you want, but you need to do it at least once a day. The hooves also have to be cleaned once a day, but it is a little tricky. I want you to have someone around when you do it. Today we don't have to worry about it. Red Horse will clean them this afternoon. He looked at Draco and noticed the visible signs of his internal fight with himself to stand his ground. Why don't you move to his head so that you can see what I'm doing? Fearfully, Draco moved past Black Hawk, holding his breath the whole time. When Black Hawk moved away to the flank of the horse, Draco relaxed a bit. He watched every move Black Hawk made closely. When Black Hawk gave him the brush, he nervously started to brush Unaga. The horse turned his head to see what Draco was doing. The lead line gave him enough freedom. Seeing Unaga's eyes on him, Draco asked, "Is that right, Unaga?" The horse grunted and averted his glance, while relaxing. Draco threw a quick glance at Black Hawk. The man had made himself comfortable on the gate again. "You are doing very well, Draco." Draco smiled shyly at Black Hawk. It felt good to stand close to this big and friendly animal. He had the feeling he could brush him for hours and still wouldn't get tired of it. Harry had almost reached the group that has set up the campfire when Brian noticed him. "Ah, finally one more to help. Come over here, Harry." He waved Harry to join him at the pickup. It wasn't the pickup that had brought them here. It looked shabbier and was gray-blue in color. In the bed of the truck were several branches and other pieces of wood of many different shapes and sizes. "Over there is another pair of gloves. Put them on and help me to carry the wood over there." Brian pointed at a place where some wood had been piled for the campfire. Without saying anything, Harry pulled the gloves on and started to carry the pieces Brian gave him over to the existing pile of wood. "Not the talkative one, Brian asked when Harry came back to the truck. Harry just shrugged his shoulders. He observed the scene around the campfire closer. Crying Horse and Aiden were chopping the bigger branches with axes. Melissa and Maya were building the campfire and, beside Harry himself and Brian, Ken was carrying more wood over to the stack. "Need some energy to let out?" Crying Horse asked Harry and offered him his axe. Harry looked unsure about the axe. "I've never done this before." "No problem. Come over and I'll show you," Crying Horse said and walked in the direction of Aiden. After a short lesson, Harry started to split the big wood pieces and shortened the long branches. After a few miserable attempts, Harry managed to get the hang of it and enjoyed the hard work. Finally, he could clear his head and forget everything around him. When he moved to grab for a new piece of wood, a gentle hand was placed on his shoulder. "It's just me." Rose smiled gently at him. She held up her other hand in which she was holding a tube of sunscreen. "Sometimes the men forget that the newbies aren't as resistant against the sun as they are. Will you let me apply it? It wouldn't be good for you to have it on your hands while chopping wood." She looked questioningly at Harry. "Okay," Harry said, exhausted, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "But I'm sweaty." Rose raised her eyebrow, and Harry immediately was reminded at Severus. "I live with mostly men here, Harry. Believe me, I'm used to sweating men." She grinned and held Harry's hair out of his face with one hand and applied the sunscreen on his face with the other. When she had finished his arms and neck as well, she said, "All done." Crying Horse came over to them, gave his wife a quick key on her cheek and finally turned to Harry. "Here, we don't want you to get a sunstroke, do we?" He placed a beige Stetson on Harry's head. "Thank you," Harry said and adjusted the hat so that he could still see. "I'll get back to work, then." With that, he grabbed another piece and went on with his task. "Hello, you two," Rose greeted when she came in earshot. Draco had completely lost track of time. He looked confusedly over to Rose. Only now did he realize how hot he was. "Really, Black Hawk," He's blonde and you let him stand in the middle of the sun for over an hour. She shook her head when she passed the puzzled man who had started to care for Tohiatati while Draco was lost in his work. Already too late, Rose said worriedly when she pushed Draco's sweat-covered hair out of his face. Let's go inside and see if White Cloud has something to put on that sunburn before it gets even worse. Draco's confused look shifted between Unaga, Black Hawk, and Rose. I will take care of him, Draco. Just go with Rose and let White Cloud have a look at you. Black Hawk was worried now that he had a closer look at the boy. It was not that bad yet, but he should have realized it earlier. Damn, that will get me quite the lecture from Light Arrow. Back at the house, Draco was placed on the big couch while White Cloud and Light Arrow were busying over him. How are you feeling, Draco? Dizzy. Do you have a headache? White Cloud asked Draco while shoving his hair out of his face. No, I just feel hot. Draco was starting to get worried by their concern and looked nervously at White Cloud and Light Arrow. Nothing to worry about, Draco. You just have a light sunburn, but any longer in the sun without some sunscreen you might have gotten sunstroke. She gently stroked his hair, careful not to touch the burned skin. Next time just remember to wear a hat and apply some sunscreen when you go out. We will give you a hat later, okay? Okay, Draco said, still a bit worried. He wanted to see himself in a mirror to know how bad the sunburn was. Here, Light Arrow said as he gave White Cloud a bowl. Seeing Draco's fearful expression, White Cloud said in a calm voice, it's just curd. It will cool your skin and, with a bit luck, you will hardly notice that your skin is burned. You'll stay with us inside for the rest of the day and rest so you are fit to attend the welcome feast this evening. Would you like some ice to s.k. on? Yes, please, Draco said and then eyed White Cloud skeptically when she started to apply the curd on his face and arms. The feeling was unbelievable. The curd was very cool, and it felt fantastic to have it on his hot skin. Light Arrow came back with an ice cube and placed it in Draco's mouth. Open up, lad. Draco slept for some time, only waking up a few times when Light Arrow or White Cloud applied new curd. An hour before the welcome feast was to start, Light Arrow woke Draco. Come on, you have enough time to have a shower, Draco. Draco lazily opened his eyes and looked around tiredly. Severus stood behind Light Arrow, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Before you go with Severus upstairs, I want to know which one you would like. Light Arrow held up two Stetsons, one in black and one in brown. Draco sat up and looked back and forth between the two hats. The black one, please. He finally decided. Then it's yours now. Light Arrow placed the Stetson in Draco's hand and gave him space to stand up. Let's get you cleaned up, Severus said while looking with a grin at the curd-covered boy. Harry had enjoyed the wood chopping. The others had given him his space and hadn't bothered him with questions. They had taken several breaks, during which they all had something to drink and ate watermelon. What's that over there? Harry asked while sitting between Brian and Ken on the bed of the pickup during one of the breaks. He pointed at a frame of thin branches that were bent and stuck in the ground to form a small, dome building. That was Tyson's sweat lodge. He left a week ago. It's the last ceremony you have during your stay here. After it, you just prepare yourself to leave. It doesn't matter how long it will take for you to finally decide to leave, but it symbolizes that you are ready for it. I think Light Arrow would never throw someone out, even if you already had the sweat lodge ceremony. Maybe I'll try it out, but I don't want to leave this place, ever. Brain said, a melancholic look on his face as he looking into the distance. Red Horse and Black Hawk also were here as kids. Then they came back, and now they live here forever. And Severus also comes back from time to time. Light Arrow and White Clouds always say they are their sons, but in reality, they only have Rose as their biological daughter. It feels good to have a family like them. Harry didn't know what to say. He wasn't ready to tell them about himself and felt uneasy because he feared they now wanted him to tell them something, so he decided to say nothing. How did you like freedom? Ken asked when he realized Harry was starting to get depressed again. They were glad that they managed to get him out of his brooding, and now Brian was messing it up. Freedom. Harry was confused. Your horse, Ken stated. Oh, I don't think he likes me. I'm not a horse man, I think. He is a great horse. I've ridden him once. He is gentle, but sometimes stubborn, Ken said. Just give him a little time to get to know you better. We can help you with that. Have you seen Thunderstorm? Brian joined the conversation again. Yes, he looks magnificent, Harry said. Yes, he is. I have never seen a horse like him. This white spot on his chest and his white ear are from wounds he had once. His owners were absolute jerks and beat him. The coat at those spots didn't grow in black, but became white. Light Arrow once said that he feels when he gets a new horse that there will one day come a team to work with it. He says he just waits for the team that belongs to the horse. Unaga and Tohiatati have been standing in the paddock with our horses since this spring, as if he had known you two would come. That's crazy, isn't it? The first time since Voldemort's death, Harry felt a cold shiver down the back of his neck, and he heard a crazy sound in his head, like a wing beat of a huge bird. He shook his head to clear it. Maybe I have been in the sun too long, Harry thought, confused. The feeling he had wasn't a bad one, as it had been with Voldemort. No, there was nothing frightening about it. It was a really good feeling, a safe feeling. Someone had been waiting for him. Yes, it is. Oh, I don't think he likes me. I'm not a horse man, I think. He is a great horse. I've ridden him once. He is gentle, but sometimes stubborn, Ken said. Just give him a little time to get to know you better. We can help you with that. Have you seen Thunderstorm? Brian joined the conversation again. Yes, he looks magnificent, Harry said. Yes, he is. I have never seen a horse like him. This white spot on his chest and his white ear are from wounds he had once. His owners were absolute jerks and beat him. The coat at those spots didn't grow in black, but became white. Light Arrow once said that he feels when he gets a new horse that there will one day come a team to work with it. He says he just waits for the team that belongs to the horse. Unaga and Tohiatati have been standing in the paddock with our horses since this spring, as if he had known you two would come. That's crazy, isn't it? The first time since Voldemort's death, Harry felt a cold shiver down the back of his neck, and he heard a crazy sound in his head, like a wing beat of a huge bird. He shook his head to clear it. Maybe I have been in the sun too long, Harry thought, confused. The feeling he had wasn't a bad one, as it had been with Voldemort. No, there was nothing frightening about it. It was a really good feeling, a safe feeling. Someone had been waiting for him. Yes, it is. After taking his shower, Draco inspected his face closely. It was red, but it didn't hurt much. He traced the thick, long scars that almost run completely over his face. One stretched from his lower left cheek to directly under his nose. It was the one he was reminded about most often because he could feel it when he smiled or shouted. He remembered, as if it was yesterday, when Lestrange had inflicted it. When you do it right. His father, Lucius Malfoy, had said as he grabbed the knife out of Lestrange's hand. Flashback. You disgraced the Malfoy name, boy. Now, I'll take from you what you are so fond of, your beauty. And with that, Draco's father started to cut his face. Draco couldn't say what was worse, the pain from the cutting or the pain he felt by the cold eyes of his father. He is insane, just like the Dark Lord was, Draco thought desperately. One cut after another was drawn from one side of his face to the other, and later his chest and back. His father enjoyed the cries of pain and grinned wickedly when the cries of pain became pleased to stop, then whimpering after Draco realized that his father wouldn't show mercy. Maybe he didn't even know the meaning of that word, mercy. End of flashback. Draco traced the last of the 4 long scars on his face. It almost looked like an animal had clawed his face. He stood in front of the mirror, clad in only a towel around his hips. The mirror was big enough to see his upper body. His red-skinned arms stood out against his white torso. The thicker scars still looked red, but the thinner ones were already pale. Nobody has mentioned my scars yet. I hope it stays like this. They didn't even avert their faces when they first saw me. That's odd, Draco thought confused. It was the first time nobody had looked away in shame or pity or disgust. Harry felt so guilty about what had happened in the dungeons, but not once had he looked at Draco with shame or pity, and never would he look at him in disgust. They had become good friends before the events in the dungeons, and after, they were like brothers. It's crazy how things can change if you give them a chance. Maybe my life can change again, now that I'm here. If everything goes my way, I'll never leave. Draco thought, completely sure that he never wanted to go back to his old world. The people here were so different. He quickly dressed because he wanted to use the time he still had left before the feast would begin to write Hermione. She is surely waiting for a message, and Harry doesn't seem to be back yet. Hermione, are you there? The first day is almost over now. They force us to sleep apart, can you believe it? It's horrible. I hear every stupid sound in my room, I'm sure I won't close an eye tonight. I wish they would allow us to sleep in the same room. Harry says they have spells on the rooms. I don't care. I will try to sneak in his room tonight nevertheless. Why is it so important? Harry doesn't want to sleep alone either, but he at least had a cat in his room when we had to rest right after arriving here. He hopes it will come tonight as well. Can you believe it? Harry and an animal happily together. He hasn't touched any animals since my father ripped Hedwig's head from her body in front of him. Oh, sorry, I know I shouldn't tell you things like that. I was just so surprised when he enjoyed the company of the cat. I almost forgot to tell you the most important thing. I have a horse now. His name is Unaga, and he's beautiful. I wish you could be here and I could show you everything. I'm sure you would like it here as well. Yes, I like it here. I just feel sorry for Harry. I think he hates it, and he even looks a little scared around Black Hawk. That's the guy who helps us with the horses. To me, he is very kind. He always keeps distance between us and asks if he should call for Rose. She is the one responsible for me. I'm sure you could talk endless with her. She can let magic flow through her hands to help people heal. The other adults are also very nice, but I'm glad Severus is here with us. The two older people here are White Cloud and Light Arrow. I have no idea how old they are, but they're very old, I think. They call Severus their son. It's all so surreal that sometimes I think it's a dream. The only thing I still don't like is the other kids. I don't want to talk with them, Hermione. I wish I could live alone somewhere, where nobody would look at me. Okay. Not alone, but with Harry would be great. I know I can't demand that from him. You don't have to scold me, Hermione. There are just so many people here, it makes me uncomfortable. My feelings change from feeling safe to unsafe and from happy to sad so quickly that it is just confusing me. I wish you were here. You were always the one to make things clear for me, and you sometimes understood my feelings better than I did. Oh, and I have a sunburn, but it's not that bad. Now I have a cool hat. It's black, you should see me with it. I think I look cool, and it hides my scars. Okay, I will see if Harry is back. I will take the messenger with me, so please write back. Bye, Draco. He is taking a shower, a deep baritone declared from behind Draco when he tried to sneak into Harry's room. Draco jumped and turned abruptly, causing Severus to raise his eyebrow at Draco's shocked face. Do you want to come with me and have a talk until he is ready? Okay, Draco said, willing his speeding heart to slow down. You know, you could have given me a heart attack. You shouldn't scare people like that, Draco said. And you shouldn't sneak into Harry's room like that. You can go openly to him. You don't have to tiptoe into his room. Severus was already opening his room's door while speaking to Draco. Draco looked curiously around the room. It was sparsely decorated, like his own room, but on the wall by his bed, a few photos were pinned. Draco sat down on the bed and had a closer look at them. In one, Severus stood in the middle, his arms over the shoulders of the two boys beside him. He was grinning, as were the other two. The Severus in the photo was someone totally different from the man Draco knew. But did that really surprise him after what he had seen with Thunderstorm, and how he reacted around the adults here? Severus had been here as a boy, too. The boy on Severus' right side in the photo looked similar to Draco. Suddenly the bed shifted beside him, and Draco looked surprised at Severus. That's Black Hawk. Severus pointed at the boy to his right in the photo. The other boy is Phalid. He is now living in Chicago as a social worker. Over there, he pointed at another photo, is Rose and me. And Red Horse and Crying Horse. Have they been here with you as well? Draco asked while looking at the other photos. No, Red Horse was here before my time, and Crying Horse never came here before he met Rose. After school, Rose had a job working with the administration of the reservation for some time. It was there she met Crying Horse. Eventually, she decided to study and become a teacher. After the study, she worked in one of the reservation schools, but decided that she wanted always be here for the kids living here. Draco looked at Severus. We don't have to take classes here, do we? Severus chuckled. No, you don't have to, but you can choose to later. You should first use the time here only for yourself. Use it to heal, Draco. He looked seriously at Draco, who averted his face. Severus gently lifted Draco's chin. I heard you have done very well with Unaga. I'm proud of you. It seems you really want to give this place a chance. Draco smiled. A rare sight since the events in the dungeons. He loved it when Severus was proud of him. I like Unaga. I hope I can learn to ride him soon. So, do you know where Harry was? He helped the other kids to build the campfire and prepare the feast. Draco looked down sadly at his hands in his lap. Has he already found friends? Severus again gently took Draco's chin to turn his face in his direction. That's the reason for him being here, Draco. Harry has to realize that there is more than hate and revenge. It would be good if he were to find friends here and a new view about his future. You should be happy for him when he manages to adjust here. I know, but I just don't want to lose him. Draco looked at Severus sadly. You will never lose Harry as your friend, but you two have to learn to live without each other. The bond you two have now can be very good, but if you don't watch out, it could strangle you both. You still have to be able to live alone, Draco. You wouldn't be healthy otherwise. What if Harry can't change his mind about revenge? What if he really does what he wants to do? He will die by it or he will be thrown into Azkaban for murderer. Do you want to follow him there because you can't live without him? Draco jumped up. No, I won't let him do it. And you should stop him too. Why are you speaking like this? Draco's voice became louder and louder. Because it is still a possibility, Draco. Closing our eyes about this won't help. I really hope that he will change and find a new way of living without the hate, but I'm not sure he will. Maybe the horrible things in the dungeons have changed him too much, Severus said sadly. You need to talk to him. Why don't you? Don't sit here and tell me I have to live alone because he will be in Azkaban. Stop him. Draco shouted. He didn't care if the others could hear him. He hated this topic, and he would never accept that Harry would fulfill his stupid plan. Severus shook his head sadly in defeat. I tried, he almost whispered. Then try harder. Draco screamed out loud before he ran out of the room. On his way he crashed into Harry, who stood open-mouthed in the doorframe. I hate you. Do you hear me? I hate you. Draco screamed at Harry and ran crying to his own room. Second later, Light Arrow stood close to Harry and observed the scene in front of him. Severus was still sitting on his bed, bowed over with his head in his hands. Harry still stood dumbfounded in the doorframe looking at Severus, shocked. Rose, who had come upstairs with Light Arrow, was already on her way to Draco while Light Arrow stood helplessly in the doorframe, trying to decide who to take care of first. White Cloud emerged behind him and laid a hand on his shoulder. Why don't you accompany Harry to his room and let me speak with Severus? She didn't wait for an answer and gently guided Harry and Light Arrow to Harry's room. Then she turned and went into Severus' room, closing the door behind her. You need to talk to him. Why don't you? Don't sit here and tell me I have to live alone because he will be in Azkaban. Stop him. Draco shouted. He didn't care if the others could hear him. He hated this topic, and he would never accept that Harry would fulfill his stupid plan. Severus shook his head sadly in defeat. I tried, he almost whispered. Then try harder. Draco screamed out loud before he ran out of the room. On his way he crashed into Harry, who stood open-mouthed in the doorframe. I hate you. Do you hear me? I hate you. Draco screamed at Harry and ran crying to his own room. Second later, Light Arrow stood close to Harry and observed the scene in front of him. Severus was still sitting on his bed, bowed over with his head in his hands. Harry still stood dumbfounded in the doorframe looking at Severus, shocked. Rose, who had come upstairs with Light Arrow, was already on her way to Draco while Light Arrow stood helplessly in the doorframe, trying to decide who to take care of first. White Cloud emerged behind him and laid a hand on his shoulder. Why don't you accompany Harry to his room and let me speak with Severus? She didn't wait for an answer and gently guided Harry and Light Arrow to Harry's room. Then she turned and went into Severus' room, closing the door behind her. Draco threw himself onto his bed, and buried his face in his cushion and sobbed helplessly. His stomach hurt from his attempts to stop sobbing. He didn't hear the door open and close, only when he felt a hand on his shoulder did he realize that he was no longer alone. He didn't look up. For the moment the hand touched him, calming magic was flowing into his body. Even after only one day here, he recognized it as Rose's. He can't leave me alone. For the first time since everything happened, I was happy, and now it is all over again. Draco screamed into the cushion. Nothing is over, Draco. It's your first day here. Just because Severus said something you didn't like doesn't make everything miserable. Why don't you tell me what you two were talking about? Rose asked him calmly. He thinks Harry will go to Azkaban. He thinks he won't change his mind here and then I would be alone. Draco sniffed in his cushion. Draco, Severus is only human. He is exhausted and very worried about you two. Yes, he is worried that Harry won't change his mind about the whole thing, but he hasn't given up on him. I know it, Draco. Severus loves you too as if you were his own sons. Draco turned onto his back and faced Rose. She immediately brushed her thumb over his face to wipe some of the tears away. You should have seen him. He really thinks Harry will kill the Death Eaters and then go to Azkaban. He told me I have to learn to live alone because I couldn't go with Harry to Azkaban. He didn't mean it the way you interpreted it, Draco. All he wants is for you both to become more independent. It's not healthy to be so reliant upon another person. Right now this feels comfortable for you, and you don't understand why we are all worried about it or why we force you two to sleep separately. We just want you two to be able to live your own lives. You can still be very good friends, but each of you should be able to live without the other and able to get to know other people without the presence of the other. I don't know Harry very well, but he didn't seem so hateful and depressed when I met him today with the other kids, and you even looked happy when I saw you with your horse. I think both of you have a very good chance to succeed here. There is no reason to give up right now. It's your first day here, and Harry's too. She gently stroked his hair now that he had stopped crying. We have had children here who had given up on their lives. They wanted to die. You two still have reasons to live. In Harry's case, it isn't a reason we agree with, but Draco, we haven't even had time to talk to him about it. You shouldn't be so down just because Severus mentioned one possible outcome. Draco sat up and let Rose encircle him with her arm. He sadly looked at the hands in his lap. But, it felt so bad when he said those things. I know, Draco. Even if he strangles me for saying it, Severus needs to help himself at the moment. He has lost himself by helping you two as much as you two have lost yourselves by concentrating on the other. Severus is not a person who likes to admit that he can't manage something on his own. It was good that he contacted us when he realized that he couldn't help you two on his own. He hates himself for not being able to help you. He thinks he has failed you. I didn't realize all of that. He looked so lost, and now I've made him feel even more guilty by saying all that stuff to him. Draco hid his face in his hands and started sobbing again. What if he doesn't speak to me again? He was the only one, besides Harry, who was there for me. A heartbreaking sob escaped him. Oh, Merlin, Harry. Oh, no. I said I hate him. I screamed at him. In that moment, Draco did something he hadn't done for a long time, besides with Severus. He hugged Rose so tightly that it was almost painful. He will never forgive me. He whispered in Rose's chest. Of course he will, Rose said conciliatory as she rubbed calming circles on Draco's back. He loves you, Draco. Draco straightened himself and wiped the tears from his face. I'm such a baby. No, you are not. I was so proud of you today, And Black Hawk kept talking about how proud he was of you and how good you were with Unaga, and it's not easy to impress him. Yes, before I talked to Severus the First was really happy. I can't remember when the last time I was that happy was. See, Rose said and ruffled Draco's hair. Suddenly the cushion vibrated. No, not the cushion, but the messenger beside it. Oh, it's Hermione. She must have written a reply to my last letter. Hermione? Rose asked, grinning at him. She is a friend. Just a friend. She gave Harry and me these messengers, so we can write while we are here. Then I will leave you alone to read it, but in 15 minutes I will come and get you for the feast, okay? Okay, Draco said and smiled shyly at her. When Rose had left, Draco opened the messenger. Dear Draco, I'm so happy that you like it there. Yeah, it's fantastic. Too bad that my life can be shattered in only a second. He said sarcastically to nobody. Maybe it is good that you two learn to sleep separately, Draco. Later in life you will have to sleep alone as well. I'm sure you will get used to all the sounds, and I'm sure someone is always nearby and will help you when something is wrong. Please, don't sneak into Harry's room. They must have reasons for it. You know about Harry's nightmares. Maybe this way he will finally have to talk to someone about them. The spells you mentioned will surely inform the adults about any problems, including nightmares. Let them help Harry. We both know that he needs it, and we can't give him this kind of help. I know you will want to protest to that. Yes, you have been there for him all this time, but he never opened up to you, nor did he tell you what is bothering him in his dreams. He doesn't have to. His screams and pleas from the nightmares are loud enough for me to hear. And I was in the dungeons as well, Hermione. It's good that he has a cat in his room. You said you two have horses, so how does Harry like his horse? And Draco, you can tell me anything you want. Don't stop just because you think I don't want to hear it. I'm glad when you open up to me a bit. If you want to tell me more about what happened, feel free to do so. You are important to me, and I would like to know what happened to you, so I might be able to help you. No, you don't want to know what happened in those damn dungeons, Hermione. If you did, you wouldn't be able to sleep as well. I would really love to see your horse and where you live. Maybe I can visit you one day. I will speak to the headmaster about it. If that isn't possible, maybe I can send you a camera. Please ask if you are allowed to take pictures. I'm sure they won't like you taking lots of them, but maybe you could at least send me a photo of Unaga and one of Harry and you. If Harry ever comes close to me again. I doubt he will, Draco said sadly to the room. The adults sound really interesting. Please tell me more about them. This Black Hawk sounds very mysterious, and Rose sounds like she is very kind. I would love to know more about the wandless healing magic. It must be great. Didn't I say you would love it? White Cloud and Light Arrow call Severus their son. That's interesting. I would love to know more about it. Why do they call him their son? He must have been there before. They surely can't be his real parents, can they? Oh, please, tell me more. I haven't heard anything from Harry. Tell him he should write to me. I'm lucky if he just looks in my direction, so how can I think about speaking with him? Please try to open up to the other kids, Draco. They all have problems too, and I'm sure they will understand you. Maybe you will even find some friends. I don't need friends. I have you and. Draco sighed sadly. I know you have confusing and conflicting feelings. Please, try to be open and talk about them. Rose sounds very understanding. Why don't you speak with her about it? I fear she has already seen a good example of my mood swings. Oh, and I definitely need a photo of you in that hat. I'm sure you look very good with it on. I know you don't want to hear it, but I will say it nevertheless. Your scars belong to you, Draco. They are a part of you, so you don't have to hide them. From everything you told me about the people on the ranch, I am sure that they don't care about your scars. You are the only one who thinks of them as something to hide. When I look at you, I don't even notice them, Draco. Please learn to see them as a part of yourself, and not in a bad way. I'm sorry that I don't have anything new about me to tell you. It's just that it's boring here. When I write my letter to Professor Dumbledore to ask him about the visit, I will ask him to send me a book about wandless healing magic. I'm sure he has one, and I want to read more about it. Please enjoy your time over there, Draco. Love, Hermione. Draco sighed and closed the messenger. There wasn't enough time to write Hermione back before Rose would come and get him for the feast. He wished Hermione could be there with him. At least then he wouldn't have to feel so alone, and she could speak to Harry, and tell him that he was sorry for what he had shouted at him. Draco threw himself onto his back on the bed. Why does my life always be so complicated? Draco sighed and closed the messenger. There wasn't enough time to write Hermione back before Rose would come and get him for the feast. He wished Hermione could be there with him. At least then he wouldn't have to feel so alone, and she could speak to Harry, and tell him that he was sorry for what he had shouted at him. Draco threw himself onto his back on the bed. Why does my life always be so complicated? Harry, you know he didn't really mean what he said to you, don't you? Light Arrow asked Harry while sitting down next to him on the bed. Harry drew his legs up to his chest and hugged them desperately. He shouted at me. He hates me. He hid his face in his knees so that Light Arrow wouldn't be able to see his tears. He was angry and scared, Harry. Severus said something to him, and perhaps Draco misinterpreted the meaning. Light Arrow tried to reason with the dark-haired boy on the bed. The problem was that he didn't know what Severus had said. They had only heard Draco's shouted part of the conversation. I heard what he said, Harry stated, almost emotionless. Light Arrow was surprised at how much Harry could control his voice. His whole body was shaking from the effort of trying to stop himself from sobbing, but he managed to say those words so emotionlessly. There is no reason to pull your mask up while with me, Harry. You can cry as long and as hard as you want. Suppressing all your feelings won't help you. Please, tell me what you're feeling right now. Light Arrow carefully laid a hand on Harry's shoulder. I hate it. I hate it all. I don't want to be here. I just want to kill them. Why don't you all let me do what I want to do? Instead of pulling away from Light Arrow as his brain told him, Harry threw himself in the strong arms of the old man. He didn't suppress his sobs any longer, and hid his face in the Light Arrow's chest. Because that isn't what you really want, Harry, Light Arrow said calmly and pulled Harry in a more comfortable position on his lap. You don't want to kill, Harry. The guilt that you couldn't help your friends is eating you up from inside, and you're trying to get rid of this guilt by telling yourself you have to kill those who hurt you and your friends. You are not like them, Harry. You are a good person. You have been there for Draco. You love him like a brother. A person that really wants to kill someone isn't capable of feeling strong emotions like love. You can still love, Harry, and you are still loved by others. But I have to do it, Harry sobbed and held tightly to Light Arrow. No, you don't. Draco will need you, Harry, even after his stay here. Severus will need you as well. If you give up, he will break. He loves you like a son and already fears he failed you because he couldn't convince you to live on without the hate you have in your heart. Harry felt so safe at the moment that he never wanted to have to get out of Light Arrow's lap. Light Arrow had tightened his hold on him, and Harry felt he could relax completely in those strong arms. I swore to do it. Whom would it help, Harry? Your two lost friends wouldn't come back into life, Draco would be alone, and Severus would fall apart from the guilt he would feel, and your life would end in Azkaban. Is it worth that? But you don't have to answer that question now. I just want you to think about it. So many people would be very sad if you decide to fulfill your revenge plan. You remind me so much of Severus, Harry. It's amazing. Harry shifted a bit so as to be able to look into Light Arrow's face. You said he is your son. Yes, I did. Some children you become fonder of than others, and some need you much more than others. Severus was one of these, as was Black Hawk. They were both here as boys. Severus had lost his mother and wanted to kill the man who was responsible for it. At least the one he made responsible for it. He was so filled with hate, and he fought us very hard. He too wasn't here freely. Your headmaster had sent him here. We needed almost a year to show him another way to handle his feelings and to convince him that revenge wasn't worth losing his own life. His mother wouldn't have wanted him to become a murderer and spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. He still had a lot of hate in him, and most of it was directed at himself. We both know where that landed him. He became a Death Eater, But soon he realized that he wasn't like them. He wasn't the cold bastard he always thought. And you also aren't as cold as you think you are, nor as you try to show us by always putting up your mask. Harry lowered his eyes. But, I owe it to Ron and Neville to do it. No, Harry, just try to imagine what they would tell you right now if they could. Do you think they would want you to give your life up and become like the beasts that killed them? Do you really think so? No, Harry said in a small voice, and he leaned against Light Arrow's chest again. But I need to do it so I won't feel so guilty about what happened. They died because of me. I was the one the Death Eaters were angry at, and they tortured them just because they were my friends. I know only what Severus told me, but Draco would have been one of their targets even without you, am I right? When Harry didn't answer, just turning his face into his chest, he went on. Draco's father was angry at him for betraying him. This had nothing to do with you, Harry. And your other two friends were both at the final battle in the Ministry, so they would have been targets even without you. But I took them with me to the Ministry, Harry spoke into Light Arrow's chest. They came with you, Harry, because they believed in the same as what you believed in. They fought for the light and would have fought against the Death Eaters with you or without you. But it doesn't even matter, Harry. What matters is that they wouldn't want you to kill. They would want you to go on with your life and try to find happiness. Harry sighed. I know, but I fear I will never be happy again. We will see, Harry, we will see. Severus, what's going on? White Cloud asked as she sat down beside Severus. When Severus felt her hand sinking down onto his shoulder, he jumped up. He couldn't stand her warm contact at the moment. He was dirty, soiled, and she shouldn't touch someone like him. What's going on? You want to know what's going on? I messed everything up as I always do. I'm incapable of saying the right things. I can't help them. I'm useless bastard. He shouted and slammed his fist against the wall. Severus Tobias Snape, you will sit down this instant and let me see to your hand, White Cloud demanded in a tone which defied the tone typical of the calm, gentle woman. Her tone pulled Severus out of his rage. He looked at her, shocked, as if he had just realized she was there. Merlin, I'm in trouble, he thought, not moving an inch. Severus, sit down. You broke our first and most important family rule, and we will speak about it, but first I want to have a look at your hand, she said sternly and pointed to the spot beside her on the bed. His head hanging, he strolled over to her and sat down. After a look at his hand, she stood up and headed for the door. You won't move an inch or you will be in more trouble than you already are. Minutes later, she was back with a medical kit. If it doesn't become better by tomorrow, we will have to drive into the town and have the doctor see it. I fear it is broken, stupid boy. I'm not a. Severus started to protest. Don't you dare to finish that sentence. What you did just now was childish, and when you behave like a child, I will call you a child. Now hold still. She started to put a homemade salve on the open wound over his knuckles. After that, she wrapped a bandage around his hand. Finally, she placed a cold pack over the bandage and fixed it in place using another. I'm a wizard. I can heal it myself, Severus tried to argue. No, you won't. Do you want to break another one of our rules here? She looked sternly at him. White Cloud, Severus said and sighed, just a bone-mending spell. No, Severus, you know our rules. The fact you still have your wand is bad enough. We are the ones in charge in this house and that doesn't change even when you are an adult. And healing spells never were your favorite, Severus. I won't take that risk. If it isn't better tomorrow, you will see the doc. But White Cloud, I can't. It's still Dr. Martin's, isn't it? I won't go to him. He didn't say it very convincingly, and he even leaned back a little upon seeing her expression to his revolt. You will, Severus, and I'm sure Light Arrow won't let anyone other than himself bring you to him. You will have a lot to explain, and Doc Martens won't be the one you have to worry the most about. Severus groaned. White Cloud gave him a tap on the back of his head. Behave, Severus. When she saw Severus' defeat, she said, and now we will speak about what happened. I already have to speak with Light Arrow about it. Can we not just let it drop now? Severus already knew the answer, but he tried nevertheless. Breaking one of the family rules will lead to a conversation with both heads of the house. You lived here long enough to know that. So, what rule did you break? Really? White Cloud, I'm 36 now. You don't want me to have to do it like this anymore. I don't care how old you are. If you break a family rule, you will speak about it with us no matter how old you are. I had thought we would never have to have one of these conversations again, but sadly I was wrong. So start, Severus, we don't have all day. The kids are waiting to start the campfire. Severus sighed. I broke the first family rule. I hurt myself. The rule says that we don't hurt someone else or ourselves on purpose. By hitting the wall, I broke that rule. I'm sorry, and I won't do it again, he said, annoyed. Oh, no, you are still like you were 21 years ago. You always try to sneak out the easy way, but it won't work with me. Tell me why you did it. I was angry, why else? Merlin, this is stupid, I don't have to do this. He jumped up again. Severus, White Cloud said warningly. I'm too old for this. I came here so that you could help the boys. Why do you have to treat me like I am still a teen? Because you or behave like one. Severus, you lose your temper and hurt yourself. How often has it happened lately? Damn, this woman. How does she always know? Severus stood stiff as a board in front of the woman who knew him better than anyone else other than Light Arrow. He knew that his body language was giving him away, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. When White Cloud gently pulled him beside her on the bed, he didn't protest. Please, I cannot speak about it, he protested weakly. Yes, you can, Severus. I'm here for you. No, don't say that. He panicked when he felt tears forming in his eyes. Those damn words. She knew perfectly well that they would trigger these kinds of emotions from him. He fought hard, but when she repeated, I'm here for you. Just let go. Over and over in her calm voice, he broke down. It's okay, my boy, White Cloud said while hugging the sobbing wizard tightly, drawing soothing circles on his back. I'm here, just tell me. Those words were the last straw, and Severus gave up his fight completely. He lay in the arms of the woman he loved like his own mother and confessed everything that had bothered him lately. He told her how guilty he felt for not finding the boys earlier. For not protecting them more careful while the Death Eaters had still been on the loose, for not being able to help them after the torture in the dungeons. He confessed that he had started to drink again and that he had lost control several times, resulting in him injuring himself. It spluttered out of him, and he felt a heavy weight lift from him. He wasn't alone with his problems any longer. Someone else now knew and would take care of him. I'm too old for this. I came here so that you could help the boys. Why do you have to treat me like I am still a teen? Because you or behave like one. Severus, you lose your temper and hurt yourself. How often has it happened lately? Damn, this woman. How does she always know? Severus stood stiff as a board in front of the woman who knew him better than anyone else other than Light Arrow. He knew that his body language was giving him away, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. When White Cloud gently pulled him beside her on the bed, he didn't protest. Please, I cannot speak about it, he protested weakly. Yes, you can, Severus. I'm here for you. No, don't say that. He panicked when he felt tears forming in his eyes. Those damn words. She knew perfectly well that they would trigger these kinds of emotions from him. He fought hard, but when she repeated, I'm here for you. Just let go. Over and over in her calm voice, he broke down. It's okay, my boy, White Cloud said while hugging the sobbing wizard tightly, drawing soothing circles on his back. I'm here, just tell me. Those words were the last straw, and Severus gave up his fight completely. He lay in the arms of the woman he loved like his own mother and confessed everything that had bothered him lately. He told her how guilty he felt for not finding the boys earlier. For not protecting them more careful while the Death Eaters had still been on the loose, for not being able to help them after the torture in the dungeons. He confessed that he had started to drink again and that he had lost control several times, resulting in him injuring himself. It spluttered out of him, and he felt a heavy weight lift from him. He wasn't alone with his problems any longer. Someone else now knew and would take care of him. The others were already sitting around the fireplace when White Cloud and Severus arrived. Even Harry and Draco were there, but they sat on opposite sides. It was a depressing mood, which worsened when Severus arrived. Everyone stared at his bandaged hand. It looked all the more horrible because the ice package made it look large, as if swollen terribly. Light Arrow eyed Severus closely, and when Severus avoided eye contact, he went over to him. We will speak later, Severus. Now let's start the feast. He turned to the group around the fire pit and said, Today, we welcome Harry and Draco to the camp. I want every one of you to remember how hard it was for you on your first few days here, and I hope you will help them to adjust. I'm sure you all are hungry, so let the feast begin. Ken and Brian were the first to run over to Rose and Crying Horse, who were holding bowls of sausages and bread dough. I'll take one for Harry as well, Brian said as he took a second carved osier steak. Okay, but show him how to do it, Crying Horse said. Sure. Brian went over to Harry, who was lost in thought while he sat on a trunk which had placed near the fire for such use. Hey, Harry, I brought you some bread and a sausage. After the hard work Harry had done that day, he was hungry even he didn't emotionally feel like eating anything. Thanks. Look, I'll show you how it's done. Brian took the sausage and pierced it on the end of the steak. You have to push it far down on the stick so you can add some bread, too, Brian said and wrapped the bread dough around the stick. Now you have to hold it over the fire. Be careful that you don't hold it too low, or you will burn it. Okay, Harry said and did as Brian had instructed. He looked over to Draco. He was sitting with White Cloud, who was showing him how to put the bread on the stick. Hey, Harry, watch your bread, Ken said and lifted Harry's stick. You have to concentrate. Ken followed Harry's glance. Why don't you go over and talk to him? I'm sure he didn't mean what he said. Of course he meant it, Harry said sadly, looking into the fire. Do you know what happened with Severus? Brian asked in an attempt to distract Harry. Harry looked in Severus' direction. Severus was still sitting next to Light Arrow and looked grimly in the fire. No, when I left, he was okay. On the other side of the campfire, White Cloud was speaking with Draco. You could go over to Harry and explain him that you don't really hate him. He won't listen to me, Draco said sadly. You cannot know that before you have tried, White Cloud said reassuringly. When White Cloud went over to Aiden, Draco eyed Harry shyly, but he didn't dare to go over to him. Eventually he plucked up his courage and stood. Unfortunately, his braveness left him the moment he was standing, and he went over to Severus. It was much easier to apologize to Severus than to Harry. The moment Draco reached Severus, the potion's master looked up. Severus looked sad and broken, and Draco felt his heart sting. I'm sorry for what I said, Severus, Draco said shyly. Light Arrow patted Severus' shoulder and stood up. In case you leave before we speak again, we are starting tomorrow, after breakfast. With that, Light Arrow left the two of them, and Draco came and sat down on his place. Can you forgive me? I'm really sorry. I know you tried your best. I shouldn't have shouted at you. I'm glad that you were there for Harry and me. You are still here for us, aren't you? Of course I am. I shouldn't have told you. I fear that Harry is too lost in his hate to recover. I'm sorry, as well. Draco looked at Severus' hand. Do you want half of my bread and sausage? Or should I make a fresh one for you? Half of yours would be great, Severus said, relieved that the issues between him and Draco were settled now. While they both ate their food, Draco shyly asked, What happened to your hand? Severus had hoped that nobody would ask but knew the chance for that was very low. Nothing serious, but as the rules forbid me to use any type of magic, I can't heal it. Do you remember how you refused to heal my broken toe last year? You said that you are miserable with healing spells. So I would say it's good they have this kind of rule. If you say so, Severus said grumpily. So you will see a doctor tomorrow? Draco asked curiously. Yes, it seems so, Severus said and looked at his swollen hand. Have you spoken with Harry since our little dispute? No, Draco said sadly and stuffed a piece of bread in his mouth. Then go over there and do so. You two can't be angry with each other for long, Severus said encouragingly. I don't know, Draco said as he looked skeptically over to where Harry sat. Go, Draco, he will forgive you. Hesitantly, Draco stood up and made his way over to Harry. Can I speak with you? Harry looked up and finished his last bite of his sausage. Brian made space for Draco to sit down next to Harry. You don't have to apologize. I understand that you're angry with me. No, it was unfair of me, and I didn't mean it. I'm just so scared that you are going to leave me, and I was angry at Severus because I thought he has given up on you. Yes, I heard him, too, Harry said sadly. Rose says he has his own problems, and he feels guilty about not being able to help us on his own, Draco explained. But he has helped us, Harry protested. I know, but Rose meant he wanted to help us alone, without needed to turn to others for assistance. He wanted to bring you away from your hate and stop the revenge plans. Harry just sighed. How could he respond to this? Are you okay? Draco asked insecurely. I don't know. Light Arrow gave me a lot to think about, but, before you ask, I don't want to talk about it right now. Time for the drum. Who wants to beat it? Crying Horse said as he carried a big drum with Red Horse's help close to the fire. Me. Brian and Ken shouted both as they ran over to the two adults. Light Arrow and Melissa also went over to the drummers group. Each of them took one of the large drum sticks, which had furs tied around the head of each mallet. They started to beat the drum in a slow, monotone rhythm. From time to time, they increased their speed. Harry and Draco stared into the fire. When Red Horse, Crying Horse and Light Arrow started singing to the drumbeats, Harry again felt a shiver down the back of his neck. The beating was something he could lose himself in. Again, he heard the sound of wings from a large bird in his ears, but thought he must be imagining it. He was tired from that day's work. The wood chopping had taken its toll, and Harry's head started to buzz. When he again looked into the fire, he was sure he saw two eyes looking back at him. Eyes of a large bird. A bird of prey. Harry shook his head, and the eyes were gone. The drummers were at their fastest rhythm now, and Harry had the feeling his heart was racing along with the beat of the drums. The moment he thought he could no longer take it, the drummers beat the drum with hard yet slower paced beats and finally stopped. The silence was amazing. All around the fire pit, people were staring into the fire. Only the drummers looked at the big drum, sweat dripping from their foreheads. I wonder if they all hear their own heartbeats now. Harry asked himself in thought. He had the feeling he could still hear the drums in his mind. When he finally was able to look around, he saw that Severus wasn't at the campfire anymore, and Draco looked deep in thought. The feast is over now. The last one to leave puts the fire out, Light Arrow said and left the fireside. Do you still want to stay, or do you two want to come with me up to the house? Rose asked. I'm tired, Harry said and stood up to follow her. Draco stood up too and asked, Can I stay with Harry for a while? I would like to tell him about Hermione. Okay, but don't fall asleep in his room, Draco. You know the rule. Rose eyed him closely. Yes, I know the rule, Draco said grumpily. In Harry's room, they both sat down on the bed. I wrote Hermione, and she's already answered me. She said she is waiting for a letter from you, Draco said. Oh, yes. I will write to her tomorrow. I'm too tired at the moment. Harry let himself sink backwards on his bed. Kareem jumped up and started to purr while rubbing his head against Harry's head. Harry laughed and stroked the cat on the head. Hey, Kareem, it's nice to see you as well. Draco looked sad. Great, and I have to sleep alone. Harry immediately felt guilty for being so happy that he wouldn't be alone that night. I'm sorry. No, you don't have to be. I'm glad you aren't alone. I just wish I could have a pet as well. Draco looked longingly at the black cat. What did Hermione write to you? Harry asked to distract Draco. Oh, she said she wants to ask Dumbledore if she can visit us here, and that she wants to send us a camera. Damn, I forgot to ask Rose about the camera. Do you think it is all right to take photos here? I don't know. Maybe, if you don't take photos of the other people. Just ask Severus or Rose. Harry absently stroked Kareem and became more and more sleepy. Hermione wants to visit us. We are here for only one day and she can't stand not seeing you. Harry chuckled. She wants to see both of us, Draco protested. Sure, Harry said sarcastically. What are you talking about? Draco asked, confused. Merlin, you really are blind, Draco. Hermione loves you. She couldn't keep her eyes off you when we were home. Harry shook his head in disbelief of Draco's ignorance. As if she would want me, Draco said bitterly. Harry sat up abruptly, causing Kareem to look up, annoyed. Of course she wants you. Damn Draco. Not all people are so stupid that they just see your scars. Stop wallowing in self-pity. Harry suddenly started to grin. Maybe she even thinks your scars are say. Why? You know, some girls like scared men. Draco stood up and pushed Harry's chest, causing him to fall back onto his bed. You are stupid, Harry. Harry laughed. And you are damn blind, Draco. I'm going to go to my room and sleep. I'll see you tomorrow, Draco said and opened the door. Draco. Harry called after his friend. When Draco turned, Harry said, I hope you will sleep well. If you have trouble, just call me. I don't give a damn on the rules here if you need my help. Draco smiled. Thanks. Sleep well. You, too, Harry said, but Draco had already closed the door. The house was silent, and Draco was a little scared. The door to his room creaked when he opened it, and that didn't lighten his mood. He thought about not changing into his pajama and just jumping into bed and hiding under the covers until next morning, but when he opened the door, he saw a white, fluffy animal on his bed. It was a cat, and immediately Draco was no longer scared. I'm not alone, he thought, relieved as he went over to the cat. The white cat looked up, and Draco was stunned by her blue eyes. She had long, fluffy fur and looked royal. Hey, Draco said a bit insecurely. Cautiously, he reached for the cat's head and pet it. The cat purred, stood up, and rubbed her head against Draco's hand. No, I'm not alone, Draco said happily. Draco smiled. Thanks. Sleep well. You, too, Harry said, but Draco had already closed the door. The house was silent, and Draco was a little scared. The door to his room creaked when he opened it, and that didn't lighten his mood. He thought about not changing into his pajama and just jumping into bed and hiding under the covers until next morning, but when he opened the door, he saw a white, fluffy animal on his bed. It was a cat, and immediately Draco was no longer scared. I'm not alone, he thought, relieved as he went over to the cat. The white cat looked up, and Draco was stunned by her blue eyes. She had long, fluffy fur and looked royal. Hey, Draco said a bit insecurely. Cautiously, he reached for the cat's head and pet it. The cat purred, stood up, and rubbed her head against Draco's hand. No, I'm not alone, Draco said happily. It was 3 in the morning when the alarm in Light Arrow's bedroom was activated. He crawled out of bed, and when he stepped into the hall, he saw Harry's bedroom door aglow with a shimmering red light. He had just gone to open it when Severus opened his door, a sleepy look on his face. Back to bed with you. You don't need to damage your hand any more than you already have, Light Arrow ordered strictly, keeping his voice low so as not to wake the others. But, Severus tried to argue, but Light Arrow interrupted him. No buts, boy. Back to bed. Tomorrow we have an appointment with Doc Martens followed by a long talk. Without looking to see if Severus obeyed, Light Arrow opened Harry's door and went in. He didn't need to look back to know that Severus obeyed his order. Harry was thrashing on his bed, screaming. No, please let go of him. Please take me instead. A thick piece of tape was hanging from Harry's cheek. Quickly, Light Arrow went over to Harry and removed it. He then placed one hand on Harry's chest and the other on the boy's forehead. Wake up, Harry. With a jerk, Harry sat up and looked around wildly. Light Arrow had let go of him upon his waking, and now he held his hands up so Harry saw that he was no harm. It's okay, Harry. It was just a nightmare. Harry was sweating and breathing heavily. He was still looking around, clearly scared. You are at our ranch, Harry. You are safe. Everything is okay. I'm going to come closer now and will touch you, okay? Light Arrow asked calmly, moving closer to Harry. Harry was still looking around wildly. Light Arrow cupped one of Harry's cheeks, and placed his other hand on the back of Harry's head. Harry jerked back when the hand touched his cheek, but the hand on the back of his head prevented him from pulling away completely. Shish, Harry. Everything is okay. You are safe. They were here. Harry started to speak in confusion. Nobody is here beside me and you, Harry. You are safe here, Light Arrow assured the frightened boy while pulling him closer until Harry sat on his lap. He ignored the wetness of Harry's pajamas. First he had to calm the boy. Nothing else mattered besides that. Gently he rocked Harry back and forth, and Harry slowly started fully wake. A nightmare? Harry asked, still somewhat scared. Yes, just a nightmare. You are okay, Light Arrow said in a sing-song voice. The door creaked and White Cloud came in. She smiled gently at Harry, a hot, steaming cup of cocoa in her hand. Come on, Harry. Nothing is better than a nice warm cocoa after a nightmare. Harry took the cup and drank a bit of the delicious liquid. He sighed and leaned further into Light Arrow's chest. White Cloud took the cup out of Harry's hand and sat down on a nearby chair. Do you feel better, Harry? Light Arrow asked. A bit, Harry said, and then he realized the state of his pajama bottoms. Oh, Merlin, he said in a panicky tone as he tried to wriggle out of Light Arrow's lap. It had happened several times before, but gladly nobody besides Draco had ever witnessed it. Not even Severus knew that Harry had wet himself on several occasions after the torture in the dungeons. Calm down, Harry. That's not a problem, Light Arrow said soothingly and tightened his embrace. Not a problem. Oh, Merlin, no, please let me go. You are. No. Harry started to sob out of embarrassment and desperation. Why did Light Arrow have to hold him like this while he was wet and smelled? It must disgust him. Oh, Merlin, White Cloud must know as well. Please, let me go. Harry pleaded miserably. White Cloud came over and cupped Harry's face in her hands. Harry, she addressed him and waited until he stopped his unsuccessful struggle against Light Arrow and looked at her. Light Arrow is right. It is not a problem to worry about. You would be surprised how many of our other children have this problem at the beginning of their stay here. It's not freakish or abnormal or whatever you think it is. We have no problem with it, and we are only concerned that you calm down so we can help you to go back to sleep again. So, why don't you go with Light Arrow into the bathroom and I will make your bed ready for you when you're done. Her gentle tone soothed Harry, and he stopped his struggling completely. He still was very embarrassed and couldn't understand why Light Arrow didn't shove him from his lap. His pajama pants must be drenched now as well from having Harry sitting on his lap. Harry wanted out of them, wanting to forget the whole embarrassing moment as soon as possible. Therefore, Harry croaked, "K. Then let's go, lad," Light Arrow said and set Harry down. White Cloud rummaged in Harry's wardrobe and found him a new pair of pajamas and gave them to her husband. Patiently, the old man guided Harry, who was trying to cover his wet pajama bottoms, to the bathroom. Now undress and throw the old pajamas in the laundry basket. Then a quick shower and you will be ready for bed again. No big deal. I will turn around so that you have some privacy, but I won't leave you alone so shortly after a nightmare. Harry didn't want to be alone. Having someone at his side after his horrible nightmare was very good indeed. It allowed Harry to feel safe. The feeling even overpowered the embarrassment. Quickly, Harry striped, threw the wet pajamas in the basket and jumped under the shower. He still felt as if the Death Eaters might be lurking behind any of the furniture or doors. Only because he knew that Light Arrow was in the bathroom with him did he dare to close the shower doors. He showered as quickly as possible, and when he was dressed in his fresh pajamas, he shyly said, I'm finished. Good, Light Arrow said cheerfully and turned to face Harry. The old man didn't look the least bit sleepy, and Harry felt less guilty for having woken him in the middle of the night. Back in his room, Harry noticed in relief that White Cloud had already gotten rid of all evidence of his accident. She smiled gently at him and pat the bed. Nice and cozy, even warm for you, my dear. Come snuggle in and drink your cocoa. It felt good to not be alone, and the warm cocoa tasted delicious. It made him begin to feel sleepy again, but struggled to stay awake. It's okay, Harry, just go back to sleep. We will stay until you fall asleep, Light Arrow, who had sat on the edge of the bed, said. No, I don't want to sleep, I will dream again. Please, let me stay awake, Harry pleaded. No, Harry, you need your sleep, and tomorrow we will talk about what bothered you in your dream. You are safe here, my boy. Light Arrow took the cup from the almost asleep boy. He gently tucked him in more securely, gently stroking Harry's hair until he fell asleep. You are safe here, Harry. Nobody will hurt you. Fortunately, Harry didn't dream again and awoke around 6:30 in the morning. Kareem lay curled into a ball beside him. The first thing Harry did was check his pajamas. He had learned to dry his wet night clothes perfectly due to previous nightmares, but unfortunately the smell didn't go away with the spell. Not even the freshening spells he had tried worked. This morning he had no need to cast one, so Harry sighed, relieved. Damn, I wouldn't have even be able to do one because I don't have my wand, Harry realized. The events from last night were embarrassing, but with the sun shining in his room and Kareem lying beside him, he didn't feel as bad about it. Light Arrow and White Cloud had been so relaxed last night that Harry started to believe them. It all wasn't a big deal for them. Not that he wanted to repeat it. He wondered why the tape he had used on his mouth last night hadn't worked. I didn't even have it on me when I woke up. Surely the alarm in Light Arrow's bedroom is activated by sound. I will have to try more tape next time, Harry thought. Around 5 minutes after Harry had woken up, a knock came from the door. Harry drew the bedclothes higher. Kareem hadn't reacted to the sound at the door, but he did when the bedclothes moved out from under him, lazily opening his eyes. Harry stared at the door. It's me, Light Arrow. Can I come in, Harry? Light Arrow spoke in a calm voice because the others were still sleeping. Okay, Harry said, a bit worried because he knew that he now had to talk about last night. The sunshine was no longer as nice as it had been a few minutes before, and Harry sank down into his bed. Another cup of cocoa? Light Arrow asked while offering Harry the cup. Thank you, Harry said shyly. He sat up, causing Kareem to finally stand up and stretch. He looked up at Harry as if he expected Harry to give him some of his cocoa, and Harry looked confusedly at him. Light Arrow chuckled. Come on, Kareem, Harry isn't used to your morning rituals. A nice scratch behind the ears and a nice back rub. That's what a cat likes in the morning, right, Kareem? Light Arrow did the mentioned actions, causing Kareem to purr happily. After Light Arrow had finished his caressing, Kareem looked up expectantly at Harry. Light Arrow chuckled again. It seems he won't be satisfied until you have done it as well. In one hand Harry held his cup while with the other he scratched and pet Kareem. The cat purred loudly and rubbed his head against Harry's hand. Harry could feel Kareem's claws when he started to knead his paws rhythmically against Harry's leg. It was a bit painful, but the satisfied look of the cat transfixed Harry. A good way to start the day, isn't it? Light Arrow asked cheerfully. Harry smiled. Yeah. Finally Kareem stretched again, then jumped from the bed and onto the windowsill to look outside. Light Arrow scooted closer to Harry and asked, ready to talk about last night? Harry gulped and sipped again at his cocoa to delay the time until he had to answer. I would prefer to not talk about it, he said finally, not looking at Light Arrow. That won't help you, Harry. This nightmare will come back as long as you just try to forget about it and suppress it. It will continue to harass you. We old people don't need much sleep, so we don't care if we have to come to help you each night. But for you it will be very tiring, and from the look I got yesterday, this dream is very scary, and I can't believe you would want to undergo that each night. Harry sadly looked down at his cup. I won't force you to talk about your nightmares, but they won't go away if you don't talk about them, Light Arrow said gently. I don't see how it would help. I just want to forget about it, Harry said miserably. Light Arrow sighed. I know, Harry. Unfortunately it isn't that easy. While talking about it you can release some of the angst you're feeling. Telling somebody about it can help. You will then know that you aren't alone. Dreams are not memories, even when you see them as if they are. They are the way your subconscious deals with the stress and worries you have. Talking about them would mean that you are trying to handle the past and that you would be able to deal with your memories. Your subconscious wouldn't have to deal with it alone every night. That would spare you some nightmares. Not all, but some. What you had to experience was very bad, and it isn't something a young man like yourself can easily deal with. Not even an adult would be able to. It will take time until you can feel truly safe and look back at what happened with a healthy distance. Talking about what happened in the dungeons, or whatever else is bothering you in your dreams, would help you to deal with all the confusing feelings you are having and that are causing your nightmares. It's too hard, Harry said sadly. It's okay, Harry. Light Arrow laid a calming hand over Harry's. Whenever you feel ready to talk about it, just let me know. Harry sighed and nodded. One more thing, Harry, before I leave you to get ready for breakfast, Light Arrow said, you don't have to bother trying to make yourself silent again. Even if your attempt at fooling me had staying in place over your mouth, I would have been alerted to you having a nightmare. My wards are not reliant on sounds. No tape tonight, Harry. Light Arrow looked at Harry directly in the eyes. Harry lowered his gaze. But the others won't hear you. The rooms all have silencing spells on them so nobody outside can hear a word that is muttered from within. Anything you say or scream in here stays completely private, but one of us will be alerted so we can help you. Light Arrow assured Harry while gently lifting Harry's chin. Okay. I'm sorry for waking up you and White Cloud, Harry said, apologizing. No need to apologize, Harry. Like I said, we don't need much sleep, and we have decided to help children like you and knew from the beginning what it would entail. Still, we love it. We want to help you, no matter what time of day or night it is. Never feel embarrassed about waking us up at night, Light Arrow said seriously. Harry didn't know what to say, so he was happy the need to say anything was eliminated when Light Arrow ruffled his hair and said, now get ready for breakfast. We eat in 40 minutes. I will go and wake the others now. It's okay, Harry. Light Arrow laid a calming hand over Harry's. Whenever you feel ready to talk about it, just let me know. Harry sighed and nodded. One more thing, Harry, before I leave you to get ready for breakfast, Light Arrow said, you don't have to bother trying to make yourself silent again. Even if your attempt at fooling me had staying in place over your mouth, I would have been alerted to you having a nightmare. My wards are not reliant on sounds. No tape tonight, Harry. Light Arrow looked at Harry directly in the eyes. Harry lowered his gaze. But the others won't hear you. The rooms all have silencing spells on them so nobody outside can hear a word that is muttered from within. Anything you say or scream in here stays completely private, but one of us will be alerted so we can help you. Light Arrow assured Harry while gently lifting Harry's chin. Okay. I'm sorry for waking up you and White Cloud, Harry said, apologizing. No need to apologize, Harry. Like I said, we don't need much sleep, and we have decided to help children like you and knew from the beginning what it would entail. Still, we love it. We want to help you, no matter what time of day or night it is. Never feel embarrassed about waking us up at night, Light Arrow said seriously. Harry didn't know what to say, so he was happy the need to say anything was eliminated when Light Arrow ruffled his hair and said, now get ready for breakfast. We eat in 40 minutes. I will go and wake the others now. Nobody other than Light Arrow and White Cloud seemed to know about Harry's nighttime problems. At least, nobody mentioned it or looked oddly at Harry during breakfast. Harry felt comfortable at the big table with all the other people around him. The large number of people gave less attention to him. He felt Melissa looking at him shyly a few times, but not as if she knew anything about what had happened last night. Draco didn't feel as comfortable as Harry with the crowded table. He was glad that Harry sat on one side, and Rose on the other, yet it was still hard to fight the urge to get up and leave the breakfast table to be on his own. He had slept surprisingly well that past night. It was a relief not to wake up in the middle of the night from Harry's screaming, Draco thought, hating himself for it. How can I think such a terrible thing? He felt very ashamed as he stared at his still untouched roll. He couldn't deny the well-rested feeling, and his mood lightened a bit when he remembered his bed partner. Watja, the white cat, had slept all night in his bed, and it was so soothing to stroke her long white hair that Draco had easily fallen asleep. Still not eating, he thought back to that morning when Rose had awoken him. Flashback. Morning, sleepyhead, Rose said as she gently stroked his hair. She hummed a children's song while Draco slowly awoke. It helped the kids to stay calm when someone was close to them while waking. Draco had only bad experiences with men recently, so the light, female humming signified to him that there was no danger. Draco lazily opened his eyes. Wow, I slept so well, Draco thought, his brain still foggy from sleep. Morning, my little red skin, Rose said teasingly. Draco grinned. Morning, Rose. So, how do you feel? Rose asked, still gently stroking Draco's hair. Fine. I have never slept better. I think, Draco said and turned onto his side to face Rose. The white cat sat up in annoyance and mewed disapprovingly. Hey, girl, I'm sorry to wake you, Draco said and pet the head of the cat. The mewing changed to purring, and the cat rubbed her head against the part of Draco's face that was closest to her. Ew. Cat hair in my mouth in the morning isn't one of my favorites. Draco drew a face, but he still stroked the cat's back and scratched her behind her ear. Rose chuckled. It's funny to see her with one of the kids again. She normally stays away from them and only hangs around Red Horse. She seems to like his quietness. He is hardly around us. I only saw him when we arrived and yesterday at the campfire. Doesn't he like kids? Draco didn't say what really was on his mind. He was scared of the quiet Native American. He was so different from all the others here. No, he doesn't dislike kids, but he prefers to take care of the animals. Black Hawk normally helps him with the horses, but now he is busy with Harry, so Red Horse has to take care of all the animals mostly on his own. He manages quite well, but this means he is very busy. Maybe you have noticed that he also isn't very talkative with us, Draco. Only with Light Arrow and White Cloud is he more open. He was here as a child as well, and after a short time trying to live on his own, he came back and has stayed from then on. I don't know what happened to him, but it doesn't matter as long as he is happy now. And he is. Some people don't need much conversation to feel happy, Rose explained. And some need a lot of conversation, Draco said, grinning. Oh, getting cheeky in the morning, young man? Rose asked. Draco just laughed. Merlin, it feels so good to wake like this, as well as being here, Draco thought. He almost felt normal, not like a damn, scared freak. Oh, Watja seems to be getting a little restless. Rose shifted backwards to let the cat jump from the bed. Draco watched her move over to the door, and then she just disappeared as if she had gone straight through the door. His mouth dropped open in astonishment. What the hell? Rose chuckled. We have charms like that on all doors. Only if a child says they don't want an animal in their room will we undo it. That way our pets can come and go as they please. Oh, Draco said as he recovered from his shock. When he looked back at Rose, he asked, so Watja is her name? That's a weird name. We got her as a small kitten. A breeder tried to drown her because she didn't fit his standards. Some kind people rescued the little cat and brought her to us. At that time, we had a young girl here. Her name was Amandine. She took care of the kitten and named her Watja. She was from the Dutch-speaking part of Belgium, so the name seems weird to us. It means little cotton ball. Rose smiled at Draco, who listened to her like she was reading a story to him. His mouth was hanging open slightly, and he looked like an innocent child with his ruffled hair. Who would have thought of what he had gone through when he saw him at that moment? Rose felt her heart ache and tears forming in her eyes. She had to control her feelings like Light Arrow always taught her. Feeling sorry for the kids didn't help them. So Rose started to smile again and rubbed Draco's head one last time. Time for breakfast, Draco. End of flashback. Draco. Rose's gentle voice broke him from his thoughts. He looked at her questioningly. Aren't you hungry, Draco? Would you like something else to eat? No, thank you. I was just thinking. Seeing Light Arrow's worried look, Draco looked down at his plate. He hated to be in the center of the attention. Quickly, he grabbed his roll and started to eat. Harry looked worriedly at Draco. I hope he is okay, Harry thought. I didn't have time to ask him how he slept. Harry felt bad about having not asked Draco about it immediately when he came down for breakfast. After Draco had started to eat his roll, Harry looked around. Severus looked grumpy as always in the morning, but today there was something more to read upon his face. Harry wasn't sure, but he would have bet it was fear. From time to time, Severus looked at Light Arrow nervously. His right hand was still bandaged and cooled, and Severus had problems preparing his roll. Without a word, Rose applied his favorite marmalade to the roll and placed it on Severus' plate. Sullenly, Severus said, "Thank you." Harry looked around again, and this time his glance fell upon Crying Horse, who grinned at him. He was sitting opposite Severus, and was, as always, cheerful and joking. His smile was contagious, and Harry smiled back. "Feeling up to another round with Tohiatati after breakfast?" Black Hawk asked Harry. Harry sighed. He wished he could say no, but surely Draco would want to see his own horse, and that would give them some time to talk. "If I must." "No, you don't have to. You could also go with Rose, Maya and Melissa to collect berries," Black Hawk suggested. With a grim expression, Harry looked at the other boys who were now snickering. When he turned to Black Hawk, he said angry, "Very funny." What happened next happened so fast and surprisingly that Harry couldn't even blink. Melissa stood up from the table and ran crying from the room. Light Arrow let his hand come down on the table forcefully. Everyone jumped and immediately lowered their eyes. Even Severus. "You three," Light Arrow pointed at Aiden, Brian and Ken, who had been snickering only moments before and now were white as sheets. "Will help Red Horse to muck out the stalls, and then you will move the muckhep from the east side to the west side of the ranch. That will occupy you for the whole day. If you finish before sunset, you will move the muckhep back to the east side. The whole time you're working, I want you to think about the rule about not making fun of others and their feelings. Understand?" All three nodded. "Then, out," Light Arrow ordered. When the three were outside, Light Arrow turned to Black Hawk. "I hope for your own sake that that was not intended to be mocking." Light Arrow's voice sounded dangerous. "It wasn't," Black Hawk insisted. It was true. He hadn't meant to mock Melissa about her crush on Harry. Damn, he had just wanted to annoy Harry a bit by suggesting he go with the women. He hoped the offer would show him that the horses weren't all that bad of an option. "Really?" he further insisted when Light Arrow's gaze still penetrated him. "You will spend the day with Melissa, Draco, and Harry. You will start your day by comforting the crying girl upstairs," Light Arrow ordered. "Oh, please, no. Rose is much better at that," Black Hawk pleaded, but he only gained a stern look from Light Arrow. He looked to Rose, seeking help, but she was occupied comforting a trembling Draco. Seeing that there wasn't a way out, Black Hawk stood and made his way to Melissa's room. "Would you please calm down, Joseph?" White Cloud said in a serious tone. "You are frightening Draco." She very seldom used his given name, and it always meant he was doing something very wrong. Light Arrow looked worriedly at the blonde boy, who clutched Rose's hand desperately. He took 2 deep breaths to calm down before saying, "I'm sorry, Draco, that I scared you, but sometimes the other boys need a strict order to behave. That doesn't mean any danger to you or anyone else. It was stupid of me to hit the table to get their attention. I forgot that that would scare you. Please forgive me." His voice had calmed with every word, so that by the end he was speaking very gently. Draco calmed down when he realized that Light Arrow had calmed as well and was no danger to him. "I'm sorry. No, Draco. I'm the one to be sorry. I feel very bad about having scared you. That wasn't my intention. I was angry that the boys mocked Melissa, and that Black Hawk said something so stupid. I don't think he did it on purpose, but it still hurt Melissa a lot. I can't stand it when people under my care are hurt, no matter if they are hurt by someone else or themselves." At the last few words, he looked intensely at Severus, who immediately lowered his eyes. "I understand. It was just. You were so angry, and I got scared. I can't control it," Draco said apologetically. "You should not try to control your feeling here, Draco. Whatever you feel is okay. You don't have to hide it from us. It is normal that you are scared by loud noises and when somebody is angry. I just hope you believe me that I would never harm you or let anyone else harm you." "I know," Draco said in a small voice and looked down at his hands which still held Rose's. He let go of them and looked at Rose's smiling face. It was always as if her smile went directly to his heart. She was like he always thought a proper mother would be, not as cold as his mother had been. "Would it be okay if you and Harry go with Crying Horse to visit your horses until Black Hawk can join you with Melissa? Or do you want me to come with you?" Rose asked Draco. Draco didn't want to be alone with Crying Horse. He didn't scare him like Red Horse, but he still didn't know him well enough to feel comfortable around him. Crying Horse looked like a man who would often pat the back or shoulder of people around him or ruffle their hair. Draco had a feeling he wouldn't be so as considerate as Black Hawk had been. Not even the fact Harry would be with them made Draco feel comfortable. The problem was that Draco didn't want to seem like a baby, and asking Rose to come with them felt like a babyish thing to do, in his eyes. He struggled to find an answer to the question, but Crying Horse rescued him. Why don't we all go to the horses together, at least until Black Hawk is back? Maya also hasn't anything to do right now, and I could help the two women with the berry picking after Black Hawk has come to take over the boys. Someone has to replace Melissa in the berry picking group. Even so, I fear I won't be able to be as good as she is. Crying Horse smiled one of his amazing, cheerful smiles. Oh, you will do quite well, my dear, Rose said and beamed at her husband for being so thoughtful as to realize Draco's distress. Then let's go, Rose said to the room at large. Maya and Crying Horse stood up instantly. Draco didn't want to leave Rose's side, so he stood as well. Only Harry remained sitting in his chair, dumbfounded. What was all this about? Why had Melissa run out of the room? And why had Light Arrow said that the other boys had been mocking Melissa when they had seemed to be mocking him? It was all very confusing. Come on, Harry, Rose said gently and smiled at him. But not without your Stetson, Crying Horse said as he ruffled Harry's hair. After grabbing their hats, the group left the house. Now to see to us too, Light Arrow said in a slightly dangerous tone when he turned to Severus. We will leave in 10 minutes. I have told Doc Martens that we will be there in half an hour. Severus groaned. Please, Light Arrow. I can just mend it on my own. Please let me cast the spell. I thought we could use the drive for our talk, but if you insist on having it right now, I have no objections. Just one thing you should know, and I hardly believe you hoped for anything else, whatever you say it won't change the fact that you will come with me to Doc Martens. Even if you were a genius in healing spell, which you are far from in reality, I wouldn't let you heal yourself. You inflicted pain upon yourself and you will let others take care of the result. You will never, and when I say never, I mean never, use magic in this house. If you need anything, it will be given to you from us. Help, comfort, healing, food, whatever. That is the rule, and you should know it better than anyone else. They who hurt themselves will be brought to Doc Martens for healing and a serious talk. No matter what age they may be. You can still leave the ranch if you want, but if you stay you will live here following our rules, Severus. Without these rules you wouldn't even be able to sit here with us right now. Don't you agree? How Severus hated having stern talks with the man, who knew him better than anyone else. The man could do anything to Severus, and Severus would trust him that it was for his own good. He often didn't like Light Arrow's and White Cloud's decisions, but he always knew that they loved him deeply and only did what they thought was best. They had helped hundreds of children who had lost their wills to live, were addicted to drugs and alcohol, had been badly abused, and much more. They knew what was best for each of their kids, no matter what age. It just felt odd to Severus to be handled like the kids were when he was an adult. However, deep inside Severus knew that he had hoped for this kind of treatment when he had come here with the boys. It felt so good to be cared for, and to let others take a bit of the burden he was carrying around off his chest. Yes, he could leave. He could spit in their faces saying that they had no control over him, that he was an adult who could do what he wanted. All of which he had hoped to be able to say to them during his first weeks at the camp as a teenager. Now things had changed. Now it was as if he was coming back to a place he felt safe, a place where he didn't have to be an authority person, where he wasn't responsible for so many things and people, back to just being Severus Snape, the loved one. I will make myself ready, Severus said, defeated. He stood up and headed for the door, but before he reached it, a comforting hand was placed on his shoulder. White Cloud had caught up with him and stopped him by placing her hand on his shoulder. As always, he first stiffened, but then relaxed. You know that we love you, Severus. We are only doing this to help you. Her voice was so motherly, so full of love. I know, Severus said, but didn't dare to look at her face. He knew he would see so much worry there. He almost regretted telling her what problems he had lately, but, sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to hide his problems from them. Another hand, larger than the first, rested on his neck. Come on, boy. Let's get ready for the drive. How Severus hated having stern talks with the man, who knew him better than anyone else. The man could do anything to Severus, and Severus would trust him that it was for his own good. He often didn't like Light Arrow's and White Cloud's decisions, but he always knew that they loved him deeply and only did what they thought was best. They had helped hundreds of children who had lost their wills to live, were addicted to drugs and alcohol, had been badly abused, and much more. They knew what was best for each of their kids, no matter what age. It just felt odd to Severus to be handled like the kids were when he was an adult. However, deep inside Severus knew that he had hoped for this kind of treatment when he had come here with the boys. It felt so good to be cared for, and to let others take a bit of the burden he was carrying around off his chest. Yes, he could leave. He could spit in their faces saying that they had no control over him, that he was an adult who could do what he wanted. All of which he had hoped to be able to say to them during his first weeks at the camp as a teenager. Now things had changed. Now it was as if he was coming back to a place he felt safe, a place where he didn't have to be an authority person, where he wasn't responsible for so many things and people, back to just being Severus Snape, the loved one. I will make myself ready, Severus said, defeated. He stood up and headed for the door, but before he reached it, a comforting hand was placed on his shoulder. White Cloud had caught up with him and stopped him by placing her hand on his shoulder. As always, he first stiffened, but then relaxed. You know that we love you, Severus. We are only doing this to help you. Her voice was so motherly, so full of love. I know, Severus said, but didn't dare to look at her face. He knew he would see so much worry there. He almost regretted telling her what problems he had lately, but, sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to hide his problems from them. Another hand, larger than the first, rested on his neck. Come on, boy. Let's get ready for the drive. The engine of the old truck rumbled annoying in Severus' ears. He was reminded of his first drive to Doc Martin's back during his first stay at the ranch. Flashback. Severus didn't understand how they had found out. He had been here just 2 weeks, and he had tried to avoid hurting himself, but that morning everything had been too much. He had hidden behind the big stable and cut his arm with White Cloud's big butcher knife. The feeling had been overwhelming after such a long time of not being able to do it. Unfortunately for him, Severus hadn't gotten very far. At the fourth deep cut, a large hand had grabbed the wrist of his knife-wielding arm, squeezing hard enough to force Severus to let go of it. Severus hadn't even realized when Light Arrow approached him because he had been so engrossed in the act of cutting. Finally, he had been able to feel again, hurting himself like he felt he deserved. Nobody understood the feeling of desire to hurt oneself, the need to feel. The blood had hypnotized him, and the blood in his ears had been rushing so loudly that he hadn't heard Light Arrow approaching him. Severus looked, terrified, up into Light Arrow's worried face. Oh no, I am going to be in so much trouble. They don't like me here, and now they will think I'm even more of a freak. A father murderer who even hurts himself, but they will never understand. The two adults had been very kind to him from the first day, and not one of the kids knew that he had killed his father, but one day or another, Severus was sure they would find out. A murderer. Why did they even take me in? Damn Dumbledore. Why does he have to stick his damn nose into my private life? I'm 14 and old enough to look after myself. Nobody knows me, and nobody understands me. I should have kept my mother safe, but no, I had to go to this damn school. Merlin, how I hate it all. Before he could protest, he was lifted up into the arms of Light Arrow and was being carried over to the main house. Oh, no, everyone will see me, Severus thought, shocked. Please, no, Severus pleaded and tried to struggle his way out of Light Arrow's arms. I'm not going to discuss this with you while you are in this state, Light Arrow said strictly. No, everyone will see me. Severus struggled like hell, but Light Arrow had a firm grip on the underweight teen. You hurt yourself, so you have to live with the consequences. Why shouldn't anyone see what you have done to yourself? And now be quiet until we get you checked over. Severus knew of the damn rule about not hurting someone else or oneself, and he hated it. Why should anyone care what he did to his own body? It's mine, and I can do with it what I want, Severus thought bitterly. On their way to the main house, they passed Rose and Black Hawk. Oh no, of all people we might run into, it's the two who haven't thus far avoided me like I have a contagious illness. Now nobody will even look at me again. Severus could no longer stand the worried look of Rose and the uncertain look of Black Hawk. Rose was the daughter of Light Arrow and White Cloud. She was very young to be the daughter of them, but she had told him that the two elders hadn't even thought that they could have children after long years of trying to have one. When they were no longer thinking about it, it happened. Severus liked Rose. She had a very calming aura and was always trying to speak with Severus even when he tried to avoid everyone. Black Hawk was the only boy out of the 7 kids who were currently at the camp that cared to waste his time trying to become friends with Severus. He was a quiet boy and often looked very serious. Severus didn't know why Black Hawk was here, but he didn't dare to ask because then the other boy would surely ask him the same question back. The only thing Severus knew about him was that he had been in the camp for almost 2 months and no end date to his stay was to be seen. Severus was shocked about that. He didn't want to stay that long. Professor Dumbledore hadn't told him how long he had to stay here, and when he had asked Light Arrow, he only had answered, as long as you need to heal. Heal? What the hell were they talking about? He didn't need to heal. He had only killed his father for killing his mother while he was at school and couldn't protect her. That damn alcohol-addicted bastard. Severus didn't regret what he had done. If he could go back in time, he would do exactly what he had done, again. He had blocked the fact that he had felt sick and had thrown up heavily after he had realized that he had killed his father with a poker. Severus had also blocked that he had killed his father out of defense, not because he had wanted to kill him in revenge for his mother's death. The drunken man had mocked Severus over his dead mother, and when the teen had hit him, Tobias Snape couldn't control himself and violently beat his son. He hadn't even stopped when Severus lay bleeding badly on the floor. Out of reflex, Severus had grabbed the poker from beside the fireplace and hit his father on his head. The man had dropped down on top of him, and Severus lost consciousness. When he had woken up, his father still lay on top of him, and he was drenched not only in his own blood, but also that of his father. Tobias Snape was dead. Severus had been allowed to spend the remainder of his summer at Hogwarts with the headmaster, but that also meant that the old man got a good insight into Severus' private life. He had found out about Severus not realizing hunger and being very underweight, about the nightmares Severus had almost every night, and about Severus' need to hurt himself. After Madame Pomfrey declared she couldn't do anything to help him because Severus didn't open up to her, she had told the headmaster about this camp. She had heard about it at an advanced training for Medowitches. That was the reason why Severus was now in the USA, in the middle of nowhere, with people he didn't know. Stay put, Light Arrow ordered and went over to White Cloud's emergency kit in the kitchen. On his way back to Severus, he waved his hand and an otter patronus formed in the air, and then ran upstairs. Severus had given up his struggle. He just wanted to be left alone. It was embarrassing. Of course he knew that it wasn't normal to want to hurt himself like this, but it felt good to him. The problem was that they just didn't understand. Light Arrow started to clean the wounds with alcohol. Severus winced. It was one thing to hurt yourself and enjoy the induced pain, but it was another when the pain was caused by someone else. Severus wasn't immune to pain and definitely didn't enjoy all kinds of pain. Before Light Arrow had cleaned all of his wounds, White Cloud came running down the stairs. What happened? He cut himself with a knife, Light Arrow explained, making room for his wife. Let me see, Severus, White Cloud said and examined his arm. Severus felt bad. The more he came out of his pain-thirsty phase, the more he regretted what he had done. He didn't want to do it, but at some point he couldn't deny his body its needs. Why couldn't they understand that sometimes his body wanted something other than what his mind wanted? At least, that's how it felt for Severus. It's so damn hard to fight it. Severus felt very badly upon seeing the worried faces of the adults. He had been so surprised when they had taken him in, even knowing what he had done and what a freak he was. He was even more surprised when they always showed only love and understanding to him as if he was a part of their family. Never had they given the impression that they were annoyed. Not even when they had to come in the middle of the night to calm him after a nightmare, which had been very often, even though he only had been here for 2 weeks. Now they were busying over him as if he had hurt them and not himself. White Cloud finished cleaning the wounds and bandaging his arm. Doc Martens has to see this. It might need stitches. Severus abruptly pulled his arm away and pressed it protectively to his chest. No, it will be okay. No, Severus, that won't be okay. You cut very deeply. Maybe you held up so long that the stress was so high that you lost control and cut far too deeply. You have lost a lot of blood, and I fear at least 2 of the wounds will need stitches. I have stopped the bleeding, but I can't stitch the wounds. And as you know, the rule for hurting yourself is to contact someone outside the camp as well. White Cloud looked sternly at him, but her eyes still held the warmness she always was radiating. No, I won't go to that doctor, Severus screamed. You will. This isn't up for discussion. You know the rules, and you will see Doc Martens, now, Light Arrow said calmly while leaning back in his kitchen chair. It's not that bad. It will heal. It always heals, Severus protested. Under no circumstances would he let a doctor see his wounds. It was embarrassing enough that Light Arrow and White Cloud had seen them. You already heard White Cloud, Severus. These wounds won't heal on their own, and even if they would do, you would still have to see Doc Martens. That's all of discussion we will do about it at the moment. Now come, Light Arrow ordered and stood up. Severus stepped backwards. Why can't they just leave me alone? Light Arrow looked patiently at Severus. If I have to carry you screaming and kicking into the truck into Doc Martens, then I will. It's your choice if you will come with me freely and keep your dignity, or if I have to force you. Why can't you leave me alone? I want to go back to England. Call Professor Dumbledore to fetch me, Severus said and didn't stop backing away from the slowly approaching Light Arrow. I will not call your headmaster before you are ready to go back to your old life, Severus, and you are far away from that right now. Your only way to leave this camp is by working together with us to heal. And one step in that direction is your meeting with Doc Martens now. With that, Light Arrow had reached Severus and grabbed his arm. Severus tried to pull out of the grip with no success. Please, it will heal. Don't force me to see the doctor. I'm a freak. Severus had started to cry out of desperation, and when he realized what he had said with his last few words, he whimpered and looked down, ashamed. He hadn't wanted to say that. Severus, look at me, Light Arrow instructed the crying boy and lifted Severus' chin with his free hand. You are not a freak. You sometimes do things not all people do, but there are reasons why you do it. You have to learn to fight the urge to hurt yourself, and it will be a long and treacherous journey. When and how you will manage it will show your character. Fighting something is harder than giving in the need. You know it's not right to hurt yourself, Severus, but the time of hiding it is over. Now is the time for fighting and finding a way to resist the urge. Doc Marten will not only take care of your wounds, but he will also help you to find a way to fight, Severus. We will be here for you, to help you. Living with the need to hurt yourself is not an option. You would never be able to live a normal life this way. You don't deserve this. No, I do, Severus mumbled, and Light Arrow had to steady the teen in his strong arms. No, you don't, Severus. You are a wonderful young man with great skills. There are people who are very worried about you, and we are amongst them. We want to help you, Severus. I don't think that you really like what you do to yourself. Am I right? Severus shook his head as much as he could while pressing his face in Light Arrow's chest. Light Arrow tightened his embrace when he felt Severus shaking violently. You deserve a better life, Severus. You are a good boy. I'm not. Severus sobbed in Light Arrow's chest. Oh, yes you are, my boy. You are a very good boy. I'm a murderer, Severus whispered against Light Arrow's chest. You defended yourself, Severus. Light Arrow held Severus by his shoulders, away from himself, and looked in the tear-stained face. Your father was a cruel man, and you defended yourself against him. Severus breathed deeply and shook his head slightly. It was too soon for the boy to believe him. Light Arrow knew this, but it didn't stop him from telling Severus what he thought. Come on, Severus. We will need over half an hour to reach the town and meet Doc Martens. Your arm needs to be healed. And so Severus soon found himself in the old truck while tears streamed down his cheeks and with a big fear to let someone else see what he had done. End of flashback. The truck drove over a big pothole, and Severus was pulled out of his memory. He looked at his swollen and bandaged hand. It hurt more now than it had yesterday. The painkiller effect of White Cloud's salve had lost its power. Pain? Light Arrow asked, not averting his glance from the battered road. A bit, Severus answered grumpily. Light Arrow grunted to show Severus how little he believed him. Only 10 more minutes, then we will be there. The truck drove over a big pothole, and Severus was pulled out of his memory. He looked at his swollen and bandaged hand. It hurt more now than it had yesterday. The painkiller effect of White Cloud's salve had lost its power. Pain? Light Arrow asked, not averting his glance from the battered road. A bit, Severus answered grumpily. Light Arrow grunted to show Severus how little he believed him. Only 10 more minutes, then we will be there. Want to talk to me about something? Light Arrow asked the grumpily looking Severus. I already spoke with White Cloud. Severus looked sullenly into the distance while the truck drove through one of the many potholes, which increased Severus' headache. I know, and she said you wanted to talk to me about something very serious, Light Arrow prodded. No, I don't want to, Severus said, not looking at the old man, who drove the truck with ease over the battered road. Suddenly Light Arrow slammed on the brake pedal, and the truck came to halt with a jerk that forced Severus to steady himself on the security handle above him. What the hell? He shouted at Light Arrow when he had recovered from his shock. The old man removed the key from the ignition and threw it on the dashboard. We will talk or roast ourselves to death right here. Light Arrow looked challengingly at Severus. You must be joking. Severus screamed at Light Arrow. I'm not, and my tolerance to heat is much higher than yours, Severus. Light Arrow leaned back into his seat, relaxed. Severus already felt the truck heating up due to standing directly under the sun. He hated heat, and he wasn't allowed to use magic while Light Arrow was around. Why he didn't dare to go against this rule was something not even he himself understood completely, but he respected the two adults, who had rescued his life more than once and were always there for him, too much to break their rules. Light Arrow, please, I'm 35. You don't have to treat me like a kid. Light Arrow just looked at Severus with the same challenging expression as before, showing him that argument had no effect on him. Won't Doc Martens wonder where we are when you roast us to death? Severus asked. Again Light Arrow's expression and stare didn't change a bit. Severus sighed. Look, I already spoke with White Cloud, and it was obviously too much. There was no change to Light Arrow's behavior. Severus opened his shirt. He was sweating like hell, and he felt that his trousers were already wet and clutching to his bum and legs. The hair on his neck was sticking to his skin, and, for the first time in his life, Severus regretted having long hair. I will talk about it with Doc Martens, okay. Severus tried his luck again with no affect to the stubborn old man beside him, who didn't seem to be sweating at all. Severus sighed again, this time not in annoyance, but in defeat. You will not like it. I'm all ear. My boy, Light Arrow said. It was almost strange to hear him speak again, causing Severus jumped a bit. When he looked at Light Arrow, his heart ached. The face of the old man was full of worry. Believe me, it would be better if you don't know. I will get it under control. I shouldn't have even told White Cloud. Believe me, it would be much better if you tell me about it, my boy, Light Arrow said seriously. Severus averted his gaze and sighed again. I really will get it under control, Light Arrow. Severus tried to speak with a tone of assurance, but failed. You will get what under control? Severus stared into the distance. The air over the road seemed to boil. Sweat dripped from Severus' brow and into his eyes, and he blinked. I started to drink again. His voice was small and defeated. When? Light Arrow asked, trying to control his voice so it wouldn't reveal too much of his worry and anger. A few weeks before we came here. It was all too much. The boys, I couldn't help them. You did help them, Severus. Not enough, Severus said miserably. How much is it affecting you at the moment? Severus didn't answer. The urge to get something to drink was very high, but he hated it and wanted it to stop. I had enough willpower once, I will have it again. That doesn't answer my question, Severus. Severus averted his eyes from the road and looked down at his hands. I feel frustrated, but I will make it. Is the need to hurt yourself due to the alcohol, or is it a separate problem? I don't know, Severus said truthfully. I think sometimes it has to do with the alcohol, but sometimes I think not. You will speak with Doc Martens about it. Severus sighed. Yes. He didn't like it, but he knew it was inevitable. Good. A wave of light arrows hand and Severus felt a cooling wave wash over him. His clothes dried and remained, to his relief, cool. Seconds later, the engine was started and the truck began to rumble over the potholes again. 10 minutes later, they stopped in a small town in front of an old house. Hello, Joseph, the friendly lady behind the registration desk greeted. Oh my, and that must be our little Severus. She stood up and came around the desk to greet them properly. I never was little, Mrs. Blunt, Severus protested. Oh, but skinny and young you were, my boy, she said, smiling at him and looking at him from head to toe. You still are much too thin for my taste. She hugged him, careful not to touch his damaged hand. Did you have trouble getting here? Doc Martens, who had just entered the waiting room, asked. We had to make a short break to clear up some things. Light Arrow shook Doc Martens' hand and stepped aside to give the doctor room to approach his reluctant patient. Severus gulped. He didn't know why it was, but this doctor had always had a daunting effect on him. He had never met a more kindly and patient man than Doc Martens, but he always had the feeling that the man could see straight through him, and he could never hide anything from him, which made him very uncomfortable. Being in this position as an adult, who really should be able to control his life alone, was even worse than it had been when he was young. Doc Martens was around 50 years old. His whole appearance was kind and radiated a patience that seemed inhuman. His sandy blonde hair was getting slightly thin and his receding hairline was much further back than it had been the last time Severus had seen him. Currently, the man was smiling at him through his beard. Nice to see you again, Severus, even though I wish the circumstances were different. He extended his hand, and Severus took it, blushing and averting his gaze. Why don't you unwrap Severus' bandage and clean the wound up for me, Matilda? Doc Martens asked the friendly nurse. He then turned to Light Arrow. And the two of us can have a small chat before I have a look at Severus. Severus felt more heat creep into his face, realizing the two would be speaking about him without his presence. Before he could protest, however, the doctor had guided Light Arrow into the exam room and Severus was alone with Mrs. Blunt. Come on, my boy, let's see what damage you have done this time. She gently guided him to the second exam room and urged him to sit down. It was an accident, Severus lied. Mrs. Blunt raised her eyebrow. If it had been an accident, they would have healed you. She unwrapped the bandage and cleaned the wound carefully. Severus bit his bottom lip so as to make no sound while she cleaned the wound. It stung like hell and his hand looked horrible. He hadn't realized how hard he had hit the wall. It was swollen to the double its normal size and was colored black and blue. So, are you ready? Doc Martens asked while entering the room. Sure, Mrs. Blunt said and left the room to keep Light Arrow company. The doctor took the place Mrs. Blunt had occupied and had a short look at the damaged hand. Okay, I will first take care of this, Severus. Severus shuddered. He would prefer if it would start and end with healing his hand. He didn't want to talk with the doctor at all. I want you to breathe together with me, Severus. In, and out. In, and out. After a few breaths, Severus calmed a bit and the tension was less prominent. Doc Martens had laid his hand around Severus' damaged hand, and when he felt his patient relax, he bent the bones with wandless magic and immediately let pain-relieving magic flow into Severus' hand. Severus was surprised when the pain stuck him, doubling over. Shish, Severus, it will be better soon, Doc Martens said, letting more pain-relieving magic flow in the hand of his patient who was panting in pain. Severus sighed in relief when the pain eased. Better? The doctor asked. Yes, Severus croaked. I will apply a cooling salve and will give Light Arrow some for the next few days. In 3 days, I want to have another look at it. You can give the salve to me, Severus said, trying his luck even though he knew it was useless. You know the rules, Severus. Light arrow won't make an exception even though you are an adult now. Severus grunted and only got a grin from the doctor as a result of his reaction. So, we're done with this, Doc Martens said while fixing the bandage with a clip. Now, please roll up your sleeves for me. Severus looked shocked at the doctor. I was here for you to heal my hand, doctor. I thank you for your help, but, Severus tried to stand up, but Doc Martens quickly rolled his chair closer so Severus couldn't stand up. Severus, I know that you are an adult now, but you also know that I have spoken with Light Arrow, and he told me about your problems. I would really like to see if there is more damage. And judging by your reaction right now, I'm guessing that there are more wounds, am I right? Severus was at loss for words. He felt as helpless as he had many years ago as a small teen. He didn't want to show the doctor the underside of his arms. The dark mark had almost vanished completely after Voldemort's defeat. Doc Martens had seen the dark mark when he had examined him during his second stay at the camp, when Severus had realized what a big mistake he had made by joining the Dark Lord. It was shortly after that he had turned to Dumbledore again and became a spy. That was the only way out except to go to Azkaban. It was a hard time, and he could only stay for 3 months because the Dark Lord believed that Dumbledore would only accept Severus as staff when he completed a special teacher training in the USA. That time at the camp was much more embarrassing in Severus' eyes than his first stay had been, due to all the guilt he had felt for what he had done and the shame of his decision to follow the Dark Lord. He hadn't believed that Light Arrow and White Cloud would take him in again, but they did without questions. He never once received a disappointed or ashamed look from them, only looks of worry and concern. That was unbelievable torture, but it also felt good to have someone who loved him no matter what stupid decision he made in his life. Severus had secretly viewed Light Arrow and White Cloud as his foster parents, but after this second stay he loved them even more deeply. So the dark mark wasn't the problem, it was the wounds on his arms. He had cut them in his skin not only before he came to the camp with the boy, but also during his time there as well. He had learned to hide them very well, but the damn doctor always has to be so damn all-knowing. Severus, we both know that there are more wounds and that you aren't allowed to use magic at the camp. If you had used magic to heal your wounds, Light Arrow would have noticed. That means they can't be healed very well. Show them to me, Severus. You mustn't tell Light Arrow, Severus ordered. If you cut yourself, I will not look away, Severus. You are an adult, and I can't speak with Light Arrow about it if it's against your wish, but I want you to tell him. Someone needs to keep a close eye on you to stop you from doing it again. You know the procedure. You won't make it without help. Being an adult doesn't change that fact. Severus sighed and slowly rolled up his sleeves. What the doc saw caused him to gasp. He hadn't believed that Light Arrow and White Cloud would take him in again, but they did without questions. He never once received a disappointed or ashamed look from them, only looks of worry and concern. That was unbelievable torture, but it also felt good to have someone who loved him no matter what stupid decision he made in his life. Severus had secretly viewed Light Arrow and White Cloud as his foster parents, but after this second stay he loved them even more deeply. So the dark mark wasn't the problem, it was the wounds on his arms. He had cut them in his skin not only before he came to the camp with the boy, but also during his time there as well. He had learned to hide them very well, but the damn doctor always has to be so damn all-knowing. Severus, we both know that there are more wounds and that you aren't allowed to use magic at the camp. If you had used magic to heal your wounds, Light Arrow would have noticed. That means they can't be healed very well. Show them to me, Severus. You mustn't tell Light Arrow, Severus ordered. If you cut yourself, I will not look away, Severus. You are an adult, and I can't speak with Light Arrow about it if it's against your wish, but I want you to tell him. Someone needs to keep a close eye on you to stop you from doing it again. You know the procedure. You won't make it without help. Being an adult doesn't change that fact. Severus sighed and slowly rolled up his sleeves. What the doc saw caused him to gasp. Severus, Doc Martens said and breathed in sharply. It looks worse than it is, Severus tried to assure the doctor. Who is the doctor here? Severus rolled his eyes. They are inflamed, Severus. The heat in your obviously unqualified attempt of healing it has made it that much worse. What have you done, and how did you manage to do it without Light Arrow noticing it? Doc Martens asked Severus while keeping his patient in view. Severus blushed and tried to avoid the gaze of the doctor. Severus, we both know that Light Arrow has a spell on the camp that alerts when someone is being hurt or uses magic in the camp. So how didn't he notice? Doc Martens looked sternly at Severus. I left the camp, Severus stated sullenly. You left the camp to hurt yourself. You planned this. Doc Martens looked seriously at Severus. I'm an adult, okay. Do you think I want to be dragged out of the shed after cutting myself? Merlin, I'm not stupid enough to let them see it. I didn't want to do it. I'm here to help the boys. I don't know why I couldn't control it, Severus said animatedly. Severus, you planned this all. You left the camp to hurt yourself. There is no excuse for it. You know it is wrong. Look at your arm. At least the moment you realized that the wounds started to become inflamed, you should have told someone or have come here on your own. Severus looked down. I didn't think, okay. I won't do it again, Severus said dejectedly. And what do you plan to do the next time you feel the need to hurt yourself? Doc Martens asked Severus while gathering all the instruments he needed to heal Severus' wounds. I can control it, Doc. It was only one time, and I regretted it afterwards. And I didn't leave the camp just to hurt myself. I was riding on Thunderstorm and took a break on the riverbank. I started to think too much and got depressed. So without even noticing it, I took my wand and cut myself. When I realized what I had done, I tried to heal it. I promise it won't happen again. I will first heal the wounds, and then we will discuss this more, the doctor said and started to disinfect the wounds. While the doctor healed his wounds, Severus thought back to his first meeting with Doc Martens. Flashback. There is no need to fear me, Severus, I just want to help you, Doc Martens said while gently letting calming magic flow into the tensed-up teenager sitting on his examination table. Severus was shaking from fear and embarrassment. Do you want me to get Light Arrow in here as well, Severus? The doctor asked. Severus nodded his head frantically. Anything. Just not being alone, Severus thought fearfully. Seconds later, Light Arrow was sitting beside him and held his hand the whole time he spoke with the doctor. His wounds were cleaned and healed quickly, but the worst part was speaking about what he had done and why he had done it. Doc Martens listened very closely to what Severus told him. The first time in his life, Severus didn't feel like a freak, and he had the feeling that Doc Martens understood him. Severus told the doctor that he had the feeling he really need to hurt himself to feel anything in those moments. He told him that one part of him always knew that it wasn't right and that he shouldn't hurt himself, but the urge to do so was much greater and the feeling of relief was overwhelming when he cut himself. Doc Martens said he understood him, but they will have to find a way that doesn't involve hurting himself so seriously when he feels the urge. He also explained to Severus that he cuts himself because he'd had bad experiences in his past that he hadn't worked out until now. Severus would need to talk about what had hurt him so much that he now thinks he has to hurt himself to get relief. He has to find out what feeling had died in his past that he now tries to compensate for with the pain. Severus didn't want to talk about his past and what he had done, and Doc Martens didn't push him. He offered to Severus the option of having him come to the camp once a week to talk with him, and whichever person from the camp he wished to be there with him if he doesn't want to be alone during those meetings. He also encouraged Severus to talk with Light Arrow or White Cloud about it. Next time you feel the urge to hurt yourself, I want you to breathe 10 times, very deeply, and then think about if you could talk to Light Arrow or someone else to distract you from the thoughts. If you can't do that, I want you to wear those rubber bands around your wrist all the day. The doc pulled the bands over his wrist to show Severus what he wanted from him. When you can't resist the urge to hurt yourself, pull them like this and let them go. Again, Doc Martens demonstrated the action to Severus. The rubber bands made a loud noise when they jumped back against the doctor's wrist, and Severus jumped surprised. Will you try it? Severus nodded and let the doctor put the rubber bands on his wrist. It will hurt, allowing you to still your urge to hurt yourself, but it won't cast harmful wounds, Severus. I will come and visit you in 5 days at the camp and you can tell me then if it helped, okay? Severus nodded and looked in awe at his wrist. His arm was in a bandage and stung slightly. This salve has to be applied twice a day, light arrow. In 2 days you can leave the bandage off and he can shower again. Until then, no shower. Please don't cast a drying spell on the arm for taking a shower because I have a permanent healing spell on it, and the spell would interact with my magic. 2 days without a shower won't kill the boy. Doc Martens gave Light Arrow the salve and turned to Severus holding a big box of all kind of sweets. Choose one. I'm 14, Severus protested and blushed. A very brave 14-year-old boy, I would say. So, would you like one? Doc Martens held the sweet box directly under Severus' nose. Severus looked at the tempting sweets and finally couldn't resist taking a lollipop. End of flashback. Doc Martens had healed his wounds and bandaged his arms. He rolled backwards across the floor in his chair and rummaged through a drawer. When he was back in front of Severus, he lifted his hand and let 2 rubber bands dangle in front of Severus' face. Still know about them. Severus sighed and rolled his eyes. I have gone through much more pain in my life, Doc. You know this. You think a rubber band can take the urge away after I have experienced hundreds of cruciatus. You told me you are so adult now, Severus. You said you can control it. Those bands shall just help you by controlling the urge. You know it depends on the pressure you put on the rubber band how much it'll hurt. Give it a new try, Severus, and don't give up before you have tried. Severus grabbed the bands from the doctor and pulled them over his wrists. It was a calming feeling to have them on his wrist again. You also know that those are only helpers, Severus. You have to talk about what bothers you. Doc Martens wheeled his chair close to Severus and laid his hand on Severus' legs. Severus, would you like to tell me something else? Severus looked away from the prodding eyes of the doctor. You already know. Light Arrow had already told you about it, hasn't he? He had told me about what? Doc Martens asked. Severus sighed. That I started to drink, what else? But I haven't done it since I've been here, okay. I can control it. How are you sleeping? Doc Martens asked. Severus stared at the doctor and held his breath. He didn't answer. It felt as if his throat was laced up. Severus, why won't you tell me how much it affects you? I can only help you when I know how you feel. Very gently, Doc Martens let calming magic flow through his patient. I know the withdrawal symptoms. I can fight them, Doc. Seeing the stern look on Doc Martens, Severus said, okay, I can't sleep well. I have sweat attacks and my hands often shake, but I will make it. Severus, I can help you with this. Don't use it as another excuse to hurt yourself. This way, it won't work. There are medications I can give you to lessen the side effects from the withdrawal. There is no need to do it the hard way. You don't deserve this. Severus tried to free himself from the hands on his legs. That damn sentence, how much he hated it. Why do they all have to say it again and again? Severus, you don't deserve this all, Doc Martens said again and prevented Severus' attempt to pull himself away by adding more calming magic. You don't deserve this. Severus felt his throat tighten and the tears coming in his eyes. Merlin, that's all too much. I have to leave, Severus thought miserably and tried again to struggle against the doctor. Severus, look at me. Nothing you did makes you worthy of this pain. You tried very hard to help so many people, especially those 2 boys you brought with you to the camp. Light Arrow told me about it. You are a good man and a very brave man. You don't deserve this pain. Please, no, Severus croaked. He hated it when he felt the first tears run over his cheeks. All struggling was useless against the experienced doctor. Doc Martens reached with one hand up to Severus' cheek, resting it there, and repeated the sentence again and again until Severus broke down against him. He steadied the crying wizard and drew calming circles on his back. It will be okay, Severus. Just let us help you. These boys seem to love you very much, and I know you want to be there for them. You only can help them when you get your own problems under control. I know, Severus croaked and composed himself. Doc Martens gave him a tissue, and Severus tried to wipe all the evidences of his breakdown from his face. Let me give you some medications to help you with the side effects, Doc Martens said. Okay, Severus said, defeated. This one you should take each morning before you eat something, and this one you can take whenever you feel your hands shaking. I would like to wait to see if they will help you before I give you something for your sleep problems. Maybe it won't even be necessary if these two medications work well. I will come to check on you in 3 days. Then you can tell me if you need something for night as well. Doc Martens gave Severus 2 packages of medications. Severus, you have known Light Arrow and White Cloud for a long time, and you should know by now that you can talk with them about whatever is bothering you. I want you to arrange regular meetings with them to speak about what's going on in your head at the moment and what happened to make you feel so bad now. I would like to come at least once a week to speak with you three together and see how you are doing. Would that be okay with you? I don't want the boys to notice, Severus said fearfully. There is nothing to be embarrassed about, Severus. Don't you think the boys would even open up more if they saw that you are working on your problems as well? Severus sighed. Fine, but if we can avoid it, we won't make it too obvious. Okay. As you wish, Severus. Would it be okay if I call Light Arrow in now? Severus didn't answer immediately. He had hoped they could skip having this talk under 6 eyes. Finally, he nodded. Light Arrow came into the room right at the moment where Severus pulled down his sleeves. He stopped abruptly and stared at Severus. Come on, Light Arrow, we need to talk, Doc Martens said and guided the old man over to Severus and offered him a chair. Yes, I think we have a lot to speak about, Light Arrow said and drilled Severus with his gaze. Severus looked at his hands in his lap. Severus would like to tell you something, Light Arrow, Doc Martens said. No, I definitely don't want to tell him anything, Severus thought desperately. He didn't say anything and just stared at his hands. Why don't you start with what happened on your ride with Thunderstorm? Doc Martens prodded the reluctant wizard. Severus sighed and then told Light Arrow about his ride and what had happened at the river. The whole time he didn't look up and just stared at his wringing hands. You tried to heal it and hide it from us. The sadness and disappointment could be heard very clearly in Light Arrow's voice, and Severus felt very ashamed. I'm sorry. It won't happen again, I promise, Severus said. Of course it won't happen again. I won't let you ride alone again, Light Arrow said angrily. He is an adult, Light Arrow, Doc Martens said calmly. I don't care, Doc. He is one of my boys, and I don't give a damn how old he is. He did it again, and he even tried to hide it. Light Arrow was very disappointed and worried. Until now he hadn't realized how deeply in trouble his boy was. Severus regrets what he has done, and he knows that he should have come to you or someone else to get help. What's done is done, Light Arrow. Now we have to figure out how we will go on. This salve has to be applied twice a day. I'm sure you still know the procedure. I will come to check the wounds in 3 days. They are in very bad shape, so I want you to change the bandage each time you apply the salve. I will check if Severus still needs the bandage when I visit you in 3 days. I want you or White Cloud to change the bandage this evening the first time. Then you'll see the damage, and from then on you have to watch closely to see if it gets worse. If it does, you need to send for me immediately, and I will come early. Don't try to bring him here. The drive would worsen his condition. There is a timed healing spell on the wounds, so you shouldn't use any magic on Severus except, of course, Rose's magic. Otherwise it would interfere with mine. Severus also agreed to have regular meeting with you or one of the others to talk about what is bothering him. Maybe you could even get Rose in on it. What do you say, Severus? Doc Martens asked. I would prefer Rose over White Cloud. I don't want to worry her more than I already have, Severus said sadly. Severus, White Cloud always would be there for you, Light Arrow started. I know, Severus interrupted the old man. I just would feel more comfortable speaking about some things with Rose, and not with White Cloud. Okay, my boy, Light Arrow said calmly again. I will speak with her and also with Rose. Good, then I will see you all in 3 days at the camp, Doc Martens said cheerfully. What about the alcohol? Light Arrow asked. Didn't you tell him, Severus? Light Arrow bored holes into Severus with his eyes. He told me, Light Arrow, but all that concerns this therapy he will do with me. He has got some medication he will try until I see him next time. You don't have to worry about that, Doc Martens assured the upset old man. I don't have to worry about it. Light Arrow asked angrily and looked daggers at the doctor. Severus is my patient in this case, Light Arrow. Speak with him about what is bothering him and it will help with my therapy with him as well, but the medication Severus gets for his alcohol problem will stay between him and me. You take care about his self-inflicted wounds, Doc Martens said sternly, in a tone that made clear that all argument was useless. Anything else I have to watch for? Light Arrow asked, more calmly now. He knew that Doc Martens was right. The alcohol problem was something Severus had to handle with Doc Martens. Severus never was very strongly addicted to alcohol, yet he had handled the problem last time very well with Doc Martens alone. They had arranged meetings for talking about his problems in general, but never spoke about the alcohol directly. This was nothing Severus brought over him by will like the cutting. The cutting Severus inflicted on himself, so it had to be an open topic in the family. Light Arrow trusted the doctor, and he accepted the rule. He would help Severus with his alcohol problem by talking with him in the meetings, and that was enough to soothe his urge to help him. 10 minutes later, Severus and Light Arrow were sitting in the truck on their way back to the camp. He told me, Light Arrow, but all that concerns this therapy he will do with me. He has got some medication he will try until I see him next time. You don't have to worry about that, Doc Martens assured the upset old man. I don't have to worry about it. Light Arrow asked angrily and looked daggers at the doctor. Severus is my patient in this case, Light Arrow. Speak with him about what is bothering him and it will help with my therapy with him as well, but the medication Severus gets for his alcohol problem will stay between him and me. You take care about his self-inflicted wounds, Doc Martens said sternly, in a tone that made clear that all argument was useless. Anything else I have to watch for? Light Arrow asked, more calmly now. He knew that Doc Martens was right. The alcohol problem was something Severus had to handle with Doc Martens. Severus never was very strongly addicted to alcohol, yet he had handled the problem last time very well with Doc Martens alone. They had arranged meetings for talking about his problems in general, but never spoke about the alcohol directly. This was nothing Severus brought over him by will like the cutting. The cutting Severus inflicted on himself, so it had to be an open topic in the family. Light Arrow trusted the doctor, and he accepted the rule. He would help Severus with his alcohol problem by talking with him in the meetings, and that was enough to soothe his urge to help him. 10 minutes later, Severus and Light Arrow were sitting in the truck on their way back to the camp. Draco's steps become bigger and bigger the closer they came to the paddock and Unaga. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Crying Horse laid a hand on Harry's shoulder while his other hand was holding Rose's. Oh, come on, cheer up, Harry, Crying Horse said cheerfully. You will like Tohiadity when you get to know him better. Just think about how much fun it will be to go riding with Draco and Severus. If I ever will be able to go riding. I don't think the horse likes me one bit, thus he won't let me take care of him. Black Hawk says I first have to prove that I can take care of the horse before I will be allowed to try riding, Harry said sullenly. Draco meanwhile had reached the paddock fence and called for Unaga. The white horse lifted his head and looked over to him. Come here, Unaga, Draco called. Slowly, the horse came over to the gate on which Draco had climbed. Harry was amazed at the sight of the smile on Draco's face and how relaxed he looked when the white horse gently bumped his head against Draco's chest, nuzzling his shirt. Hey, don't eat my shirt, Draco said playfully and rubbed the horse's forehead. Crying Horse whistled and Tohiadity trotted over to them. Hey, my boy, Crying Horse said and pet the head of the Appaloosa. Harry, meanwhile, kept his distance. He wished he could be as friendly with Tohiadity as Draco was with Unaga, but Harry had the feeling that the horse didn't like him. What are you waiting for? Come over, Crying Horse called to Harry and waved with one of the halter in his hands. Reluctantly Harry went over to Crying Horse and Tohiadity. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Draco watching him curiously. Try to put the halter on his head. Crying Horse handed Harry the halter after showing him how he should put the halter onto Tohiadity's head. Reluctantly Harry took the halter and tried to pull it over the nose of the horse. Tohiadity didn't seem to like the idea and threw his head back and up, out of Harry's reach. The horse pawed the ground with his hoof and snorted disapprovingly. Harry almost threw the halter out of anger into the sand, but tried to hold his temper in. He was angry and, if he was honest, hurt that the horse didn't seem to like him. What have I done to you, Harry asked the horse angrily. Tohiadity again pawed the ground with his hoof and threw his head upwards. Like I said, he doesn't like me. I will never manage to do anything with him, Harry said, frustrated, and pushed the halter back into Crying Horse's hand. Without waiting for a reaction, Harry climbed between the slats in the gate and stormed away. He didn't know where he was going. He just wanted to be away from the horse and all the people who wanted things from him he wasn't able to do. Eventually, he ended up behind one of the large stables and sat down on the dusty ground. I hate it here. Angrily he kicked the ground with his boot and whirled dust up. Am just wasting my time. After he had sat there for around 15 minutes, someone sat down beside him. Problems? Black Hawk asked while stretching his legs out. This whole camp is my problem, Harry said angrily. How dramatic, Black Hawk said sarcastically. Yeah, fantastic. Make fun of me. I don't care. Again, Harry kicked the ground. His jeans were already covered in dust, and his face was dirty, too. Doesn't look as if you don't care, Harry, Black Hawk said calmly. What's wrong? And I mean what really angered you this time, not your overall feeling about everything here. He doesn't like me. I don't want to do all this, Harry said sullenly. I will just ignore the last part. So, who doesn't like you? Black Hawk took his hat off and waved the dusty air away. The horse, of course, Harry said and looked angrily at the older man. Seeing Black Hawk relaxed and not a bit like the other adults, who always wanted to show him that he was still a kid and couldn't decide for himself, lifted his mood. It seemed that Black Hawk really just wanted to make conversations, not give him a tongue lashing. Tohiadity. No, he is just suspicious. Like you. He will get better once he knows the people who want to touch and care for him. You need to earn his trust. Just be patient. Why do I have to take care of him? I'm not good with horses. I'm sure you would like to go riding with Severus and Draco, wouldn't you? It's nice to leave the camp for a few hours on a riding trip. We have a river half an hour away from here. The water is clear and not too cold for swimming in. Most of the kids like to have their own horse. They are good listeners when you have something to tell them that you can't, or don't want to, tell someone. Many people say it is soothing to brush the coat and mane of a horse. So, I think there are many reasons for you to at least try to become friends with your horse. Light Arrow never was wrong matching a horse to a kid. Harry meanwhile had picked up a twig and broke it several times, throwing the pieces in front of his boots. Maybe it would be great to go riding, but as long as the horse doesn't want me, I can't do anything, he said, before crushing the bits of twig into the ground with his boot. Tohiadity just reacts to your behavior towards him. You are angry and uncertain, and that makes him nervous. You need to approach him openly, and you must try to concentrate on him and not your problems or bad feelings. Maybe the time you spend with your horse can be a time where you forget about all your frustration. For me, it has always worked. I was glad that everyone left me alone while I was with my horse. No stupid questions, no arguments, no odd looks, just shallow water and me. Harry curiously looked at Black Hawk. The man was leaning, relaxed, against the stable, one leg outstretched and the other slightly bent. Black Hawk wasn't looking at Harry. He was looking in the distance, which made Harry relax as well. He took his Stetson and spun it in his hands. What if he never lets me touch him? Harry asked, worried. That won't happen. Like I said, Light Arrow has a feeling for horses, and when he says Tohiadity is good for you, then he is. He has never been wrong. So, want to give it another try? Black Hawk asked and looked at Harry for the first time. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Come on. I will help you, and I promise Tohiadity will accept you, Black Hawk assured Harry. Reluctantly Harry straightened up and brushed the dust from his jeans. Black Hawk laughed. That's useless, Harry. Here you will always be covered in dust. You look like one of us now. Without another word, both went to the paddock. Melissa was standing with her horse, Maud, under one of the cottonwood trees. She shyly looked over when she realized it was Black Hawk and Harry. Seeing Harry look back at her, she hid behind Maud's head, looking as if she was whispering something into the ear of the mare. Draco looked up. He was brushing Unaga's coat and now looked curiously over to Harry. Crying Horse jumped from the gate and came over to Harry and Black Hawk. I will go then. The ladies are waiting for me. He patted Black Hawk's shoulder. You can be glad that he didn't force you going to collect berries with the women for the next few times. I'm quite surprised he let you off the hook so easily. Black Hawk brushed the hand from his shoulder. It seems he was a bit occupied by Severus. Not that I object. Yeah, seems he is in some kind of trouble. Only one day here and already under Light Arrow's personal supervision, Crying Horse said. Seeing Harry's curious expression, he quickly said, whatever, I need to go find the girls. Melissa will stay with you. So, be a good boy, Black Hawk. Black Hawk looked grumpily at Crying Horse. You have no clue what you are talking about. You never have been at the receiving end of one of Light Arrow's personal supervisions. That's because I'm the good guy of this camp, my brother. Laughing, Crying Horse left Harry and Black Hawk to look for the women. Everything okay over there? Black Hawk asked Draco, who quickly nodded and started to brush Unaga's coat again. Good, then let's start with you and Tohiadity. Black Hawk gave Harry a brush and took a second one himself. Just look at me and try to copy my movements. Black Hawk moved towards the horse, which he had caught and tied to the fence, allowed the horses to sniff the brush, and then began to groom his coat at a smooth, steady pace. Harry reluctantly started to brush the chestnut coat of his horse. When he realized that Tohiadity relaxed under his ministration, he started to enjoy it himself. Harry didn't even notice when Black Hawk stopped, checked on Melissa, and took his place on the gate. After a while, Black Hawk asked Draco if he would like to clean Unaga's hooves. Draco overcome his fear and nodded. After Draco managed it alone, Black Hawk went over to Harry and showed him the same movements. Unfortunately for Harry, things didn't go as well as they had for Draco, and when he tried to lift Tohiadity's hoof to clean it, the horse didn't move an inch. Oh, come on, Tohi, lift your leg. Tohiadity just ignored him and looked lazily into the distance. Yeah, fantastic. First you pretend to accept me, and now you make a fool of me again. The horse snorted as if he was laughing at him. Harry pulled and yanked at Tohiadity's foot to no effect. The horse stubbornly kept all his hooves on the ground. Desperately, Harry looked over to Black Hawk for help. The man just shook his head. Remember what I told you. Concentrate on him and not on your own problems. You are blocking, so he is blocking, too. Relax and just concentrate on Tohiadity. Harry sighed, frustrated. I am concentrating on him, he muttered. Again he yanked at the hoof. Come on, boy, lift it, Harry instructed, annoyed with the situation. Until now, he had enjoyed the whole horse thing, as he called it, but now he felt like a freak again. Enviously, he looked over to Draco, who had already managed to clean the third hoof on his horse. Why can't my horse be like Unaga? It's not fair, Harry thought angrily. Tohiadity snorted and stepped away from him as if he had read his mind. Sorry, boy, it wasn't meant like that, Harry said, before he realized what he has said, and blushed. Quickly, he looked over to Black Hawk if he had heard him. The man was sitting on the gate and looking nervously around. Then he reached into his shirt and pulled a small box out. Quickly, he opened it and took out a cigarette. With a matchstick, he lit it and looked around again. Puzzled, Harry looked at the man. It seems more things than I previously considered are not allowed here, Harry thought, amused. Concentrating back on the task, Harry looked at Tohiadity. As if the horse felt his gaze, he turned one of his ears in Harry's direction. Slowly, Harry went over to the head of the horse. He leaned over to whisper in his ear. Come on, don't let me look stupid. He won't let us go before I have managed to clean your hooves. So, please lift your hoof or we will stay here all day. No nice mares, no grass, no fun, just standing here with me in the sun. Not much fun, don't you think? Tohiadity nickered and turned his head in Harry's direction. He gently touched Harry's head because he was too surprised to pull it back. Does that mean I should start? When the horse snorted, Harry took it as a sign to start. He let his hand roam from the horse's neck, across his left shoulder, and down the front of his leg before gently wrapping his hand around the pastern, just above the hoof. This time he didn't pull at it and just let his hand gently rest on the angle while with his thumb he made a circle around it. It felt natural. His own body was slightly touching the horse's side and he could feel the slow vibration of the horse when he relaxed and clenched his muscles. To Harry's great surprise and relief, Tohiadity relaxed and Harry could lift the hoof. A bit awkwardly at first, Harry started to clean the hoof, but Tohiadity didn't seem to be annoyed by it. He cleaned out the other hooves as well, and when he looked up, he saw that Draco was leading Unaga around the paddock. Well done, Harry. Black Hawk patted Harry's shoulder. Want to join Draco with your horse? Harry nodded enthusiastically. Finally he would have time to speak with Draco. Sorry, boy, it wasn't meant like that, Harry said, before he realized what he has said, and blushed. Quickly, he looked over to Black Hawk if he had heard him. The man was sitting on the gate and looking nervously around. Then he reached into his shirt and pulled a small box out. Quickly, he opened it and took out a cigarette. With a matchstick, he lit it and looked around again. Puzzled, Harry looked at the man. It seems more things than I previously considered are not allowed here, Harry thought, amused. Concentrating back on the task, Harry looked at Tohiadity. As if the horse felt his gaze, he turned one of his ears in Harry's direction. Slowly, Harry went over to the head of the horse. He leaned over to whisper in his ear. Come on, don't let me look stupid. He won't let us go before I have managed to clean your hooves. So, please lift your hoof or we will stay here all day. No nice mares, no grass, no fun, just standing here with me in the sun. Not much fun, don't you think? Tohiadity nickered and turned his head in Harry's direction. He gently touched Harry's head because he was too surprised to pull it back. Does that mean I should start? When the horse snorted, Harry took it as a sign to start. He let his hand roam from the horse's neck, across his left shoulder, and down the front of his leg before gently wrapping his hand around the pastern, just above the hoof. This time he didn't pull at it and just let his hand gently rest on the angle while with his thumb he made a circle around it. It felt natural. His own body was slightly touching the horse's side and he could feel the slow vibration of the horse when he relaxed and clenched his muscles. To Harry's great surprise and relief, Tohiadity relaxed and Harry could lift the hoof. A bit awkwardly at first, Harry started to clean the hoof, but Tohiadity didn't seem to be annoyed by it. He cleaned out the other hooves as well, and when he looked up, he saw that Draco was leading Unaga around the paddock. Well done, Harry. Black Hawk patted Harry's shoulder. Want to join Draco with your horse? Harry nodded enthusiastically. Finally he would have time to speak with Draco. Harry woke to the rays from the morning sun tickling his nose, another night of waking in Light Arrow's lap, sobbing after his nightmare. White Cloud had brought him a hot chocolate like the 7 nights before, and they both had sat by his side until he had fallen asleep again. Harry was grateful for their help and that they never looked tired or annoyed. Each time he felt less embarrassed, but he still felt guilty for waking them. Kareem jumped on his chest and mewed loudly, which pulled Harry out of his thoughts. Morning, Kareem. He pet Kareem's head and the cat stretched his head so that Harry would caress under his chin. Slowly, it became uncomfortable for Harry because Kareem felt so good that he started to knead his chest with his paws and, unfortunately, claws. Damn, why do cats have to do this while looking so cute and lovable at the same time that you feel bad stopping them? Harry thought and grimaced in pain. Okay, boy, that's enough. My chest is full of scratches. Kareem looked puzzled at Harry when he stopped the caressing. He even looked a bit reproachfully. Oh, stop looking at me like that. Harry laughed and caressed Kareem behind his ear. In the same moment, he sat up and lifted Kareem in his arm. Here, enjoy the sun a bit. I need to drink something. Harry sat Kareem on the windowsill and headed for the kitchen. It was 7 a.m. and normally nobody was awake at that time besides Light Arrow and White Cloud, so Harry didn't bother changing into day clothes and just padded down the stairs in his pajamas. When Harry reached the kitchen, he stopped in his tracks. At the table sat not only White Cloud and Light Arrow, but a stranger as well. Harry was so surprised that he didn't greet the man and just stood there, stiff as a poker. Morning, Harry, Light Arrow said, grinning and came over to Harry. Slept well. Harry looked at the old man, who now was standing in front of him with one hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry looked back and forth between the stranger and Light Arrow. Morning. Light Arrow chuckled. May I introduce you to our guest? Light Arrow tried to guide Harry over to the table, but Harry resisted. I need to change, Harry stuttered, looking down at himself. He felt so stupid standing in front of a stranger in his pajamas. Light Arrow waved his hand and suddenly a bathrobe lay over Harry's pajamas. That will do, don't you think? When no answer came from the puzzled teen, Light Arrow gently guided Harry over to the stranger. Harry, this is Doc Martens. Harry eyed the stranger, but the gentle smile and all-in-all appearance of the man put Harry on ease. This young man here is Harry, one of Severus' boys. Light Arrow told Doc Martens, and, after one last pat on Harry's shoulder, he went back to his chair. Hello, Harry. I hope I didn't scare you. Doc Martens held out his hand to Harry. Harry took the offered hand and shook it lightly. No. I was just looking for a drink. Come over here, Harry. I have a hot chocolate for you, or do you want something else? White Cloud waved him over to the chair beside her. A cup with hot chocolate already stood on the table for him. Harry smiled at the old woman. Hot chocolate sounds great. He went over, but hesitated to sit down. He looked at the adults. I don't want to disturb you. I can go and drink it in my room. Nonsense, Harry. Sit down, White Cloud said and gently pulled him beside her on the chair. After a sip of his chocolate, Harry looked up and asked, You are here because of Severus, right? Yes, Doc Martens said and made it clear with the tone of his voice that this was all information he would give away on the topic. Harry hadn't seen him when he had his first appointment with Severus 3 days after his visit at the doctor. Ashamed, Harry lowered his gaze and hid behind his cup while sipping from it again. So, how do you like it here, Harry? Are you adjusting? The doctor asked, sipping his coffee. Harry lowered his cup and stared at the table. Again, he was torn between showing his anger about his stay here and lying out of respect for the people in this camp. He knew that they all wanted to help him, but Harry didn't want help. Sometimes he couldn't understand his own feelings. Over the last few days, he had sometimes forgotten about his hate and what he wanted to do the moment he was back in England. He even felt guilty the moment he realized that he had felt free and without hate for a few minutes again. Mostly it was when he was with Tohyadity or when he was joking around with Brain, Ken, and Crying Horse. The man's cheerfulness was really contagious. Yesterday, they drove in the old pickup to the river, and Crying Horse had thrown Harry into the river with all his clothes on. Then Brian and Ken had shoved Crying Horse after Harry into the river, and in the end they had all been laughing and splashing water onto each other. Only on the way back had Harry realized that for over half an hour he had felt so free and happy. The images of Ron and Neville had come into his mind and the guilt had overcome Harry again. But, as it was so often these days, there also was Light Arrow's voice in Harry's head, who asked him what Neville and Ron would want him to do. Harry felt torn and couldn't decide which way would be the best for him. He couldn't decide if he liked the moments of joy and freedom or if he hated them. Harry shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't answer the doctor's question. Not sure, yet. That's understandable. It must be confusing and overwhelming here for you, Doc Martens said. Harry sighed. I still think I don't belong here, but Draco likes it here. We are not speaking about Draco at the moment, Harry, White Cloud said and laid one of her wrinkled hand over Harry's right hand that rested on the table. Harry sighed. He hated that the tactic didn't work with them. Back home, it had always worked. The moment he brought up a comment about Draco, people had always wanted to know more about Draco and how he was coping, moving Harry out of the spotlight. Here, everything was different, and that was very straining. Do you have a horse already, Harry? Doc Martens tried again to have a conversation with the drawn-back teen. Harry nodded. Tohyadity. But I can't ride him, yet. Harry had become very close with his horse, but still Tohyadity caused problems sometimes. He was very stubborn. Once, He even had stood on Harry's foot when Harry was cursing Dumbledore for sending him to the camp. It hadn't hurt, but Harry couldn't pull his foot out under the hoof, and Tohiadity stared in the opposite direction, not reacting on anything Harry did. Cursing, pleading, even shoving hard hadn't worked, and Black Hawk had had to come to Harry's rescue. It was the second time Harry went behind the big stable, pouting until Black Hawk managed to talk sense into him. All in all, he enjoyed his time with Tohiadity and was looking forward to the day Black Hawk would finally teach Draco and him how to ride. I'm sure Black Hawk will teach you how to ride him as soon as he thinks it is safe enough. He is a good teacher. Steps from the stairs made them all look up when Severus came into the kitchen. When he realized who was already in the kitchen, he looked uncomfortably at Harry. The worst thing that could happen now was if Doc Martens handled him like a stupid kid in front of Harry. Morning, Severus, Doc Martens said, friendly. Harry was just telling me about his horse. It seems he is as fond of his horse as you are of Thunderstorm. Severus went reluctantly over to the table while White Cloud placed a cup of hot coffee on the table for him. I think I will go to change and wake Draco. Harry placed his cup in the sink. It was nice to meet you, sir, Harry said shyly to Doc Martens and then left the kitchen quickly. Harry opened Draco's door slowly and peeked into the room. Draco was still sleeping, and Watja was sitting on top of him, staring at Harry. Hey, Draco, Harry whispered while silently going over to the bed. Draco didn't stir, but Watja was up in an instant and hissed at Harry. Her white long fur was standing up in all directions, a ridge was forming on her back and her tail looked like a bottle brush. The sound Watja made evoked old instincts in Harry, and he jumped back. Draco woke from Watja's hissing and spatting, and he looked around, confused and scared. What the hell? He spotted Harry. Are you crazy, Harry? I almost had a heart attack. Me, your cat. Harry's heart was beating like hell, and he was having trouble slowing it down. I'm the one who almost had a heart attack. Your cat is a monster. Hey, stop insulting Watja. Draco looked at the cat whose fur still stood up in all directions. He slowly stroked her fur down, and Watja, after throwing one last arrogant look at Harry, snuggled herself close to Draco, getting the reward for her good work being a bodyguard. Kareem never does things like that. Slowly, Harry dared to come closer. Watja was purring like crazy and rubbed her head against Draco's chin almost violently. I'm sure she is in love with you. Hermione will be so jealous when I tell her about this. Harry grinned and sat down on the bed. Therefore, you would have to write her, and she is complaining all the time that you are not doing so. As if realizing only now what Harry had said, he added, hey, and stop implying that Hermione does want anything from me. Oh, so you want something from her? Harry grinned at Draco and made room for Watja, who climbed on his lap. Hey, now, you come and key. Up to me. You are really stupid, Harry. Draco turned around and fumbled for the messenger which lay beside his cushion. Oh, look Watja, he is sleeping with her beside him, Harry teased the now blushing blonde boy. Draco pulled a face at Harry and opened the messenger. She has written. Oh, she has written, Watja. Isn't that cute? Harry cuddled the cat while grinning at his friend. Wait until I put my memory of Tohiadity's hoof walkout on your foot in a pensieve and show it Hermione, Draco teased Harry. You wouldn't, Harry said, shocked. Dare me. Draco laughed, but then waved Harry to lie down beside him to read the message from Hermione together. Watja jumped off Harry's lap and vanished through the closed door. Creepy, Harry said while watching her tail, which was still sticking out of the door. Yeah, I think I will never get used to that. Draco followed Harry's gaze. Kareem doesn't seem to like using the doors like this. He always waits for me or someone else to open the door. After Draco shifted to make room, Harry lay down beside him. When they were both comfortable, Draco started to read aloud. Dear Draco, I finally got an answer from Professor Dumbledore. He sent me a book about natural healing magic. He says that's what your rose is using. Your rose, Harry said laughing and dug Draco in his ribs. Draco just groaned and read on. I will start to read it the moment I've finished this letter to you. I wrote again to Harry yesterday and he hasn't answered yet. Tell him I'm starting to get angry with him. I shall tell you. Draco mocked. Yeah, I got the message, Pratt. Keep on reading. Grinning, Draco went on. Professor Dumbledore said that cameras are not allowed in the camp. That's so sad. I really wanted to see you in that hat. Can you bring it home with you? Oh, please, Draco. Please, Draco. Let me see the say. Why, mysterious Draco in his Stetson, Harry sing-songed. Idiot, Draco said, annoyed, and threw the cushion at Harry's face. Before Harry could add anything more, Draco read on. There is good news, nevertheless. Professor Dumbledore said that you are allowed to have visitors. Not yet, but near the end of your stay. He promised that I can accompany him when he is visiting you. Isn't that good news? Absolutely, Hermione, Harry said and patted Draco's shoulder. Draco was engrossed in the letter and didn't comment on Harry's comment. I was a bit worried when I read your last letter. I'm sorry that you are still worried. Draco stopped reading abruptly and tuned the messenger around so Harry couldn't read the letter himself. Hey, what are you doing? Harry asked, confused. It's private, Draco stuttered. Private. I could see my name a few words ahead. So, you are worried about me, right? What is it, Draco? Come on, we always talked about everything. Why do you have secrets now, and even some which concern me? Harry started to become angry. They never had secrets. That's what made their friendship special. Harry, please, you won't understand. Draco tried to calm Harry. Then try. I want to know what you think about me, Harry shouted. Draco sighed and turned the messenger over and started the paragraph again. I was a bit worried when I read your last letter. I'm sorry that you are still worried about Harry, but I'm sure he will adjust, Draco. He just needs more time than you. I'm so proud of you that you are starting to feel comfortable, and even happy, there. I'm sure it will help you and Harry. Please stop worrying about Harry and concentrate on yourself. Don't let your worry about Harry spoil your fun and success. Harry turned abruptly on his back and stared at the ceiling. I said you won't like it. Now you are mad at me, Draco said sadly and turned on his side to look at Harry. No, I'm not mad at you, but I should leave, Harry said, emotionless, like he had spoken so often before they came here. Draco panicked at hearing this hopeless and cold voice again. He had almost forgotten about it lately. What? No, Harry. I said it was private. You shouldn't have heard this all. Harry stood up and looked coldly at Draco. No, it was good that I finally heard the truth. I hinder you from healing and feeling happy. That's it. I knew it before and now I have the proof. I will leave this camp. If you are a friend, you won't tell anyone. This camp is the right thing for you, and I'm just acting as a millstone around your neck. I wish you luck, Draco. You have been the best friend I've ever had. Please don't tell anyone that I'm leaving. The coldness in his voice had left upon seeing Draco's desperate expression and tears. No, Harry, please don't leave me. Don't leave me alone, Draco screamed between sobs. Harry looked sadly over his shoulder while already grabbing the door handle. You are no longer alone, Draco. You don't need me any longer. Harry turned abruptly on his back and stared at the ceiling. I said you won't like it. Now you are mad at me, Draco said sadly and turned on his side to look at Harry. No, I'm not mad at you, but I should leave, Harry said, emotionless, like he had spoken so often before they came here. Draco panicked at hearing this hopeless and cold voice again. He had almost forgotten about it lately. What? No, Harry. I said it was private. You shouldn't have heard this all. Harry stood up and looked coldly at Draco. No, it was good that I finally heard the truth. I hinder you from healing and feeling happy. That's it. I knew it before and now I have the proof. I will leave this camp. If you are a friend, you won't tell anyone. This camp is the right thing for you, and I'm just acting as a millstone around your neck. I wish you luck, Draco. You have been the best friend I've ever had. Please don't tell anyone that I'm leaving. The coldness in his voice had left upon seeing Draco's desperate expression and tears. No, Harry, please don't leave me. Don't leave me alone, Draco screamed between sobs. Harry looked sadly over his shoulder while already grabbing the door handle. You are no longer alone, Draco. You don't need me any longer. Frantically, Harry stuffed a jacket and the 2 apples he had in his room into his backpack. Kareem was meowing nervously and strode around his feet. For the 3rd time, Harry lifted the confused-looking cat and placed him on the windowsill. Don't make this harder than it already is, Kareem. Harry fought against the tears that were already starting to form in his eyes. The pain about leaving Draco was overwhelming. In one jump, Kareem was again between Harry's feet and meowed loudly. Shish, Kareem, you will alarm the others, Harry said as he maneuvered himself around the black cat and went over to the window. He wished he could take some water with him, but the adults were still sitting in the kitchen, and Harry had no vessel to fill in the bathroom. He also didn't want to waste more time. The others would wake up soon, and then Harry would have no chance to escape. The fresh morning air hit Harry's face when he looked out of the window. The farmyard was deserted, and Harry stepped on the windowsill. Kareem started to paw at Harry's legs. If anyone had been in the yard, they would have heard Kareem's loud meowing, but luckily nobody noticed him. Sadly, Harry looked at the black cat that mowed miserably now. I'm sorry, Kareem. There will come another one to look after you. With those last words, Harry started to climb down the rain drain. Damn, Harry cursed when he cut his hand on the drain. It was bleeding lightly, but steadily. Quickly, Harry wrapped his handkerchief around the wound and looked for a way to escape. Cautiously, he crept closer to the big farmhouse until he reached the end. With big steps and in a bowed position, he ran over to the stable. He had just reached it when he heard voices. I will go inside and see how far the others are, Black Hawk said. Sure. I will finish feeding the horses and then come in as well, Red Horse answered. When they don't need my help for preparing breakfast, I will be out and help you. I just have to check if Light Arrow and White Cloud are still occupied with the dock. Still needing your morning cigarette, Black Hawk. Don't let Light Arrow catch you, Red Horse said, laughing deeply, and Harry could hear heavy footsteps heading away from his hiding place. Harry pressed himself against the stable walls and didn't dare to move. That's why I only smoke far away from the farmhouse, my friend, Black Hawk muttered under his breath. Harry's heart was beating so fast that he feared he would collapse. If Black Hawk turned around, he would see Harry standing there with his backpack and surely would put 2 and 2 together. It seemed to be Harry's lucky day because Black Hawk went over to the main house without looking backwards. The moment he went inside, Harry ran to the back side of the stable and pressed himself against the wall to breathe deeply. That was close to a catch, Harry thought, still breathless. When he could breathe normally again, Harry looked around. Wherever he looked, there was free land. Only a few trees were randomly distributed and could hardly give any shelter from unwelcome eyes. Harry's only chance was to run as fast as he could, and that he did. Harry's chest burned. He was sweating. Even though it was still early in the morning, the sun was heating the air. With no shelter from the sun and the running, Harry felt the heat burn him from outside and inside. He cursed that he didn't have his hat with him. Without it, he would hardly survive a day in this outback, but the Stetson was hanging beside the main door like the hats of all the others. His hands ran through his sweaty hair and he glanced back towards the farm. The area was hilly and the farm had almost vanished behind a hill. Harry ran for a few more minutes, and when he turned around again, the farm was gone. Holding his side because of the stitches, he slowed down and continued to walk. The feeling of loneliness overcame him and the tears ran freely now. The farm was gone, but so were Severus and Draco. Severus was his only real anchor to this world, the only person he felt safe with. Light Arrow could help him through the nights and Harry felt safe with him as well, but it was different. He didn't like the old man like he loved Severus. It was that kind of love you had as a child when you thought your parents were the universe and everything they did was right and nothing could happen to you when they were around. Harry knew this was stupid, and he couldn't explain why he felt like this about Severus. When they were in the dungeons of Malfoy's mansion, it was always Severus he hoped would come and rescue them. In the end, it was Severus as well as many others, but what counted was that Severus was there for them, even after they were found. For Ron and Neville the help had come too late. Harry knew that Severus had tried everything to find them, and he would have killed all the Death Eaters alone if he would have had a chance to do it. Now he was alone, More alone than he was in the dungeons, and it was an awful feeling. Draco's tear-strained face appeared in front of Harry's vision. The feeling of loneliness was accompanied by guilt. It was his fault that Draco felt so miserable now, but it was for the better. He was preventing Draco from going on and enjoying his life. Harry had realized that this morning, and for him it was the ultimate sacrifice for Draco to leave him so that Draco could have a new and better life without him. For Harry, there was no rescue. That's what he told himself over and over again. Only the pain in his chest made him wonder what had changed in him the last week. Why was he feeling so bad by leaving the farm, his friend and the only father figure he had left? Why did it even bother him? 1 week ago, it wouldn't have hurt like this. Harry was certain about that. It would have felt good to know that Draco was safe and happy and that he would go and kill the Death Eaters, even if it meant dying himself during this act. But now, the pain in his chest caused by the feeling of loneliness was overwhelming. He wished he could go back and bury himself in Severus or even Light Arrow's arms, forgetting all the pain and worry, but he couldn't do that. He was alone, and he had to survive alone. Tears were blurring his vision, and not only was his chest burning, but his head as well. Sobbing, he went on his way to nowhere. He had no clue where he was or in which direction he had to go. He hadn't cared to memorize the position of the sun to orient himself. The farm wasn't in view any longer, and so Harry just walked on, disoriented. Meanwhile in the camp, "Dad, Severus, you have to come up to Draco. He is crying and I can't calm him down. Something must have happened. It's serious," Rose said, agitatedly. She hadn't even finished the last sentence when Severus stormed past her up the stairs and the rest of the adult and Doc Martens followed him. Draco, what's wrong?" Severus asked worriedly while sitting down on the bed and laying his hand on Draco's shoulder. He was surprised when Draco spun around and threw himself on him. "Don't leave me alone," Draco sobbed. His voice was hoarse, and Severus knew that he must have been crying for some time. "I'm here, Draco, and I won't leave you. Calm down." Severus drew gentle circles on Draco's back and listened carefully to the heart-wrenching sobs of the boy. He hoped Draco would calm down. Never had a nightmare affected Draco that much, and Severus had a dreadful feeling that it wasn't a nightmare that had unsettled Draco like this. "Draco, what happened?" Severus asked calmly. Rose sat down beside them, but she and Severus both knew that her magic could only work when the one who it was directed at was willing to take it. Right now, Draco was too shut down for her magic. Draco just shook his head with his face still against Severus' chest. "Draco, you can tell us. We are here for you," Rose said and laid her hand over Severus on Draco's back. Severus' other hand was resting on Draco's head and gently stroking the blonde hair. More sobs racked Draco when he tried to speak. "Severus," Doc Martens said softly and handed Severus a vial. Severus recognized the calming draft and took it. Gently, he shifted Draco to give him the vial, but the boy clawed at him like his life depended on it. "No, don't leave me. Don't leave me alone." Severus looked at Light Arrow for help, but the old man gestured to him that he should be the one handling the situation. "Draco, please, I need to give you a calming draft, so you can tell me what is bothering you." Severus sat the vial down on the night table and gently pried Draco's hands from his clothes, but Draco refused to lift his head. Rose gently stroked Draco's head and drew the hair out of his face. "Draco, let us help you. You will feel much better after you drank the potion." Still sobbing, Draco let Rose gently pull his head backwards until he lay back against her. Severus let go of Draco's hands and grabbed the vial. Draco felt Rose behind him, but when Severus let go of his hands, he panicked and didn't know what to do with his hands. "Shish, Draco. I'm here, and I won't let go of you," Rose said, one hand on Draco's forehead, gently pressing Draco backwards against her chest while the other hand closed over his trembling hands. "Drink this for me, Draco," Severus said softly and lifted the vial to Draco's lips. Still sobbing, Draco tried to drink the potion, but when it was halfway down, he choked. Rose shifted him forward, and Draco immediately grabbed for Severus' robes again to pull him close. "No, Draco, first you have to finish the potion." Severus pressed the vial to Draco's lips again, and this time Draco managed to drink it fully. The moment he was finished, he launched himself at Severus again and buried his face in his robes. Okay, Draco, now calm down and tell me what happened. Again Severus started to draw calming circles on Draco's back and eventually he felt Draco's sobs lessen. What happened, Draco? He is gone. He left me. He thinks he is making me sad and worried, and so he said he had to leave. It's all my fault. Again Draco started to sob helplessly, potion or not. Severus looked around. Draco didn't have to say whom he was speaking about. Everyone knew it. Black Hawk passed Light Arrow on his way out and said, I'll take the old pickup. Light Arrow nodded and patted Black Hawk's shoulder. Seeing Severus' conflicted expression, Light Arrow said, You are needed here, Severus. Black Hawk will take care of Harry. Severus knew that the old man was right, but that didn't stop the feeling of guilt coming up. Again, he wasn't able to take care of Harry. He had to decide who needed him more, or more importantly, whom he could take care of best at the moment, and that was Draco. Draco was distressed and he needed a person he felt totally safe with. That could only be Harry or him, and Harry had his own problems right now. Severus knew Black Hawk well, and he was sure that Black Hawk would take good care of Harry. He couldn't have gone far. The next town was too far away, and there were no dangerous animals around during the day. Severus was sure that Harry was in no serious danger, only in emotional misery, and Black Hawk would handle that well. With this thought in mind, he drew Draco closer. It's okay, Draco. He will come back. You will both be okay. Just calm down, I won't leave you. Draco nodded into Severus' chest. He felt safe with Severus, and Rose's calming magic that was flowing into him through the hand that she had rested on the back of his head was calming him even more. Nothing could hurt him at the moment, and he knew that they would get Harry back as well. Draco hadn't realized that there were more people in his room than Rose and Severus, and he didn't notice when Light Arrow and Doc Martens left the room. Crying Horse had made sure that the other kids didn't disturb the scene and had ushered them down for breakfast. When Black Hawk passed the little group in the kitchen, he just said, You have to take over my duties today, Crying Horse. I don't know when I will be back. Sure. Take care, Crying Horse said and then tried his best to cheer up the worried-looking teens. Light Arrow nodded and patted Black Hawk's shoulder. Seeing Severus' conflicted expression, Light Arrow said, You are needed here, Severus. Black Hawk will take care of Harry. Severus knew that the old man was right, but that didn't stop the feeling of guilt coming up. Again, he wasn't able to take care of Harry. He had to decide who needed him more, or more importantly, whom he could take care of best at the moment, and that was Draco. Draco was distressed and he needed a person he felt totally safe with. That could only be Harry or him, and Harry had his own problems right now. Severus knew Black Hawk well, and he was sure that Black Hawk would take good care of Harry. He couldn't have gone far. The next town was too far away, and there were no dangerous animals around during the day. Severus was sure that Harry was in no serious danger, only in emotional misery, and Black Hawk would handle that well. With this thought in mind, he drew Draco closer. It's okay, Draco. He will come back. You will both be okay. Just calm down, I won't leave you. Draco nodded into Severus' chest. He felt safe with Severus, and Rose's calming magic that was flowing into him through the hand that she had rested on the back of his head was calming him even more. Nothing could hurt him at the moment and he knew that they would get Harry back as well. Draco hadn't realized that there were more people in his room than Rose and Severus, and he didn't notice when Light Arrow and Doc Martens left the room. Crying Horse had made sure that the other kids didn't disturb the scene and had ushered them down for breakfast. When Black Hawk passed the little group in the kitchen, he just said, You have to take over my duties today, Crying Horse. I don't know when I will be back. Sure. Take care, Crying Horse said and then tried his best to cheer up the worried-looking teens. Harry panicked when he heard the rumble of the engine of the old pickup behind him. He blinked through the tears that were still in his eyes. He wanted to be back at the camp with Severus and Light Arrow and a cup of White Cloud's hot chocolate. He wanted to hug Draco and tell him that they would never part. He wanted to believe that they were there for him, that he could feel safe and not alone like he felt now. He knew that he would be in big trouble now for running away, so he started to run after he had thrown one glance backwards to the cause of noise. He could see the old, blue pickup, but it was only a blur. Harry wiped the tears from his eyes while he ran. In his panic, he even threw his backpack down to be faster. Harry's head hurt badly and his chest hurt, not only from the bad feeling, but also from the constant sobbing. The pickup came closer and closer, and Harry's heart felt as if it was jumping out of his chest. When the pickup passed him and came to an abrupt halt in front of him, Harry almost fainted. A quick turn and Harry ran in the opposite direction. Was it the way back to the farm? Harry didn't know and didn't care because all that was important at the moment was the sound of steps behind him coming closer and closer. Harry didn't dare to look backwards. The constant running was taking its toll on Harry, and he felt his legs going soft. The sobs were taking his breath, and Harry didn't understand why he wasn't able to stop sobbing. It was slowing him down and his chance to escape was already very low. You're making it hard on yourself, Harry, Black Hawk thought while he closed the gap between himself and the desperate boy. He could hear Harry's sobs and his painful attempts to draw more air into his lungs. If he doesn't give up soon, he will collapse. Stupid kid. Harry panicked and stumbled sideways when he felt Black Hawk brush his side. The moment he hit the ground, the fine sand layered his sweaty face. It was an awful feeling, and Harry didn't dare to breathe deeply. His lungs wanted the air, but he was afraid that he would breathe dust into his lungs. So, he just covered his head, waiting for the blows of anger to come. Calm down, Harry. I won't touch you. Black Hawk knelt beside Harry. Fearfully, Harry glanced through his fingers. Leave me alone, Harry shouted miserably as he started to cough. No, I won't. Here, take your hat or you will get sunstroke. Black Hawk passed Harry the Stetson he had brought with him. I have water in the pickup. I won't go back, Harry sobbed, but he grabbed the offered hat. Then we won't go back, Black Hawk said dryly and stood up. Come on, let's get some water into you or you will get sick soon. He offered Harry his hand while eyeing him closely. Harry was surprised by Black Hawk's behavior. He had expected anger, accusations, a show of power by dragging him back to the camp for everyone to shout at him about how complicated and stubborn he was, but not this. Black Hawk stood patiently over him with his hand still held out for Harry to take. I won't bite, and I won't drag you into the pickup if that is what you fear. I just want you to calm down and get some liquid into you. You've gotten yourself into quite a state already, and if you don't plan to go back to the camp, we need to fix your condition a bit. You are lying, Harry said, slowly calming down, but still suppressing his sobs. Oh, come on, Harry. In your time here, have I ever lied to you? Have I ever forced you physically to do anything? Do you really think I will grab you and throw you in the pickup? Black Hawk looked down at Harry, his hand still stretched out for Harry to take. Swear. Oh, fantastic, how childish was that? Harry thought and coughed because now the dust was in his lungs. I swear. Come on, Harry. We need to clean you up and get you something to drink. He leaned closer and almost touched Harry's hand. Eventually, Harry grabbed the offered hand and let Black Hawk pull him up. Stiffly, he waited for the older man to drag him to the pickup, but Black Hawk let go of Harry's hand and started to brush off the dust of Harry's clothes as gently as possible. The closeness of Black Hawk made Harry want to bury his face in the Native American's broad chest, but he resisted the urge. Much better. He took the hat out of Harry's hands and placed it on the boy's head. Let's go to the pickup to get something to drink. Black Hawk gently let his hand rest on Harry's neck and guided him in the direction of the pickup. The hand on Harry's neck didn't feel bad. For Harry, it took away the awful feeling of loneliness. There was no force behind the hand, and Harry wished it would never leave his neck again. The closer they got to the truck, the more nervous Harry became. He had stopped crying and sobbing, and he was very exhausted, but seeing the pickup made him fear what would await him at the camp. Around 20 feet away from the pickup, Black Hawk let go of Harry's neck and went on without Harry, who had stopped. Black Hawk fumbled in the cabin and came out with a water bottle. I would like to wash your face, but since I don't know how long you plan to stay away from the farm, I would prefer to have as much water with us as possible. Us. Harry asked while slowly closing the gap between him and Black Hawk. The older man was so relaxed that Harry felt safe around him. Nothing indicated that Black Hawk planned to break his promise. Of course, us. Do you think I would let you run around out here alone? You have no clue how to survive out here. Harry grabbed the bottle and took a cautious step backwards. He didn't want to risk anything. The water was fresh and cold and it felt wonderful to have it run down his throat. He wished he could clean his face. His eyes stung from the dust, and he wiped the sweat away with his shirt. He glanced at the still almost full bottle and then at Black Hawk. Black Hawk shook his head. When the bottle is empty, we have to drive back to the camp. If you want to wash your face, we could drive to the river. It's not far from here. Harry immediately took a step backwards and gave Black Hawk a shocked look. Black Hawk shrugged his shoulders. If you insist, we can walk, but that will make us more thirsty and this bottle will be empty quicker. Harry glanced at the bottle. He knew he couldn't survive without water out here. But you said you won't force me to go back. What happens when the bottle is empty and I still don't want to go back? Then I will wait until you collapse or you see reason and come with me freely. I have one more bottle in the car, and so I will still be able to make sure you are safe, even if you pass out. Our water will suffice for today and if we are careful, it will last until tomorrow morning. So there is plenty of time to think about how to go on. Right now, the question is, do you want to clean yourself, and if yes, which transportation will we use to reach the river? So, you promise not to drive to the farm. It was more of a request than a question. Yes, I promise. With that, Black Hawk climbed into the cabin of the pickup without a backward glance. Harry rounded the pickup and cautiously sat down, clinging to his bottle of water as if his life depended on it. Harry was so nervous that he didn't notice when Black Hawk glanced at his hurt hand and the bloodied handkerchief. As Harry was still disoriented, he didn't know whether Black Hawk was driving back towards the farm or was keeping his promise. Only when the vegetation became more crowded did he breath out, relieved. They had reached the river after only driving 5 minutes. Stay where you are, Harry, Black Hawk said as he climbed out of the pickup and fumbled behind his seat for something. Harry gulped nervously, but nevertheless obeyed. I will come around. So, no stupid moves before I've taken care of your hand, Harry. Harry looked down at his unprofessionally wrapped hand and saw that the blood had soaked the handkerchief. Before he could say anything or even move, Black Hawk opened the door at Harry's side. Sit sideways so that I can reach you better. Black Hawk patted Harry's leg until he obeyed and faced the man. Okay, let's have a look at this. He took Harry's hand and unwrapped the handkerchief. It doesn't look as if it should be stitched, but I'm no doctor. Sure you don't want to go back so that someone more competent than me can have a look at that? Light Arrow and White Cloud could heal it easily, I think. Harry shook his head frantically. You promised. Yeah, I promised, Black Hawk said teasingly and rolled his eyes. He eyed the wound closely and then said, I will clean it with alcohol and then bandage it. When you go bathing, you will need to carry a plastic bag around it. Can't you just heal it with magic? Harry asked nervously while watching Black Hawk pull a bottle and a cloth out of the first aid box. No, 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 now let me clean it. The moment Black Hawk went to hold Harry's hand tighter, Harry drew it backwards. But why not? It would be much more painless if you healed it with magic, and I wouldn't need to wear a plastic bag while bathing. You are a wizard, right? Yes, I am, and now give me your hand, Harry. It won't hurt much, Black Hawk said uncomfortably, remembering Light Arrow's constant advice to never to lie to the kids. They should always know what to expect, even if it was something they would dislike or fear. Yes, it will. Why can't you? Black Hawk sighed. I just can't, Harry, please. I'm not capable of wandless magic, and I'm not even sure if I could do any magic even if I had a wand. I hate magic, and I love living without it, okay. I have Light Arrow and White Cloud if I'm in need of magic, and that is almost never. I can live without it very well. This will sting, but it won't kill you and it won't last forever, Harry. If I don't clean it, it will get infected and then we are both in trouble. You have already seen that I can get in even more trouble than you with Light Arrow, so please spare me another tongue lashing and yourself a lot of pain. Let's get it over with, and then we will bathe and look for something to eat in the old man's survival kit. I don't know about you, but I'm damn hungry after all this running. You haven't run much, Harry said cheekily and held his hand out to Black Hawk. Brat. Black Hawk grinned and then positioned Harry's hand so he could see the full wound perfectly. Brace yourself, Harry. Harry Ned when he felt the pain in his hand. It brought fresh tears of pain to his eyes. Only Black Hawk's iron grip prevented Harry from pulling his hand back. Done, the native said when he had wrapped Harry's hand in a fresh bandage and pulled the plastic bag onto it. Rubber bands made the construction waterproof. Now, out of your clothes into the river with you. Black Hawk patted Harry's leg and then stepped backwards to give Harry room to come out of the pickup. Black Hawk already had stripped down to his shorts while Harry still was struggling with his jeans. The shirt had been no problem, but the belt was. The plastic bag was hindering him. Need some help? Black Hawk asked and waited for Harry's reply. The belt. I can't open it with the bag around my hand, Harry said and blushed. No problem. Black Hawk quickly opened the belt and the first button of Harry's jeans and stepped back. Sure you can manage the rest? Harry nodded, still blushing. Yeah, I think so. When Harry had his jeans halfway down, Black Hawk ran into the river and dived down. Shortly after him, Harry followed. It was awkward to bathe with the bag, and Harry wished Black Hawk had noticed his wound after the bath and not before. Black Hawk used both his hands to splash Harry with water. Hey, that's not fair. I only have one hand. Not my problem. Black Hawk laughed and splashed another fountain at Harry. For a short Harry could forget why he was here in the river with Black Hawk and what was waiting for him at the camp. Come over here, Harry. Let's see if the bag is still secure. Black Hawk waved Harry over to him. It's still waterproof, Harry said but nevertheless came over to Black Hawk and let the man check it for himself. Yes, it's still working, but we shouldn't push our luck. Let's clean you and then we'll get out of the water. Before Harry could protest, Black Hawk started to wash his healthy arm. There is no way you can do it yourself, so stop looking so shocked. I will only wash your arm and your face. Everything else I will gladly leave for you. Black Hawk grinned when Harry pulled a face at him. Ew. I feel like a baby. Harry spluttered while Black Hawk washed his face carefully. You have dirt everywhere. Sand bathing is for horses, not humans, Harry. Very funny. Arg, Black Hawk. Harry protested when the man pulled his head sideways to wash behind his ears. Stop pouting and dive. Your hair is full of dust and sand. Rub it with your good hand under the water while I hold your hurt hand up. 10 minutes later they went over to their clothes. Here. Black Hawk threw his own shirt at Harry. Put this on while wash your shirt. The sun will dry it soon. And you? Harry asked confused. My skin is used to the sun, and we can stay in the shadows. Or do you plan to go for a run again? Black Hawk asked teasingly. HMPF, was all Harry said and then he pulled the shirt over his head. He looked uncertainly at his shorts. Was he supposed to pull his jeans over the wet shorts? He decided to just wait and see what Black Hawk would do. Lie down for a bit on the fallen tree there. The sun will dry your shorts quickly. I will wash your shirt during that time. Black Hawk answered Harry's unasked question and went over to the river again. Black Hawk was right. Harry's shorts dried quickly, and when he turned to let his backside dry as well, he saw Black Hawk carrying a big crate over to him. Let's see what we have in our survival box. Ew. I feel like a baby. Harry spluttered while Black Hawk washed his face carefully. You have dirt everywhere. Sand bathing is for horses, not humans, Harry. Very funny. Arg, Black Hawk. Harry protested when the man pulled his head sideways to wash behind his ears. Stop pouting and dive. Your hair is full of dust and sand. Rub it with your good hand under the water while I hold your hurt hand up. 10 minutes later they went over to their clothes. Here. Black Hawk threw his own shirt at Harry. Put this on while wash your shirt. The sun will dry it soon. And you? Harry asked confused. My skin is used to the sun, and we can stay in the shadows. Or do you plan to go for a run again? Black Hawk asked teasingly. HMPF, was all Harry said, and then he pulled the shirt over his head. He looked uncertainly at his shorts. Was he supposed to pull his jeans over the wet shorts? He decided to just wait and see what Black Hawk would do. Lie down for a bit on the fallen tree there. The sun will dry your shorts quickly. I will wash your shirt during that time. Black Hawk answered Harry's unasked question and went over to the river again. Black Hawk was right. Harry's shorts dried quickly, and when he turned to let his backside dry as well, he saw Black Hawk carrying a big crate over to him. Let's see what we have in our survival box. Harry stared into the campfire that Black Hawk had built up. He still wore Black Hawk's big shirt, and he drew his knees under it to hug them. The happy feeling he had while bathing in the river was gone. The feeling of confusion and hurt was back. Stop racking your brain, Harry, and help me cook. Open the can and put the beans in the pot. Black Hawk threw a big can of beans over to Harry. Harry reluctantly pulled his legs out of the shirt and scurried over to the crate to look for an opener. When he had put the beans into the pot, he gave it to Black Hawk, who had just finished building up a construction to hold the pot over the fire. While the older man was busy heating the food, Harry put on his jeans and shoes and then sat down on the fallen tree close to the fire. Black Hawk sat down on a trunk opposite of Harry and watched the teen draw back into his own little world again. Ready to tell me what happened? Harry looked up, surprised. Until now, Black Hawk hadn't tried to push him to tell anything, but Harry had expected it nevertheless. Still, he was surprised how directly he was asked. Harry stared into the fire. Who cares? I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask. It's your job. Harry had expected almost anything, but not that Black Hawk would start laughing. Puzzled, he looked at the older man. My job. Why do you think this is my job? Black Hawk asked, amused. You are working for Light Arrow. You are one of the advisors of the camp. So it is your job to ask questions like that and come after me when I try to run away. Oh, yeah, I earn tons of money for running after distressed teens and asking them questions they don't want to answer. Black Hawk fought against more laughter and just grinned. Why are you laughing? Harry asked, confused. I'm sorry, Harry, I just never guessed that you would think that I'm an advisor. Don't let Crying Horse hear that or he will tease me about it all the time. Me, an advisor. That's so crazy. Black Hawk shook his head, still laughing while he poked the fire with a long stick. Harry was curious now. What do you mean you aren't an advisor? You work for Light Arrow in the camp. You taught me to take care of Tohiadity and you spoke with me when I was difficult. Difficult. Black Hawk snorted. Oh, come on, Harry. All of the children here are difficult, otherwise they wouldn't be here. I could hardly live at the farm and just ignore you all. I do what I'm good at, and that's horses. I showed you how to take care of Tohiadity because I'm the best one to do it. Light Arrow is an old man. Don't ever tell him I said that, or I'll have to move the dung heap from one side of the farm to the other for days. Harry couldn't suppress a grin. It was fun to see that even the adults could get in trouble in this camp. It made him feel less freakish. So, yeah, he is old, whether he likes it or not. During my time at the camp as a teenager, he was the one that showed us how to care for our horses, but now he prefers to do other things. He would rather stay close to the main house and do more of the talk work. You know what I mean, right? Harry nodded. Yes, Light Arrow hardly left the house and was always there when one of the kids needed comfort or someone to talk to. Rose isn't so keen on working with horses and prefers to go gathering berries. He couldn't suppress a derogative tone at the mention of berry gathering. Seeing Harry's grin, he added, yeah, I never explained my little slip then. I hate berry gathering. During my stay as a teenager here, I made some very stupid remarks and wasn't allowed to do any manlike things. I had to spend a whole week with White Cloud gathering berries, braiding baskets and stuff like that. Black Hawk drew a face and fumbled in his boots for his cigarette box. Not that that stuff is bad. Oh damn, yes it is bad. Bad for a man to do it. At least for me. So, if you like it, it's no problem. I mean look at Crying Horse. I bet he loves dancing around with a basket full of berries. He lit his cigarette and drew a deep breath of smoke into his lungs. Harry grinned. Now I can't get that picture out of my head. Better than dwelling on whatever you were before, right? Black Hawk asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry had to laugh. Severus is much better in this eyebrow raising. Remembering Severus made Harry's face fall, but before he could lose himself in that feeling, a piece of bark hit his face. Stop that brooding. So, where were we? Black Hawk asked. We stopped at throwing bark at each other, Harry said and threw the bark back. Need a bit of a challenge, Black Hawk took the bark in his hand again. Too bad that I'm too hungry to fight, so this has to wait for later. With that, he threw the bark into the fire. Harry relaxed. He had already made himself ready to jump up and look for a shelter if the Native American would have started a real throwing battle. Oh, yeah, so we have crossed Light Arrow and Rose out for the showing the horse care things list, so we have Sunnyboy and Red Horse left. I mean, neither of us can imagine White Cloud to have anything to do with horses, right? Harry shook his head. No, White Cloud was more likely to be in the little garden or the house. She seemed to do almost all of the housework alone. Okay, Sunnyboy crying horse is good with horses, but with all those jokes and grins and laughing you can hardly concentrate on a horse, right? He didn't wait for a reaction from Harry and just went on. Red Horse doesn't like much confusion. He prefers to be alone. He feeds the animals, takes care of the building and the yard, and helps White Cloud with her garden. Without him, we would be flat on our backs. Man, that guy can work. He is the first one up and the last to go sleep. He is a bit scary, Harry said deep in thoughts, staring in the fire. Scary. For me he is more like a big bull calf. Big and full of muscles, but with no clue of what to do with them. He couldn't hurt a fly, Harry. You should see him when one of the horses dies or even one of the cats. He just needs a very long time to trust people and even more time to open up to them. Severus has told you that we have been here before, right? Yes, he told Draco and me that you have been friends and that Red Horse was in the camp before you two and then he came back when Severus had already left. Yes, that's right. But that's exactly what we are doing at the camp, Harry. We just came back or never left, so now we live there. We are not advisors and we don't get any money. We just do what we think we are good at and try to help, just like we were helped when we were teenagers. Light Arrow tells us things that are important when we interact with you kids, but most of the time we don't think much about it. At least that's what I do. Nobody told me to go after you and nobody told me to care if you will manage to overcome your problems and start a new and satisfying life. It's just what I feel is right to do. I got help at a time when I was in need of it, and now I want to give something back, Harry. There was the thoughtful and mysterious Black Hawk back, Harry thought while watching the serious expression of the Native American. But sometimes there is no help for somebody. Why? Harry looked up again. What? Why do you think there is no help for you? Black Hawk asked, looking intensively at Harry. Because there is too much that has happened. There will never be a happy life for me again. Harry looked down sadly. There is always a way to change things. The question is just, are you brave enough to go the stony and hard way, or are you going the easy way? Going the easy way. You think killing those bastards who killed my friends and did all the awful things to Draco is the easy way? Harry shouted. Black Hawk didn't seem to be impressed by the shouting and still sat calmly on the trunk, smoking his cigarette. Yes, I think so. And I believe that deep inside of you, you already realize that yourself. Going back and killing would mean having to push all the feelings that hurt you at the moment far away, not working on your problems, and leaving behind those that care for you. Maybe you will manage to kill one or even two before someone stops you, but that won't bring your friends back, it will just leave people here that love you back, mourning for you. Draco will ask himself his whole life if he could have done anything to stop you, and there will always be a part of him missing. You two are more than friends, Harry, even more than brothers. Have you heard what Light Arrow often calls you two when he is speaking about you two together? He calls you the Dinalawi, twins. You have seen very bad things and have experienced great pain and humiliation together, and that has bonded you two together. Draco will never forgive himself for not holding you back. Severus is already breaking by not being able to help you to overcome your anger and pain. What do you think will happen when you take the easy way, Harry? You will let others suffer for it. Yes, I think you would choose an easy way if you leave and go killing out of revenge. Black Hawk threw his cigarette stub in the fire. It's hard, Harry, I know. It's hard to feel all the pain and accept it until happier feelings can make them fade. And it's damn hard to let those happy feelings take over because of all the guilt you are feeling. Everyone wants you to be happy again. You are the only one who is preventing you from healing, Harry. You are the one not allowing yourself to be happy again. Harry drew his knees up and crossed his arms over them to rest his face on them. He didn't want to look at Black Hawk now. He knew the man was right, but it was so damn hard to fight the guilt and pain. It was so much easier to play the martyr and hide behind a mask of cold anger. He felt the older man sit down beside him and, shortly after it, an arm was laid on his shoulder and he was gently drawn against Black Hawk's chest. You are brave, Harry. You can fight the battle for a happier life. After a short resistance, Harry buried his face in Black Hawk's chest and cried all the pain out of him, all the long pent-up emotions. We are here to help you, Harry. You don't have to go this way alone. You don't have to fight this battle alone. Louder sobs escaped the teen, and Black Hawk tightened his embrace. It hurts so much, Harry said between sobs. I know, Harry, but it will become better. Black Hawk held Harry for over 10 minutes before Harry slowly pushed out of the embrace. I still don't want to go back to the camp, right now. Harry looked miserably at Black Hawk. Then we will stay here for the night and think about a strategy for how to best go back. Black Hawk smiled at Harry and ruffled his hair. I even will share my bottle of water with you, Black Hawk said and glanced at the already half-empty bottle. But won't they be worried when you don't come back? Harry asked. I don't know, but I think Light Arrow will know where we are. He knows everything. Don't ask me how, he just does. Black Hawk leaned over the pot on the fire. Our meal is ready, Harry. Over there are the survival dishes. Let's eat. Black Hawk's assumption was proven right when after their midday nap, a red pickup headed in their direction. Harry panicked and wanted to jump up, but Black Hawk laid a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. Calm down, Harry. We will not go back today. I will keep my promise, but if it is Light Arrow, I want him to have a look at your hand. With that, Black Hawk stood up. Harry looked at the red pickup and held his breath. The pickup stopped around 50 feet away from them and only when Black Hawk waved him closer did it start to roll forward again. Black Hawk went over to the car when it stopped beside the blue pickup. Harry hid his face in his arms that were again crossed over his knees, so he didn't see when Light Arrow stepped out of the pickup and spoke with Black Hawk. After a few minutes, Harry could hear the footsteps of two people coming over to him, and he held his breath. Will you let me have a look at your hand, Harry? Light Arrow asked while sitting down beside Harry on the fallen tree. Harry pulled his hurt hand out under his face and held it in the direction from which Light Arrow's voice had come. He didn't dare to look up. I found your backpack, Light Arrow said while unwrapping the bandage. Harry couldn't say anything. The fear that the old man would convince Black Hawk to bring him back to the camp was too big. Not speaking with me, Harry. What did I do? Light Arrow asked when he had completely unwrapped the bandage. I don't want to go back to the camp now, Harry said miserably while still hiding in his own arm. I didn't say I would take you with me, did I? Light Arrow asked calmly. Harry slightly tilted his head to look at the old man. Why are you here then? Light Arrow eyed Harry closely. To check and see if you two are all right or if you are in need of anything. I have some water and sleeping bags in the pickup for you too, but this will not be a hiding of undefined length, Harry. Harry sadly shook his head and looked down at his knees again. He knew that he couldn't run away from what awaited him in the camp forever. Draco needed to know that he wouldn't leave him, and he needed to apologize to him, but not today, maybe tomorrow. Good. Maybe a night out here will help you clear your mind. I will heal the cut now, Harry. It will hurt a bit, but it's more of a sting than real pain. Please don't try to pull your hand back while I heal it, okay? Harry nodded. "K." After Light Arrow had healed Harry's hand, he patted his shoulder and stood up. We will see you tomorrow in the camp, I hope. Harry looked up at the old man and nodded sadly. Light Arrow. Harry didn't know how to ask what he so very much needed to know. He is okay, Harry. You scared him a lot, but Severus and Rose calmed him down. He is very worried about you. Can I tell him that you are okay and will come back tomorrow? Light Arrow asked hopefully. Harry nodded. Tomorrow. I didn't say I would take you with me, did I? Light Arrow asked calmly. Harry slightly tilted his head to look at the old man. Why are you here then? Light Arrow eyed Harry closely. To check and see if you two are all right or if you are in need of anything. I have some water and sleeping bags in the pickup for you too, but this will not be a hiding of undefined length, Harry. Harry sadly shook his head and looked down at his knees again. He knew that he couldn't run away from what awaited him in the camp forever. Draco needed to know that he wouldn't leave him, and he needed to apologize to him, but not today, maybe tomorrow. Good. Maybe a night out here will help you clear your mind. I will heal the cut now, Harry. It will hurt a bit, but it's more of a sting than real pain. Please don't try to pull your hand back while I heal it, okay? Harry nodded. K. After Light Arrow had healed Harry's hand, he patted his shoulder and stood up. We will see you tomorrow in the camp, I hope. Harry looked up at the old man and nodded sadly. Light Arrow. Harry didn't know how to ask what he so very much needed to know. He is okay, Harry. You scared him a lot, but Severus and Rose calmed him down. He is very worried about you. Can I tell him that you are okay and will come back tomorrow? Light Arrow asked hopefully. Harry nodded. Tomorrow. What happened between you and Draco? Black Hawk asked casually while he and Harry gathered more wood for their campfire. I knew he would ask me this, Harry thought, annoyed. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, Black Hawk said dryly as he lifted another big branch off the ground. Okay, Harry asked, puzzled. Yes, okay. If you don't want to talk about it, I can't force you, right? Black Hawk looked around. I think we have enough wood for the night. Let's go back. With that said, he passed the puzzled-looking teen. There was an uncomfortable silence between the two when they were back at their campfire. Harry felt as if he had hurt Black Hawk by not answering his question, although the Native American didn't give any sign of being disappointed or mad about it. Your shirt is dry now. Here, you can change. Black Hawk threw Harry's shirt in his direction. He wants his shirt back. So he is mad with me, Harry thought sadly. What's going on in your head right now? Black Hawk asked when he saw Harry's sad expression. Nothing. Harry looked down shyly. How does he always know when I feel bad? Yeah, sure. I would prefer that you tell me that you don't want to speak about it than lie to me. Black Hawk's tone wasn't accusatory, but Harry blushed nevertheless. Sorry, Harry said and pulled his own shirt over his head. Thanks for the shirt. Black Hawk took his own shirt from Harry and put it on. You're welcome, and I accept your apology. We have sausages for supper, but what do you think about trying to fish? We have fishing lines and hooks in the survival kit and a rod is quickly prepared. So, what do you think? Sure, Harry said, glad that Black Hawk wasn't mad at him. Okay, look, I will show you how to make the rod. First we need osier stakes. They have to be flexible or the fish will rip off the hook. Come on. Black Hawk waved Harry to follow him. Close to the river a few yards away from the camp, they found an osier. Now, you have to wrap the line on it like this. Harry imitated each of Black Hawk's moves, and in the end he had a fully functional rod. Now we need a bait. Black Hawk looked around. A worm? Harry asked. He remembered having seen a documentary about fishing and there they had worms on the hook. They also had a float, and Harry's rod didn't have one, just a little stone shortly above the hook. Harry had no clue how this should work. No, we need something like feathers. We will braid a bit of aluminum in it so that it will reflect the sun. That makes the trout bite on it better. We have some of it in the survival kit, Black Hawk said, searching the ground for some feathers. Ah, there we have some. That's enough for both of us, and we have some as reserve as well. So let's go fishing, Black Hawk said cheerfully. Harry couldn't share Black Hawk's enthusiasm. When he looked at the construction in his hands, he could hardly believe any fish would fall for it. Harry just looked skeptically at Black Hawk and raised an eyebrow when the man looked so confident. Black Hawk laughed and ruffled Harry's hair. Severus is much better than both of us together in eyebrow raising. If this works, I will eat my hat, Harry said cynically while walking beside Black Hawk. You need your hat, Harry, so don't make promises you can't keep. You will be surprised how well this will work. Let's just try it. Black Hawk was right. After a bit practice, Harry managed to move the bait over the surface of the river like Black Hawk had shown him. Harry almost let his rod fall when he saw the first trout jump after his hook. The first one who really took the hook fell off shortly after. You need to find the right amount of strength to use so that it stays on the hook. It's a bit tricky, but it works after a bit of practice. Harry's ambition was triggered when Black Hawk fished his first trout out of the water. At least I won't have to eat sausages today. Black Hawk grinned at Harry while he brought the trout over to the campfire and killed it. After 3 more fish fell off his hook, Harry almost gave up, but he finally pulled a big trout out of the water. Not bad, Harry. Black Hawk patted Harry's shoulder, and Harry smiled proudly, but didn't take his eyes from the fish. Now bring it over to the campfire. Be careful so you won't lose it on your way. When Harry reached the campfire, Black Hawk fumbled for the knife. Grab him shortly behind the gills. Yes, that's right. Now take the knife and quickly cut his neck. Harry gulped. Killing a fish. He looked at Black Hawk uncertainly. That's the circle of life, Harry. You caught him to eat him, so you need to kill him, as fast and painless as possible. When you cut his neck, he will die quickly. "K," Harry said, wavering. He took the knife from Black Hawk and chopped the whole head off by trying to kill it instantly. For the next half an hour, Black Hawk showed Harry how to disembowel the fish and how to flavor it. It's a bit tricky to get yours on the stick because you beheaded it, but I think we will manage nevertheless, Black Hawk said, grinning. Harry had never seen Black Hawk grin so often. In the camp he was more serious and mysterious. He liked this cheerful side of Black Hawk more. Ready, Black Hawk said, satisfied, when he stuck the 4 osier stacks in the ground. On top of each stick was an pierced trout. Harry's trout looked very small compared to the others, but he blamed the missing head for it. He was very proud that he had caught it himself. Now, after knowing what had to be done after the fish was caught, he knew he would prefer not to fish again, at least not unless he was very, very hungry. What do you think about another bath? This time you can use both hands to fight me, not that it will give you any kind of advantage. Black Hawk teased Harry and was already pulling his shirt off. Ha, we will see, Harry said and quickly stripped down to his shorts and was earlier in the water than Black Hawk. They joked around for almost half an hour, and when Black Hawk noticed Harry's lips slowly becoming blue, he said, "Okay, time to get out." "Oh, no, we still have time before we eat, right? Let's stay a bit longer in the water. Your teeth are already chattering. Off you go," Black Hawk said seriously while Harry pouted. "Ungrateful brat," Black Hawk said and splashed a big fountain at Harry. "Hey," Harry said while spitting water. "That was unfair." Harry laughed and splashed water at Black Hawk, who slowly came closer. "Hey, what are you planning?" Harry asked, laughing, and tried to step backwards while splashing more water at Black Hawk. Suddenly, Black Hawk dived, and Harry looked around frantically for any sign of where the man was under the water. He yelped when Black Hawk broke through the surface directly in front of him and grabbed him around the waist to toss Harry over his shoulder. "What am I planning? To take the brat out of the water, that's what I'm planning to do. And what I plan, I go through with." With that, he carried Harry laughing out of the river. When he sat the boy down on his feet close to the fire, he was relieved that Harry still was smiling. "This time we have towels." Black Hawk gave Harry one. "The old man thought of everything, even spare underwear for us. I'm sure that was the first thing White Cloud told him to pack into the backpack for us." Black Hawk drew the towel around his hips and changed his underwear. He hung the wet pair over a branch that was still in the sun and then went over to the pickup to clean up. That gave Harry enough privacy to change himself. He was glad that White Cloud had sent new boxers because the sun was already low and it would have taken much longer to dry his shorts on his body. The cold river water had lowered Harry's temperature, and he snuggled closer to the fire. "Cold?" Black Hawk asked when he came over to the campfire. A bit, Harry said between chattering teeth. There is a blanket in the pickup, behind the driver's seat. Go and get it. I will heat the fire. Where are you going? Harry asked, already wrapped in the blanket, when Black Hawk took his knife and walked away. Black Hawk paused and looked worriedly at Harry. I just need some branch forks to position our fish over the fire. I will be back in a few minutes. There is nothing dangerous here. Harry blushed. That wasn't why I asked. I can help you. No, you need to warm up, Harry. I'll be back in a minute, and I will stay in earshot. So if something. I'm okay. Harry drew the blanket tighter around his body. It was stupid to be afraid when Black Hawk was only going to be away for a short time. That morning, he had run away alone, and now he felt uncomfortable being alone for a few minutes. Just like I said, I'm in earshot. After a last concerned look at Harry, Black Hawk vanished into the vegetation. It had felt so good that Black Hawk was there for him the whole day. Just for him. Harry wasn't afraid of being alone, it was just the feeling of loneliness he feared. Again, Harry remembered when Black Hawk had asked him what had happened in Draco's room. It pained him that he hadn't answered Black Hawk right away. The man had been very kind to him the whole day, and Harry had just pushed him away. He didn't even know why. Would it have been so hard to tell him? The rustling of bushes pulled Harry out of his thoughts, and Black Hawk emerged between them. Everything all right, Harry? Black Hawk asked, out of breath. He had run to be back as fast as possible. The distressed expression on Harry's face had made him worry, but they needed the branch forks, and Harry needed to warm up, so he couldn't have taken him with him. Everything okay with you? Harry asked, concerned, seeing Black Hawk so out of breath and worried looking. Of course, I was just in a bit in a hurry. I'm hungry. Black Hawk lied and rammed the forks in the ground and arranged the sticks with the fish on top of them so that the fish would heat quickly, but not burn. Sure, Harry thought, but felt a warm feeling spread in his chest by knowing that Black Hawk had hurried because of him. Ah, time to rest, Black Hawk said while leaning back against the trunk and stretching his legs. He fumbled for his cigarettes and looked disappointed in the almost empty box. He sighed and took one of the last 2 cigarettes out and lit it. Light Arrow doesn't want you to smoke, right? Harry asked while watching Black Hawk enjoy his cigarette. He forbids all kind of drugs in the camp. Even cigarettes and alcohol, but I've smoked since I was 12. And hey, our ancestors smoked as well. I mean, smoking was a kind of sacrifice to the spirits and a way to communicate with them. Okay, I know it's unhealthy, and if I ever catch you smoking, you will be in big trouble, do you hear me? That's not very convincing coming from a man who inhales this smoke as if it is a delicacy, Harry said, shaking his head. No, Harry, it's bad. It's unhealthy and addictive. Light Arrow is right to forbid it. If I could, I would give it up, Black Hawk said seriously, but looked at his cigarette as if it were his girlfriend. I mean, if I could choose, I would never have started it, but now it is damn hard to give it up. Here I am, the one taking the easy way. Hiding from Light Arrow is easier than fighting the withdrawal symptoms. Hiding. You know that everyone who doesn't smoke can smell you from 5 feet away and against the wind. Harry grinned at the surprised look Black Hawk had on his face now. Really? I always chew gum. Black Hawk smelled at his clothes. I can't smell anything. Harry chuckled. Has he ever caught you? Sure. Black Hawk shuddered. And it wasn't nice, I can tell you. But that's all I will say about it. Turn your trout, Harry. Black Hawk, do you still want to know what happened this morning? Harry asked insecurely. Sure, Black Hawk said, looking interestedly at Harry. Harry sighed. Draco and I read a message from Hermione, our friend. Best friend. She replied to a letter Draco had written to her. Draco was reading out loud, but suddenly he stopped and tried to hide the letter from me. We've never had secrets before, and I knew that the secret was about me. He had written Hermione that he was worried about me and that I don't want to be here. Hermione had told him to stop worrying and that this is stopping him from being happy again. Harry's shoulders slumped forward, and he looked sadly at the ground. All the doubt and the pain was back now. Why had he offered to tell Black Hawk that? Almost the whole day was brilliant. Harry hadn't felt so good and free for a long time, but now all the bad feelings were back at one go. What is bothering you more? That he is keeping secrets from you, or that Hermione thinks you are preventing Draco from being happy? Black Hawk asked calmly. Both, but maybe more that I'm preventing Draco from being happy. Harry was surprised that he didn't felt like crying again. Surprised, but glad. Has Draco said that it is true? True. Yes, all we know yet is that Hermione is worried that Draco can't be happy while you are not accepting the help. So, I ask you if it is true. Did Draco confirm this worry? Harry looked at Black Hawk with a puzzled expression. I didn't ask him. Black Hawk threw the stump into the fire. Then you don't even know if it is right and if there is even something to worry about. In my eyes, Draco has made very big progress in the last days, and at least when I saw him with you and Unaga around, he seemed to be quite happy. Even if your resistance against the program is affecting Draco, which we don't know at the moment. Quote. Black Hawk said and held up his hand to emphasize the last words. Draco is the only one who can change his feelings. You cannot change how Draco feels about anything, Harry. You must decide what's best for you, and Draco has to learn to live with it. It's his task to find a way to be happy, not yours. And as for the secret, I think everyone needs a secret or two. I mean, just because I smoke behind Light Arrow's back doesn't mean that I don't love him or that I respect him any less. Draco is a person for himself and you are one. So each of you can have secrets from another. That's natural. It's good that you two have other friends. Sometimes it's better to tell someone other than your best mate what is bothering you. Harry drew in a sharp breath at the phrase best mate. What's wrong, Harry? Did I say something to hurt you? Black Hawk asked, worried. Best mates. That's what Ron always called us. Harry tried to fight back the tears. It was the first time he had spoken about Ron. His chest hurt, and he had the feeling that all the air was ket out of his lungs. Shish, Harry, come on, breathe with me. Black Hawk sat down beside Harry and laid his arm over Harry's shoulders. I'm here, Harry. You are okay. Just breathe with me. In, and out. In, and out. Slowly Harry calmed down. Ron is. Harry tried hard to speak between the sobs, but was unsuccessful. I know who he is, Harry. Severus told me about what happened. It's okay. You can tell me about him if you want, but you don't have to. Just calm down. Black Hawk drew Harry closer, and Harry rested his head on the man's shoulder. Can we talk about something good or funny, please? Harry asked when he had calmed down. Sure. What would you like to talk about? Black Hawk asked, looking at Harry's tear-strained face when the teen lifted his head from his shoulder. Harry shrugged his shoulder, but then grinned. It looked odd on his wet and red face, but Black Hawk was glad that Harry could draw himself out of his depression. Never before had Black Hawk taken part of as many and intensive talks as today. Normally it was Light Arrow's part to deal with the emotionally distressed kids and to speak with them about the past. Black Hawk always saw himself better in the part of making them ready for their new life, but today he found a totally new side of himself, and he liked it. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Harry's exclamation. Maybe about a basket-swinging crying horse. You planted quite some picture in my head, you know. Black Hawk laughed. Ruffling Harry's hair, he stood up. One day without Mr. Cheerful and you already miss him. On his way back to his trunk, Black Hawk checked the trout and said, what about eating, Harry? The trout are ready. Sounds good to me, Harry said. He felt as if a big stone has been lifted from his chest. He loved that Black Hawk could change from serious into cheerful so quickly. It was relieving. It was as if Harry could decide the pace and Black Hawk just accommodated it. No drilling questions, no hurt looks, no accusations, just accepting Harry's pace of how much he was ready to give away and of how much he was willing to work on. Harry felt really happy and balanced for the first time after the horrific experiences in the dungeons. Black Hawk had given him a second trout, and they tasted delicious. With a full stomach, Harry leaned back satisfied and relaxed. That is, until he heard the sound of horse hooves coming closer. Can we talk about something good or funny, please? Harry asked when he had calmed down. Sure. What would you like to talk about? Black Hawk asked, looking at Harry's tear-strained face when the teen lifted his head from his shoulder. Harry shrugged his shoulder, but then grinned. It looked odd on his wet and red face, but Black Hawk was glad that Harry could draw himself out of his depression. Never before had Black Hawk taken part of as many and intensive talks as today. Normally it was Light Arrow's part to deal with the emotionally distressed kids and to speak with them about the past. Black Hawk always saw himself better in the part of making them ready for their new life, but today he found a totally new side of himself, and he liked it. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Harry's exclamation. Maybe about a basket-swinging crying horse. You planted quite some picture in my head, you know. Black Hawk laughed. Ruffling Harry's hair, he stood up. One day without Mr. Cheerful and you already miss him. On his way back to his trunk, Black Hawk checked the trout and said, "What about eating, Harry?" "The trout are ready." "Sounds good to me," Harry said. He felt as if a big stone has been lifted from his chest. He loved that Black Hawk could change from serious into cheerful so quickly. It was relieving. It was as if Harry could decide the pace and Black Hawk just accommodated it. No drilling questions, no hurt looks, no accusations, just accepting Harry's pace of how much he was ready to give away and of how much he was willing to work on. Harry felt really happy and balanced for the first time after the horrific experiences in the dungeons. Black Hawk had given him a second trout, and they tasted delicious. With a full stomach, Harry leaned back satisfied and relaxed. That is, until he heard the sound of horse hooves coming closer. Harry's heart sank in his boots when he heard the horse coming closer and closer. Tensed, he looked in the direction of the sound. When the black horse finally came into sight, Harry groaned and fearfully hid his face in his arms. Black Hawk. Harry could hear Severus' voice coming closer. "Severus," Black Hawk said shortly. Harry felt Severus sit down beside him on the fallen tree. "Good to see you are all right, Harry," Severus said softly. "I'm sorry," Harry said miserably, still hiding behind his knees and arms. "I'm not the one you have to apologize to. I'm just glad Black Hawk found you and that you are all right. You could have been hurt or gotten sunstroke or whatever. I was worried." "I'm okay," Harry said, apologizing. "Good," Severus said shortly, and after a pause he added, "Any objections against me keeping you two company?" "Are you mad at me?" Harry asked worriedly. "Like I said, I'm just happy that you are okay. Light Arrow told us you promised to come back tomorrow. I'm very glad about that and relieved. Are you still planning to come back, or have you changed your mind?" "No, I will come back. I promised." Harry didn't dare to look up, even though Severus really seemed very relaxed. "Good. I just needed to see you. I was worried and wanted to see for myself that you are okay." "So, what have you done all day?" Severus asked, relaxed. Carefully, Harry looked sideways at Severus. The older man was rummaging in his cloak and pulled a small package out. "Here." Severus threw the package over to Black Hawk. "Thought you would need that. You left the house in quite a rush." Black Hawk caught the box and sighed, relieved. "Damn, you really are my best friend." Happily, Black Hawk refilled his metal cigarette box with the new package. "I'm in your debt." "No problem. Thanks for taking care of Harry for me." "You are welcome, and Harry informed me that it is my job to do this." Black Hawk grinned at Harry, who had finally lifted his head completely. "Yes, who would have thought that you would one day take over Light Arrow's job?" Severus shook his head, smirking. "Yeah, and who would have thought that you would become a teacher? I can still remember you screaming 100 times at Light Arrow that you hate people and especially kids." Black Hawk laughed and lit one of the new cigarettes. "Life takes crazy ways sometimes," Severus said, more thoughtfully now. "Yes, I thought being a truck driver would be a cool job, but I felt I would die from loneliness during my first days on the road." Black Hawk became more severe, too. "What took you so long to come back to the camp then? It was almost a year, wasn't it? And you were quite in some." Severus stopped and threw a look at Harry. "It's okay. Harry can know about it. I was stupid. I should have come back here as soon as I realized that I couldn't live alone. The problem was that I was too proud and didn't want to come back like a lost puppy, asking for permission to stay. I wanted to prove to them that I could live on my own, but what I really did was destroy myself." Sadly, Black Hawk looked into the flames. You are living on your own, Black Hawk. Just because you live in the camp doesn't mean you haven't matured. You are still an independent person. Look, even Harry here thought you were working for Light Arrow. Severus tried to lighten the mood. He knew that Black Hawk still felt uncomfortable about his past. He was surprised that Black Hawk had spoken so openly in front of Harry. It seemed something important had happened that day. We both know that it isn't true, Night Rain. Black Hawk threw his halfway smoked cigarette into the campfire. If Black Hawk used Severus' native name, he really must feel bad. During his first stay at the camp, Black Hawk had always used his native name. It was special between the two because the rest of the camp always addressed Severus with his given name. No, it is the truth, Black Hawk. You are a grown man. Look how the kids look up to you. Nobody is as good with horses as you. Without you, Light Arrow couldn't run the camp any longer. Why can't you see that? Because it's crap. Black Hawk sighed and then looked directly at Severus. I lied to you. Severus just stared at Black Hawk, waiting for more explanations. Averting his look from Severus, Black Hawk went on, I didn't come back on my own. Light Arrow brought me back. He found me drunk and drugged in a pub. I didn't even know my name any longer. He brought me back to the camp. The moment I could think straight again, I felt so embarrassed that I tried to fight him away with words, Night Rain. I will never forgive myself for spitting them at him. It was awful, and he even locked me in. I tried to run away several times because I couldn't stand the shame I felt when I had to face White Cloud and Light Arrow. It was horrible. I would have preferred to die, drunk in an alley rather than go the stony way and speak with them. I don't know how they could stand me, Night Rain. It was so much worse than when we were teenagers. I was an adult. I should have been more mature. I have never really left the camp. I'm still one of their rescue projects. We always will be their rescue projects, Black Hawk. Look at me. I'm not any better than you. Severus paused, threw another short glance at Harry and then sighed. I started drinking again and I even cut myself again, Severus said bitterly. Of the two of us, you are much more grown up. Look how many times I came back with problems. If I count right, it's the fourth time now. Harry sat there the whole time listening, fascinated with what the two older men were speaking about. He didn't lose his confidence in them, now they just became more human in his eyes. But he didn't drag you back here, Night Rain. And you didn't call him all those horrible names. Then apologize, Black Hawk, but I'm sure he will just look at you, puzzled, because he has forgotten about it a long time ago and is just happy that you stayed. Like I said, without you and Red Horse, he couldn't do what he is doing right now. Black Hawk sighed again. But I never left, Night Rain, I never left. Then do it, Severus said, prompting. What? Black Hawk asked, confused, and looked directly at Severus. Do it. Leave and then come back and ask to stay. But I don't want to go away. I don't even want to be alone for an hour. Then don't do it, Severus said dryly. Damn, you are horrible at this advisor stuff, Black Hawk said and threw a piece of bark at Severus. Yes, that's why you are the one to stay and help Light Arrow and not me. You are a good advisor, Black Hawk, whether you want to hear it or not. Rats, Black Hawk said frustrated. You have no idea, Severus. Back to Severus, so we are back in the present, Severus thought, relieved. He had been a bit worried about Black Hawk's melancholy. Severus would never have guessed that Black Hawk still felt unsure about his place in the camp. Black Hawk stood up. I need some fresh air. We are outside under the sky. Everywhere is fresh air here, Severus muttered, but Black Hawk had already gone in the direction of the river. Severus groaned, frustrated. He tried to stand up to follow his friend, but Harry stopped him by laying a hand on Severus' knee. Let me talk to him. With that said, Harry went over to Black Hawk, who stood silently close to the river, staring at the moon's reflection on the water's surface. I'm glad that you are here, Black Hawk. And I think you are a very good advisor. Shyly, Harry took Black Hawk's hand. It was awkward, and Harry didn't dare to think about how this would look to an outsider, but it felt like the right thing to do in that moment. Thanks, Harry. That means a lot to me, Really? Black Hawk said in a hoarse voice. I never told all of this to anyone. I hope you will not spread it. Of course not. Who do you think I am? Harry said, a bit hurt that Black Hawk would even believed him capable to talk about all of this with anyone. You won't tell anyone that I cried, right? Black Hawk laughed and turned to Harry. No, so now the two of us have a secret as well, right? He ruffled Harry's hair and chuckled. Yes, Harry laughed, relieved about Black Hawk's mood change and also because he knew his little secret was safe with Black Hawk. They sat together happily at the campfire the rest of the evening. Harry and Black Hawk finally answered the question Severus had asked in the beginning. They told him what they had done the whole day, and Severus said that they were some lucky guys. He had to help White Cloud in the garden because the old lady still insisted that Severus speak with her about his problems. Garden work is the best way to loosen your tongue, Severus. You hate it so much that you will tell me everything in hope that I will release you earlier than planned, Severus said, imitating White Cloud's voice. Oh, yeah, you should have seen him as a teen, Harry. He was scowling at the tomatoes so much that we thought they would go black or at least would become bitter. Black Hawk almost doubled over, laughing hard. Oh, how I wished to be capable of wandless magic then. I swear I would have turned them black or let them explode. Severus grinned. Harry laughed so hard, he couldn't remember the last time he had laughed that hard. When they curled up in their sleeping bags, Black Hawk became serious and thoughtful again. He had waited in hope that Harry would be asleep and finally whispered, "Are you still awake, Severus?" "No," Severus said, groaning. "How can you answer when you are not awake?" Black Hawk asked teasingly. "What do you want, Black Hawk?" Severus asked, annoyed. When no answer and just a sigh came from the sleeping bag close to him, he said in a calmer and friendlier way, "What's the matter, Black Hawk? Still racking your brain about what we spoke about in the beginning?" "You heard Harry. You are grown up and a good advisor. Severus, if I decide to go, would you take over my job for a while?" Black Hawk asked carefully. Harry drew in a sharp breath and his chest stung with the idea of Black Hawk leaving the camp. Finally he had found a friend, and now he would lose him again. "Black Hawk, I don't know what to say to this. You made quite a lot of progress with Harry, progress I wouldn't have even thought would be possible. I would hate for you to leave now, but if you need to do it for yourself, then you should do it and I will try to do my best. Remember that I'm not good with kids, though. I'm not very patient." Black Hawk sighed and turned in his sleeping bag to stare into the sky. "You should look at yourself first, Black Hawk. If you are not happy and balanced, you can't help Harry or the other kids. So if you feel the need to leave, then you should do it. I will try my best to do your job." Severus paused. "You will come back, right?" The silence that followed worried Severus. "You said you don't want to live without them, Black Hawk. Why do you hesitate to answer my question?" "I don't know if I will be brave enough to come back." "Maybe you are wrong about me being mature, Sev. You always manage to live your own life far away and come back. I still feel the urge to leave, but I don't want to leave." "Damn, that's odd. I don't know what to do, Sev. If you call me Sev one more time, I will take the choice from you because I will kill you." Black Hawk looked sideways at Severus and immediately met the dark brown eyes of Severus, who was watching him closely. "But Rose is allowed to call you Sev," Black Hawk said, pretending to be hurt. "Rose is allowed many things. You should know this by now, but back to your question." Immediately the grin on Black Hawk's face vanished. "I don't think it is necessary for you to leave the camp. It's not unmanly or childish that you feel you can't live outside the camp. Every time I come here, I feel so safe and protected that I ask myself why I ever left. The only thing that makes me leave is that I have people somewhere else that I feel responsible of or that I love like a family. It's like shifting between two families, you know. You never had another family you wanted to go to. So why is it bad that you want to stay here? Speak with Light Arrow and White Cloud, Black Hawk. Don't do something stupid. If you leave, I want your promise that you will come back," Severus said seriously. "I need to sleep on it," Black Hawk said, turning away from Severus. "Good night, brother," Severus said softly. "Good night, Night Rain," Black Hawk whispered back. Harry couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Please don't let me lose him, he prayed to an unknown power. If you call me Sev one more time, I will take the choice from you because I will kill you. Black Hawk looked sideways at Severus and immediately met the dark brown eyes of Severus, who was watching him closely. But Rose is allowed to call you Sev, Black Hawk said, pretending to be hurt. Rose is allowed many things. You should know this by now, but back to your question. Immediately the grin on Black Hawk's face vanished. I don't think it is necessary for you to leave the camp. It's not unmanly or childish that you feel you can't live outside the camp. Every time I come here, I feel so safe and protected that I ask myself why I ever left. The only thing that makes me leave is that I have people somewhere else that I feel responsible of or that I love like a family. It's like shifting between two families, you know. You never had another family you wanted to go to. So why is it bad that you want to stay here? Speak with Light Arrow and White Cloud, Black Hawk. Don't do something stupid. If you leave, I want your promise that you will come back, Severus said seriously. I need to sleep on it, Black Hawk said, turning away from Severus. Good night, brother, Severus said softly. Good night, Night Rain, Black Hawk whispered back. Harry couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Please don't let me lose him, he prayed to an unknown power. Harry stood awkwardly in front of Draco's door. Nervously, he chewed at his bottom lip. Early in the morning, Black Hawk, Severus and Harry had gathered all their things because it started to rain. They arrived at the camp so early that only White Cloud and Light Arrow were awake. Black Hawk and Severus immediately fought over who would use the shower first, and Severus had won. Black Hawk said he would visit the horses and that Severus should move his A.S. because he wanted a shower as soon as possible. Go in, Harry, Severus said reassuringly when he passed him on the way to the bathroom. Draco missed you very much. Taking one last deep breath, Harry knocked at the door and then went in. Draco sat on his bed, staring anxiously at the door. When he saw Harry, he jumped out of the bed and hugged him. You came back. Oh, Harry, you came back. Harry couldn't describe how relieved he was. He had feared Draco would be mad at him, shout at him or whatever, but he hadn't guessed Draco would react like this. Didn't Light Arrow tell you that I would come back today? Harry asked while hugging Draco back. Yes, he did, but I wouldn't believe him until I saw you standing before me. And now you stand before me. Draco beamed at him when he let go. Thank you, Harry. Thanks for coming back. I'm sorry, Draco, for what I said and who cares? What's important is that you are here again and his smile left his face, and he looked fearfully at Harry. You won't go away again, will you? Harry smiled at his friend. No, I won't. I will stay and Harry sighed. And I will give it a try here. Seeing Draco's happy expression, Harry lifted a hand. I don't promise anything besides to try it, okay? That's enough for me, Draco said cheerfully, hugging Harry again. I'm glad you aren't mad with me, Harry said, relieved. Let's forget it. Tell me what the two of you have done. Light Arrow said you were camping outside. Draco looked curiously at Harry. Harry laughed and then told Draco about his camping with Black Hawk and that Severus had joined them later. He didn't tell Draco his little secret with Black Hawk or what Severus had told about himself. Harry didn't know if Severus would want him to tell it to Draco. That sounds like fun, Draco said, but suddenly became sad again. Severus told me his secret. He said I'm allowed to speak with you about it. Maybe I can make up for keeping a secret from you with Hermione. Shyly, Draco waited for Harry's reaction. If you want to tell me about it, I would be glad, but I realize that it is important that we have other friends and even secrets from each other, Draco. I'm not mad at you for having secrets with Hermione. It was wrong to shout at you for it. Draco gave Harry a relieved smile. I'm glad you aren't mad any longer. I spent almost the whole day with Severus and Rose, and in that time Severus told me why he had hurt his hand and that he has other problems. He is working on them with that doc who was here yesterday. Doc Martens, I know, and Severus told me about his problems yesterday as well. I thought I would be shocked, but somehow, Harry paused and before he could go on, Draco finished the sentence for him. It feels good to see he is human and has problems like we have, right? Harry smiled. Yes. Not that I would wish him these problems. Draco shook his head vehemently. No, it's horrible, but he says he will fight and work on his problems. Like we will do, right? Right, Draco, Harry said, laying a hand on his best friend's shoulder. We will try to work on them. During his talk with Draco, Harry almost forgot about his fear that Black Hawk would leave the camp. He was so happy to have Draco back and that they still were friends that he forgot about it. That was until they had almost finished their breakfast and Black Hawk spoke to Light Arrow. Black Hawk cleared his throat, and when he had the attention of Light Arrow and White Cloud, he said, I think it's time for me to leave the camp. Harry's knife fell down on his plate loudly. Severus looked nervously from Black Hawk to Light Arrow and White Cloud. Black Hawk stuttered while looking first at Harry's shocked expression before trying to seek help from Severus. Severus' expression made clear that he thought it was not the right time to speak about it, and he even shook his head when Black Hawk looked at him. What is this about? Light Arrow asked seriously, looking back and forth between Black Hawk and Severus. Not wanting to be in trouble so soon after his own escapade, Severus lowered his eyes. This was Black Hawk's fight, not his. Black Hawk. Light Arrow asked with determination. Yeah, I think I should go. It's time, you know. I mean, I've been here way too long and, seeing Light Arrow's stern expression, Black Hawk stopped speaking. You will, Light Arrow started, but White Cloud laid a calming hand on his arm. Wait, Joseph, White Cloud said. Oh, she is using his given name. That means trouble. Severus resisted the urge to leave immediately because he wasn't sure if he was allowed to. Opposite from him, he saw Crying Horse fidget in his seat as well, obviously asking himself if he was allowed to leave. Rose looked as if she was about to start crying, and Red Horse just stood up and left. The kids looked nervously around. Their curiosity was killing them. Black Hawk leaving. But that was impossible. Crying Horse, why don't you take the kids outside? I'm sure you will find something to occupy yourselves with. Severus and Rose, you should join them. The moment White Cloud had finished, Severus was almost jumping out of his seat to leave. He regretted throwing one last glance at his old friend because the fear in his eyes made him feel so sorry for Black Hawk. Why did the fool have to speak about this at the breakfast table? Sometimes Black Hawk really doesn't know what he is doing. Rose remained sitting instead. No, I want to stay. I want to know what he is speaking about, she insisted. Yes, us too, Brain said, speaking for the other kids, who frantically nodded in agreement. Severus and Crying Horse looked at each other shocked. How could they be so stupid? White Cloud gently smiled at the children, her hand still on Light Arrow's arm. This is between Black Hawk and us, kids. Please respect this. I know you all are worried and want to know what happened and what will happen. Light Arrow's arm twitched at that last statement, and White Cloud applied a bit more pressure. We will inform you as soon as we know for sure what will happen, but first we need to speak with Black Hawk alone. Please respect this. With these last words, she looked insistently at Rose. The kids grumpily stood up and followed Severus and Crying Horse out. Rose still sat in her seat. He is my brother. You know what happened last time. I won't. Rose, please go. We will speak with Black Hawk. White Cloud still tried to be calm, but she could feel that Light Arrow was starting to lose his patience. He had almost stared a hole into Black Hawk, who was looking down at his hands now. Rose had to leave soon or Black Hawk would feel embarrassed by having the coming conversation in front of her. Obviously Black Hawk had believed that announcing his intentions to leave at the full breakfast table would stop Light Arrow and White Cloud from telling him their thoughts about it all. Sometimes he was still the naive teenager who came into their camp so many years ago. No, Rose shouted. Black Hawk nervously looked up at her. She seldom lost her temper, and he definitely didn't like that he would be getting a tongue lashing from her now. So much for speaking out at the breakfast table. Now I will not only get a tongue lashing from Light Arrow and White Cloud but from Rose as well. Black Hawk wished the ground would open and swallow him. You will not leave. Do you hear me? What's going on in that thick head of yours? What happened? Oh, wait, Does Severus have something to do with this? I swear if he has put that bug in your ear, It wasn't Black Hawk's frantically shaking head, but Light Arrow's dangerously low voice that made Rose stop. Stop. Right now, Rose. I would prefer if you would go upstairs and not outside. We don't even know what this all is about, and I don't want you to accuse one of your other brothers of having anything to do with this. I can't settle a fight between you and Severus while I'm occupied in here. With that, he stared at Black Hawk, who let his head sink again. Rose stood up, still angry. If you leave, Black Hawk, I swear I will find you and drag you back here, where you belong. With that, Rose stormed up the stairs. White Cloud sighed and slowly released Light Arrow's arm. Stay calm, Joseph, and let him explain. Speak, boy, Light Arrow said sternly. Black Hawk breathed in deeply. I'm an adult. He looked up to emphasize this statement, but seeing his father's serious expression, he gulped. Look, you brought me back here to heal again, and I did, right? Seeing no reaction from Light Arrow, he sighed and went on. I'm a man. I should leave and prove that I can live on my own. You can't live on your own, Light Arrow said strictly. Black Hawk looked down disappointedly. I'm still just a patient for you. No, you aren't, and you should know that without me saying it. First, nobody here is a patient, just people who need help. Second, you are my son, and I care for you. You can't live alone. You tried once and nothing has changed, Black Hawk. We have spoken about this several times, and you found out yourself that you don't want to live on your own. You would feel lonely. Has that changed over one night outside with Harry? Light Arrow asked still sternly but kinder. No, Black Hawk said sadly. Then tell me why you came up with this stupid idea, Light Arrow instructed. Black Hawk sighed. I had a lot of time to think while I was out there with Harry. I tried to convince him to fight and have another life in which he would become a grown man who can be proud of himself, and I realized that I never managed to become a grown man myself. Look at Severus. He can live on his own. He is no longer just he stopped. Saying patient would make Light Arrow angry again. Damn, you know what I mean. No, Black Hawk, I have no idea what's going on in your head. Since when do you compare yourself with Severus? What does his life have to do with yours? Severus has a life and friends and even people he calls family in England. You don't have family anywhere else than here. Your friends you can meet in the town whenever you feel the need. You are not a prisoner here, Light Arrow argued. But I need to live on my own, Black Hawk said, not very convincing. Everyone has to live on his own one time. You are not everyone. When you have a kitten that has been badly abused and you coddle it up, it will always be bound to you. It will always feel the urge to stay close to the people it felt safe with. But outside, it is still a cat like all the others. It goes hunting, loving. Black Hawk blushed at that statement, and would be able to live on its own, but it still feels much better staying close to the person who cared for it. So is that cat worse than the cats that just live on their own? I'm not a kitten, Black Hawk said, pulling a face. Light Arrow gave a frustrated groan, but White Cloud smiled gently and laid a calming hand on his shoulder before going over to Black Hawk. She sat down beside Black Hawk and took his hand in hers. Look at me, Black Hawk. When Black Hawk obeyed, she said, do you really think anyone thinks you aren't man enough to live on your own? Do you think you have to prove anything to us? Black Hawk lowered his gaze, ashamed. No, look at me, Black Hawk. You are man enough to face me while I tell you what I think about your plan to leave the camp. She waited until Black Hawk found the courage to look up again. Those kids outside adore you, Black Hawk. I really have no idea how you could think anything else. For us, you are a man as well. Without you and Red Horse we couldn't run this camp any longer. We are very proud of how well you take care of the horses and how you have grown into your role as one of our helpers here. Not only with the animals but with the kids as well. We need you, Black Hawk. She looked closely at Black Hawk, and after a short pause she said, if you ever want to leave because you met a nice woman with whom you want to build your own family, we won't object. We would be happy for you, even though we would prefer to have her move into the camp like Crying Horse. She grinned at Black Hawk, and he felt a bit better now that it wasn't all just so tense. But if you would wish to live somewhere else, we will accept it and just hope that you wouldn't forget us and visit us often. That would be a good reason to move out, but not that you think you have to do it to prove that you are a man. You have been a man for many years now, Black Hawk. Going away and feeling bad again wouldn't prove anything. We all know that you wouldn't feel good living alone, don't we? Black Hawk sighed and nodded slightly. Then please stay, Black Hawk. White Cloud looked pleadingly at Black Hawk. Black Hawk didn't know what to say, so he just gulped again. If you need to live on your own, you can build another house on the camp. I don't care. I will even help you, but I will not just close my eyes over a stupid decision like leaving. As long as I live, I will have an eye on my kids, and I will drag you back here whenever I feel you can't handle your life alone. Man or not, Light Arrow said in his no-nonsense voice. Like White Cloud said, we need you here, Black Hawk. I can't run the camp without you. If you leave, I would have to look for another person to take over your job, and it would be hard to find someone who would even be half as good as you. Of course, I won't hold you back if you really feel that this is the right decision. You are not a prisoner and you are definitely not one of the kids here. I wouldn't have guessed that you saw it like that. With all the respect and adoration the kids show you, I would have never guessed that you thought we don't see you as a grown man. Like I said, you can go, but I promise you that this time I won't wait as long as I did last time to bring you back here. I will not let you fall that deep again, Light Arrow said sternly, but his face showed the hurt he felt by Black Hawk's wish to leave. I'm sorry. I just thought. I mean seeing Severus and trying to convince Harry. I just felt God, Harry thought I'm an advisor. Me. Black Hawk laughed insecurely. You are one of our advisors, Black Hawk, Light Arrow said, determined. The moment you started to work with the kids you became one. I really must have been blind to not see what was going on in your head. Maybe I'm getting old. Light Arrow's voice became sadder and sadder with each word he spoke. In the end, he almost looked broken. It's not your fault, Light Arrow. I don't know what brought it up. I think I have felt like this for some time, but blocked it. Please stop looking like this, Black Hawk said, feeling bad for making the old man doubt himself. It was a stupid idea, Black Hawk said and looked down again. Yes, it was a stupid idea, and I'm glad you realized that, but I also think it was good that you finally spoke it out and we could discuss it. So what about building your own house here on the camp? Light Arrow asked. Black Hawk hemmed and hawed. I don't know. I just try to listen what your heart is telling you. Would you feel better if you didn't have to share a house with the rest of us? Light Arrow asked and leaned closer to his son to look at him. Black Hawk didn't lift his head and just shook it. Then we are happy to have you still living in our house, and we are honored to have you helping us with the work in the camp, Black Hawk. Maybe I haven't told you this often enough. We would be flat on our backs without your help, boy. Thank you. Black Hawk sighed. Rose will kill me. White Cloud laughed and stood up to clear the table. She ruffled Black Hawk's hair. I think you will survive it. Hey, I thought we settled that I'm not one of the kids, Black Hawk protested and tried to flatten his hair. You are never too old to have your hair ruffled, White Cloud said, chuckling. Then why don't you do it with Severus? I would love to see it. Black Hawk grinned at his foster mother. I prefer my limbs intact. Severus would bite my hand off if I would try to ruffle his hair, Black Hawk. Therefore, I have you, White Cloud said, as she ruffled Black Hawk's hair again and leaned over to key him on his forehead. I'm glad you'll stay, she said softly before she went over to the sink. Black Hawk blushed and then looked at Light Arrow. The man was still looking with an odd expression at Black Hawk. You are not mad with me, are you? Black Hawk asked uncomfortably. No, I'm just still very surprised. He shook his head to clear it. Did you speak with Severus about this? What did he say? He said I should do what I feel is the best for me. And now I'm sure that staying is best for me, Light Arrow. It was stupid to even address it. No, we always want you to be honest, Black Hawk. If something this severe is bothering you, we want to hear about it, do you understand? Light Arrow said, becoming his calm and controlled self again. Okay, Black Hawk said, relieved. A big burden was lifted from his chest. Would you drive into the town for us? We need some things, and it would give you some time to think about what you will say to your sister, Light Arrow said, smirking. Black Hawk smiled. Yes, a trip to the town would be great. No, Black Hawk. Harry screamed and ran after the pickup. Black Hawk heard Harry shout even over the loud machine of the old car and stopped the car. Don't leave, please. Harry pleaded breathlessly when he had reached Black Hawk's open car window. Calm down, Harry. I'm just driving into the town. Light Arrow will tell you all that I will stay, Black Hawk said calmly. It touched him that Harry wanted him to stay at the camp so desperately. You promise? Harry asked hopefully. I promise, little brother, Black Hawk said, smiling, and ruffled Harry's hair. It seems Harry likes to get his hair ruffled, Black Hawk thought cheerfully. With a relieved smile, Harry watched the car vanish behind the hill. No, Black Hawk. Harry screamed and ran after the pickup. Black Hawk heard Harry shout even over the loud machine of the old car and stopped the car. Don't leave, please. Harry pleaded breathlessly when he had reached Black Hawk's open car window. Calm down, Harry. I'm just driving into the town. Light Arrow will tell you all that I will stay, Black Hawk said calmly. It touched him that Harry wanted him to stay at the camp so desperately. You promise? Harry asked hopefully. I promise, little brother, Black Hawk said, smiling, and ruffled Harry's hair. It seems Harry likes to get his hair ruffled, Black Hawk thought cheerfully. With a relieved smile, Harry watched the car vanish behind the hill. It's time for the welcome sweat lodge and also for Maya's goodbye sweat lodge, Light Arrow explained to the kids and the rest of the family at the campfire place where they all were gathered for a family meeting a few days after Harry had come back to the camp. He looked at Maya. You know that you are always welcome here and that you will leave whenever you feel ready for it. The sweat lodge will just show you that we think you are ready to leave. Maya smiled shyly at Light Arrow. It was strange to see her shy because normally she was the grown-up and self-confident kid in the camp, besides Aiden. You will leave with Rose this evening and we will see you back here in 2 days. Then you will build up your sweat lodge with Black Hawk's and Crying Horse's help, and Harry and Draco will build their sweat lodge as well. You can go to get the stones from the river together, Light Arrow went on with his explanations. Harry sat on the gate and patted Tohiati's head. Black Hawk would come soon, but until then they had still time to talk a bit. Melissa sat shyly beside Harry, and Draco was standing close to them, patting Unaga. Aiden was sitting down beside Maya when Harry asked, where will Maya and Rose go? She has her solo, Aiden said grumpily. I should be the next one, not Maya. I don't understand why they don't let me do it. Because you are not ready to leave, a deep voice said behind them. The simple fact that you are questioning Light Arrow's decision is proof of it. Black Hawk swung himself over the gate. So, any more questions? Aiden jumped from the gate angrily, and Tohiati threw his head back and danced nervously on the place. Calm down, boy, Black Hawk said to Tohiati and patted the neck of the horse. When the horse was calm again, Black Hawk looked at Harry and Melissa, as Draco was melting into Unaga and was covered by Tohiati's body. So what provoked this all? Harry just asked where Rose and Maya will be going tomorrow, Melissa explained shyly. Yes, and I still have no clue. Just that she will have something called solo. What's that? Harry asked, confused. It's the last ceremony you have when you are in the camp. You will stay 2 nights outside the camp. Sleeping under the sky, just thinking about yourself, what you have learned here and how you will go on. Before supper Rose and Maya will leave and build a campsite close to the river. They will camp there together. Tomorrow Rose will search with her for a good place to spend her night alone and will keep her company until Maya has built up her campfire and feels ready to be alone. Rose will sleep somewhere close to Maya, in earshot, not in sight, so she will be there for her if something unpredictable happens or Maya decides she isn't ready for it. If anything goes like planned, Rose will join her on the second day, a few hours before they will go back to the camp together. The next day she will build the sweat lodge and you two will build yours. Then in the late evening we will have the sweat lodge ceremony. Maya and the women will have the goodbye sweat lodge, and we men will have your welcome sweat lodge. Sweat lodge, Harry said deep in thoughts. That's this dome-like thing near the campfire, right? Yes, but the old one will be destroyed tomorrow, and we will use the wood for the campfire. You need to build your own one. Actually, you two are lucky because there are two of you, so you have only half of the work. What work? Harry asked curiously. My, you are full of questions today, Black Hawk said, chuckling. You will see soon enough. But I want to know, please, Black Hawk, Harry pleaded and jumped down from the gate because Black Hawk started to go around Tohiadity. Nervous. Black Hawk grinned. Should I be? Harry asked back. Black Hawk laughed and didn't answer the question. Why don't you take care of Tohiadity and Melissa of Mout? Melissa can tell you about the ceremony. I will be occupied with Draco today. Draco looked fearfully up when he heard this. Black Hawk was only a few feet away, and Draco shrank back against Unaga, who snorted nervously. Me. Yes, you, Black Hawk said cheerfully, not shying away from Draco's reaction. He stopped a few feet away from Draco, the distance he knew Draco needed in the beginning. I thought it's time to start riding for you. Draco's eyes almost jumped out of their sockets when he looked surprised at Black Hawk. Riding. Really? Really? Black Hawk confirmed, grinning. Draco looked over to Harry and saw the disappointed expression on his face. Maybe I should wait until Harry is. Harry will start riding when he is ready for it. Now, he isn't, but you are. So come on, we will go to the other end of the paddock to train. With that, Black Hawk turned around and led the way. After one last apologizing look at Harry, Draco followed Black Hawk. Harry couldn't stop the feeling of jealousy. He was jealous of Draco for learning riding before he was allowed to, and that he got Black Hawk's full attention today. It's horrible to think like this, Harry reprimanded himself. Do you still want to know about the Sweat Lodge? Melissa asked Harry shyly. Harry had forgotten about the girl and now looked puzzled at her when she suddenly was standing close to him. Sure. He stepped back on instinct, but she didn't seem to realize that. She just looked dreamily at him and said, I will just go and get Mout over here, and then I tell you anything you want to know. She smiled shyly and then left. Melissa reminded Harry a bit of Luna, but she looked better than Luna. While they brushed their horses, Melissa explained the ceremony to Harry. The Sweat Lodge is similar to a very, and when I say very, then I mean very, hot sauna. Your first Sweat Lodge won't be so hot, but you will still think it is very hot. I can assure you our Sweat Lodge will be much hotter. Once speaking, she is quite a chatterbox, Harry thought. But it's nice to listen to her voice. Some of the men will help you and Draco get the twigs for the lodge, and then you have to lay several layers of blankets on the skeleton. Inside the lodge you have to dig a hole and build something like a fence around it. Then you will have to go to the river and get many stones to the fireplace. In the evening the stones will be heated in the fire and later will be placed in the hole you dug out earlier. That heats the Sweat Lodge and water will be poured over it, so the lodge will be full of hot steam. It's a bit scary in the beginning because it is very dark and so hot. She smiled at Harry. But you won't be scared. Harry snorted. I'm not so sure. Being in a small room in the darkness he stopped realizing that he surely could get some problems in the Sweat Lodge. He felt his guts rumble. Then he thought about Draco. Damn, the skeleton looked very small, and Draco shall go in there with all the other men of the camp. No way. Are you all right, Harry? Melissa asked, worried, seeing Harry's white face. It's not bad to be scared. You can tell Light Arrow and he will. No, I'm okay, Harry said quickly and turned away from Melissa, pretending to take special care of a spot on Tohiadity's back. Unfortunately, Harry wasn't okay, and he couldn't get the picture of the small dark room out of his head. The rest of the day, Harry behaved oddly, and he didn't eat much for lunch. On supper he chewed on his small slice of bread for 20 minutes. Harry, would you please help me lock the chickens for the night? Light Arrow asked innocently. Harry gulped. Light Arrow never asked someone to help him with the chickens, and normally Red Horse took care of them. Any problem with helping me? Light Arrow asked. No, I will help you, Harry said and then quickly looked down at his plate, ashamed. He knew perfectly well that this was about something else and not about helping Light Arrow. Harry didn't know why he was worried about the talk that obviously would come. Light Arrow still came every night into Harry's bedroom, waking him after his nightmares. Harry had hoped that they would be away now because during his camping trip with Black Hawk, he had no nightmare, but they were back the moment he slept in the house again. Maybe it was because Severus and Black Hawk had been sleeping so close to him. What's going on, Harry? Light Arrow asked directly on their way to the hen house. Nothing. I'm all right, Harry said, not very convincing with his white face and the several times he had to go to the toilet today. Everyone had noticed. It seemed the time they gave him to approach them on his own was over now. Don't lie, Harry. Something is bothering you, and I would like to hear about it before I have to pull you out of a nightmare about it this night. They had reached the hen house, and Light Arrow gestured to the small bench in front of it. Let's sit down for a while. Harry groaned and his guts rumbled again. I think I have to go to the toilet, Light Arrow, Harry said and held his stomach. I think you are making yourself sick about something you are worried about. Light Arrow waved his hand in front of Harry and suddenly the sick feeling in his guts was away. It felt as if he had been on the toilet. Puzzled, he looked at the old man, but Light Arrow gave no explanation for it and just went on. Speaking about it will make it better, Harry. Your nightmares aren't as bad since we speak about what is troubling you in them, right? Yes, that was right. They were only half as bad as they had been before Harry had come into the camp. He hadn't wet himself for the last 4 days. Yes, that's right. So, I was right then and you should trust me this time as well. What's bothering you? Meanwhile they had sat down on the bench, and Harry slightly leaned over, resting his elbows on his legs. Melissa told me about the sweat lodge, Harry said in a soft voice. What did she say that is bothering you? What exactly about the sweat lodge makes your stomach ill, Harry? Harry sighed. How shall Draco do that? I mean there will be many men in a dark, small room with him, in close. No, Harry, we are not speaking about Draco here. We speak about what you are worried about, and even if you are worried how Draco will make it, it wouldn't make you so ill. So there must be something else in your head, something concerning just you. Sighing, Harry let his head hang even lower. It's the cramped condition. I mean, I saw the old sweat lodge skeleton and there is hardly room to kneel in it, right? You have to crawl through the entrance tunnel, but then there is enough space to sit comfortably. Harry sighed again. I don't think I can do this. I hate to be in dark and cramped rooms. We will be there to help you, Harry. I won't lie to you. It will be quite a challenge. The cramped conditions won't be your biggest problem, but the heat. Your first sweat lodge will be quite cold for us others, but for you it will feel almost unbearable, Harry. There are several rounds of being in the lodge. The first round we will let you two sit beside the entrance. That's the coolest place and you will feel less claustrophobic there. After the first cooling outside you will wander one seat deeper into the lodge and so on. We will see how many on-pourings you will be able to attend. Normally we have 4, each time a bit hotter. If you won't be able to stay in the lodge, we will not force you, but we want you to try it at least. It can be a very good and helpful experience for you. But it will be dark, Harry whispered. You can still see the person beside you. The glowing stones give some light. You can choose whom you want to sit beside you. If Draco only will let you and Severus sit beside him, I even have to ask you to move deeper into the lodge at the second time because otherwise someone else have to sit beside Draco when he is scooping one seat deeper into the lodge. It will be okay, Harry. You will get used to it. That isn't something to get ill about, believe me. Severus will be there as well. Light Arrow laid his hand in Harry's neck, gently massaging the stiff muscles. Okay, Harry said, a little calmer but still scared. But if I really can't stay in there, I don't have to, right? Right, Harry. We will not force you when you'll be still too scared after trying it. Harry let out a breath he wasn't aware of holding. Harry sighed again. I don't think I can do this. I hate to be in dark and cramped rooms. We will be there to help you, Harry. I won't lie to you. It will be quite a challenge. The cramped conditions won't be your biggest problem, but the heat. Your first sweat lodge will be quite cold for us others, but for you it will feel almost unbearable, Harry. There are several rounds of being in the lodge. The first round we will let you two sit beside the entrance. That's the coolest place and you will feel less claustrophobic there. After the first cooling outside you will wander one seat deeper into the lodge and so on. We will see how many on-pourings you will be able to attend. Normally we have 4, each time a bit hotter. If you won't be able to stay in the lodge, we will not force you, but we want you to try it at least. It can be a very good and helpful experience for you. But it will be dark, Harry whispered. You can still see the person beside you. The glowing stones give some light. You can choose whom you want to sit beside you. If Draco only will let you and Severus sit beside him, I even have to ask you to move deeper into the lodge at the second time because otherwise someone else have to sit beside Draco when he is scooping one seat deeper into the lodge. It will be okay, Harry. You will get used to it. That isn't something to get ill about, believe me. Severus will be there as well. Light Arrow laid his hand in Harry's neck, gently massaging the stiff muscles. Okay, Harry said, a little calmer but still scared. But if I really can't stay in there, I don't have to, right? Right, Harry. We will not force you when you'll be still too scared after trying it. Harry let out a breath he wasn't aware of holding. It's me, Severus. Can I come in? Severus asked through the closed door of Harry's room. Wait a minute, Harry shouted, and he quickly hid the black cat plushie that White Cloud had sewed for him under his bedclothes. You can come in. Severus eyed the blushing boy closely. What was that about? Nothing, Harry said and held his breath. You aren't planning to run away again, are you? Severus asked seriously. No, Harry said, rolling his eyes. He couldn't stop himself from looking at the bulge the not-so-small cat was forming under the blanket. It had the form of a medium-sized teddy bear and the head was the biggest part of it. It was made to look cute and not a bit realistic. This short look was enough for the former spy to realize what Harry had done while he had to wait outside. I show you mine, you show me yours. What? Harry asked, puzzled. Your plushie, Severus said and gestured to the bulge. I have one from White Cloud, too. Black Hawk has a bunny, Severus said, grinning. You must be kidding, Harry exclaimed. No, I swear, Severus said and lifted his hand to emphasize it. Wait, I will get mine. Severus quickly went to his room and gathered the plushie that sat on his neatly made bed. On his way back he almost ran into Light Arrow who looked questioningly at him. Realizing that he was holding the plushie in front of him, Severus quickly hid it behind his back. If you start to blush now, I will call White Cloud to enjoy this view as well, my boy, Light Arrow teased. Severus growled and vanished in Harry's room. Light Arrow's chuckles only vanished when Severus finally was able to close the door. What's that? Harry asked and looked bewildered at the thing in Severus' hand. Plushie wouldn't be the right description for it. It was almost just a round ball with big eyes and an evil, wide grin sewed on it with white teeth. The ball had tiny feet and big ears and was totally black besides for the white teeth and the red eyes. Don't you get nightmares from it? Harry asked, shocked. Severus looked at his plushie as if he had no clue what Harry was speaking about. I think it's cute, Severus stated. You should speak with Doc Martens about that, you know, Harry said teasingly, but still looked a bit shocked at the thing. Does it have a name? Or better yet, what is it? A Tasmanian devil, and its name is Tush, Severus said and sat down on Harry's bed. Harry had to grin. That's really weird, you know. The plushie or the name? Severus asked. Inwardly he was very proud of himself that he managed to make Harry smile for the first time today. Not even Light Arrow's talk with Harry had made him cheer up. He just wasn't so tense anymore. Both, Harry said and chuckled. And it was really White Cloud who made it. Yes. So how does yours look? Severus asked curiously. Harry looked a bit uncertain. It's not like yours. Severus raised an eyebrow. I can imagine. White Cloud wouldn't sew you a plushie that would give you nightmares. But why did she give it to you? Because she knew it was the only one I would have accepted. I thought stuffed animals were something for girls, but my nightmares didn't ease and they believe in things like this. So she sewed something that no girl would like in hope that I would accept it. Severus grinned. And I did. Shall I tell you something? It really helps. Harry grinned back, but then became serious again. But you will laugh. Mine is something a girl would like, I think. I have grown out of the age I thought stuffed animals are something for girls, Harry. Like I said, I realized that it really helped to have one. And if it helps, Severus said and leaned closer, Black Hawk's bunny is a really cute teddy-like bunny, and he still shudders when he looks at Tush. Harry smiled and then drew his cat out from under the blanket. Severus chuckled when he examined the cat. Yes, you and Black Hawk really have some similarities. Do you like it? When did you get it? White Cloud gave it to me last night after they. I know, Harry. My nightmares were also hard to fight and it took some time until they became less violent and scary and finally stopped coming frequently, Severus said gently, giving Harry the cat back. Absent-minded, Harry hugged the cat. They don't seem to stop ever. Eventually they will, Harry. It just needs time. Severus drew Harry on his lap gently and started to rock him like Light Arrow had done it so often for him. Just give yourself some time. When Harry had calmed down a bit, Severus asked, does it have a name? Harry looked up at Severus puzzled. Your cat? Severus asked, grinning. First I thought I would just call it Kareem, but then I thought it would be weird with the real Kareem around. So I named it Cat. Kareem tried to stop me when I wanted to run away, did you know? No, I didn't know. He doesn't come to me and tells me about what he is doing all the day, Severus said, amused. It's a simple cat, you know. Not an animagus. I wondered about it, and I also wondered if he and the other pets have a connection to Light Arrow or one of the others, Harry said softly. Ah, a spying cat. Good idea, but it would go against everything Light Arrow and White Cloud believe in. To make peace with yourself and become an independent person, you need your privacy. Therefore there are the silence wards on the rooms. The only thing Light Arrow does that is cutting in your privacy is the wards that alert him when something is wrong with you, so he can come and help when you aren't able or don't dare to ask for help. Until this day I haven't found out how it works. I also never found out how they manage to always be fully awakened to help. You don't see any exhaustion on them, not even the day after they spent a night sitting beside you while you were unable to fall asleep again. I tried to find out about those wards and if they have some kind of glamours on them the moment I was allowed a wand when I came back here. Like I said, I was unsuccessful and even got my wand confiscated again when they found out that I cast finite incantatum on them, Severus said, chuckling. He had been 20 back then and he remembered quite well how White Cloud had led him in his room by his ear to give him a grounding after Light Arrow had taken his wand. So, you think they really are okay and don't care to spend the nights up? Harry asked, worried. Yes, I'm sure. For some reason they find calmness and satisfaction by helping people like this. It seems that's all they need. Harry leaned against Severus' chest and listened to his heartbeat. Will you tell me why you was so concerned all the day? Severus asked before Harry could drift over into sleep. Harry sighed. He had hoped it wouldn't come to this discussion. The Sweat Lodge. The Sweat Lodge? Severus asked, puzzled. You won't understand, Harry said miserably. Give it a try, Harry. Harry sighed again. It is dark and small and you are scared? Severus asked softly. Yes, Harry admitted. It's okay to be scared, Harry, but you will be okay. You are comfortable with all the people in the camp by now and being that close will be okay. The heat can be a problem when you are in it for the first time, but you will get used to it. It's like the dungeons, Harry whispered and shivered. No, it's not, Harry. It is warm and we are all around. You will feel safe, I promise. You won't even feel claustrophobic. I feared that as well. Only the small tunnel you have to crawl through to get into the lodge is a bit strange to get used to, but once you are inside you will be surprised how big it is from inside. You will feel safe. We will be there with you, Severus assured the trembling boy in his lap. What if not? Harry asked uncertainly. Then you will leave the lodge and nobody will be mad with you, Harry. Severus sighed. I understand that you are scared, and I'm quite sure Draco would be also scared if Black Hawk wouldn't have been such a sly old fox and started to teach him riding today. You both will be okay. I wasn't allowed to ride, Harry said sullenly. Oh my, do I hear J. Lucy speak there? Severus asked teasingly. Lu. Hey, I'm not jealous. Harry protested and hit Severus' chest playfully when the man didn't stop laughing. Oh, yes, you are, Harry. When he had calmed down, Severus went on more seriously. Draco had started to adjust to his horse earlier than you. He took care for Unaga and bonded with him easier. It was fair to let him ride first, and deep down there, Severus poked Harry's chest. You know that I'm right. Harry groaned and leaned back against Severus' shoulder. I know, but I also want to ride. I know, and I'm sure Black Hawk will teach you how to ride soon. He can't wait to make a trip on the horses with you, Severus said, amused. A few weeks ago Harry didn't want to have to do anything with the camp, and now he whined about not being allowed to learn as quick as Draco. It felt so good to see Harry start to adjust in the camp. Do you have any questions about the Sweet Lodge? Maybe I can soothe your worries a bit. No, Light Arrow already told me about, and also about where we have to sit. He said I have to jump 2 seats because Draco would want to sit beside me, Harry said. Being the stronger of the two was a better feeling than being not as fast as Draco in the horse caring. Yes, Harry realized. I need to be strong in the Sweat Lodge. So I can show Black Hawk that I'm trying to adjust, and to show Draco that I'm there for him. Harry had a mission now, and that gave him strength. Anything else I can do for you? Severus asked softly. Stay until I fell asleep. Harry almost whispered. Severus chuckled. Okay, but lying down is a better position for falling asleep than sitting. With that said, Severus tucked Harry in, the black cat tightly in Harry's arm. Draco, are you still awake? Severus asked through Draco's door 10 minutes after he had tucked Harry in and the boy had fallen asleep. Yes, came the diffident reply. Can I come in? It's Severus, you know. Yes, come in, Draco stated. Severus shook his head, chuckling when he saw Draco hide something under his pillow. What is it with you boys hiding things from me today? Draco blushed. I was writing to Hermione. Ah, yes, that calls for privacy. If you want to be alone. No, please sit down, Draco said eagerly and made room for Severus to sit on his bed. How are you, Draco? Severus asked. It was kind of a routine now. He came into Draco's room each evening to tell him good night and ask him how he was feeling. Normally he was there earlier, but today he had felt that he should visit Harry as well. The other days he didn't do it, in hope that Harry would start to bind to other people more easily like this. Harry was the more open of the two boys, and Severus hoped he would befriend with one or more of the boys in the camp or with Black Hawk when he made himself rare. A hint from Light Arrow was everything Severus needed to realize that Harry needed him today and that he should stop avoiding him. Severus was relieved because it stung very much to form the distance between them again after their camping. Fine. I rode Unaga today, Draco told him, beaming. Severus grinned about this enthusiasm. I've heard so, and you were very good. Draco blushed. I almost fell down when Black Hawk made me turn around on Unaga's back. That's a good exercise to find your balance on a horse, Draco. Everyone has problems with it first. I felt a bit unsafe. I mean, Black Hawk doesn't use magic like Light Arrow or White Cloud. What if I really would have fallen down? You would have survived it, Draco. The moment you learn to ride Unaga in a faster gait, Light Arrow will be there to make sure you aren't falling, Severus assured the blonde boy. Why aren't you and Black Hawk allowed to use magic? Draco asked curiously. I don't really know. I always believed it is something about power. That Light Arrow wanted to make sure that he is the one who always leads and overpowers us, but I know that this is wrong. Maybe he has a little control issue, but he doesn't lust for power. Maybe it makes him uncertain about what happens in the camp and that he won't be fast enough to help when someone hurts himself with a wand. I don't really know. If you want to know for sure, you need to ask Light Arrow. Harry slipped something when we talked about Black Hawk, Draco said shyly and bit his bottom lip nervously. Severus looked questioningly at Draco. What did Harry say about him? That Black Hawk doesn't like magic, Draco stated. Severus sighed. I'm not the one to ask about this, Draco. It has to do with Black Hawk's childhood and it should be his decision if you should know it or not. If you want to know it, ask him. It's none of my business. That again is something only Black Hawk can decide. It's not bad to be interested in the past of others, but it is important to respect if they don't want to speak about it. This applies for all people in the camp and even outside, Severus explained and felt old for giving Draco lectures like this. I understand. Maybe I will ask him one day, Draco said thoughtfully. Anything else you want to speak about? Severus asked. Is Harry okay? He behaved oddly. Is he mad at me for being allowed to ride? Draco asked. Severus smiled. You seem to ask me only questions about other people's feelings, Draco. You could have asked Harry about that yourself. Draco sighed. I know, but I didn't want to disturb him after Light Arrow had taken him to the chickens. Draco, you two are like brothers. If you feel like speaking with Harry, you can do it. If he doesn't want to speak, he will tell you and you can try it at another time again. Right now he is sleeping, and to answer your question, he is okay and not mad at you. It was something else that bothered him, but no, it is cleared and he fell asleep very easily. Satisfied, Severus avoided Harry's reason for his odd behavior on purpose. Until now, Draco didn't seem to be too worried about the Sweat Lodge, and Severus hoped it would stay like this. The adults had already discussed if it wouldn't be better for Draco to attend the girls' Sweat Lodge, even if it would break the rule. It was allowed to use the Sweat Lodge with mixed genders, but the two Sweat Lodges in 2 days would have different meanings. The women's Sweat Lodge would be less crowded and Rose would be there to calm Draco, but it was a goodbye Sweat Lodge and nobody spoke in it because Maya should be able to reflect on her time in the camp quietly. The next problem was that it would be much hotter than the men's Sweat Lodge. In the Welcome Sweat Lodge it was allowed to speak because it soothed the fears of the newcomers and they could be calmed if they panic. In the men's Sweat Lodge were Severus and Harry, the two men Draco trusted the most, but they wouldn't be able to calm him with magic, and Draco still didn't trust Light Arrow that much to let him calm him, especially not when he was sitting half BPD in the Sweat Lodge. There were a lot of pro and contras for both variations, and in the end they all decided to let Draco decide when it was time. Draco nodded. Good, Severus said and smiled. He cupped Draco's cheek and brushed his thumb over it. Don't write too long to Miss Granger. Draco blushed again, but grinned. Promise. Is Harry okay? He behaved oddly. Is he mad at me for being allowed to ride? Draco asked. Severus smiled. You seem to ask me only questions about other people's feelings, Draco. You could have asked Harry about that yourself. Draco sighed. I know, but I didn't want to disturb him after Light Arrow had taken him to the chickens. Draco, you two are like brothers. If you feel like speaking with Harry, you can do it. If he doesn't want to speak, he will tell you and you can try it at another time again. Right now he is sleeping, and to answer your question, he is okay and not mad at you. It was something else that bothered him, but no, it is cleared and he fell asleep very easily. Satisfied, Severus avoided Harry's reason for his odd behavior on purpose. Until now, Draco didn't seem to be too worried about the Sweat Lodge, and Severus hoped it would stay like this. The adults had already discussed if it wouldn't be better for Draco to attend the girls' Sweat Lodge, even if it would break the rule. It was allowed to use the Sweat Lodge with mixed genders, but the two Sweat Lodges in 2 days would have different meanings. The women's Sweat Lodge would be less crowded and Rose would be there to calm Draco, but it was a goodbye Sweat Lodge and nobody spoke in it because Maya should be able to reflect on her time in the camp quietly. The next problem was that it would be much hotter than the men's Sweat Lodge. In the Welcome Sweat Lodge it was allowed to speak because it soothed the fears of the newcomers and they could be calmed if they panic. In the men's Sweat Lodge were Severus and Harry, the two men Draco trusted the most, but they wouldn't be able to calm him with magic, and Draco still didn't trust Light Arrow that much to let him calm him, especially not when he was sitting half BPD in the Sweat Lodge. There were a lot of pro and contras for both variations, and in the end they all decided to let Draco decide when it was time. Draco nodded. Good, Severus said and smiled. He cupped Draco's cheek and brushed his thumb over it. Don't write too long to Miss Granger. Draco blushed again, but grinned. Promise. He smelled his blood and his urine while Lestrange had a death grip on his hair. Seeing Ron scream and cry under the Cruciatus Lucius Malfoy was casting on him was hurting him more than the grip on his hair or the damage on his own body from the last 2 hours of torture. The screams were piercing through his ears, so Harry thought his eardrums would rupture. They went through Harry like shock waves, destroying any glimpse of hope that still had been there. The helpless feeling and being forced to watch the torture of Ron was the biggest torture of all. His vocal cords didn't work at the moment because he had screamed them raw the last 2 hours. So Harry couldn't scream for them to stop and go on with torturing himself. He couldn't move his arms or legs. He couldn't even feel them at the moment. He could just felt the pain on his head because of being held up by his hair. Lucius had stopped the curse, and Ron gulped for air. To Harry's distress, he turned in his direction. What a sight he must have given to Ron. BPD, full of blood, not being able to hold himself up, and most importantly, not helping him. Then the kicking started. The first blow hit Ron in his back by Lucius, and then the others joined. Blood was everywhere, and Ron screamed even more than under the curse, and that was when it happened. Something died in Harry. He could feel it, and he just wished Ron would stop screaming. No matter for what reason, he just should stop screaming. And that Ron did. Harry had no choice but looking directly at Ron when he took one last breath, his lungs piping. He looked directly at Harry when he exhaled for the last time, and then his head lolled backwards. Harry screamed. His bed was covered in urine and cold sweat, and he vomited heavily all over it. When his stomach was finally empty, he stared fearfully at the end of his bed where Ron was lying, his dead eyes still fixed on Harry. Don't move. Then he won't jump at you, Harry thought, panicking, pressing his stuffed cat to his chest. It was creating a barrier between himself and the dead body on his bed. As long as the cat was with him, Ron couldn't get him and take him with him to hell, punishing him for not helping him and finally killing him. The light was turned on, and Harry still didn't dare to move. He stared at Ron, who slowly turned in a pile of bedclothes. Still, Harry didn't dare to look somewhere else. Any minute now, the blankets could start to change back in the dead body of his friend. When a hand touched him at his shoulders, the band was broken and Harry jumped out of the bed. He entangled his legs in his bed sheets and fell, hitting his head on the night table on the way down to the floor. Shortly the world became blurry, and Harry saw stars, but he fought to keep his eyes open because he knew that the moment he would close them he would be back in the dungeons of Malfoy's mansion. He crawled into the next corner, ignoring the blood that ran into his eyes. Light Arrow, White Cloud, Crying Horse and Black Hawk were still sitting in the living room when Light Arrow's alarm went off. The smell that hit them when they entered the room was horrible. Vomit and urine made a stomach-churning smell. One look at Harry and Light Arrow knew that this was a hard case and would not be easy. So he turned to White Cloud. We need the calming draft. Behind the crowd he saw Severus' door opening. Black Hawk, take care of Severus. I don't want him in here. Harry's condition could get worse by seeing someone from his past right now. Turning to Crying Horse, he said, decide if you want to come in or go out and close the door after you. With that said, he turned to Harry, who still stared at the same spot on the end of his bed. Behind him he could hear Severus arguing with Black Hawk. The moment the physical battle started, Light Arrow heard the door close. I'm still here, but Crying Horse started, but fought hard against his gagging reflex. It's okay. Just remain at the door in case Severus uses magic to fight Black Hawk. If he comes in here, I will stun him and you will bring him out. Light Arrow ordered. Crying Horse wasn't the person he would choose to have on his side here. The boy was too innocent and cheerful. It was good to have him in the camp, but this cheerfulness can die down very easily when he would see scenes like this too often. Light Arrow addressed Harry several times, but the boy didn't react, and Light Arrow hadn't expected it. Harry was far away at the moment and close to insanity. Light Arrow had seen scenes like this often enough. It's very important to not make a wrong move now, or he could destroy more than what already was destroyed in Harry. Finally, Light Arrow decided to dare to touch Harry at the shoulder, but it was not a good move, he realized when Harry's eyes widened and he jumped out of his grip and therefore out of the bed. Harry's head collided with the night table while his feet were entangled in the bed sheets. Light Arrow saw the eyes go back in his head for a moment, but Harry still struggled and escaped the bed sheets and crawled to the corner. Blood was dripping from the big wound on his head, close above his left eye. We need Doc Martens. Go and call him. Light Arrow commanded Crying Horse. Damn it, Where are you, White Cloud? He cursed because without the calming draft he couldn't approach Harry, and using magic to heal his wound could drive Harry completely into insanity. I'm here, Joseph. White Cloud laid a calming hand on her husband's shoulder. She knew that Light Arrow had bond to Harry like he had to Severus, Red Horse and Black Hawk, and that made it hard for him to see Harry like that. She also knew that he needed a clear mind for threatening Harry, and fear to drive him in insanity wasn't helping at all. He needs your help. Don't panic. You did this thousands of times, and you will do it again. She handed him the vial after she had felt him breathe 2 times deeply to let the calming magic of his wife circulate through his body more easily. Harry fought against another wave of nausea while he pressed his back against the corner. Light Arrow was blocking his view on the bed and the spot where Ron had laid a few minutes ago. The old man didn't move, and Harry didn't want him to move. Not closer to him, but also not away. Harry's eyes were fixed exactly in the direction of the bed, even though Light Arrow's big shoulder was blocking it. Harry saw Light Arrow's lips move, but couldn't understand him. He could only hear his blood rush through his head. His left eye burned and it started to swell, but Harry fought against it because he didn't want to close it and risk seeing Ron again. Slowly he felt a tickling against his stomach. Without taking his glance from Light Arrow's shoulders, Harry tried to concentrate on the tickling. It was his stuffed animal. It purred against Harry's stomach and chest. This was calming, and Harry slowly felt his surrounding coming more into focus again. He even could hear White Cloud speaking with Light Arrow now. I'm a damn freak. It's all my fault. Why couldn't I die? Why did I have to survive? Harry thought in agony. He wanted to punish himself. No, he needed to punish himself. Light Arrow reached for the vial his wife was holding to him when he had calmed down. Before he could grab it, Harry started to bang his head violently against the wall. It was a good thing that Crying Horse had left the room, because the cracking noise Harry's head made while hitting the wall the second time would have made him vomit all over. All caution thrown in the wind, Light Arrow grabbed Harry and pulled his back against his chest. The boy fought hard against him, even though he should have blacked out by the wound on his head now. Only the shock was keeping him awake. No, leave me alone. I won't go to sleep, never again. Harry screamed. Light Arrow couldn't say how relieved he was about this outburst. Harry was back in reality and knew where he was and with whom he was. Now they could concentrate on helping him without the fear to drive him insane. White Cloud had sat down on the soaked bed, not even noticing it, while fixing Harry and Light Arrow with a very worried look. Relieved, she looked up when Doc Martens came into the room. What happened? The doctor asked. Light Arrow explained Harry's reaction and what he did to his head. Harry still was trying to get out of Light Arrow's grip, but he realized it was useless and made him just more tired and sleepy. And sleeping was what he wanted to avoid. Finally his mind was clear enough to realize that he had to have a close eye on what the adults in the room would do, so they wouldn't put him to sleep. That made him still and listen carefully. Doc Martens looked at the abruptly calm boy. He looked Harry close into his eyes and studied his body and his reactions. Harry's eyes darted around in the room to make out where each person was, and he tried to calm his breath to be able to listen to what they said. At the moment nobody said anything, and so he decided to make clear what he wanted in case nobody had heard him before. I won't go to sleep again. Never again. You can't make me. I will fight you. I will not make you sleep when you let me see your head, Harry, Doc Martens bargained with the distresses boy. Harry replied. The doctor examined Harry's head and stopped the bleeding over his eye with wandless magic. Harry, I will need to use my wand to wash your eye out. So don't panic. Harry fixed every move of Doc Martens' hands with his eyes. No sleeping spell. No sleeping spell. I hold my promise, Harry. Doc Martens said while slowly moving his wand in Harry's direction. Fast moves could frighten Harry or even move him back into his nightmare again. Harry felt his eye clear, and he blinked several times before he was able to see through it again. Now, I will heal your fracture and try to lessen the symptoms of the concussion. That could make you sleepy, but I promise to hold you awake or wake you up as soon as I realize you feel asleep. Harry panicked. He wasn't ready for this, and so he started to struggle again, but Light Arrow still had him in a death grip. Quickly Harry realized that it was useless and made him absolutely exhausted. The doctor just waited for Harry to work himself out. It was useless to speak with him while he was fighting. I will start now, Dow Martin said when Harry stilled in Light Arrow's arms and looked at him again. The magic was so soothing that Harry immediately slumped against Light Arrow's chest. His eyes closed, and he couldn't do anything against it, but inwardly he fought against the overwhelming urge of falling asleep. From time to time a different kind of magic flowed through his body. Like cold water, but not in a bad way. That made Harry able to stay awake. Harry, please open your eyes and look at me. Doc Martens instructed the almost sleeping boy in Light Arrow's arms. Harry struggled against his body and opened his eyes. The doc held his lit wand in front of Harry's right eyes and moved it. The same he did with his other eye, and then Harry was instructed to follow the wand with his eyes. Harry, I need you to drink this. No. Harry protested and tried to turn around to hide in Light Arrow's chest, but the old man refused him this sanctuary. No, I won't go to sleep. Light Arrow was surprised when the doctor gave him a sign to let Harry hide, and he lightened his grip. Harry turned around and hid his face in Light Arrow's chest, clawing at his robes. He was so relieved to be allowed to hide that he didn't hear the door open behind him. Black Hawk peeked in and looked nervously at White Cloud. Can you come? We need you with Severus. He felt embarrassed to have to ask for her help, but Severus had gone berserk, and they didn't know how to calm him. He had destroyed his whole room. Crying Horse had to calm the kids who had heard the tumult in the hall while Black Hawk had fought Severus back in his room, and so Red Horse had to join Black Hawk at his task to calm Severus. Unfortunately, they were both the wrong persons for this, and so they only could hold him back from storming in Harry's room by pure violence. Go, take the calming draft with you for Severus. Knock him out. Take him to our room. Whatever, I will speak with him when we are done here, Light Arrow instructed his wife, even so he knew that she would know this without him stating it. When White Cloud had left the room, Doc Martens spoke again. It's just a potion for your concussion, Harry. Without it you will black out soon. Harry held his breath considering what the doctor had said. Was he lying? But what if not? What when I black out? My head hurts really bad. Harry, I didn't lie to you before, did I? I kept sending refreshing magic into you whenever you started to drift asleep while I healed your head, Doc Martens argued with Harry. Slowly Harry turned around. Swear that it won't make me sleep. I swear that this potion won't make you sleep. Harry said miserably. Does it stop the pain? Not completely, but I can give you a potion against the pain when we have gotten you in a tub, the doctor promised and held the vial for Harry to grab it. When Harry had drowned the liquid, Doc Martens said, Do you want me or Light Arrow to help you with the bath, Harry? Light Arrow, Harry said quickly. Okay, I will see you after the bath then, and then we can talk about the pain potion. Doc Martens smiled reassuringly at Harry and helped him to stand up. Harry looked down at his pajamas and finally realized in what a mess he was. I'm sorry, he said miserably and turned around to look at Light Arrow. The jeans and the shirt of the old man was drenched with Harry's urine and vomit, and Light Arrow's sleeves were full of Harry's blood in addition. There is nothing to be sorry about. The clothes can be washed, Light Arrow said and tried to turn Harry in the direction of the door, but Harry stared transfigured at his bed. It was mess and it reminded him of his nightmare. He started to tremble, but before he could get lost in his panic, Light Arrow sent calming magic into him through his shoulders. We won't come back here tonight, Harry. Let's go to the bathroom. Light Arrow promised. Harry looked at the old man, puzzled. He hadn't thought they would give in so easily. He didn't have to sleep tonight, Harry thought, relieved, not realizing that that wasn't what Light Arrow had said. I swear that this potion won't make you sleep. Harry said miserably. Does it stop the pain? Not completely, but I can give you a potion against the pain when we have gotten you in a tub, the doctor promised and held the vial for Harry to grab it. When Harry had drowned the liquid, Doc Martens said, Do you want me or Light Arrow to help you with the bath, Harry? Light Arrow, Harry said quickly. Okay, I will see you after the bath then, and then we can talk about the pain potion. Doc Martens smiled reassuringly at Harry and helped him to stand up. Harry looked down at his pajamas and finally realized in what a mess he was. I'm sorry, he said miserably and turned around to look at Light Arrow. The jeans and the shirt of the old man was drenched with Harry's urine and vomit, and Light Arrow's sleeves were full of Harry's blood in addition. There is nothing to be sorry about. The clothes can be washed, Light Arrow said and tried to turn Harry in the direction of the door, but Harry stared transfigured at his bed. It was mess and it reminded him of his nightmare. He started to tremble, but before he could get lost in his panic, Light Arrow sent calming magic into him through his shoulders. We won't come back here tonight, Harry. Let's go to the bathroom. Light Arrow promised. Harry looked at the old man, puzzled. He hadn't thought they would give in so easily. He didn't have to sleep tonight, Harry thought, relieved, not realizing that that wasn't what Light Arrow had said. Something got stuck under the door when Doc Martens opened Severus's room. Fortunately, the crack was big enough to slip through it. After entering the room, Doc Martens bowed down to pick up Severus' wand that had blocked the door. The sight he looked at when he faced the room didn't bode well. Severus was pressed against the wall by Red Horse. White Cloud stood beside him trying to calm the distressed wizard. Black Hawk sat on the destroyed bed and hid his face in his hands. The rest of the room was a battlefield. Almost everything was smashed. The observing eyes of the old healer saw blood here and there on the walls and the broken furniture. Let me go, Red Horse. Severus shouted. I will leave forever. Let go. Calm down, Severus. Harry is okay. White Cloud desperately tried to calm the wizard, but she was exhausted and in shock. It was one thing to take care of patients, but another for people you called your family. Doc Martens laid a calming hand on White Cloud's shoulder. I will take over now. Why don't you sit down beside Black Hawk and you two share this vial? Doc Martens suggested and pointed at the calming draft in the old woman's hand. White Cloud looked thankfully at the healer and smiled. She made room for him and followed his instructions. Don't you dare touch me. Get away from me. I'll pack my things and leave. Severus spat at Doc Martens and tried to move away from him. Red Horse had a death grip on him and pressed him against the wall, so Severus couldn't move away. Red Horse. Doc Martens said calmly. He'll hurt himself. I won't let him go. Red Horse said mechanically. This was his brother, and he wouldn't let go of him when he had to fear he would do something stupid. If they thought he didn't notice what was wrong with Severus, they were daft. Red Horse might not have talked much, but he loved his family more than anything else, and Severus was part of it. He was his little brother, and if it is necessary, he would force him to stop hurting himself. Do you plan to hurt yourself, Severus? Doc Martens asked. I will hurt you and everyone else who gets in my way, and I will hurt Dumbledore, the damn old bastard, for getting me to come here. Severus barked and trashed around again. Red Horse growled. You will not, and you will not hurt yourself. I can see it in your eyes. I know you want to do it. Severus looked at Red Horse, shocked. He loved the calm and withdrawn wizard like an older brother. He was the level-headed brother. They had spent a lot of nights outside camping. Sometimes without saying a word, but sometimes speaking as if they talked all the time. Red Horse offered good advice and was a good listener, but he could only do it for people he was very close to. How can he know what I want to do? Yes, Severus could hardly fight the urge to hurt himself. If there would be a knife or his wand close by, he wouldn't even be able to run, but would cut himself right in front of them. Severus still stared in Red Horse's eyes when he felt a hand on his chest. No, he protested, but it was too late. The calming magic ran into his body and was soaked up by his body like a dry sponge. Against White Cloud's magic, Severus could fight if he was angry and desperate enough, but against the healer's magic he was no match. You need to calm down, Severus. Red Horse won't let go before you are calm and willing to talk, Doc Martens said, and send more calming magic into the distressed wizard. Severus just groaned. He knew he had no chance against Red Horse and the doctor. Will you let him heal you now? Red Horse asked Severus sternly. Severus nodded weakly and let himself slide down against the wall when Red Horse let go of him. The healer knelt in front of the slumped-down wizard. Severus, Harry is okay. You know it wouldn't have been good if you would have been into the room. Harry was lost in his nightmare, and seeing a person from his past could have sent him even deeper in it, and in the worst case would have driven him in insanity. Did you want this? Go away, Severus said weakly. He had lost and proven again that he wasn't able to control himself. He was a danger for his boys and it would be better to leave them there and go away. Doc Martens shook his head, seeing Severus broken and lost. I will not go away, Severus. I will heal your wounds now and then we will talk. There is nothing to talk about, Severus whispered brokenly. Oh, there is a lot to talk about, and there will be no running away. The healer heard the door close and looked over his shoulder. White Cloud and Black Hawk had left the room, but Red Horse stood, his arms crossed over his chest, like a bodyguard blocking the door. The healer smiled at the stoic man and turned back to his patient. He quickly ran his wand over the wizard and healed all the wounds he had inflicted upon himself by damaging the room. Do I need to check your Black Hawk for wounds as well, Red Horse? I'm fine, but I don't know about Black Hawk. When I came in, the room was destroyed. I don't know if he is injured, he didn't mention it, Red Horse said calmly. You will stay where you are. The healer instructed Severus and then stood up to repair the bed and move the damaged furniture to the other end of the room. Will you be able to go to the bed or do you need help? Leave me alone. Severus spat again. I don't need your help. I will leave the moment you leave. Doc Martens sighed and levitated the stubborn wizard onto the bed, ignoring the glare he got from Severus for it. When Light Arrow entered the room, Red Horse left. The old man sat down on the end of Severus' bed and laid his hand on Severus' right shin. How is he? Stubborn as always. He threatens to leave as soon as we let him out of sight. He hurt himself by destroying the room, and I fear the urge to hurt himself is still very prominent, Doc Martens explained while letting calming magic flow into the lying wizard. You can't imprison me. I will leave. I don't belong here. You don't even let me help. Severus said brokenly. Severus, Harry found reality easier without someone he already knew during the situation in his nightmare, and when you are able to think clearly again, you will realize this as well. That's the reason why I didn't want you to help, Light Arrow explained. Go away, Severus said. It was the only thing that came in his head when they had an answer for everything. Severus, I will keep your wand until you are better, Doc Martens said, sighing. You can't. It's mine. Severus barked angrily and tried to sit up. The shot of calming magic that was forced through his body to prevent him from sitting up almost made him lose control over his bladder. He was shocked. If Doc Martens used that kind of magic to restrain him, he was having serious problems. The door opened again, and Red Horse arranged a camping mat and a sleeping bag in front of the door. Like I said, I will keep your wand until we have our talk tomorrow. Then I will decide if I will give it back to you. As your healer, I'm allowed to do this when your health is in danger. I fear you will hurt yourself when I give it to you now, the healer explained calmly. Severus growled and turned to face the wall. Where is Harry? The healer asked Light Arrow. In Black Hawk's room. They are waiting for you, the old man explained. Red Horse moved his mat temporarily to let the healer through the door. Good night, gentlemen. I will see you in the morning. Severus, what was this all about? Light Arrow asked while scooting closer to Severus, laying a hand on the lying man's shoulder. Severus tried to shrug the hand away without success. I don't want to talk. Severus, you are helping the boys enough. You need to accept that in some situations it is better for you to stay out of the therapy. Why? Severus said, agitated, and turned around. The hand that had rested on his shoulder now lay on his chest. Because sometimes it is better to get help from person that didn't know you from better times or worse times. Sometimes it is easier to open up to strangers. You have your own problems lately, Severus, and we need you to work on them as well. Letting us take care of your boys gives you time to heal as well. I'm worried about you that a situation like this could cause such a reaction from you. You are pushing yourself too much. You want to help them, but trying to be there all the time and getting yourself distressed like this isn't helping them. They will need you tomorrow again and you think about running away. Helping them with all or with nothing, Severus. Is that what you think helping is? That stung, and Severus looked at the old man, hurt. I try my best. No, you are running away. The moment we restrict you in something you think you are responsible to do, you want to run away. Your big brother has to sleep in front of your door and hold you back from hurting yourself, Severus. Behaving like this is not helping the boys nor yourself. I told you once and I tell you again, you can only help your boys when you accept help yourself. Fighting us isn't helping anyone. Stop. Severus pleaded and closed his eyes against the tears that were forming in them. Why? Because you don't want to hear the truth. Light Arrow asked seriously. He hated to pain his son like this, but it was the only way for him to see reason. No, please stop. I understand, Severus said miserably and turned to face the wall again. He covered his ears even though he knew Light Arrow has his ways to let him listen nevertheless. You will stay? Light Arrow asked, using magic to get his voice through Severus' hands. Yes, Severus croaked. You won't hurt yourself. I'll try, Severus said miserably. I will make sure of that. Red Horse said determinedly from his sleeping place in front of the door. Severus whimpered, and Light Arrow laid a calming hand on his shoulder. He is just worried, Severus, not mad at you. Severus nodded, not because he believed the old man but in hope that by nodding it would become true. Sometimes he still felt like the scared 15-year-old so many years ago. Something was pressed against his chest, and Light Arrow pried his right arm from his ear. Then he placed the hand against the thing at his chest. It was Tush, and Severus drew the stuffed animal closer to his chest, enjoying the calming purr that came from the toy. Sleep, my son, Light Arrow said. He Ed Severus' head and then left. Back in the hall, Light Arrow breathed deeply and let his magic flow through all the rooms. Only Aiden was in his room, all the other children were gathered in Melissa's room and White Cloud was reading something to them. Crying Horse was with Draco and it seemed both were already sleeping. Light Arrow was surprised, but positively surprised that Draco felt comfortable enough with Crying Horse to fall asleep in the same room. At least they made fast progress with one of the boys. Black Hawk and Harry were still awake in Black Hawk's room, and Doc Martens was there as well. So all was taken care of, and Light Arrow decided to go outside. Hey, Tohiadity, Light Arrow greeted the horse. Your boy is quite a challenge, you know. The horse neighed, agreeing, and let the old man pet his head. He is so much like Severus, always a challenge and never to be healed completely, Light Arrow mused sadly. Tohiadity bumped his head against the old man's chest as if to tell him to hold his head high and not to give up. Sometimes it's hard, and I feel very old, my friend, Light Arrow said, exhausted. And it would be inhuman if it would be any other way, Light Arrow. Light Arrow jerked around and looked at Doc Martens, surprised. Do I have to worry about you? The healer asked, stepping closer to the head of the camp. Light Arrow wanted to wave it away, but couldn't manage to open his mouth, so he just looked away. It's okay to feel exhausted, Light Arrow, Doc Martens said and laid a hand on the old man's shoulder. Is it okay if I send some calming magic into you? Light Arrow sighed. Please let me calm you. Just a little bit, Light Arrow. Everyone needs some help from time to time. That's what you tell your kids all the time. Okay. Light Arrow gave in and then soothing magic flew like thick honey through his body. I'm old. No, just exhausted, the healer assured him. They were some challenging weeks. You almost had no sleep. You should lengthen your day naps, the healer suggested. We don't want the kids to notice, Light Arrow stated. Why not? They already think you are not human by needing almost no sleep. Light Arrow laughed. Severus is the one they believe to be a vampire. Longer naps. That a medical prescription, the healer said seriously. Yes, healer, Light Arrow said teasingly. Then he laid one of his hands over the healer's. I'm okay now, Doc. Doc Martens looked at him still seriously. Severus is not a helpless case. He will heal like all the others. Drawbacks are normal. Light Arrow knew all of this when he thought professionally, but sometimes it was hard to see one of his kids so troubled and helpless. Sometimes, he wondered if what he did was enough, or if he could have been better and of more help. I know, but sometimes it is hard to see it like this, especially when he behaves like he did today. As if he still is the boy who came here so many years ago, believing he had killed his father on purpose and that he is the worst kind of human being in this world. He is not thinking like this anymore, Light Arrow. He takes care of two boys, and he tries hard to get his own life under control. You know how important the first years and the childhood are to lay important stones of being able to handle your life alone one day. You can't make up what was neglected of him and Harry in their childhood. They always will need help from time to time to get back on the right path, back to handling their life alone. It's not bad and it doesn't mean you didn't do your work right, Light Arrow. You can't correct everything or what had been made wrong in their childhood. You can just help them to go their stony way. Sometimes more and sometimes less. But always look for yourself as well or someday you won't be able to help anyone at all, Doc Martens said seriously. Thank you, Light Arrow said and sighed. I know you are right. I think I should go and sleep now. How is Harry? He is very well. He even opened up to Black Hawk, telling him about his nightmare. He thought he had killed his friend because he wished for the screams to stop exactly in the moment Ron died. We were able to let him see reason, and now he is sleeping with Black Hawk at his side. I think he will make it through the night without another nightmare. He didn't let go of his cat, and so you need to clean it tomorrow. I wish your wife would make me one as well, the healer said, grinning. Light Arrow laughed. Oh, she would be delighted to do so. Light Arrow knew all of this when he thought professionally, but sometimes it was hard to see one of his kids so troubled and helpless. Sometimes, he wondered if what he did was enough, or if he could have been better and of more help. I know, but sometimes it is hard to see it like this, especially when he behaves like he did today. As if he still is the boy who came here so many years ago, believing he had killed his father on purpose and that he is the worst kind of human being in this world. He is not thinking like this anymore, Light Arrow. He takes care of 2 boys, and he tries hard to get his own life under control. You know how important the first years and the childhood are to lay important stones of being able to handle your life alone one day. You can't make up what was neglected of him and Harry in their childhood. They always will need help from time to time to get back on the right path, back to handling their life alone. It's not bad and it doesn't mean you didn't do your work right, Light Arrow. You can't correct everything or what had been made wrong in their childhood. You can just help them to go their stony way. Sometimes more and sometimes less. But always look for yourself as well or someday you won't be able to help anyone at all, Doc Martens said seriously. Thank you, Light Arrow said and sighed. I know you are right. I think I should go and sleep now. How is Harry? He is very well. He even opened up to Black Hawk, telling him about his nightmare. He thought he had killed his friend because he wished for the screams to stop exactly in the moment Ron died. We were able to let him see reason, and now he is sleeping with Black Hawk at his side. I think he will make it through the night without another nightmare. He didn't let go of his cat, and so you need to clean it tomorrow. I wish your wife would make me one as well, the healer said, grinning. Light Arrow laughed. Oh, she would be delighted to do so. What do you think Maya is doing at the moment? Harry asked while he and Draco were sitting on the gate of the paddock, looking into the distance. I don't know. What can she do? She is alone, Draco replied. It must be boring to be alone for the whole day, but she never wanted to be around us or the others, right? She is really weird, Harry stated. Yes, I don't like her much, but I can't imagine that she will enjoy being alone. At least she knows that Rose is close by, Draco stated, deep in thought. I don't want to do it. I don't think they will let us go without it, Draco. Harry looked at his friend, worried. They hadn't spoken about the Sweat Lodge and it seemed Draco wasn't worried about it. That surprised Harry, but he thought it would be the best not to mention it. Harry. Last night. Draco stuttered. Last night is over, and I'm glad it is. It was the worst nightmare since we were here. I don't want to think about it anymore, Harry said, shuddering just by remembering it. Did you notice Severus' reaction? Draco asked carefully. Harry looked puzzled at Draco. What's the matter with Severus? I just noticed that he wasn't at the breakfast table nor was Red Horse. And he also wasn't in my room last night, but I'm glad. I didn't want him to see me like this, Harry thought. Draco looked uncomfortable, not knowing if it was good to tell Harry about Severus' reaction. What? Harry asked agitated when Draco didn't answer. He wanted to go into your room, but Black Hawk and Red Horse stopped him. He was really angry. Red Horse didn't leave Severus' room, and I heard his door close and open a few times. So I think the Doc and Light Arrow have been with him as well. Crying Horse slept in my room, and so I couldn't check on you or Severus. He slept in your room and it was okay with you? Harry asked, confused. I was scared. They were all very agitated, even Light Arrow and White Cloud. I was glad not to be alone, and Rose wasn't in the house. Draco looked down at his hands. Yeah, I know. I slept in Black Hawk's room. I don't even know how I'll go to sleep tonight. I think I will just stay awake. Harry fumbled nervously with his hat. Light Arrow won't let you, Draco stated. HMPF. Suddenly the sound of hoofbeats filled the air, and both boys turned in the direction the sound came from. Thunderstorm was running fast over the sandy road that led out in the wasteland, and Severus was encouraging him to even run faster. What the hell? Harry exclaimed. Crying Horse said he is okay, Draco said, worried, and jumped from the gate. It doesn't look like it, Harry said and also jumped from the gate. He is leaving us. Before both boys could worry themselves sick, something caught their attention. The blue pickup was driving in a moderate pace behind the running horse and his rider. We need to find Black Hawk, Harry exclaimed, scared, and turned to run to the main house. He didn't go far before he collided with someone. Before he could fall down because of the impact, Black Hawk grabbed Harry and held him. Calm down, Harry, Black Hawk said and held the trembling boy. Severus. He left, Harry said, scared. He is okay. He just got a letter from your headmaster, which troubled him a bit. He needs some fresh air, and Light Arrow is taking care of him. Black Hawk looked in Harry's eyes, and as if he could read his biggest fear in them, he said, he will come back, Harry. He threw a glance over to Draco and was relieved that the blonde boy didn't look as frightened as Harry. What do you two think about a riding session? Both of us, Draco asked immediately. Both of you, Black Hawk assured. Harry threw one last worried look over his shoulder at the path Severus had left on before he let Black Hawk drag him over to the horses. Can I join you? Light Arrow asked the wizard who sat on a fallen tree close to the river. It's a free country, Severus stated. What did Doc Martens say? Light Arrow asked while sitting down beside Severus. I'm fine, Severus said grumpily. Light Arrow snorted. I hardly think that's what he said. Severus sighed. He said I need to speak with him and Rose about last night. I don't want to tell Rose. I know it was wrong and stupid. Severus threw a pebble angrily into the river. She would find it out nevertheless, Severus. You weren't very quiet in the hall. I know. Severus yelled and threw another stone into the water. Severus, drawbacks are normal, Light Arrow said calmly. Severus jumped up angrily. I'm 35, Light Arrow. 35. I don't have myself under control and you know it. Look, you followed me as soon as I left the camp. You think I will hurt myself? Yes, I fear you will hurt yourself, Severus. I won't lie to you. Yesterday you showed us very vividly how you really think and feel. For once you weren't able to hold up your mask, my boy. Severus growled angrily and kicked the stony beach. Several stones flew into the river, and Severus' jeans were covered in dirt. Why are you so angry? Light Arrow asked softly. Because of everything. I hate it to not have it all under control. Red Horse. Uck. Severus screamed out of frustration, pulling his hair. Light Arrow studied his son thoughtfully. What about Red Horse? He shouldn't have seen me like this, Severus said miserably. He sat down on the stony beach, not caring that his jeans would get wet. Light Arrow cast a waterproof charm by waving his hand in Severus' direction. I want my wand back, Severus stated when he noticed what Light Arrow had done. You get it back when Doc Martens and I think it is safe, Severus. I'm an adult, Severus screamed again. You know our rules, Severus. Severus just groaned. Your brothers know you well, Severus. They don't think worse of you because of your actions yesterday. I shouldn't be like that, Severus said, depressed again. It worried Light Arrow to see Severus change between angry to depressed so quickly. Those problems are a part of you. We love you, all of you. There is nothing to be ashamed of. I should have overcome this damn behavior long ago. You are stressed, Severus. Your worry about the boys affects you. Let us help to take care of you and the boys. Please trust us and don't fight us each step of the way, Light Arrow instructed. I try, Severus said sadly. Then prove it and come up here again. It must be uncomfortable down there, Light Arrow said, smiling at his son. Severus grumbled, but then stood up and sat down beside the old man again. Black Hawk and Red Horse said something about a letter, Light Arrow said carefully. HMPF, Severus said and looked grumpily at the river. May I read it? Severus pulled the 2 letters he had got from Albus this morning out of his coat and handed them to Light Arrow. Light Arrow quickly scanned the dates, and then he started to read them in the right order. He is worried, Severus, Light Arrow stated. He tricked me. He let me believe he just sent me here because of the boys and now he forbids me to come back. Threatening to bring me back here personally. I can't believe it, Severus spat angrily. I would have brought you back as well, Light Arrow stated, matter of fact. I'm no kid, Severus shouted. You need help, Light Arrow said sternly. It was his plan from the beginning, Severus said, agitated. He jumped up again, this time to pace. He lied. He tricked me, as if I'm still 15 years old. He is worried. I'm very glad you have him and that he sent you back here. Suddenly Severus stopped pacing and looked at Light Arrow. Did you know? Did I know what? That he sent me here because he thought I need help and not just the boys. No, I think he knew that we would find out about it eventually. Severus started pacing again, satisfied with this answer. It won't be good if he comes here, but he doesn't want to listen. Not good for whom? Severus stared at Light Arrow. For the boys, of course. They've just started to adjust. Seeing someone from their former life could cause a drawback. I agree. It's too early for them to see their headmaster again. Light Arrow waited until Severus let his shoulders relax, to add the next part. But it is a good time to see you and talk to you. What? No. Severus exclaimed, shocked. Light Arrow raised an eyebrow. Severus glared at him for pushing him to say this. I can contact him and let him know to come on a day when the boys are occupied. Maybe it would be good to have him being a part of one of your sessions with Rose and me or Doc Martens. Severus looked shocked. How much worse could things get? Sometimes his father had crazy ideas, so Severus anxiously waited for the next shoe to drop. Yes, I think I will contact Doc Martens and speak with him about a good date for it. Maybe when the boys go and get the stones from the river. Why so early? Severus asked, scared. Because otherwise you will get sick because of fear, Severus. When you talk with Albus you will feel better, even so you won't believe it at the moment. You are wrong, Severus stated grumpily. Light Arrow chuckled. We will see. Harry quickly forgot about his worries when he mounted Tohiadity for the first time. It felt so great to be up on the horse's back. He grinned happily at Black Hawk, who smiled knowingly back. Draco felt already confident enough on Unaga's back, and so Red Horse, whom Black Hawk had asked to join, led Unaga around with Draco on his back. Black Hawk was leading Tohiadity on a lunge. When Harry felt safe enough, Black Hawk let him do all kind of exercises. Harry was a bit scared when he was told to turn around on the back of the horse, but he enjoyed to lay down on his back with his arms dangling downwards. The warm body of the horse that was pressed against his chest was soothing, and he wished he could fall asleep like this. Only when he heard Crying Horse's voice did he look up. I'm taking the kids for a trip to the river. We'll take the red pickup. You don't need it, do you? Crying Horse asked Black Hawk. Harry had sat up and beamed proudly at Brian, who gave him a thumbs up. No, I think I will be occupied with Harry and Draco for the rest of the morning. You should head to the bath place in the south, Black Hawk said, and Crying Horse understood the tip-off. Do you think they will be back for lunch? Crying Horse asked in a soft voice. Not sure. We will see, Black Hawk said shortly. He was glad that Harry had forgotten about his worries and hoped it would stay like this. If Severus and Light Arrow wouldn't be back for lunch, Harry would start to worry again. Okay, we will leave then. Crying Horse patted Black Hawk's shoulder and waved at Red Horse. Are you okay? Harry asked Severus when he met him on his way down to lunch. I should ask this question, not you. Severus stated and stopped. I wasn't the one racing out of the camp as if the devil himself was behind me, Harry said. And I wasn't the one who had a nightmare last night, Severus said grumpily. Harry paled and looked down. I'm sorry. It shouldn't have come out like that. What do you think about going for a bath to the river with Draco and I tomorrow? I can show you where you can get the stones for the sweat lodge and then we can go swimming. That would be great, Harry said, excited. It would be great to spend some time with Severus again. Then it is settled. We just have to ask Draco if he wants to join us, Severus said, relieved that Harry's mood had lightened. Where are we going? Draco asked, grinning behind them. Swimming, Harry replied, excited. Great. Finally they would do something together. Just the three of them. Are you okay? Harry asked Severus when he met him on his way down to lunch. I should ask this question, not you. Severus stated and stopped. I wasn't the one racing out of the camp as if the devil himself was behind me, Harry said. And I wasn't the one who had a nightmare last night, Severus said grumpily. Harry paled and looked down. I'm sorry. It shouldn't have come out like that. What do you think about going for a bath to the river with Draco and I tomorrow? I can show you where you can get the stones for the sweat lodge and then we can go swimming. That would be great, Harry said, excited. It would be great to spend some time with Severus again. Then it is settled. We just have to ask Draco if he wants to join us, Severus said, relieved that Harry's mood had lightened. Where are we going? Draco asked, grinning behind them. Swimming, Harry replied, excited. Great. Finally they would do something together. Just the three of them. For the first time Draco felt really lighthearted and happy. He didn't care that he was almost BPD, only in his boxers. Harry laughed wildly while splashing water at Draco. When he was tackled from behind by Severus, he yelped surprised. That's unfair. 2 against 1. Severus had his best time with the boys since they spent that awful time in the dungeons. The laughs of Draco and Harry were like music to his ears, and his own laughs were lifting more of that invisible weight on his chest. Diving down with Harry still tightly hugged, he held his breath. He made sure to let Harry go as soon as they went underwater, to not let him panic. Harry felt safe with Severus, so he didn't panic when he felt water all around him and was still in Severus' grip. What a sight they must have been. 3 scarred men playing around wildly like little children. On Draco's pale skin the scars stood out very clearly. His whole upper body was covered with light red and pink scars from the knives and whips of the Death Eaters. At the moment he didn't think about them. He knew that Severus and Harry didn't care about the scars. Severus' scars on his upper body were almost all a very pale pink and some were even almost white. Only the wounds on his arms were still red. He had forgotten about them at the moment as well. His boys were so happy and joyful that he just enjoyed the frisky mood. All the worries from the last days were forgotten, and his worries about Dumbledore's visit tomorrow were as well. Harry was very relieved that all the tension was gone between them. It was a long time ago that they could be like this. Right after Voldemort's defeat they had some of these moments, but after the torture in the dungeons it was only comfort or tension between them, not fun and happiness. It was a welcome change. Harry's scars were not so prominent as Draco's, but his chest and especially his back were covered with whip marks and cut scars. Severus was tackled down by both boys when he tried to leave the river. No. And, not already, were the pleas that reached Severus' ears. Severus caught each of them under one of his arms and carried the squealing boys into deeper water. After taking a deep breath, he dived down with both boys still under his arms. As soon as he had let go of the boys, he quickly pushed himself in the direction of the shore while he still was underwater. He broke through the surface when he was close to the sandy shore. 5 minutes, boys. Then you will come out as well. Groaning came from behind him, and Severus smirked. The protest lasted only seconds, then Draco and Harry started to squeal again and splash water around. Severus meanwhile dried himself and laid down on his big towel in the sun. When Severus called for them to come out, they tried to protest and convince Severus to give them more time. No way. You two will have a hard day tomorrow. Come out before you catch a cold. Grumpily, they came out of the river and dried themselves. Harry shook his head and splashed water over the already nicely dry and warm Severus. Hey, Severus protested. Harry hid his grin in his towel. Draco waved his towel especially close to Severus, which caused sand to fly all over him. Wait, you cheeky monkey, Severus said and grabbed Draco to pull him down. Now you will see what happens to cheeky brats. That was when the tickling started. Draco giggled and gasped for air. How come Severus still knows all my ticklish spots? Draco thought while he tried to get enough oxygen in his lungs. Help, Harry. Harry tried to attack Severus from the side, but was quickly grabbed as well and placed beside Draco over his lap. Now he was tickling both boys who couldn't wiggle out of his gasp. So, who is the best? Severus asked. You. Please stop. Both boys cried out between giggles. Severus let himself sink backwards on his towel again and closed his eyes. When Draco and Harry had get their breathings under control again, they laid down with their heads on Severus' chest and stomach. Fantastic. What kind of sunburn will I get by this? Severus teased. No sunburn at all. White cloud has covered us all head to toe with a heavy sun blocker, Severus, Draco countered. HMPF, was Severus' answer. Tell us about tomorrow, Severus, Harry demanded. I wanted to relax. Can't you two just shut up and relax? Severus said, but he didn't sound annoyed. Draco turned around and looked at Severus. Come on, you had to do this ceremony as well when you were here, right? Yes, I did, and I wasn't so lucky to have someone at my side while I had to spend the whole morning getting stones from the river. You two are really lucky. What do we have to do? Harry asked, interested, and turned around as well. You will get up very early and go to the river to get the big stones I showed you before we came here. Don't worry, Maya knows the way. You will have a wheelbarrow, and as you are three, you can split the work. You will get a lunch packet with you because you will need more than just the morning to get the stones back to the camp. Then you will eat, and we will help you to build your sweat lodge. That will keep you occupied until the evening. When it gets dark, we will start the sweat lodge ceremony, Severus explained. So we don't have to build the lodge by ourselves? Draco asked, relieved. Severus chuckled. We will only explain. The main work will be done by you two. Fantastic. We have to carry heavy stones over thousands of miles, and then we have to work the rest of the day on the lodges, Draco said grumpily. If you had to carry the stones thousands of miles, we wouldn't be able to have the ceremony tomorrow evening. Stop whining, Severus scolded. Draco sighed and threw himself on Severus' chest. Harry mimicked him a second later. Start drooling on me, and you will regret it, Severus said in a mocking tone. Yeah, and that's why you let Draco drool all over you on the plane and didn't even try to wake him, Harry chuckled. I just wanted my peace, Severus replied. And you want your peace now, so we don't have anything to worry about, Harry. Draco said cheekily. Do I have to give you two a reminder of who is the one with the most power here? Severus threatened and tickled both boys again. No, stop, please. Have mercy. Can we go in again? Harry pleaded when he had gathered enough air. Wait 20 minutes, then you can go swim again before we head back, Severus explained. Now rest. Groaning, both boys obeyed, and Severus grinned, satisfied, when his two boys fell asleep a few minutes later. We have a surprise for you too, Crying Horse said and pointed at Brian and Ken while they sat together at supper. What? Both boys exclaimed, excited. We will go hunting, Crying Horse said. Black Hawk and I will take you with us for the first time tomorrow, and Aiden can join us as he already has proven to be a hunter. Aiden pushed his chest out proudly. Sure, I will join you. Good. We will start at 5. So be ready. Black Hawk said. What weapon do you want to use? A spear. Brian said. I will come back with a bear. Black Hawk chuckled. More like a rabbit, Brian. If you want to hunt a bird or a doe, you should choose the bow. I will take the bow, then. I want to have a turkey. We will eat them, right? Ken asked, excited. Of course. You will hunt, prepare and eat it. If you want, you can share with the rest of the family, but it is up to you, Black Hawk explained. Everyone can eat my turkey, Ken said proudly. First you need to hunt one, Light Arrow said. I want to hunt something dangerous. Why can't I hunt a bear or a big stag? Brian asked. Because hunting isn't a sport for fun. We don't kill because we like it. We will show you how to use everything of your prey. You will praise its soul for giving his life for you to use his meat. You will take the hunt respectful or we will leave you here, Black Hawk said sternly. I will take it seriously, Brian replied, ashamed. Aiden shook his head disapprovingly. Maybe he isn't ready to go hunting right now. Brian glared at him. You are no counselor here. Stop thinking you are better than we are. I've been here longer than you all. I know what it means to hunt, and I can take it seriously and respect the lives we take. You instead just make jokes about it and want to kill for fun. Aiden countered. You don't know a shit about me. Brian said and stood up. Aiden jumped up as well, but before it could come to a fight, Light Arrow thundered, stop this. Both of you. You will all go hunting tomorrow, and you can prove that you can be reliable, Brian. Don't disappoint me. I won't, Brian said determined. Good, and now sit down and finish your meal. Both of you. Light Arrow instructed, and both boys oboe-eyed. He shook his head. You should enjoy the last days of the Hoyle Day. The school will start for most of you in a week. But it is only 7. Harry protested. You need to get up at 6 tomorrow, Light Arrow explained. 6. Harry and Draco asked, shocked. Light Arrow chuckled. 6. You will have breakfast and then you will go to the river to retrieve the stones. You will need 2 hours to reach the river, and if you are fast, you will spend an hour to gather the stones. The way back will take you much more time because of the heavy laden wheelbarrow. I would guess between 3 or 4 hours. The rest of the day you will need to gather the twigs for the lodge skeleton and for building it. So you will need all your rest. Off with you into your beds. Harry groaned. Over all his worries about the next day, he even forgot about his last bad experience in his room. Only when he had laid down in his bed, the memories came back and he hugged Kat closer. Kareem was back in his room, and as if he sensed Harry's mood, he jumped up on the bed and curled up close to Harry. The soothing purring from the alive and the stuffed cat calmed Harry down. Soon he fell asleep. Draco lay awake for hours when White Cloud came into his room with a hot chocolate. So worried about tomorrow? Draco shrugged. He sat up and took the cup thankfully. I really try to sleep, but it doesn't work. The old woman smiled kindly. It never works that way, but a nice cup of hot chocolate helps. Especially when it was laced with a slight sleeping draft, she thought. Come on, lay down again and let me sing a bit for you. Maybe you can fall asleep then. She tucked Draco in and smiled at Wadja, who curled herself on Draco's chest. Gently, she stroked Draco's hair and said, wait a minute, I'll be back soon. She left the room, and only a minute later she came back with a 3-foot-long stuffed snake. It was green with a beige belly and a red, forked tongue. The eyes of the snake were silver buttons. Severus said you like snakes. Draco's eyes lit up. Harry had told him about his and Severus' stuffed animals, and now he was getting one as well. Can it make sound as well like Harry's? Of course, White Cloud said, smiling. Try it. Hold it close. She helped him to tuck the snake under his arm without disturbing Watja. Draco grinned happily when he felt the snake hissing soothingly. It was a cool plushie. He couldn't wait to show it to Harry and Severus. He wanted to see their plushies as well. Draco was so happy, he didn't even notice that he fell asleep. It's 6:30. Can you believe this? Maya isn't ready, so I have time to write to you, Hermione. This day will be so damn long and exhausting. We will need 2 hours to reach the river and back, it will be even more. I'm glad Draco is with me. Maya can be very bossy and arrogant. I hope she will leave us alone. She didn't even told us about her solo. I really would like to know what happened while she was out there with Rose. I'm curious how the Sweat Lodge will be this evening. It sounds a bit scary. They all say it is very hot in there, but Severus said we will get used to it. It's our welcome ceremony, Severus explained. I'm a bit scared how Draco will take it. I think he hasn't even realized that he will be in a very small and dark room with a lot of sweating men. Do you think he will make it? Oh, Light Arrow is calling. I have to go. Keep your fingers crossed for me, Hermione. I hope I won't die of a heatstroke before I come back here. Love, Harry. Harry hid the messenger under his pillow, grabbed his jacket and ran down the stairs. Here are your lunch bags, White Cloud said and gave a big bag of all kind of food to each of the three teenagers. Are you all covered in sun cream? Yes, Severus has made sure of that, Harry mumbled. Maya, White Cloud asked. I'm tanned enough, White Cloud. I'm not one of these greenhorns, Maya said disparagingly. Harry pulled a face, and Draco even stepped backwards. Maya, we expect of you to be the responsible one today. Behaving like you are right now isn't showing that you grew up at all. Light Arrow said disapprovingly. Maya blushed. I'm sorry. I just hoped I could go on my own. They will just disturb me. It was meant to be another way to think about what happened and what will come. I can't do this when they are joking around or are whining. We can go on ourselves. We don't need you, Harry spat angrily. Who does that stupid arrogant girl think she is? Of course you need her. Stop behaving childish. Light Arrow scolded Harry. Looking at Maya again, he said, if you want to use the way to the river to reflect, just go a few feet in front of Draco and Harry. That is no problem as long as they can see where you go. Can I have my own wheelbarrow? Maya asked. Harry disliked her more and more with each word she said. Light Arrow thought shortly. That would cause them to be even slower. Draco was still very weak, and Harry wasn't in good condition, either. If you insist. Yes, we have two different sweat lodges, Maya said, but was interrupted by Harry. Thank Merlin, Harry muttered loud enough for all to hear. Light Arrow laid a warning hand on his neck, and Harry looked down. Like I said before I was interrupted, she glared at Harry. We have two different sweat lodges, so we should bring two different sets of stones. Good, you can have another wheelbarrow. I will tell Red Horse to fetch one for you. Now you will apply the sun cream or you won't go at all. Maya stormed with her head high up the stairs to do what she was told. Hold your tempers. She is the one with more experience. Sometimes you have to swallow some anger and pride down in favor to get help. Like it or not, without her you have no chance, Light Arrow said. With a last squeeze at the back of Harry's neck, he left the house to look for Red Horse. Can I have my own wheelbarrow? Maya asked. Harry disliked her more and more with each word she said. Light Arrow thought shortly. That would cause them to be even slower. Draco was still very weak, and Harry wasn't in good condition, either. If you insist. Yes, we have two different sweat lodges, Maya said, but was interrupted by Harry. Thank Merlin, Harry muttered loud enough for all to hear. Light Arrow laid a warning hand on his neck, and Harry looked down. Like I said before I was interrupted, she glared at Harry. We have two different sweat lodges, so we should bring two different sets of stones. Good, you can have another wheelbarrow. I will tell Red Horse to fetch one for you. Now you will apply the sun cream or you won't go at all. Maya stormed with her head high up the stairs to do what she was told. Hold your tempers. She is the one with more experience. Sometimes you have to swallow some anger and pride down in favor to get help. Like it or not, without her you have no chance, Light Arrow said. With a last squeeze at the back of Harry's neck, he left the house to look for Red Horse. She is unbelievable, Draco muttered grumpily while trotting alongside Harry. Harry pushed the wheelbarrow in front of him, bored. Yeah. Looks like she's holding her head up. I swear she's even more arrogant since she got back from the solo. Ew. And now she is waiting for us, Harry stated. When you go on like that, we will not make it in time, Maya scolded the boys, annoyed. Then just leave us and go on your own, Harry said angrily. We don't need you. Phew. Maya looked depreciatingly. You two would never find the right place to get the stones, and you would never find back on your own. We will see, Harry exclaimed angrily, and turned in another direction. Draco stood shocked for a while, feeling puzzled and looking between Maya and Harry, who was storming in another direction. When he shook himself out of his stupor, he ran over to Harry. Please Harry, let us go back. I'm sure Light Arrow will let us do this all on another day. Harry heard the panic in Draco's voice and stopped. Come on, I was several times at the river. We will make it without her. Draco looked very skeptical. You were brought there by Severus and Black Hawk. Harry, please, I don't want to get lost out here. There are animals and, please. Draco looked around, scared, as if he assumed to be attacked any minute. I want my wand back. We don't need our wands out here. There are no dangerous animals besides snakes out here and they won't come and attack us. We still have those emergency whistles from Light Arrow. We can call him when we are in trouble. I still don't want to get lost, Draco pleaded. Harry wanted to prove Light Arrow and especially Maya that he could do this without help, but he noticed that Draco was getting himself in a panic attack. Draco hadn't had one for a long time, and Harry didn't want to be the one responsible for it. He was torn, but inwardly he had already made his decision. The only decision he could make with a clear conscience. Okay, we will go back and ask if we can do it another day. No, you will not. I'm sorry, okay, Maya said. She had joined the two without them noticing her. Listen, I have spent over a year here. I was really looking forward to this. You don't understand this right now, but in the end you will see it the same way as I see it now. In the beginning, I also didn't take this all seriously, but I learned how important all these ceremonies are. They have a meaning, and they helped me. I want this last ceremony to be something special for me. I have to leave soon. She couldn't finish because the lump in her throat robbed her voice. Draco peeked out behind Harry at Maya, surprised that she started to cry. Nevertheless, he didn't feel safe enough to come out behind Harry. He hoped Harry would solve this problem. Harry didn't know how to react. He felt responsible to do something because Draco obviously just would remain hiding behind him. The problem was, Harry had no idea how to react. Maya regained her composure. I have changed a lot here, and I'm very thankful for everything I learned here. I understand that you can't see it all as serious as I do it. There will come many experiences that most likely will change your attitude about this all, but right now you just see this all as a burden and want to be out of the camp as fast as possible. I guess you two don't even see how much you have changed already by the help of all the people here. This way to the river should be a possibility to reflect on what had happened until now. I don't really understand why they let you do this together. It is obviously that you can't reflect while you concentrate on the other. Can you at least understand what I try to tell you? Harry and Draco just remained gaping at her. Maya groaned frustrated. I see. So how about we make an agreement? You two let me go my pace and just follow in a distance where I don't hear you two talking. I just need to be sure that you follow me and not let me out of sight, so I don't have to look for you two all the time. The way back we can go together, okay? Harry still looked open-mouthed at Maya, but Draco cuffed him in his ribs. Okay. Good. Then come on. We need to hurry to keep our timetable, Maya said and started to go back to her wheelbarrow. Maybe she is not as bad as we thought, Draco said when they had gone in silence for a while. Yeah, maybe. She thinks we are just stupid kids who make fun of all of this, Harry said grumpily. I don't know what can be fun about spending the whole day in the sun carrying stones to the camp, Draco said, annoyed. Harry laughed. It was nice to hear Draco speak like this. It was almost like he was before the torture. I know what could be fun. Draco looked skeptically at Harry. He wiped the sweat from his head. I already feel as if my head will explode any minute. His jacket hung lazily around his waist. Draco's shirt was almost completely unbuttoned and revealed his chest. Draco must have felt very warm to reveal his scars so openly while Maya was just a few feet away. Harry stopped and touched the metal of the wheelbarrow. It was warm but not hot. Jump in. What? Draco asked, puzzled. Jump in. I'll wheel you around. It'll be fun. We have hours of hard work in front of us and you want to waste your energy to wheel me around. I want to waste my energy to have fun, Draco. Isn't that what Hermione always tells us to have? I don't want to reflect on what happened before we came here and what has changed since we are here. Do you want to do so? Harry asked. My head is too hot to even try thinking. Draco mumbled. He had taken of his hat very often because he had the feeling he was sweating under it too much. Then let's have fun. She's too far away from us to hear us. Come on. Okay. Draco said, grinning. Quickly he climbed into the wheelbarrow, and Harry started to race as fast as he could. Draco laughed and cheered Harry to go faster and draw curves. Each time they came too close to Maya, Harry drew a few curves to keep the distance. Quickly he was exhausted, and Draco took over. It was great fun, But Draco was still very weak, and soon Harry was pushing the wheelbarrow over the sandy ground again. They were sweating heavily, and they had already drained one of their 4 water bottles. I feel sick, Draco said miserably. Yeah, maybe it wasn't such a good idea to wheel the other around, Harry said, exhausted. I really don't feel well, Harry, Draco said and staggered. Harry quickly grabbed Draco when the blonde boy's feet gave out. Maya, he screamed in panic. What have you done? Maya asked when she had come running over to them. I don't know. He just broke down. He said he doesn't feel well, Harry said, shocked. I see that, but what I meant is what have you done before he broke down? Have you done anything beside just going? Maya asked while positioning Draco's leg on the rim of the wheelbarrow and placing her jacket under his head. We wheeled us around a bit, Harry said shyly. Maya groaned. Great. Use your whistle in the direction of the camp, not our ears, okay? She instructed Harry and then turned to Draco. Stay calm. You are just a bit overheated and maybe dehydrated as well. They will come soon to help you. She ribbed her shirt and soak it with water. Gently she laid the wet cloth over Draco's forehead. I'm sorry, Draco said to Maya. Stop being stupid. Like I said, I know what you two are feeling and thinking at the moment. It is normal to not take this all seriously in the beginning, Maya assured Draco while she gently draped Draco's chest with another cloth she had ripped from her shirt. You can have my shirt, Harry offered and pulled it over his head. No, put it on again, Harry. I can't have you getting a sunstroke as well. I have a spare one with me, Maya said, still warmly and not at all arrogant as she was in the morning. A groan came from Draco, and he leaned over to throw up. Maya held his forehead motherly while he heaved heavily. Shortly after Draco had rested his head back on Maya's jacket, the blue pickup stopped close to them. What's going on? Light Arrow asked when he reached the kids. They have overdone it a bit, and Draco broke down. He is very hot, and he had thrown up. Maya gestured at the vomit beside Draco. A casual wave of Light Arrow's hand and the vomit was gone and Draco felt a fresh feeling in his mouth. Thank you, he said, groaning. You are welcome. Now relax and let me see what's wrong, Light Arrow instructed. He wasn't a healer, but he had learned a lot in his life and basis healing was one of the many things. He removed the cloth from Draco's forehead and laid his hand on it to scan him. After around a minute, he said, it's not so bad. A bit healing and sitting in the shadow will help. Light Arrow put the cloth back on Draco's forehead and looked up at Harry and Maya. I would suggest that you two go on, and I meet you two at the river. That gives Draco time to rest, and we will see how he feels when you arrive. Then we will decide how to go on. Harry was uncertain. Would it be okay for Draco to go with Light Arrow? Draco. Harry, he had a sunstroke, and he needs to cool down. There is no other way. Will you be able to bring the wheelbarrow to the river alone? Light Arrow asked. Sure. But Draco will be okay. Am I right, my boy? Will you drive with me to the river to cool you down a bit? Light Arrow asked the blonde boy. Yes, Draco croaked. He just wanted out of the sun, and he trusted Light Arrow enough to keep him safe, even though he wished Harry could come with them. Thank you for your trust, Draco. How is your head? Do you have a headache? Can you see me clearly? Sometimes there are little stars and black spots. My head hurts, but it is okay, Draco said miserably. I will carry you over to the car. Just relax, Light Arrow said and shifted Draco in his arms. You too, he looked at Maya and Harry while he held Draco in his arms. Should hurry. I'll see you at the river. Come on, Harry. Draco is safe with Light Arrow. We should hurry, Maya said warmly. Okay, Harry replied and went over to his wheelbarrow. When he looked up again, the old man had already reached the pickup. So you won't go to school next week? Harry asked when they had spent a few minutes in silence. He had tried to stay in the distance again to respect Maya's wish, but she had stopped and said he can go with her. I will go to school because I don't know when I will leave exactly. I have missed a lot of stuff last year. Light Arrow didn't let me attend school for 3 months, and so I missed a lot of stuff and wasn't able to finish my exams last school year. The teachers give me the chance to do my exams later. I will get special classes, and I hope I will finish the exams in 3 months. Maybe I will get a small apartment in Hodgetown. That's close to the school. You weren't allowed to go to school for 3 months? Harry asked, even though hundreds of others' questions went through his mind. Yes, I had a hard time the first months. I tried several times to kill myself here at the camp. My foster parents broke up with me after I ran away from the hospital the third time. I'm alone now, and I don't want to ever see them again. Light Arrow and White Cloud are my new family, but I want to live on my own. Sounds good. I hope I can leave soon as well, Harry said, even so he knew that he didn't mean it. Maya didn't say anything. What do you think how long we have to stay? Harry prodded deeper. I don't know, Harry. All I can tell you is that I never saw someone leave before at least half a year here, and they were not as hurt as you two, Maya said uncomfortably. Harry stopped going and stared at Maya. What do you know about how much we are? I'm not hurt at all. I'm not the one to speak with you about that, Harry. Tell me or I won't go on. Harry demanded. You act childish, Harry. I have spent a long time here, and I saw many people come and go. Only Aiden is left from the people who were here when I came. You two are a bit like Melissa and me in the beginning. It's easier for me to see how hurt you are because I understand you, Harry. You can't deny it. You are hurt, very hurt, and Draco is very hurt as well. You can lie to yourself, but not to those who know how you feel right now. You don't have to speak with us kids about what happened. It's like an unspoken rule between us. Everyone gets the time they need to give information about their past and how they really feel. Even though you never would feel ready for it, we would accept it. There is only one thing we ask every newcomer. It's to not lie to us. Just say I don't want to speak about it, but don't say we are wrong when we know for sure that we are right. Nobody is here without a very serious reason. This camp is for those who everyone else has given up on. You are amongst the few that still have someone very close to them that is helping them. You are very lucky to have Severus. Aiden has his mother. She visits him sometimes, but she has her own problems and cannot take care of Aiden. Brian and Ken look normal to me, Harry stated. They are pretending to be funny and happy, so nobody asks them too many questions. There are many kinds of ways to hide your true feelings. Some hide them behind jokes and smiles and others behind anger and hate, Maya said wisely. Harry bit his bottom lip. What could he say to this? Draco isn't hiding anything, Harry stated. So we'll speak about Draco now. Harry growled. Maya really sound like Light Arrow now. Maya laughed. Give yourself time and speak with those who are good in it, not me, Harry. She thought about how to change the topic to something less depressing for Harry. Maya knew that he wasn't at the point to speak about what had happened to him and Draco. So would you like to go to school? I don't have a wand, Harry stated. They have 2 schools in the reservation. One for non-magical kids and one for magical ones. Many natives are able to do wandless magic, so we are only a small group that gets taught in magic with wands. You can even take classes to learn wandless magic if you pass the acceptance test. They have a lot of teachers in the magical school, and so they can teach you even classes that are not common here in the area. Melissa has many classes we didn't have in my school in Chile. So when Light Arrow decides that you can go to school, they will speak with your old teachers and ask them what they should put on your schedule. Maybe Severus will teach as well this year. I hope so. Our potions teacher is so boring. Harry laughed. You are the first one who hoped for Severus to teach her. In my school he is not a popular teacher. Really? Maya asked, surprised. Yeah, he is called the Bat of the Dungeon. They even say he is a vampire. What's bad about being a vampire? In Chile we have a lot of them. 2 of my teachers were vampires, and they are great healers. They can sense illnesses. But they bite people. Isn't it dangerous to have them in a school or a hospital? Harry asked, puzzled. Maya looked at him as if he was crazy. Vampires don't have to kill when they drink from people. Many have family or friends who are willing to supply them with blood, and we have blood banks where they can buy blood. They only have to feed once a week. Many even like animal blood. In England we don't have vampires. I think. Harry felt stupid. How could life in Chile be so different from life in England? We never learned about other countries. I didn't knew there are countries where people live together with vampires. Now you know. Yeah, so are there countries where people live together with werewolves? Harry asked curiously. I don't know. Maybe you should ask Professor Carley. He is our magical creature, charms and spellwork and wandless magic teacher. He is a vampire, and I'm sure he knows about werewolves as well, Maya explained. Do you think Light Arrow will let me attend school? Harry asked eagerly. I don't know. If you are one of the self-harming or suicidal ones, or if he fears you will run away, he won't let you attend school soon. Some were allowed to go to school earlier than others. It depends on your problems. First, you only will attend a few classes, and sometimes teachers come to the camp first, so that you don't have to leave the camp for being schooled. Rose is a teacher as well, but she only teaches in the camp, not the school. Wandless magic, Harry said dreamily. That must be cool. In his head, all kinds of images appeared. Images of Death Eaters wriggling in front of his outstretched hand without a wand. He heard himself laugh evilly in his head, and he heard himself say, Now you will learn what I learned from you about mercy. Now you will be the one who will feel that there is no mercy for you. Are you all right? Maya asked worriedly when she saw Harry grin so evilly. It was scary. Harry shook himself out of his dark thoughts. Sure. Now you know. Yeah, so are there countries where people live together with werewolves? Harry asked curiously. I don't know. Maybe you should ask Professor Carley. He is our magical creature, charms and spellwork and wandless magic teacher. He is a vampire, and I'm sure he knows about werewolves as well, Maya explained. Do you think Light Arrow will let me attend school? Harry asked eagerly. I don't know. If you are one of the self-harming or suicidal ones, or if he fears you will run away, he won't let you attend school soon. Some were allowed to go to school earlier than others. It depends on your problems. First, you only will attend a few classes, and sometimes teachers come to the camp first, so that you don't have to leave the camp for being schooled. Rose is a teacher as well, but she only teaches in the camp, not the school. Wandless magic, Harry said dreamily. That must be cool. In his head, all kinds of images appeared. Images of Death Eaters wriggling in front of his outstretched hand without a wand. He heard himself laugh evilly in his head, and he heard himself say, Now you will learn what I learned from you about mercy. Now you will be the one who will feel that there is no mercy for you. Are you all right? Maya asked worriedly when she saw Harry grin so evilly. It was scary. Harry shook himself out of his dark thoughts. Sure. Why don't you sit down, Severus? Doc Martens asked the pacing wizard. I don't understand why you two have to be here when he comes, Severus argued. We already discussed this, Severus. It's a good opportunity to clear up some issues with your mentor. It seems he is very worried. I also think it is a good idea to speak with him openly about what happened at the river. He knows about your former problems. Why do you want to shut him out now? Doc Martens asked. Severus drew his hand nervously through his hair. Why does Rose have to be here? I was here for all the sessions lately, Severus. Do I have to remind you that it was you who asked for me to be here instead of White Cloud? Rose asked calmly. Severus sighed and paced even more agitated. He should not come at all. He has nothing to do here. He is your friend and a father figure, Severus. You behave like a scared child that has been caught with his hand in the cookie jar, Rose scolded. We don't have to tell him everything, Severus stated. We tell him nothing, Severus. You will tell him what happened and what is bothering you, Doc Martens said dryly. Stop it, he ordered strictly when Severus started to rub his arm feverishly, directly over the old wounds he had inflicted on himself. When Severus stopped his motions, Doc Martens added, Use the rubbed bands if you need it. Sullenly, Severus refused to use the rubber bands around his wrists. He just started to pace again. After a few more minutes, he turned to Doc Martens and Rose and said, I think it is best if he doesn't get to know about it all. Doesn't get to know about what, Severus? The deep voice of Severus' mentor said behind him. Severus spun around and looked shocked at Albus Dumbledore, who stood beside Light Arrow close to the door. He couldn't say anything, only stare shocked at the old man. Absent-mindedly, he started to scratch his arm again, but Doc Martens stopped him by pulling his arm away and guiding him over to the couch beside him. Why don't we all sit down? The two old men sat down on the armchairs, and Albus nodded his greeting to Rose and Doc Martens. Severus meanwhile hid his face behind his hands, his elbows on his knees. Severus, why don't you tell Albus about what happened at the river at the beginning of your stay here? Doc Martens suggested. Severus shook his head. I can't. Of course you can, Severus. Albus is your friend and we both know that you will feel better when you got all this off your chest. He's worried. That's why he's here, Doc Martens said calmly. Severus shook his head again, saying nothing. Severus, I'm here because of your letters 2 days ago. I was worried when I got the first letter in which you told me you would come back without the boys without giving me an explanation. I started to get even more worried when I got the second letter after I refused you to come back so early. You were pleading in it for me to let you come back. That's what made me want to come here and see what's wrong. I'm worried, Severus. I can't tell you, Severus croaked. Why not, Severus? Albus was there for you the first time and the second time, why not the third time? Doc Martens prodded. I can do it alone this time. Severus tried to sound confident, but he wasn't very convincing. Severus, I love you as if you were my own son. Can't you see that I'm worried and that I would like to help you? Albus asked. When no reply came from Severus, he added, you are an adult, Severus. I can't force you to speak with me about your problems, even so as your friend I hoped you could trust me. Can you please at least answer me if you still plan to leave without the boys? Albus' voice was sad and it broke Severus' heart, but it was so very hard to speak about his problems. No, it was a bad idea. I will stay. Severus, I already told you in my last letters that I suspected even back in England that something is wrong with you. That was a main reason for me to suggest that you go with the boys. I knew that your family here would be able to help you better than I could. If you don't trust me enough to let me know what troubled you in England and obviously here as well, I have to accept it. I'm glad you opened up to your family and Doc Martens. Now Albus sounded as if he was close to tears, and Severus felt the dagger dig even further into his chest. I started to drink again, Severus mumbled. Severus, Doc Martens said calmly. Severus sighed. I started to drink again. I thought so, Albus said sadly. Are you working on it with Doc Martens? Yes, I take medications and we meet frequently with Rose to talk, Severus almost whispered while he still hid behind his hands. That's good, Severus. I'm relieved to hear that you accept their help. I'm proud of you, Albus stated. Severus' head snapped up to look at Albus. There is more, he blurted out before he could stop himself. Albus eyed Severus over the rim of his glasses, and Severus hid behind his hands again. Why the hell did I said that? What shall I do now? Severus, Albus asked carefully. I have it under control. You don't have to worry, Severus said not very convincingly. I don't have to worry about what, Severus? Albus asked gently. Severus sighed. Can we not just forget it? Albus looked over to Doc Martens, seeking help. He knew the old doctor from Severus' other stays at the camp. They had worked together at that times. How much do I have to worry? It's not my place to tell you this, Albus, Doc Martens insisted. He gently pried Severus' hands from his face. Severus, you made a good start, but I'm sure you can go on with this conversation as well. Suddenly Light Arrow stood up. I'm sorry, I have to leave you four alone. If I won't be back before you leave, Albus, I will contact you via flow post. After saying goodbye, he left the room to see why one of the kids has blown the emergency whistle. He was glad Severus hadn't heard it or he wouldn't go on talking with Albus and the others. Only Light Arrow's magic let him register the sound. Severus meanwhile troubled his brain to find a way out of the situation he had brought himself in by blurting out that there were more problems. Draco is adjusting very well. He is very good with his horse and Severus, Rose said warningly. When he looked at her, she added, we are not speaking about Draco here. Severus glared at her. Why did she have to destroy his gorgeous plan to distract Albus with the boy's development? He was certain it would have worked. I cannot. Okay. I promise I will change now. I will not do it again, but I can't talk about it with him, Severus said agitated to James. Tell this to Albus and not me, Severus, Doc Martens said calm as always. What? Tell Albus that you can't speak with him about your problems, Severus. I'm not an owl to deliver your messages, Doc Martens explained calmly. Severus stared at Doc Martens. He hated it when the old doctor made it so obvious that he is the patient here. He groaned and threw himself heavily backwards against the back of the couch. Even after several deep breaths, he couldn't calm down. The urge to scratch the wounds open on his arms was overwhelming, but he knew that the doctor would stop him. Using the rubber bands would be too obviously, and Albus would know instantly what Severus' second problem was beside the alcohol. It's fine, Severus. I can accept that you can't speak with me about it. Just promise me to not do something stupid and listen to your doctor and your family here, Albus said to help his friend out of his misery. I promise, Severus croaked, gently rocking back and forth to calm himself while he pulled at his hair as unobtrusively as possible. A hand sneaked on his leg, and he felt calming magic flow into him. Do you want Albus to go like this, Severus? Is there anything you want to be cleared? Do you have any questions? Doc Martens asked, not stopping to let calming magic flow into Severus. Would you really have sent me back here when I had come back home? Severus asked fearfully. He hated that this calming magic made him an emotional wreck. He blurted things out he normally wouldn't have. I would have brought you back personally, Severus. You are in no state to live on your own at the moment. You are exactly at the place where you should be right now. Your family knows what to do to help you, Albus said sadly. You are his family as well, Albus, Doc Martens said gently, sensing what the old man was feeling. I failed him more than once. Those people here didn't, Albus said brokenly. Severus pulled harder at his hair. He felt like the 15-year-old so many years ago. It was his fault that Albus was sad now. He felt responsible that the old man would go home and worry even more. Just because he was too much of a coward to tell Albus what he had done down at the river and that he felt the urge to hurt himself much more the last few months. Doc Martens looked over to Rose, who fought hard against her tears. She had already failed, but the gently and sensible woman didn't want to give in to her emotions. Doc Martens smiled gently at her, a silent okay for her to cry openly. Doc Martens knew how much Rose was attached with Severus. Seeing him like this was hurting her. Her sensible gift of natural healing magic was sometimes hard to live with because it makes you so vulnerable. Every emotion was felt twice as intense as a normal person would feel it. It's not uncommon that people with that gift take their own life or get psychical problems. Rose handled her gift very well, and her family kept a close eye on her, careful to balance her emotions. It's very important for people like Rose to express their feelings and not to fight them. Severus looked up when he heard her sobbing. He loosened the grip on his hair. I'm sorry. Rose shook her head, pulling a grimace by trying to not cry out loud. As if a switch was turned, Severus changed from the emotional wreck to the big, responsible brother. He went over to Rose on the other couch, sat down beside her and pulled her against his chest. I'm sorry, Rose. I know I should be more mature, he whispered in her hair. I will tell him. Not because of me, Severus, Rose sobbed, shaking her head. You know that I overreact sometimes. Just ignore me. I can't. I'm sorry. I don't want you to cry because of me. I will make it. I don't understand why it is so hard to talk about it. I'm sorry. I know that you will make it, Severus. I don't doubt it. I just can't stand it seeing you fight us so much. You always have to make everything so damn hard on yourself. It frustrates me and it pains me to see you hurt. You know me. I can't stop this at all, Rose said miserably and gestured at her tear-stained face when she quickly looked up into his eyes. Seeing his puppy dog look, she hid in his chest again. You are just unbelievable, Severus. Severus felt much better holding Rose. He felt more confident now. So he breathed 2 times very deeply, and then he looked up and told Albus about the cutting at the river and his urge to hurt himself lately. 20 minutes later they stood in front of the fireplace. Please let me know how you and the boys are, Severus. Don't shut me out again, Albus said warmly. Severus had been so happy when the conversation was over, but now it felt as if he had left something out. He felt a pain in his chest and he knew this could only be healed one way. So he threw himself at the old wizard in front of him, hugging him like dear life. With his face hidden in Albus' shoulder he whispered, "I'm scared, Albus. I fear I'm not strong enough." Albus cupped Severus' face with both his hands and held it close in front of his. "I have great faith in you, my boy. You are brave, if not the bravest wizard I know. You have managed to overcome many problems, and you will manage to handle this as well. You just have to accept help." A big burden was lifted from his chest by these words, and Severus smiled, relieved at his old mentor. "Thank you. There is nothing to thank me for. It was only the truth I said. So will I hear from you frequently?" Albus asked hopefully. "I promise," Severus replied. "Draco, I need you to cool down. Nobody can see you," Light Arrow said when Draco fought against his hands, who unbuttoned Draco's shirt completely. The blond boy was leaned against a big tree close to the river, a wet cloth on his head. When Draco stopped struggling, Light Arrow pushed Draco's shirt open enough to drab another cool cloth over the boy's chest. A sticking charm on the clothes prevented them from falling down. "Draco, my healing magic isn't as good as Rose's, but it would help your sunstroke nevertheless. The problem is I need to hold body contact with you for it. Do you think I could at least hold your hand?" Draco nodded tiredly. He felt sick and any comfort he could get was welcome. He sighed relieved when the old man took his hand. The big, leather hand gave Draco comfort, and he relaxed. The healing magic could hardly be felt by Draco because it was very different from Rose's, but Draco felt the emotion and tongue-loosening effect of it. "I'm scared," he whispered due to this effect. "About what?" Light Arrow asked warmly. Draco bit his bottom lip. He had bottled this fear up very well the last days, but now it became too much. "The Sweat Lodge. I couldn't speak with Harry because he already was scared and I feared he would run away again and leave me alone. And then you would throw us out but I don't want to go back. Draco started to panic and breathe too quickly. "Calm down, Draco," Light Arrow said calmly. "Come on, breathe with me. In and out, in and out." It was hardly helping because Draco couldn't concentrate on his breathing. He hadn't enough body contact to help Draco to calm down, but he wasn't sure if it would be too much for the abused boy. "Draco, I need more body contact to help you right now. Can we try to rearrange you against my chest?" Draco nodded desperately. His emotions were overtaking him and his chest hurt. When Light Arrow carefully pulled Draco's back against his broad chest, Draco panicked even more. It was too similar with his beep experiences that mostly had been from behind as well. He stiffened and stopped breathing altogether. Immediately Light Arrow threw his hands away from Draco and leaned back to keep a distance between himself and Draco. "What can we do to make you feel more comfortable with it, Draco? I really need to calm you down a bit, or we need to drive back to the farm very quickly." Draco looked backwards at the old man. Light Arrow's arms were still spread and Draco decided to lean against Light Arrow's chest sideways. With a little prodding from the old man, half of his chest lay against Light Arrow's chest and Draco's head rested on one of the big shoulders. Light Arrow kept his hand in Draco's neck and drew calming circles with his thumb. The cooling clothes remained in their places due to the sticking charm, and they remained cool because of the cooling charm on them. "Better?" Light Arrow asked. Draco nodded. He even relaxed more when Light Arrow put his still free arm around his torso and drew Draco tighter against his chest. "Now, try to tell me again what scares you. There were many things you tried to tell me at once, so why don't we start with the Sweat Lodge? You said you couldn't speak with Harry about it. Do you have any questions, or would you like to just tell me about your fears? Maybe I can help a bit by explaining the whole ceremony more clearly. I don't think I can do it, but if I don't do it, Harry won't do it either. And then you would throw us out one at a time, Draco. Try to stay calm. There is nothing to panic about. We have a lot of time to talk before Harry and Maya will arrive. I think we can solve one problem very quick. We won't throw you out if you aren't able to take part in the Sweat Lodge, Draco. If I remember right, you said a few minutes ago that you also fear that if Harry doesn't work together with us, we will throw you out as well. That's not correct, Draco. We never throw anyone out of the camp, and we would especially never throw someone out for the action of someone else. Nobody says that you and Harry will leave the camp at the same time. Maybe one of you will need more time than the other to heal. We will be here for you as long as you need us, no matter how long that is. It's too early for you to say you don't ever want to leave the camp. Now isn't the time to think about leaving at all, Draco. Don't push yourself too hard. We are very, very proud of how well you are working together with us, Light Arrow explained warmly, still drawing circles on Draco's neck with his thumb. So, if I never want to go back, I can stay here? Draco asked fearfully. Of course you can stay here, but right now is not the time to worry about leaving. You are always welcome here even after your goodbye Sweat Lodge. Light Arrow chuckled. I never had to speak with someone before his welcome Sweat Lodge about letting him stay at the camp after his goodbye Sweat Lodge. Draco bit nervously on his bottom lip. But wouldn't it mean I haven't healed completely if I'm not ready to leave the camp and go back to England? Light Arrow sighed. Draco. Light Arrow cupped Draco's face and drew it in his direction. When he could look Draco in his eyes, he said, let's make a deal. I promise you that you can stay as long as you want, even if it is for your whole life, and you will stop thinking about the topic of leaving. We will both speak about it before your goodbye Sweat Lodge if you still want to do so when it comes. Do you think you can make this deal with me? Draco nodded and was relieved when he was allowed to lay back on Light Arrow's chest. The heartbeat of the old man was very calming. Let's talk about the Sweat Lodge, Draco. What's bothering you about it? Light Arrow prodded. Draco's headache was almost gone completely, and he felt much better. Nevertheless, he enjoyed the soothing motion of Light Arrow's thumb in his neck and the calming heartbeat against his ear. It's so small, Draco mumbled. Yes, it is, but you will be surprised how big it feels like when you are inside. It gives a feeling of safety, Draco. You will be surrounded by people you trust. Severus will be there and Harry also promised to try it. You once slept with Crying Horse in your room, so you must at least trust him a bit. Black Hawk also is no stranger to you. He has worked many hours with you and Unaga. Red Horse will keep his distance as always and you two had some time together with the horses as well. So you know that he is a very kind and gentle fellow. The boys are not scaring you, are they? Draco hid his face in Light Arrow's chest. Draco. Come on, speak with me. So the boys scare you. Light Arrow dug deeper. Aiden, Draco whispered. Why is he scaring you? Light Arrow asked. Draco shrugged his shoulders. He is just so scary. He groaned and pushed his face deeper in Light Arrow's shirt. It's stupid, I know. No, it isn't. I already told you that you don't need to hide your true feelings in front of us. You have experienced very bad and scary things, Draco. It is normal to be afraid of some things and people. All the more we were thrilled and glad that you accepted us so well and opened up to us. Aiden is sometimes a bit grumpy and distant. I can see what makes you a bit uncertain around him. We will make sure he sits far away from you in the Sweat Lodge, and there are still more people you trust in the Sweat Lodge than you don't trust, right? Draco nodded. We could still offer you to take part of the Women's Sweat Lodge. That's no problem for the women. They would love to have you with them, but their Sweat Lodge will be much hotter and longer than ours and there will be no talking in it. I'm no woman. Just because they raw. I'm no girl. Draco protested and tried to wriggle out of Light Arrow's grip. Draco. Calm down again. You totally misinterpreted my words. Of course you are no woman. You are a young man. A strong young man. I have no doubt about it. Beep doesn't make you unmanly or weak. Only those who beep others are unmanly. You are not. I'm sorry that you took it the wrong way. I just suggested the Women's Sweat Lodge for you because you are more comfortable around women and because you trust Rose so much. Draco calmed down again. He believed Light Arrow and felt stupid to let his fear to be unmanly slip like this. It was nagging at him for a long time, and he hadn't even spoken with Harry or Severus about it. I don't want to be in the lodge with the women. Draco tried to pull his shirt closed again, remembering his scars. Light Arrow gently pried Draco's hand away from the shirt. Draco, there is nobody here. Please keep it open to cool down better. And in the Women's Sweat Lodge there also wouldn't be a reason to hide your scars. I hate them, Draco said angrily. They belong to you. There is no reason to hate them. They are signs for your strength. You survived, Draco. Sometime I wish I hadn't, Draco muttered. Light Arrow sighed again. I know, my boy, but we are very glad you are still with us and that we had the pleasure to get to know you. You are strong, Draco, and you aren't alone. Draco drew his arms tighter around Light Arrow. They haven't seen my scars yet, Draco stated after a short while. Who? Light Arrow asked, puzzled. Most of them. Only you, Severus and Harry have seen them. Draco. Not that I think you have to hide them, but it will be dark when we go into the Sweat Lodge, and we all have our scars. Some are visible and some are hidden. You won't be an outsider amongst us. Draco looked up into Light Arrow's face. It hadn't even occurred to him that the others could have scars, too. What if I can't stay in the Sweat Lodge? What if I'm too scared? Then nobody will force you to stay. We just want you to try it. The first round you will sit close to the entrance. We step out of the Sweat Lodge a few times and cool us down with cold water. With each new round we want you two to try to sit one seat deeper in the Sweat Lodge. The heat will increase the further you are from the entrance. I won't lie to you. It will be challenge for you. We will sit close by and we are hardly clothed. They always kept their clothes on, Draco whispered. Light Arrow prayed that Maya and Harry would take their time to come here. He needed to use Draco's open mood. Light Arrow was glad that Draco spoke about the time in the dungeon. Do you want to speak about it, Draco? Light Arrow asked gently. It was horrible, Draco stated, fighting against his tears. I can imagine that, Light Arrow said to animate Draco to go on. When they BP'd me, it was mostly from behind. That's why I couldn't sit with you like you wanted at first. It's absolutely okay with me now, Light Arrow said. How is it for you? I feel safe, Draco whispered. Can we stop speaking about the dungeons? Can I just lay here? Draco's tears were soaking Light Arrow's shirt, but he didn't care. It was a big step in the right direction that Draco even had told him a tiny bit from his traumatic experience. Whatever you want, Draco. Thanks for trusting me. Draco. Light Arrow said to wake the boy 10 minutes later. Draco blinked lazily against the sun. Harry and Maya will be here in around 10 minutes. I thought you would like to straighten up a bit before they come. Light Arrow helped Draco to sit against the tree. The boy was much better, but a bit sleepy. Not up to the top, Draco, Light Arrow said when Draco tried to button his shirt up. Maya has already seen your chest, and I would like to let the cloth in place as long as possible. I feel fine, Draco said, but obeyed and left the upper buttons open. I know, but you still have a long day in front of you, Light Arrow explained. Draco. Light Arrow said to wake the boy 10 minutes later. Draco blinked lazily against the sun. Harry and Maya will be here in around 10 minutes. I thought you would like to straighten up a bit before they come. Light Arrow helped Draco to sit against the tree. The boy was much better, but a bit sleepy. Not up to the top, Draco, Light Arrow said when Draco tried to button his shirt up. Maya has already seen your chest, and I would like to let the cloth in place as long as possible. I feel fine, Draco said, but obeyed and left the upper buttons open. I know, but you still have a long day in front of you, Light Arrow explained. When Harry and Maya reached the river, Light Arrow and Draco were still sitting under the big tree. Draco looked much better and smiled lazily at Harry and Maya. How are you? Harry asked worriedly. Fine. Or at least better. I think I can accompany you two on the way back, Draco said. We will see, Light Arrow intervened. First you can help them to gather the stones, and then we will see how you are. Draco rolled his eyes. I feel really good. Your magic is amazing. When Draco tried to stand up, the old man pressed his hand against his chest and Draco could just remain sitting. You should rest and eat before you gather the stones. Fetch your lunch bags and sit down with us. Light Arrow instructed. Can I go to school with the others next week? Harry asked while they ate their lunch. Light Arrow eyed Harry closely. Why do you ask? Maya told me about the school. I don't want to miss so much stuff, Harry lied. Harry, you two will stay for some time, and you will have to repeat your 6th year next year. Professor Dumbledore already spoke with you two about it, Light Arrow explained. I know, But it would be good to already know things in advance, and Maya said that they teach more classes here. Maybe I could learn something new and maybe we don't have to stay here so long, Harry said casually. You will stay as long as you need to heal, Harry, and this won't happen in a few months. As for the new classes, we can speak about attending one or two by being homeschooled as long as your healing isn't influenced negatively by it. Which classes did you have in mind? Think fast, Harry. Harry ordered himself mentally. First a harmless class and then wandless magic. Maybe charms and wandless magic. Damn, why did I pause before wandless magic? Harry scolded himself mentally. Light Arrow's face turned dark. Wandless magic. Yes, it's cool. You are doing it all the time. I thought that maybe I'll be able to do it too. And what would you do with this new skill? Light Arrow asked dangerously. Harry opened his mouth a few times, but no sound came out. He couldn't come up with a good idea. I don't need to read your mind to know what you plan to do with this skill, but Professor Carly, who teaches it, will read it. He will not teach you anything that could help you to fulfill your revenge plan, Light Arrow said. I have no plan. I don't know what you are talking about, Harry lied. You know exactly what I'm talking about, and I don't like to be lied to. We will speak about these school plans after the sweat lodge or tomorrow, Harry. Like I said, I have no problem with you being homeschooled in 2 topics, but that's the maximum. Your therapy has priority at the moment. I will speak with Professor Carly. He will decide if you are ready and capable to learn wandless magic. He teaches charms and spellwork as well. We will speak about a schedule for homeschooling with him tomorrow after he had a look at you and your mind. Now you should concentrate on the ceremony. With that, the topic was closed, and Harry knew that no arguing would help. After they finished their lunch, Light Arrow pulled his hat onto his face and started to snore loudly. Time to gather the stones. They should at least be as big as this one. Maya held up a 5-inch big round stone. Then she dropped it and went over to the river. Why don't you put it in the wheelbarrow then? Draco asked, kneeling down to pick up the stone. No, Draco. We need to take them out of the river. The dry ones often explode in the fire, Maya explained. Draco turned pale again. Explode. Don't worry. As long as we only take stones directly out of the river, that won't happen, Maya assured the frightened boy. Sometimes she really would like to cuddle the blonde boy. Come on, Draco. You heard her. It's safe to use the ones out of the river. Harry tried to cheer Draco up. Quickly he pushed his boots off his feet and enjoyed the cool water when he stepped into the river. Oh, that's great. Reluctantly Draco stepped out of his boots and neatly folded his socks over them. They needed 40 minutes to laden their wheelbarrows. After the unplanned cool bath in the river, thanks to Harry's high spirits, Draco felt even better than before. So he could convince Light Arrow to drive back to the camp without him. What did Light Arrow mean when he said Professor Carly will look into my mind? Harry asked Maya, while he pushed the heavy wheelbarrow. He had no idea how the girl could look so relaxed while pushing her own full-laden wheelbarrow. He is a vampire. They can read your thoughts and memories without using legilimens on you. They can't even avoid it. So he will know exactly why you want to learn wandless magic. If it is for a bad or dangerous reason, he won't teach you or he will restrain your magic. He, as your magical mentor, will be able to control your wandless magic as long as you live. The rule in the camp is, no magic for anyone beside Light Arrow, White Cloud and Rose, and no wands, for the kids. They would never have allowed us to learn wandless magic if it wouldn't be restricted while we are outside of the class. But how can you learn an experience for the next class that way? Harry asked, puzzled. You can learn in Light Arrow's presence for the next class. He is really good and can help you a lot, Maya explained. Harry didn't want to learn in Light Arrow's presence. The old man wouldn't like him to learn harmful curses. What about you, Draco? Do you want to go to school as well? You didn't say anything when Harry discussed it with Light Arrow, Maya asked the calm boy. Draco shrugged his shoulders. I don't think I want to go to school. Why should I? Harry looked worried over to his friend. You don't want to go to your school in England next year? Maya asked, surprised. Draco didn't say anything. He wasn't even sure if he ever wanted to go back to England at all. An hour later, Harry stopped the wheelbarrow for the 6th time since he had last taken over from Draco. He panted heavily and was highly embarrassed that Maya had managed to wheel her wheelbarrow all the way alone and hadn't complained at all. The sweat was dropping from Harry's forehead when he leaned heavily over the handles of the wheelbarrow. I can't do this anymore. I will take over again, Draco said, but he already had to fight against nausea again, and so he didn't sound very confident. The cooling clothes were still sticking to his body and his hair was charmed to cool his head, but he didn't feel well. You don't look as if you can wheel it more than a few meters, Harry said tiredly. I could try, Draco said apologetically. Harry sank to his knees and then turned to lean against the wheelbarrow, hiding his face in his hands. Let the wheelbarrow here. We have enough stones in my wheelbarrow, Maya offered. Then all the work was for nothing. In the worst case, Light Arrow will send us to the river again tomorrow, Harry said, frustrated. No, he won't. We will wheel this cart here into the camp together. That was Light Arrow's plan from the beginning. I think he knew that you two weren't physically capable to do it alone. It was stupid of me to demand you have your own wheelbarrow. Come on, it's no shame, Maya said to convince them. Harry snorted and angrily kicked the ground. He hated it to be a weak freak. I would say she has a point, Harry. We can't wheel it any longer and there is still so far to go. We can take over from Maya from time to time. I really would like to get out of the sun, Draco said carefully not to anger Harry. If Harry had one of his outbursts out here, he would maybe run away again. This is all shit. I hate this all, Harry exclaimed, frustrated. Maya sighed. That's useless, Harry. You two should drink some more water, and then we should go on with one wheelbarrow. We can take yours when you feel better by it. I would feel better if the two of you would just go on without me. I won't do this stupid ceremony, Harry said angrily. Harry, a few minutes ago you were speaking about going to school and now you behave like this. Do you think this will bring you closer to getting Professor Carly to accept you for being homeschooled? Maya tried another tactic. Harry kicked again on the ground frustrated, but then he stood up. So. Maya shook her head. Take a stone out of your wheelbarrow and place it in mine. Then we will go on. We still have around an hour to go. Draco immediately took one stone and placed it in Maya's wheelbarrow. He wanted to get going as soon as possible. I don't need a stupid stone, Harry said grumpily. I insist, Maya just stated. Harry groaned and threw a stone on the pile as well. Happy. Maya didn't answer him and just grabbed the handles of the wheelbarrow again and started to go on. The whole hour Harry trotted behind Draco and Maya grumpily. He refused to drink even though Maya had prompted him to take the bottle a few times. Draco also had no luck convincing Harry to drink. Harry took the wheelbarrow once because Maya refused to go on if he wouldn't do it. The moment Draco took over again, Harry resumed his 30 feet distance from the other two. That was how they arrived in the camp. The whole camp was at the fireplace. The dirty blue pickup was parked close to the fireplace and on his deck was firewood. Maya and Melissa were unloading it with Black Hawk's and Light Arrow's help. Only Red Horse was nowhere to be seen. Ken was sitting with White Cloud a few feet away over a large bowl with hot water. He was plucking a turkey with her help. Close to them were Crying Horse, Severus, Rose, Aiden and Brian. They were disemboweling 3 rabbits. On a tree branch already hung 4 smaller birds, maybe pigeons, Draco guessed. Maya and Draco wheeled the wheelbarrow over to the fireplace. Harry refused to get closer than 50 feet to anyone, and so he sat down against a gate and crossed his arms over his chest. Light Arrow immediately fussed over Draco. You made good time. I would suggest you take a nap of an hour or two, to get more energy. We couldn't bring our own wheelbarrow. It was so hot and we didn't made it. Draco let his head sink sadly. That's no problem, Draco. There are enough stones in this one, and it's just important that you took the stones from the river together. He patted Draco's shoulder and was glad that Draco didn't flinch away. Rose, he called for his daughter. Can you take Draco up to his room for a nap? Draco blushed. I can find my way there alone, Light Arrow. I know, but Rose can help you to fall asleep quicker. You should use all the time you have to rest, Light Arrow explained and smiled at Rose, who had already joined them. I'm very proud of you, Draco, Rose said, took Draco's hat off to stroke over his hair. Draco smiled. He even forgot about Harry's behavior. He was just happy about Rose's praise and her comfort. When they had left for the house, Light Arrow addressed Maya. What's the problem? He gestured with his head in Harry's direction. I understand now why you wanted me to go together with them. They were almost collapsing halfway. Harry got very angry, and I feared he would run off. He got frustrated when he realized that they won't make it with their wheelbarrow into the camp. He wanted us to leave him there and go alone. I could only convince him by telling him that this wouldn't help him to convince you to let him attend classes. The whole way he stayed behind us, didn't speak a word with us, and refused to drink at all. Maya looked nervously over to Harry. There is something else I have to tell you about him, Light Arrow. She bit her bottom lip, not sure if it was right to tell Light Arrow about it. What is it, Maya? Light Arrow prodded. I can only help him when I know what's wrong. He acted strange when we spoke about those wandless magic classes. He grinned evilly, almost insane, and he was staring into the distance as if he was deep in thoughts while he did it. Thanks for telling me, Maya. Would you like to rest as well, or do you want to get the branches with Severus and Black Hawk? Light Arrow asked. I would like to go with Black Hawk and Severus, Maya said, still full of energy. Light Arrow smiled and patted her shoulder. I'm very proud. You handled the situation very maturely. The boys couldn't have a better partner in this ceremony. Maya smiled proudly. Thank you. You are welcome. Light Arrow went over to Black Hawk and Severus and told them to take the red pickup to gather the branches for the Sweat Lodge. Then he grabbed a water bottle and went over to Harry. What is it, Maya? Light Arrow prodded. I can only help him when I know what's wrong. He acted strange when we spoke about those wandless magic classes. He grinned evilly, almost insane, and he was staring into the distance as if he was deep in thoughts while he did it. Thanks for telling me, Maya. Would you like to rest as well, or do you want to get the branches with Severus and Black Hawk? Light Arrow asked. I would like to go with Black Hawk and Severus, Maya said, still full of energy. Light Arrow smiled and patted her shoulder. I'm very proud. You handled the situation very maturely. The boys couldn't have a better partner in this ceremony. Maya smiled proudly. Thank you. You are welcome. Light Arrow went over to Black Hawk and Severus and told them to take the red pickup to gather the branches for the Sweat Lodge. Then he grabbed a water bottle and went over to Harry. Light Arrow let the bottle of water fall into Harry's lap and sat down beside him. Drink and then tell me what made you so angry. Harry didn't move, just stared stubbornly at a point in the distance. As you wish, Light Arrow said and waved his hand. Immediately half of the bottle was empty and Harry held his stomach shocked. When he had recovered from the first shock, he glared at Light Arrow. You can be stubborn as long as you want, I don't care, but you will not risk your health. You were without water for over an hour. I bet you already have quite the headache, Light Arrow guessed. Harry's expression was all Light Arrow needed for an answer. Leave me alone. Harry spat angrily at the old man beside him. He didn't care that he earned curious glances from the other people around the place for this behavior. I won't leave, and I'll follow you wherever you go, Harry. Only when you give me an honest answer to my question, I will think about leaving you alone. Harry stood up frustrated and went in the direction of the house. Angrily he turned abruptly when he heard footsteps right behind him. I need to go to the loo. Then I will accompany you. I already told you about my decision concerning you being alone, and I haven't changed my mind yet, Light Arrow said dryly. Fury came up in Harry, and he really wished he could throw something at the old man. Go away. I want to be alone. No, I want to go back to England, Harry shouted and threw his hat in the sand. Then he turned again and stormed off. Light Arrow summoned 2 water bottles when they passed the house and followed Harry, always just a few feet behind the teenager. Harry felt tears of frustration whelm up in his eyes. They blurred his sight, but he nevertheless went blindly just out of the camp in the open land like the first time. He hit his head violently when he felt that the hat was placed on his head again. The hat stuck to his head, so Harry couldn't pull it off. That made him even more frustrated. Snot was running from his nose, and he wiped his sleeve so violently over it that it started to bleed. Or did it bleed for another reason? Harry felt dizzy, and he wasn't sure where to go, but he needed to keep going to keep this old insisting man off his neck. Light Arrow meanwhile pondered about the pros and cons of stopping Harry from his self-harming behavior. It was clear that he would collapse soon. He was physically totally exhausted. If the stubborn teens had listened to him and had only wheeled one wheelbarrow from the beginning, they wouldn't be exhausted like this. I should have forced them, but then there would have been no learning effect. Not for Maya and not for the boys. They need to learn and accept that they are not physically well. Both boys suppress it quite well. Stopping Harry now wouldn't help him emotionally and in his mentally healing, but it would spare him a lot of pain and sickness. Sometimes Light Arrow had to decide for the effect on the long-term healing that meant he had to accept that his kids sometimes had to go through more pain for healing. So he decided to let the boy wear himself out. Harry needs to realize his borders. Harry, you can still calm down and turn back. We can talk calmly about what is troubling you, Light Arrow tried to reason with Harry. No, I don't want to stay at the camp any longer. I want to go back to Hogwarts. Harry shouted. His head hurt really badly and his nose was still bleeding. Sweat and tears made his eyes burn and his vision became worse. Sometimes he had the feeling the world became black for a moment, but then everything was bright again. Like those current fluctuations they sometime had back with the Dursleys. Damn, the Dursleys aren't something I want to think about now. He still felt utterly helpless thinking about them, even so their cruelty had lost intensity after what happened in the dungeons of Malfoy's mansion. No, I don't want to think about that as well, Harry thought desperately and shook his head. That was a bad move, and he felt even more dizzy. A salty taste crept into his mouth. Trying to swallow it away didn't help, and the salty taste became more with each gulp. Harry, you are making yourself very sick, Light Arrow said behind him. I just want to be. He couldn't go any further because suddenly the ground came closer and he felt his lunch come up again. Strong hands caught him before he could hit the ground. Harry was kneeling with Light Arrow behind him. While Harry heaved heavily, Light Arrow held his head supportively. Harry's body couldn't decide between heaving and sobbing. This odd combination made him even more sick. When Harry just heaved dryly, Light Arrow pulled him backwards against his chest. Here, Harry, rinse your mouth and then drink. Even if it come up again, you need the liquid, Light Arrow ordered. Harry felt too weak to protest, so he did what the old man told him. Light Arrow's arm never let go of his torso even when Harry leaned over to spit all the water out again. The smell was horrible, and Harry was glad when Light Arrow vanished the vomit the moment he leaned backward against his chest again. What a sight they must have given, sitting in the sand in the middle of the open land. I'm a weak loser. That's why they all had to die, Harry whispered miserably and let his head hang. You aren't responsible for the death of your friends. The Death Eaters are, Harry. Being weak sometimes isn't something to be ashamed of. You have been badly hurt, your lungs will never work like they did before the Death Eaters captured you. You had severe internal injuries and your body is still healing, Light Arrow explained calmly. Harry didn't know why, but at the moment it made sense for him. He grabbed for Light Arrow's free hand and didn't let it go. It was like an anchor to reality, as if this big, fleshy, weathered hand made everything good again, just by being connected with his hand. It gave so much comfort. I can't no longer. I just can't. What can you not, Harry? Light Arrow asked gently. Live, Harry whispered, slumping totally in the strong arm of the old native. Of course you can, Harry. You are strong enough to go this stony path and you aren't alone. Tell me what triggered this all. He needed to get Harry out of his depression. Now wasn't the time to speak about the past. Harry wasn't ready for it. Harry was drawn out of his decompression-filled thought about the dungeons and thought back to the way back from the river. I hate to be like this. Weak and depending on others. She's a girl and damn. Harry said and kicked the ground. She is what, Harry? A girl, Harry exclaimed as if this would explain everything. Yes, I'm aware of that, but I don't understand what is so frustrating about her being a girl. Light Arrow prodded. Don't mock me. Harry again kicked the ground frustrated. I don't try to, Harry. I just try to understand what you want to tell me, Light Arrow replied calmly as ever. She was stronger than Draco and me together, Harry said exhausted. She has stayed at the camp for a year. She is used to long walks and physical work. Do you think she was like this when she came here? Nobody starts this with a good condition. Some are responsible for that by themselves, others had no choice in it because other people hurt them. Normally we send some of the adults with the newcomers to the river and they just have to make their way back alone, but sometimes we even help them on the way back. You are not the first one who was in a bad condition and couldn't make it alone. It's no shame to ask for help, Harry. Maya was glad helping you too and she doesn't think less of you because she needed to help you. When you talk with the other kids about it you will realize that only a few made it all alone. I still hate it, Harry said, still frustrated, but much calmer. Light Arrow sighed. You make this all so much harder for yourself than it would be necessary. When Harry didn't make any move and just cried calmly, Light Arrow asked, do you still plan to run away? I ask because I really need to cool your head a bit more and would like to use one of the water bottles for it. Harry didn't reply and just stared at the ground. Harry, I need an answer from you. Will you go back with me after you calm down? Light Arrow asked patiently. Yes, Harry whispered almost inaudibly. That's good. Light Arrow took Harry's head off and poured the bottle of water over Harry's head, neck and chest. Then he waved his hand without saying anything and Harry felt the water stick to his boy and cool even more. Then the hat was back on Harry's head. This spell only holds for 10 minutes. Then we need to go back to the camp, Harry. Harry still felt very sick. His head hurt unbearably now and he had the feeling he had to throw up again soon. I still don't feel well, Harry said miserable and leaned sideways against Light Arrow's shoulder. When he felt that the old man loosened his grip, Harry turned completely to hide his face in Light Arrow's chest. My head hurts very bad and I think I have to throw up again. It's a combination of emotional stress, physical exhaustion and dehydration, Harry. You need to rest and drink a lot. I wish I had died in the dungeons, Harry confessed in a whisper into Light Arrow's chest. He never had told this openly to someone and the moment the words had left his mouth, he hoped they were soft enough so Light Arrow wouldn't have heard them. You are emotional and physical on edge, Harry. We will speak about this when you have a clear mind again. I will bring you back now, Light Arrow said determined. He sent his otter Patronus to the main house and hoped Red Horse would come to help him soon. Harry felt more than saw Light Arrow's hand wave over him and then he was lifted in the old man's arms. I'm too heavy, Harry protested and tried to wriggle free. I put a lightning charm on you. Stop struggling, Harry, Light Arrow commanded. After a few minutes the red pickup from the camp came in their direction. Red Horse jumped out and came over to Light Arrow to take Harry of his arms. Harry, Red Horse will hold you for a moment. When he felt Harry stiffen, he added, just a short moment, so I can get into the car. Harry felt terrible dizzy. Everything is spinning, he mumbled while Red Horse took him in his arms. The big man almost fell backwards because he hadn't thought about that Light Arrow had put a lightning spell on Harry. He caught himself before he could stumble. Sorry, didn't realize you had a charm on you, he said quickly in his deep, mumbling voice. Just close your eyes. The dizziness is better to accept that way. It was odd to hear Red Horse say more than a greeting. His voice was amazingly deep and even though he mumbled, his voice was calming and had a tone of authority. Harry closed his eyes and felt relieved that it really was a bit better this way. He leaned his forehead against Red Horse's bicep and it became even better. After a few more minutes he was placed on Light Arrow's lap on the passenger seat. The slowly rumbling of the car and whatever magic Light Arrow was using on him, made Harry fall asleep before they reached the camp, and he still didn't wake up when Red Horse carried him up in his bed. Harry didn't even wake up when Doc Martens checked on him and put an IV in his arm to fill him with more liquid. When Harry finally woke up, it was in the late afternoon. He blinked against the brightness. The first thing he saw was the black dot sitting in the windowsill. Harry smiled realizing that Kareem was with him. His stuffed cat was purring against his chest. Harry didn't move because the feeling was just too nice after this horrible morning and his talk with Light Arrow. I just hope he didn't hear what I said against his chest, Harry thought worriedly. He still tried to memorize the good feeling of waking up so well rested when his eyes fell on the person laying in front of his door. Finally awake, Black Hawk asked. He was laying on his back on a divan bed crossways in front of the door, blocking the exit. His hat was laying over his face. How can you know? Harry asked, looking puzzled at Black Hawk's face hidden under the hat. You sighed, Black Hawk said and lifted his head from his face. Did I? Harry asked, puzzled, and that was the moment his eyes fell on his arm. What the hell? Ah, don't touch it. Black Hawk instructed sternly and was over at the bed in a second. He grabbed Harry's hand, which had moved in the direction of the IV that was placed in his arm. Doc Martens said the bottle needs to be completely empty before it can be removed. What's wrong? Doc Martens. Why are you here? Harry asked, confused. What's wrong? Can't you remember? Black Hawk asked, concerned. I remember having a talk with Light Arrow, Harry said, blushing. Nice way to put it, Black Hawk said sarcastically and sat down on the bed. You gained yourself one-to-one counseling of unknown time. That should answer your third question. You are stuck with me from now on until you can convince Light Arrow that you can be allowed to be alone again. Until then we will spend every single minute together, day and night. Harry looked open-mouthed at Black Hawk. Before he could react or say something, the door was opened and the divan bed was pushed aside. Already up? Doc Martens asked cheerfully when he came over to the bed. Harry just looked still shocked at him. What's the matter? Did I interrupt something? The healer asked, puzzled. I just told Harry about his one-to-one counseling, Black Hawk explained and made space for the healer. Ah, I see. So Harry, how are you feeling? Doc Martens asked. Harry got out of his stupor. Okay, I just have a headache. He tried to fix Black Hawk with an angry look, but the healer didn't let him. Let me have a quick checkup. Doc Martens said and pulled his wand out. After his examination, he gave Harry a potion for his headache and reminded him to drink at least 2 liters of water a day. Okay, I will remove the IV now. Harry was relieved when the needle finally was out of his arm. Eventually he realized that his cat was lying on his chest and he tried to push it under the blanket as unobtrusive as possible. The smirk on Doc Martens' face was a sign for his successfulness. If you feel worse again, let someone call me, Harry. You are much better than a few hours ago. Promise me to not let it come so far again. You made yourself very sick, Harry. The healer looked intensively at him, and Harry squirmed under those eyes. I'll try. I was just mad, Harry tried to explain. When you are mad, try to let your frustration out in a positive way. Help chopping the wood, ask someone to go running or swimming with you, or ask Red Horse to teach you wrestling, but never get yourself so dehydrated again. You and Draco are not used to heat like we have it here, so you easily get sunstroke or dehydrated. You need to watch out for yourself. Again Harry shot an angry look at Black Hawk, who wasn't impressed by it and just raised his eyebrow. Until you have proven that you are totally capable of doing so on your own, you will have to stuck with me, Harry. There is no way around. You can glare as long as you want, Black Hawk said matter-of-factly. Doc Martens was still eyeing Harry strangely. Harry feared he would say something he wouldn't like when he didn't stop his behavior. Maybe he would even suggest putting some kind of monitoring spell on him or so. No, Harry didn't want this, and so he stopped glaring. I'm sorry. Doc Martens patted Harry's head. I will check on you tomorrow. Shortly after he left Black Hawk and Harry alone. What about the Sweat Lodge? Shouldn't I help Draco? He won't get it ready alone, Harry asked to show that he was willing to work together with Black Hawk. Light Arrow cancelled your Sweat Lodge. If the doc gives his okay tomorrow, you two will start to build it. Otherwise we will wait longer. You have just lengthened your stay here for 1 or more days. Like I told you many days ago, we don't care if it take months or years. It will be exactly the pace you go it. Harry hated it when Black Hawk was like this. He liked him like a big brother or uncle, but when he was like this he hated him, because it was showing him so clearly that he was not the one in charge here. That other decided over what would happen and how long he had to stay here. So he only could do one thing. Play along with them so that he could leave as soon as possible. Too bad that those people had long experience with children like him and knew very well what was going on in Harry's head. Doc Martens was still eyeing Harry strangely. Harry feared he would say something he wouldn't like when he didn't stop his behavior. Maybe he would even suggest putting some kind of monitoring spell on him or so. No, Harry didn't want this, and so he stopped glaring. I'm sorry. Doc Martens patted Harry's head. I will check on you tomorrow. Shortly after he left Black Hawk and Harry alone. What about the Sweat Lodge? Shouldn't I help Draco? He won't get it ready alone, Harry asked to show that he was willing to work together with Black Hawk. Light Arrow cancelled your Sweat Lodge. If the doc gives his okay tomorrow, you two will start to build it. Otherwise we will wait longer. You have just lengthened your stay here for 1 or more days. Like I told you many days ago, we don't care if it take months or years. It will be exactly the pace you go it. Harry hated it when Black Hawk was like this. He liked him like a big brother or uncle, but when he was like this he hated him, because it was showing him so clearly that he was not the one in charge here. That other decided over what would happen and how long he had to stay here. So he only could do one thing. Play along with them so that he could leave as soon as possible. Too bad that those people had long experience with children like him and knew very well what was going on in Harry's head. Let's go down to the campfire. I hope they left us a dove, Black Hawk said and patted Harry encouragingly on his shoulder. Harry's mind was busy trying to find a good way to convince Light Arrow that he didn't need one-to-one counseling. Why the hell did I have to lose control and say that I wished I was dead? You are so stupid, Potter, Harry reprimanded himself mentally. Now they think I'm suicidal or something. Just because I wish I wasn't alive any longer doesn't mean I'll go and kill myself. Having Black Hawk around me all the time will make everything so much harder. Harry imagined himself while he pulled his hair, like he did all the time before he went to bed, or scratching his arms until they were angry and red. With Black Hawk around, he wouldn't be able to do that, but it helped him when he had that self-loathing feeling. Light Arrow's wards were only activated when you hurt yourself really bad. Harry had tried to find where the border was, so he could stay just on this side of that line. He had once hit his head against the wall. It had felt so good, but Light Arrow had stood in his room only a few seconds later. Only with great effort could Harry convince the old man that he had slipped and hit his head accidentally. Now it will be so much harder to fall asleep. With Black Hawk around I will go mad. No, I have to somehow convince Light Arrow to at least let me sleep alone. Okay, let's go, Harry said enthusiastically, which earned him a strange look from Black Hawk. The camp fire pit was crowded. 2 campfires had been started. Over one of them they were roasting the doves and 3 rabbits. The other fire was close to the already finished sweat lodge Maya had built. Inside the fire lay several of the stones they had brought from the river. Melissa, Draco and Maya sat close to the cooking fire with White Cloud and Rose. They were busy wrapping potatoes in foil. There was a small pile of already wrapped ones close to the fire. A hand on Harry's neck guided him in the direction of where the men of the camp were. They were filling 2 big barrels with water. Hey, Harry, have you seen my turkey? Isn't it great? Like I said, I got it. Ken beamed at Harry. Come on, I'll tell you the story. Before Harry could say anything, he was dragged away under a tree to where Ken's bow and arrows lay. I was creeping through the bushes with Crying Horse. I hadn't found anything and almost gave up after more than 2 hours, but then Crying Horse grabbed my arm. Ken had taken his bow and now was holding Harry's arm like Crying Horse had done. He pointed at something a few feet in front of us, and I had to look twice to see that it was a turkey. Damn, I was so excited. I needed 2 attempts to get my bow ready. Ken put the arrow on his bow and crept as if he was back in the bush again. We took 1 step, then stopped and stood very still and then another one. So we came closer and closer. Once or twice the turkey stopped eating and looked up, so we stood very still. We squeezed our eyes almost completely shut, so he couldn't see the white in our eyes, and when he started eating again, we stepped closer. Then I finally was close enough and shot. Ken held his bow up and shot at his imaginary prey and then started to make a victory dance. I got it. All the training was worth it. I shot it straight into his heart. Isn't that great? Yeah, great, Harry said and tried to sound enthusiastically. The problem was, he wasn't really paying attention. Too many other things were shooting through his mind. Here, try it, Ken said, excited, and pushed the bow into Harry's hands. Yeah, Harry, try it. Brian cheered and joined them. I got my rabbit with this. He held up a spear. It's much harder to get one with my weapon because you have to be closer than with the bow. The bow is difficult as well. You have to aim very well to hit the prey from a distance. Come on, Harry, try to hit the tree over there, Ken said. It felt good to have the bow in his hands. Like a warrior, he could imagine the Death Eaters standing in front of the tree. He glared at the tree and stretched the sinew of the bow. There was Lucius Malfoy's face very vividly in front of his mind, and Harry let the sinew go. The arrow soared through the air, but failed to hit his target. No problem, Harry. You will get training later. Before you go hunting for the first time, you will be much better, Ken said soothingly and patted Harry's shoulder. Come over, boys. The doves are done, Black Hawk called from the campfire. I want something from my rabbit later, Brian shouted and danced around with his spear. Doves are delicious, Harry, Ken said and guided him over to the rest of the camp members. I hope Black Hawk or Crying Horse will show me how to make a flute out of a bone from my turkey. Here, I got us some food, Harry, Black Hawk said and gestured Harry to follow him over to the gate. They sat down in front of it with their backs resting against the gate. They are overexcited about their successful hunt. We will enjoy a delicious turkey lunch tomorrow. Besides turkey, my favorite dish is dove. Do you like it? Yes, it's good. Harry put his first piece of dove meat in his mouth absent-mindedly. Wow, that's amazing. Black Hawk laughed. Are you sure you aren't related to Severus? Those were exactly his words when he tasted it for the first time. Telling tales about me, Severus said when he came closer, Draco in tow. Both sat down in front of Black Hawk and Harry. Draco didn't like the dove meat and said he wanted to wait for the rabbit or the potatoes. The potatoes will need at least 1 hour, Draco. You should eat or you won't feel better, Severus scolded the blonde boy. Draco screwed up his face. I'm still not feeling well. That's because you need something in your stomach, a deep voice said behind him. A plate with meat was placed in his hands, and Light Arrow sat down beside him. Rabbit. Light Arrow pointed to the almost white meat, and dove. Now he pointed to the slightly darker meat. Eat, or you won't have enough energy to build the sweat lodge tomorrow. Draco threw a shy glance over to Harry. Want more, Harry? Black Hawk asked, and when Harry nodded eagerly, he put more meat on Harry's plate. So we will have the sweat lodge tomorrow? Severus asked, trying to sound casual. He had no clue what had happened to make the old man change his plan. Black Hawk was called to Light Arrow as soon as they were back from the forest, and Severus had not had the chance to ask him. We will see. Doc Martens will check on both boys in the morning, and then we will know more. If everything goes as planned, they can drive with you and Black Hawk to the forest at 10. After lunch, they can build the sweat lodge, Light Arrow explained. What's wrong with them? Severus asked, hoping Light Arrow would tell him more. You know the rules, Severus. If you want to know, you have to ask them, not me, Light Arrow replied. Severus groaned and rolled his eyes. So what's wrong with you two? Draco blushed. I broke down on the way to the river. Light Arrow came and drove me to the river while Harry and Maya went on by foot. On the way back, I could join them but I was too weak to wheel the wheelbarrow, and so we had to leave it behind. I felt very sick again when I was back here, so Light Arrow sent me to rest. The healer came later and said I should drink a lot more, and he gave me some a potion and muggle medication. He said I will be okay tomorrow. You collapsed. Just because you were wheeling an empty wheelbarrow to the river? Severus asked puzzled. Was Draco weaker than he had thought? Was there something seriously wrong with his health other than the repercussions from the torture in the dungeons? Harry's inside burned, though not for the same reason as Draco's. No, he wasn't embarrassed because they had done something stupid by wheeling the other around, but he felt embarrassed about Severus thinking they were weak. He didn't want to be weak, and he didn't want Severus to think he was weak. We did something stupid, so we exhausted ourselves unnecessarily. Otherwise, I would have made it without Light Arrow's help, Draco said, ashamed. Draco, we already spoke about it. There is no problem in being handicapped by what you had to go through. Your body was greatly injured, and you will never be like you had been before. You will learn to live with it and accept it. I had no problem helping you. You made it back here alone. That was really good, Draco. I'm very proud, Light Arrow assured the boy and carefully lifted his hand very slowly to Draco's head to ruffle his hair. Relieved, he realized that Draco let him do it without flinching away. You weren't here as well the whole afternoon, Severus stated and looked questioningly at Harry. Yeah, Harry said and let his piece of meat sink back on the plate. He looked uncertainly over to Light Arrow. I would prefer to not speak about it. He looked down, but he knew without looking that Severus' eyes narrowed at him. You don't want to speak about it? Severus asked agitatedly. What the hell? Severus, Light Arrow said warningly. If he doesn't want to speak about it, you have to accept it. Severus growled. No, he wasn't the least bit amused about what he had heard and seen here. He wanted to know what was wrong with Harry and hated it to be left in the dark. What about you? You weren't here as well. Severus glared angrily at Black Hawk. I was occupied, Black Hawk said dryly. He felt bad lying to Severus. He knew how much these boys meant to him. Occupied with what? Severus asked dangerously. So even his brother was acting against him now. Black Hawk stared at Severus, pleading with his eyes for forgiveness and that his brother would let the topic drop. Fantastic. Just leave me in the dark again. Stupid Severus does not have to know about anything. Right. Why should I? I'm just one of them, right? I'm not worth having the great counselors speak with me about my boy's problems. I'm just a mental idiot for you, Severus shouted. His voice had become louder and louder, so everyone was staring at them at the moment. I could use help in the stable. Why don't you come with me, Severus? Red Horse almost growled behind Severus. Oh great, are you sending your bodyguard after me now, old man? Severus spat at Light Arrow, who stayed totally calm and continued to eat. Jumping up, Severus shouted full force now. Stop ignoring me. Okay. Light Arrow stood up, and Severus lost all his color and stepped backwards. Crying Horse. You will take over for me here at the camp. I don't know when I will be back. When the young man nodded, puzzled, Light Arrow looked over to his wife, and after getting a nod from her, he grabbed Severus' arm and pulled him in the direction leading out of the camp. Red Horse, get the old pickup and follow us. Red Horse ran. It was like the Hogwarts Express getting going. It was impressive, and Harry was sure that anyone who would be stupid enough to stand in his path would be run over. Severus meanwhile had lost all his will to struggle and let Light Arrow drag him out of the camp. I'm sorry. Okay. I didn't mean to shout at you. Severus tried to rescue what could be rescued. Light Arrow in a mood like this wasn't something Severus ever wanted to see again. The old man had a vice-like grip on Severus' arm and didn't make any move to let go. You said I should stop ignoring you, Severus. That's what I'm doing. We will speak, long and in depth. There will be no running away. This behavior has to stop. The boys need you as a good role model. You can't lose your temper like this in front of them. You obviously have a problem with me and your brothers, and we will clear this up, now. I need Black Hawk with Harry, so he has to stay at the camp, otherwise he would join us, Light Arrow explained in a serious voice. Now Severus really was scared. That didn't denote well at all, and Severus would do anything to undo his outburst. He was scared. The noise of the pickup coming closer made him jump and become aware that Red Horse would be there as well. That made him feel even more uneasy. Please, Light Arrow, let me go back. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. No, that won't happen again. We will make sure of that, Severus. We will talk, but not here. Somewhere you can scream and shout as much as you need to, without disturbing others. Oh, no, not that. No, no, no. That was so embarrassing the first time and now I'm an adult. Under no circumstance will I do this, and surely not with Red Horse around. Severus thought desperately and tried to wriggle out of Light Arrow's grip. I'll drive the car and you take care of him, Light Arrow commanded when Red Horse jumped out of the car. Severus really tried to make an attempt to run, but was quickly caught by Red Horse and shoved in the direction of the car. You will not run away, Severus. Light Arrow will help you. He knows what to do, Red Horse said while he maneuvered Severus onto the double passenger seat and sat down beside him. Seconds later, they were on their way further into the deserted land. I didn't want him to get in trouble, Harry said miserably. Severus is an adult. He makes his own decisions and knows that he has to live with the consequences. He can't go on like this, Black Hawk said, determined, but looked at Rose with a worried look as she sat down beside a shaking Draco. Crying Horse was unusually pale and glanced nervously over to White Cloud. The old woman just smiled at him. Why did he give the responsibility to me? Why me? Why not Black Hawk or Rose or White Cloud? He always was like the odd one out, the clown, the one you send with the kids to have fun, but not someone you give responsible for all the kids in the camp to. Crying Horse was really shocked. And there was Sweat Lodge ceremony this evening. A very serious ceremony, and he was responsible for it going smoothly. No Red Horse or Light Arrow to help him. Even Severus would have been a great help. Crying Horse stood helplessly in the middle of the campfire place and tried to find a solution. Crying Horse. Aiden asked. Shouldn't we take the last rabbits off the fire? Rabbit. Yes, we should take them down, Crying Horse stuttered and finally pulled himself together. This was his chance to show the old man that he wasn't just Rose's joking sidekick. He could be serious and responsible. Light Arrow had trusted him with this, so he would make the old man proud. With a voice so determined that everyone looked surprised, he said, Brain, Ken, take the last 2 rabbits down. Aiden, take the gloves and lower the fire. Then we will put the potatoes in the embers. Be careful, Aiden, Crying Horse warned and helped Aiden to pull the branches out of the fire and extinguish them. After checking the second campfire, he called for Black Hawk. Can you help me bring the first stones into the Sweat Lodge? It's time to heat it. Both men started to bring one glowing stone after another into the small Sweat Lodge. It was very difficult to move the hot stones with a fork through the small tunnel that lead into the Sweat Lodge. Rose gave Draco's shoulder a squeeze and went over to White Cloud. That left Draco and Harry alone. Will you tell me what happened? Draco asked softly. Harry sighed. If you want to know, but you have to promise not to be mad at me, Harry said miserably. Okay, Draco said, but couldn't hide the fear in his voice. I tried to run away again, and I confessed something really stupid to Light Arrow. That's why Black Hawk is around me all the time. He isn't allowed to leave me or let me out of his sight. He will be around me day and night until Light Arrow says I can be left alone again. Do you think Severus is in trouble? Draco's eyes went wide, and Harry knew that his change of subject hadn't worked. Rose gave Draco's shoulder a squeeze and went over to White Cloud. That left Draco and Harry alone. Will you tell me what happened? Draco asked softly. Harry sighed. If you want to know, but you have to promise not to be mad at me, Harry said miserably. Okay, Draco said, but couldn't hide the fear in his voice. I tried to run away again, and I confessed something really stupid to Light Arrow. That's why Black Hawk is around me all the time. He isn't allowed to leave me or let me out of his sight. He will be around me day and night until Light Arrow says I can be left alone again. Do you think Severus is in trouble? Draco's eyes went wide, and Harry knew that his change of subject hadn't worked. Harry was relieved that Draco hadn't made a big deal out of his one-to-one counseling. He had just kept questioning Harry until Harry had finally told him everything about what had happened with Light Arrow and why he wanted to run away again. When Harry finally seemed to realize that it was an irrational act, and not a planned escape, Draco was relieved. It was harder to convince Draco that Harry didn't really plan to kill himself. The blonde boy had looked at him with worry for a long time before Harry could distract him. Now, they were crouching behind the small warehouse near the location of the campfire. Harry had escaped Black Hawk's clutches because the man needed to help Crying Horse with the ceremony. There had to be 2 people watching to be sure everything was okay with the fire and the ceremony. So Aiden had been given the task of watching Harry. The boys had other things in mind than watching Harry, and so all the boys had hidden behind the hut to get a peek at the girls in their bikinis. Shish, or they will hear us, Brian whispered to Ken and Harry, who were speaking softly. The two men were nowhere to be seen. The sweat lodge was blocking the view for the boys. They had positioned themselves where they had a good view on the two big water barrels. When will they come out? Harry asked impatiently. Be patient and grateful that you can be here at all. I really should be watching you in your room, Aiden said teasingly. Harry rolled his eyes, but due to the darkness, Aiden didn't see it. There, they are coming out. Brian exclaimed, excited. Oh, damn, isn't she beautiful? Ken said dreamily. The boys were climbing on each other to have a better view. Harry had to push Brian's head out of the way to see White Cloud and then Rose, who the boys were most likely referring to. White Cloud had a wrap around her waist and a bikini top was covering her breasts. Harry quickly looked away from the old woman and looked at Rose. Yes, she was beautiful. Crying Horse was a really lucky man to have her. Even Draco was ogling at Rose. Shortly after the girls came out of the sweat lodge. Aiden's and Ken's eyes were still fixed on Rose while she was letting the cold water from the water barrels flow over her heated body. With a big cup she was taking water from the barrel and poured it over herself in satisfaction. Maya and Melissa were in bikinis like Rose, but they danced around and squealed when they poured the cold water over their heated bodies. Harry didn't know where he should look at first. Maya was well formed and Melissa was very thin, but still very attractive. All the boys were still ogling at the female members of the camp when suddenly an ice-cold fountain of water came over them from behind. The water must have been drawn directly from the well because it was very, very cold. It robbed the breath of the boys, and after the first shock, they screamed and jumped from their hiding place. Harry's clothes were soaked with the freezing water. He could see it very vividly because now they stood in the light of the campfire. Shocked, Harry looked up in the direction from which the water had come and his heart sank. There stood Crying Horse and Black Hawk. Both looked very angry, and Black Hawk even looked thunderous. Off with you lot to your beds, this instant. We will speak tomorrow about this, Crying Horse said sternly. It was awkward to hear him like this, but nobody complained. Not you, Black Hawk exclaimed and grabbed Harry by his neck. Aiden had stopped and looked fearfully at Harry and Black Hawk. We will speak tomorrow about your lack of responsibility, Black Hawk said angrily to Aiden and didn't even feel remotely sorry for the hurt look on the boy's face. Should he toss and turn in worry tonight, maybe it will teach him to take tasks I give him more seriously next time, Black Hawk thought. Harry's head glowed from embarrassment when Black Hawk led him over to the campfire and the women. He didn't dare to look up and just stared at the ground shivering from the cold. When they were close to the women, Harry heard White Cloud whisper something in a sing-song voice and in a language he didn't understand. It must have been a drying spell or something similar because suddenly Harry's clothes were dry and even a bit heated. Back into the sweat lodge girls, White Cloud ushered the girls back into the sweat lodge. The hand on Harry's neck guided him over to one of the tree trunks around the campfire. Sit down. Harry felt that he was slowly developing a cramp in his neck from his looking down all the time. Around 10 minutes had passed and nobody had spoken with him. The two men also sat silently beside each other. Harry heard shuffling and Black Hawk was gone for a few minutes. Come over here, Black Hawk commanded. Harry looked shyly up and saw the man standing a few feet in front of him, pointing at a camping mat and a sleeping bag close to the fire. I'm sorry, Harry said miserably when he stood in front of Black Hawk. No talking now. The ceremony must be held in silence, Black Hawk said in a soft voice. He helped Harry into the sleeping bag. Sleep. You are not in trouble. Harry looked up surprised. He wasn't in trouble. Black Hawk just put his finger in front of his lips when he saw Harry's puzzled look. No trouble. Harry really tried to fall asleep, but it was too awkward knowing that he was being watched. He was still awake when the women came out of the sweat lodge the second time. Pressing his eyes shut very tightly, he tried to ignore the sounds the women were making. He almost jumped when a hand was placed on his forehead and calming magic was flowing through him. Harry had the feeling that this magic was slowing his heartbeat down. After a few more seconds he was asleep. When the sweat lodge ceremony was over, Black Hawk carried Harry in his arms over to the main house and into the room they now shared. He unwrapped Harry from his sleeping bag and changed his clothes to pajamas. During this, he saw that Harry's skin on his forearms was very rough. When he inspected the skin closer, he saw scratching marks. He had never seen Harry scratch his arms, and so the boy must have been doing it in his sleep or when nobody was watching him. Black Hawk furrowed his brows. I need to have a close eye on him and tell Light Arrow about it. Harry woke up when the sun was shining on his face. He sighed and turned around. Cat fell from his chest to the ground. Or so he thought, but it actually landed on Black Hawk, who groaned. Attacked by a stuffed animal. What a great start in the day. Suddenly Harry remembered his one-to-one counseling and the events from the last night. He also remembered that Black Hawk had said that he wasn't in trouble, and he hoped that was still the case. Nevertheless, Harry looked warily over the edge of the bed at Black Hawk. How did I get here? Black Hawk raised his eyebrow. How do you think? Groaning, Harry threw himself backwards. You carried me. Exactly, Black Hawk replied and stood up, stretching himself. How are you feeling? Fine, Harry said shortly. Okay, then we should go to the bathroom. I think Doc Martens will be here soon. It's already quite late. Grumpily, Harry followed Black Hawk into the bathroom. Even there, he wasn't allowed to be alone, although Black Hawk did seem to try his best to make it less awkward. As quickly as possible, he managed his normal morning routine, and when they went back to his room, Doc Martens came up the stairs. Ah, my first patient is already up. And clean, just for you, Doc. Can I leave him to you for the next 5 minutes? Black Hawk asked. Doc Martens eyed him closely. To support your unhealthy hobby. Harry had to work hard to suppress a giggle. The trapped look and the slight blush on Black Hawk's face was too funny. Doc Martens measured the man with his eyes. Light Arrow is downstairs. You still have to pass him. Normally I would wish you good luck, but not in this case. You really should give up the habit, Black Hawk. You are ruining your lungs. First an attack, then a tongue lashing. What a wonderful day, Black Hawk said sarcastically and looked at Harry. Behave. I'll be back soon. Red Horse and Rose will drive with Draco and Harry into the forest to gather the fresh osier branches, Light Arrow explained at breakfast. Why not me and Severus? Black Hawk asked, puzzled. Because I need you here, Light Arrow explained calmly. But, a glare from Light Arrow stopped Black Hawk. He looked with puzzlement over to Severus, but his brother just looked down at his plate. You will stay in the house after breakfast. I will explain everything else to you then. The other boys will be occupied with moving the dung heap from the south to the west. Draco and Harry also will be punished for their foolish behavior yesterday. They will help White Cloud in the garden tomorrow. I'm very disappointed in all of you. Light Arrow glared at the teenage boys. When they all looked down ashamed, Light Arrow looked at Black Hawk again. You can speak with Aiden about his punishment for not following your instructions after I'm done with you and Severus. Crying Horse, you will have to take over Red Horse's tasks for the morning. Can you do that? Light Arrow asked the youngest adult of the camp. Sure, Crying Horse agreed. He finally felt like a real part of the camp, an important part and not just a sidekick who nobody took seriously. Then it's settled. The girl can help you, White Cloud, Light Arrow decided. What's wrong? Black Hawk asked when the kids had left the kitchen. We will have a talk together with Severus. Some things need to be settled. I also want Harry to get to know Red Horse better, Light Arrow said. Red Horse stiffened and then shuffled on his seat uncomfortably until White Cloud lay a calming hand on his bulgy forearm. Harry needs to get some tension out of his system. This cannot be done with talking. He needs to practice some physical challenges. I want you and Black Hawk to give him some wrestling training, Red Horse. You can let Aiden take part again as well. I'm not sure about Draco, though. Maybe we should wait a bit more. Or maybe you could try if he wants to learn it from you, Severus. He will not get scared by you touching him, and I think a manly attributed sport would do him good. You could try to let him watching Harry's training first, and we will see how he reacts, Light Arrow wondered out loud. But Black Hawk is as good as I'm in wrestling. He can manage to train the boys alone. Red Horse tried to wriggle out of this task. I'm very busy with the horses and, he stopped when he saw Light Arrow's look. I don't want to do it, Red Horse pleaded truthfully. Why not? Light Arrow asked. You had no problem speaking and wrestling with Severus last night. He is my brother. You know I'm not good with other people, Red Horse said unhappily. You just need a bit more practice, Red Horse. You can't run away from other people your whole life. Harry and Draco are both calm boys. You managed to train Aiden, Light Arrow argued. He was different. I could break them. They are not well. I can see that. The blonde one will run away when we suggest it. I don't like when they look at me like that. Red Horse, if you would speak just a bit more with them, they wouldn't shy away from you. The blonde one has a name. He is Draco. And like I already said, we will watch him while you train Harry. Then we will decide what we will do with him. Harry is not so fragile. You won't harm him by wrestling with him. On the trip to the forest you can get to know both boys better. Rose will just be there to intervene if something goes wrong. I'm not ready for this. Red Horse protested and stood up to flee. A wave of Light Arrow's hand and the door was closed with a loud thud and there was no question that it had been warded as well. We are not finished here, Red Horse. I can't do this, White Cloud. Why is he forcing me to do this? Red Horse asked the only person he hoped would help him now. His brothers were just looking down at their hands hoping that they would get out of the kitchen unharmed. Rose wouldn't be any help either. Red Horse knew that she wanted him to be more open, and she always tried to get him to speak with the children more. You can do this, Red Horse. Black Hawk and Severus will be there with you during the training, and Rose will be there in the forest. There is nothing to be afraid of, White Cloud said calmly. I need you to do it, Red Horse. Draco will never come with us into the Sweat Lodge unless he knows you a bit better. You have to go into the forest with them, and you will help them to build the Sweat Lodge. We have no alternative for him now that the Women's Sweat Lodge is already over. He needs to come in with us, and I want him to stay. You know that when they give up and leave the first time, they will most likely never attend one again, Light Arrow said intensively. I can stay out of the Sweat Lodge, Red Horse offered. You are part of this camp, part of this family. We all attend at a Sweat Lodge ceremony or nobody will attend. I let you run away too long. It's time to work on your own problems. Red Horse looked back at Black Hawk seeking help, and he finally dared to look up. He is right, Red Horse. The kids like you when they finally get the chance to get to know you. Aiden is really fond of you, and he loved the wrestling training. Harry is similar to him. You will like him. He is a good boy, and he won't break when you touch him, Black Hawk said soothingly. He had no idea how this might work with Draco, and so Black Hawk kept his mouth shut about that. He feared Draco would wet himself if Red Horse would attempted to wrestle with him. Sometime the old man had crazy ideas. Red Horse looked as if he would start to cry any minute. He didn't know what he could say to convince his family that he wasn't the right man for the task. When Rose placed her hands on his shoulders to sit him back down into his chair, he didn't protest. I can't do this, he said miserably while Rose's magic was fighting its way through his big body. Of course you can do it, Rose said softly and kissed him on his head. You are a wonderful man. Harry and Draco will be glad to get to know you better. Please try it, Red Horse. I will be with you in the forest. Everything will be okay. Red Horse sighed in resignation and let his head hang. His shoulders relaxed, and finally Rose could reach all the stress knots and calm her brother completely. You are part of this camp, part of this family. We all attend at a Sweat Lodge ceremony or nobody will attend. I let you run away too long. It's time to work on your own problems. Red Horse looked back at Black Hawk seeking help, and he finally dared to look up. He is right, Red Horse. The kids like you when they finally get the chance to get to know you. Aiden is really fond of you, and he loved the wrestling training. Harry is similar to him. You will like him. He is a good boy, and he won't break when you touch him, Black Hawk said soothingly. He had no idea how this might work with Draco, and so Black Hawk kept his mouth shut about that. He feared Draco would wet himself if Red Horse would attempted to wrestle with him. Sometime the old man had crazy ideas. Red Horse looked as if he would start to cry any minute. He didn't know what he could say to convince his family that he wasn't the right man for the task. When Rose placed her hands on his shoulders to sit him back down into his chair, he didn't protest. I can't do this, he said miserably while Rose's magic was fighting its way through his big body. Of course you can do it, Rose said softly and kissed him on his head. You are a wonderful man. Harry and Draco will be glad to get to know you better. Please try it, Red Horse. I will be with you in the forest. Everything will be okay. Red Horse sighed in resignation and let his head hang. His shoulders relaxed, and finally Rose could reach all the stress knots and calm her brother completely. Can you teach me wrestling? Harry asked casually while he looked for a good branch to cut off for the sweat lodge. Red Horse stopped shocked. Did Light Arrow already speak with you? Light Arrow. Oh, no, the doc mentioned it. Harry was puzzled about Red Horse's shocked reaction and that he thought Light Arrow had spoken with him about the wrestling. Something was odd. Why did Red Horse look scared? Oh, yes, I think I can teach you, but later. Now we have to. Red Horse stopped abruptly because he saw Draco trying to cut a branch violently. Stop, he shouted and grabbed for Draco's hand. Draco was shocked and fell backwards in an attempt to escape Red Horse. Fearfully he looked with big eyes at the bulgy man that now looked as shocked as Draco himself. Red Horse stepped backwards in shock even though Draco had already crawled several feet away from him. It's my fault. I'm sorry. He looked around in panic, and when his eyes fell on Rose, who was now coming over to them, he said, I told you so. I can't do this. Make him stop. I don't want him to look at me like this. Please make him stop. Calm down, Red Horse. It was all just a misunderstanding, Rose said calmingly. Draco was confused. This bulgy and scary man was scared because he had reacted fearfully to him. Now Red Horse didn't look scary at all. Draco felt pity for him and slowly calmed down. Harry watched with fascination at the scene in front of him. Black Hawk was right. Red Horse was like a big bull calf that had no clue how to use its muscles and couldn't hurt a fly. What must have happened to him that he is behaving like this? Harry thought. It seems not only Severus still had problems after his stay here. They have a place to come to for getting help. No matter how long they need to heal, Harry thought, remembering Light Arrow's words. Eventually Harry realized that those people would never look down at them for having difficulties or being weak. They know exactly what we feel. That's why Black Hawk and Severus can understand us so well. Even Red Horse can understand us. He knows how we feel. They all have gone through the same process and still have some recurrences from time to time. They are like us. They just have more experience in fighting their demons. Come on, Red Horse. Just explain why you wanted to grab for his hand, Rose said calmly and put her hand on Red Horse's arm. Harry meanwhile helped Draco up, who now didn't look fearful at all. Draco just looked in awe at the man a few feet away from him. Suddenly he couldn't remember why he had ever be afraid of him. At the moment, Red Horse looked like a small boy, and he mumbled all the time apologies in Draco's direction. It's okay. I overreacted, Red Horse. Red Horse looked speechless at Draco for a few seconds. The boy didn't look scared any longer. I just feared you would cut yourself. The branch would have snapped back and into your face and you could have cut yourself by accident. Oh, I didn't realize, Draco answered softly. Why don't you show Draco how to do it correctly? Come on, he has calmed down. Rose gently pulled Red Horse in Draco's direction. Reluctantly Red Horse followed Rose's lead until he stood directly in front of Draco. The boy didn't flinch away and didn't look fearfully at him as if he thought he would hit him any moment. Red Horse hated that so many people were scared of him, as if he was his father. His muscles didn't come from training, they were just there by genetics and all the physical hard work at the farm. Red Horse's father had beaten him very badly over several years. He hadn't even sent him to a school, and he had no contact to other children. He always was just with his mother and his father, who hid him from the rest of the world. His mother was a weak woman, and she died when Red Horse was 5 from an overdose of drugs. From then on it was only his alcohol-addicted, violent father he had to live with. They never spoke much, and Red Horse always lived in fear to get a beating for whatever he did. He never could do something right for his father. Yes, show me, Draco said when the man didn't react and just looked unsure at him. Okay, Red Horse said and finally got a grip on himself again. Let's go over there. Red Horse pointed at a branch close by. Look, you shouldn't put too much pressure on the branch and then you should cut it like that. He showed Draco the correct way to cut it, and Harry watched over Draco's shoulder as well. Rose smiled at the three and retreated back to the pickup. I have no clue how Dad always knows what is the right move at the right time. The entrance must be in the east, and the fireplace has to be 6 steps away from the sweat lodge. It represents the sun, that gives energy to the earth, which is represented by the sweat lodge, Black Hawk explained while he marked the position of the entrance for the boys. Black Hawk has marked the places where you should make the holes for the hazelnut branches, Severus explained and pressed a dowel and a big hammer in Harry's hand. With Black Hawk's, Severus and Red Horse's help, the sweat lodge was finished in the late afternoon. The skeleton now was covered with several thick blankets. It must be pitch black inside of it now. Come over, boys, I will explain the ceremony to you now. Black Hawk waved them over to the gate to sit in the shadow of a big tree. Even Red Horse and Severus sat down to listen to Black Hawk. There will be 4 times we go into the sweat lodge and between them we go outside to cool us down with the water from the barrels. Your first sweat lodge is a bit informal. If you want to speak, you are allowed to. The goal is to be as silent as possible and concentrate on several things. The first time we are in there is meant for gratitude. You should think about what you are thankful in your life and which people you feel grateful to. The second time is for wishes. You should think about what you wish for. The third time you need to think about giving away something. You should think about what you will leave behind you. Try to burn it with the herbs we will burn above the hot stones. Let go of whatever you need to let go to go on in your life. The fourth and last time we go into the sweat lodge is for visions. You don't have to push yourself. There is no need to have a vision in your first sweat lodge. Some never get one. Just try to relax and open your mind and soul. Harry and Draco stared at Black Hawk. Not formal. How the heck shall I remember all this stuff? I will never be able to remember all of that. Harry said, flabbergasted. Me neither, Draco said shyly. I tried to memorize it like this. When you first go into the hut, your thoughts are everywhere but yourself. Therefore, you think about others, whom you would thank and what you are thankful about at all. The second time, you are much calmer already, and so you can start to think about yourself. What you wish for, how your life should go on. The third time, you think about what you need to leave behind you to gain what you wished for in the second round of the sweat lodge, and in the last one, you just relax. It helped me to remember about what I have to think about, Severus explained. Light Arrow has lately started to write the round topics in the sand close to the barrels. So if you can't remember because you are too excited, you can look at them. I'm sure Light Arrow will write them down again, Black Hawk said and grinned at Red Horse. Red Horse couldn't suppress a grin himself. It was a private joke between them and Crying Horse that they said the old man needed to remember it himself. They just hoped Light Arrow would never find out about it, or they had to move the dung heap to the next farm and not just to the other side of the farm. Not to mention that the next farm was around 30 miles away. Draco fidgeted nervously. Can I go? I need to use the loo. Sure, Black Hawk said. He is nervous, he stated to Severus when Draco was gone. Yes, I'm a bit worried about whether he will make it, Severus said in thought while watching Draco run to the main house. Maybe I should look for him, Harry said and stood up. Light Arrow had said he was allowed to be on his own over the day, and Black Hawk just had to watch him between supper and breakfast. During the daytime he was never alone, so there was no real need for a personal bodyguard. Don't get infected with his nervousness, Harry. There is nothing to be afraid of, Severus said before he waved him to go after Draco. Nothing to get nervous about. Phew, that's easy to say for someone who has done it several times before, Harry thought nervously while he went after Draco. How was your talk with Light Arrow? Red Horse asked and looked from Severus to Black Hawk. Like always, Black Hawk said. Awkward. Severus played around with a branch and drew patterns in the sand. At least I didn't have to scream at you or get wrestled down by you. I thought we had cleared everything, Red Horse said worriedly. He really had hoped after Light Arrow screaming therapy and the wrestling the things were clear between him and his little brother. It had hurt Red Horse a lot to see Severus so drawn back and in pain. After Severus was forced to scream all that had angered him about Red Horse at him, they had been able to speak normally and at the end they shared a brotherly hug. Severus had never before said that he was annoyed by Red Horse's big brother attitude, and in the end it was clear that he inwardly liked that Red Horse had an eye on him and had stopped him so vehemently from hurting himself. It had been hard for Severus to admit that. The part where Severus had to scream at Light Arrow was even more aggressive, and Severus had fought for a long time before he had given in and revealed his true feelings. Red Horse was very relieved when Severus finally sank exhausted in Light Arrow's arms and cried all the pain out of himself. On their way back to the camp, Severus was already more lightheartedly and they eventually could speak normally with each other. His little brother accepted his patronizing behavior. They had made it clear that Red Horse was still the big brother and would always have an eye on Severus. We have, but that doesn't mean that I like what you two did yesterday, okay? But it helped, Red Horse said sternly. Yes, Severus admitted. But Black Hawk isn't a big brother, he is just like me. I never wanted to be something else. Stupid, Black Hawk said and bopped Severus' shoulder playfully. Immediately the mood lifted. Think you can start a fight? Severus said teasingly and flung himself on Black Hawk to wrestle him down. Black Hawk laughed when Severus was above him, pinning him to the ground. You are way too skinny to challenge me. You should have taken some lessons from our older brother before you attacked me. With that, he unbalanced Severus with one move of his hip and quickly the position was changed. What now, Night Rain? Want to give up? Severus growled. Never. With all his power he tried to unbalance Black Hawk and eventually was successful. Soon both were wrestling in the sand for dominance. Only when a fountain of cold water hit them did they let go of each other. I called 3 times for you to stop. That is what you get for not listening. You were lucky that the kids weren't around. Otherwise I would punish you two to work in my garden tomorrow. Rough play and wrestling outside the wrestling training isn't allowed. That counts for you two as well, boys, White Cloud lectured them with her hands on her hips. Red Horse, Light Arrow needs you in the stable. You two should get a shower. She looked at Severus and Black Hawk sternly. Quickly the two men, who felt more like 2 children being caught with their hands in the cookie jar, stood up and went in the direction of the main house. That was all your fault, Black Hawk said and bopped Severus on his shoulder. Mine. You were the one bopping me, Severus protested and bopped Black Hawk as well. Before both could start a fight again, they were each grabbed by an ear, and White Cloud led them back to the main house. Ouch, White Cloud, please let go, Black Hawk whined. Severus had enough dignity left to not plead. He knew it was useless. So he just tried to lean down further to the smaller woman, so the pain wasn't so bad on his ear. You two have just earned yourself a whole afternoon in my garden tomorrow, White Cloud stated before they went into the house. Are you okay, Draco? Harry asked through the bathroom door. Sure, Draco said when he came out. He didn't look as if everything was fine. You look worried, Harry stated and followed Draco to his room. I am. Aren't you? Draco asked. Harry didn't answer for a while and just stared at Draco. Finally he sighed. Yes, I am. Draco threw himself on his bed and hugged his snake. You got one, too. Harry grinned. Draco looked puzzled, but then realized that Harry was talking about his plushie. Yes, Draco said, smiling happily. It's great. Here, try it. Maybe you even understand his hissing. Harry sat down on the bed and inspected the snake closer. No, I don't think it is really Parseltongue, but I also don't know if I can still speak it. Now that Voldemort is dead, the Horcrux in me is gone. Maybe I'm not able to speak with snakes anymore. We should try, Draco exclaimed, excited, and sat up. He was glad that they had found a topic to forget the Sweat Lodge for a while. I'm sure there are snakes around. We could ask one of the adults if they would go to look for a snake with us. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's still a while until supper. Maybe Black Hawk has time to look for one with us. Harry was glad as well that the bad mood had changed. It was a long time since Draco and he had planned an adventure. When they stepped out into the hall, Severus and Black Hawk were moving for the bathroom, pushing each other roughly to reach it first. An angry voice from downstairs made them stop in their tracks. That's the whole day in my garden now, and if you don't stop, I will make a week out of it. White Cloud's voice rang from the kitchen. I'll take the shower. You can have the bathtub, Severus said. Fine with me, Black Hawk replied, and they both vanished into the bathroom. So much about asking Black Hawk to show us a snake, Harry said sadly. We could try Red Horse. He is even better with animals, Draco stated, and was surprised about what they had just witnessed as much as Harry was. So it would be okay with you if we went with Red Horse, alone? Harry asked, confused. Draco shrugged his shoulders. I think he is okay. I like him. Harry grinned. Me, too. Come on, let's try to find him. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.